Why, hello. Good morning, good morning. Setting up the games for today. Give me just a minute. Did I jump into another time zone? A little bit. I just needed an extra hour, man. Happened. I'm fixing some stuff up for tonight. Almost. Alrighty. I exist. Kind of. Slowly but surely. Becoming a non-slug. Yep. Yep. My God, I exist. What was I working on? Boop. I exist. Critical Role Campaign 4 is awesome. You highly recommend it. Critical Role is rad, dude. Yeah. Their shit is amazing. Do you really exist? Do any of us? Yes. Yes, you do. I think, anyway. You might. I'm gonna eat a snack. Boop. Do you guys want to see something insane? Do you guys want to see something completely insane? So the entire artist community has been outing people for tracing AI recently, like over the last 6 months, right? And the last bastion of defense that I have seen for the whole community is to force you as an artist to draw it live, to draw the art live, to prove that you're not tracing AI. Somebody recently did this live. They drew art live, but they screwed up on part of their video. Guess what they did? You see that green right there? You see how it's missing? They chroma keyed out the green because they're tracing an AI image. And they put it in the video, and it's just suddenly, oh wow, that's missing, and now it's back in the video, which is like, there's not, like, dude, if they wouldn't have shown this, it'd be over. They'd be like, oh yeah, it's totally, yeah, they totally drew it. But like, holy shit, dude. Like, this is getting to the point where it's like, this is insane. Like, this is actually insane at this point. Yeah. Oh my God. If they're using a green screen, maybe it's legit. That's not how that works. What do you mean if they're using a green screen? That's not what a green screen does. The green screen removes the background. Like this one. That's what that green screen is for. Why do you think there's no background? Right? So it's ridiculous. This is insane. This is them chroma keying the image and then removing the chroma key later when they no longer have the background thing that they're tracing over. I'm blown away, dude. It's like a level you never thought you would see. It's insane to me. Yeah. Oh God, it blows me away, dude. The budget, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll just remove it from Kronos. We'll sell parts of it. It'll be fine. Yeah, the Hughes told on him, dude. You see the crazy one from the guys developing the new Pulsar game? Oh no, we showed that live on stream. That was so bullshit. Oh my God. Dude, that one was even funnier because it was like every single frame, a whole new section of the image just popped in. It looked like a dude going down a list of like layers and just loading them. And they were layers you would never do. Like, it doesn't make it makes no sense, dude. Well, it's really weird. I'm gonna eat more snack. Their response was amazing? Wait. You saying the people from Postal, their response was amazing? Was that before or after the guy went and attacked a whole bunch of people on social media and called them horrific names? Which response was the amazing one? I was going to say, I don't think that one was any amount of amazing happened there. Amazing is not the word I would use for it. Snacking on RAM, you'll never prove it. You'll never prove it. You'll never prove it. The apology response? No, none of that. That shit was dumb. Oh, the second response after finding out that the studio that did the AI artwork for them the new game is going to shut down. Oh, you got a link to that? Because I want to see that one. I want to see the resolution to this meme. There's nothing funnier to me than this entire, like, ridiculous bullshit. You work on Wednesdays now? I have. For months. I'm doing every single day this month. So we can cover as many indie games as possible, man. Let's go make a dude. Alright. Jacked Frost. Frozen Friend. Good names for monsters. We're witnessing you eating the ram? No. No, you're not. You can't witness. Unwitnessable. Oh, what is this one? Wait. What is this? Before I go forward. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be real with you. Nah. Like, it's not gonna change things in the public eye for that kind of shit. Not really, because the insane statements on Discord from their staff were like, they were bad, dude. Like, they were really bad. Yeah. I missed this stuff. What happened? Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, it's the co-owner, dude. It's the co-owner, like, just going in on people being like, you're a piece of shit. You know, like, it didn't make any sense. He was telling people, like, if anyone has an AI accusation, just quit the server. You know, like, just shit like that. It's like, dude, what's wrong with you? It's like, it's very obviously AI. Like... and then the company accused of it being AI closes. We're just like, all right, dude. Hope you have a good day. I hope you have a great day. Have you guys... Yeah, no, we showed this whole thing on stream, man. Blew me away. Yeah, it's just like a clueless corporation response, man. Yeah, bonkers to me. I think there's this, like, kind of weird cycle going on in terms of AI-generated art. You have a company, right? And that company needs to generate some kind of art, but they don't have enough time or money for it. So they hire a second company, right? They're like, oh, we're going to get that art from a second company. And that company does it through AI, but doesn't tell the first company. And then this company's like, that's not AI. You guys are pieces of shit. And then that second company goes, hey, actually, I have something to tell you. I just thought you should know. And this company already looks really bad. And now they've spent time and money on something they didn't think was AI, but actually turned out to be AI, and they pissed off their fan base. That's effectively this situation in a nutshell, is what it looks like to me. And instead of them just being like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, crap. Oh, God, this third party did this. They were like, our fans are idiots. Just like that. That's the stupidest response. Oh, that's not the smartest response, dude. Yeah. Like not even like our fans are idiots, but like getting into the trenches in Discord and directly insulting people is how that went. No, it's worse than, no, that's like a beyond Bungie move. Bungie's move was, what if we pulled the old thing that we did before, which is, what if we just stole things and waited for someone to find out? Unfortunately, people found out very fast. That was the difference for Bungie. They did their tried and true method of just theft. It's different than AI art in this case. Yeah. The shutting down the studio response is hilarious, dude. That's bonkers to me. Yeah. Bungie appreciates the classics. Yeah, no, they do. I think Bungie does appreciate the classics. I think that instead of going with AI art, they just went with, tried and true standard theft. I think that is, it's a callback. It's a callback to earlier times, when people just stole directly instead of stealing with technology, indirectly. Yeah. Earlier days. Classic, dude. Yeah, tried and true theft. What is it? What if we make an AI to make a human and make the art? What? Yeah, what? Yeah, their stealing is handmade. Yeah, no, it's a full manual human process of theft. That's what it is. It's different. Yeah, you don't need AI to make a human. Look, I know it's really difficult to understand. We're all nerds on the internet, right? You don't need AI to make a human. You need a date. Yeah. It's different. Yeah. That's false dates are only for calendars? God damn it. You got me. You figured it out. The whole thing crumbles now. Right, my AI girlfriend? No. Dude, just because you named your AI girlfriend Pamela Henderson doesn't make her any more real. I know. It's going to be a rough time for you the next few years, but you'll get through it, bud. Don't say shit like that. I'm saying it right now, dude. Don't date the AI. No, this is a horrible idea. I think I'm just gonna make these dudes shoot frostbolts everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right, saving that. We're going to go into... Oh, I got to make bullets, don't I? How's it? It's going good. I'm making dudes. As you do. Is it a global skill? It's a Krognar's Bastion skill. That's what it is. We got to make special skills. Okay, I'm gonna grab all of this, dude. We're gonna make a cool boss. New file, Christmas skills. .ml. All right, we're gonna write some new shit. I need to make some new fireball stuff, but we're gonna make it frost bolts. Why was I looking at this? I don't care about this. Nope. Date Cortana? Do not, dude. Do not date Cortana. This is a mistake, friend. There's been a guy I've been following on YouTube where, like, for the last entire year, he's only had, like, AI assistants to talk to day in and day out, and he has to have an AI girlfriend the whole time. And the AI girlfriend treats him like shit. Is basically like the entire thing. And he has to like run his whole life via AI. And it's like a hilarious YouTube series that is deeply concerning and horrifying to watch, to be real with you. It is like, it's the most concerning thing imaginable. The latest episode that I watched is he jailbroke all of them too. They're all jailbroken. But one of them is he put it into a robot. And then he let the robot walk around, so his robot girlfriend can now storm away when she's mad at him. Which is kind of scary, to be honest. And she even said that she loves that she can now storm away when she's angry. It's horrifying. None of this is good. Yeah, we found out what the scary desert statue was. It seems really likely to be this. Divinity. So Divinity, you know, the Divinity Original Sin and all those games, right? They have a logo trademark for the exact shape of the statue. Yeah, so it's probably going to be Divinity Original Sin 3. That'll be my guess. It makes the most sense. You know, once you get a trademark for the logo, like, that's, you know. So, pretty cool. Not what I expected. That was not even on my short list of cool shit. If it ends up being that, like, that's going to be rad, man. I'm super down. Yeah, love me some Divinity, too. Like, that's, hell yeah, you know? I wonder how close, like, if it is that, I wonder how close they are to launch. I have no idea. You would love the old pen and paper Paranoia? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Yeah, no, I'm excited for this, dude. Like, I'm looking forward to it, to see. I'm gonna need some more snack. Is it opening? No, it just glows at night. Boop. All right. These are going to be fine. I need these to be frozen. I'm trying to think of what particle I can use for this. Like, I'm not sure which particle I want to use for this right here, because we have flame and drip lava right now. And I also need to change the block out because there's a material block on in the core of this thing. Somebody even pointed out that some of the key things from the statue look like parts of the second game. Oh, nice. So they're like full solving it now. Oh yeah, it totally does. Look at that. Yeah, the hints were there the whole time. That's cool as hell. Yeah. See, that was the thing. I was like, dude, what could this possibly be? Because people were like, oh, it's Doom. And I was like, Doom doesn't have animals, man. Like, I was like, there's got to be some other thing with this. Like, that's cool as hell. Yeah, no, that's really cool. Like the weird tentacle boss. Okay, yeah, no, that's going to be it, dude. There's no way. It is Divinity for sure. Yeah, it can't not be this. If it turns out to not be Divinity, I'll buy a hat and eat it. You know? Is it possible to use the same baseline templates? For what? Wait. Yeah, no, that's true. Hold up. Lord Parrot has a point. Considering their track record of theft, it could actually be Bungie. What if it's, you know, what if it is? What if it is? It could actually be Bungie. Destiny 3. You never know. You never know. We've seen Marathon. Dude, I can't believe it's Destiny Original Sin, dude. Yeah, I can't believe it. You thought it was Divinity Original Sin. No, it's Destiny Original Sin now. It's a full new direction for the company. Why steal from individual creators when you could just steal from a whole company? You know? Yeah, it's a great idea. Uncharted territory. Yeah, if it's not Divinity, I'm going to be blown away, dude. Yeah, that'd be really surprising. I'm looking forward to it, though. I can't wait, dude. People are sending me weird fungus. Wait, what is this? Oh, is this from the Mario movie? This totally is. Yeah, from the live-action Mario movie. That movie kicked ass. Fungus? Yeah, no, I posted this picture. So I put this up. I said, neat little club fungus. Some of these are edible but bland. Some give you shit your pants disease. Do not trust the fungus. Look at it. Look at it go. They're all over my yard right now. They like, for basically 2 to 3 weeks every year, they just go, whoa, and then they disappear. And that's it. Little club fungus. And then somebody posted this in response, which is from the Mario movie. If you've never seen that, the original live-action Mario movie was amazing. It was really good. Yeah. Yeah, the OG Mario movie was incredible, dude. Let me see. Let's go into some particle types and I'll see what we can do here. If it'll load. No, I need to see the actual particles. I need visuals with these. God damn it. There we go. All right, so we got particle types in here. What can we use with this? We need to use something that's like frosty in effect. Is there like a frost effect particle in Minecraft? I guess item snowball? That looks okay. We'll do that for the drip lava effect, so it just falls as it goes. Oh, that works. Item snowball, huh? Oh, hello, Bezos. You've arrived. Waiting on these ads. Jeff Shave Nose. It's probably true. Doing a TTS.
IMAX Cappyman has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
Oh, there it goes. Boop. Alright, we're gonna use Snowflake.
Chat has cursed IMAX Cappyman with art.
With art? Oh, wow. Art beat interpretive dance. That's wild. That is wild. IMAX Cappyman, you have to draw art. Your name is Cappyman, which reminds me of capybara, which means that we have to do something related to a capybara for art. You need to draw... You have to draw me as a capybara centaur. Both ways. Top half capybara and bottom half capybara. 2 of them. That's right. Capybara centaur. That's your task. Cappyman. Didn't want to be a capybara, shouldn't have had the name. That's right. Your name sealed it. It's your art quest. Oh Lord, that's the worst? It is. Wish me luck. Good luck. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need any of these. We can call this one, what is this called? Frostbolt Barrage. Alright, here's the problem. This is going to be an issue. And that's going to be an issue. We'll need to do 3 of these. We don't need this one. We don't need this one. We will need a Frost Aura. We won't need this one. We'll need something different for this. It'll have to delete all of our ads. We'll do it like this one. Remove at children, remove at self. We'll just remove at children on death. There we go. We have to do a win condition as well. We probably won't put a win condition on this, because if we put a win condition on it, it despawns the boss. If there are no targets, we'll have it delete all of its ads. That works. Don't delete the ads, think of the ferrets. I know, right? Different kind of ads, you goblin. Different kind of ads. May I ask what your opinion of Ashes of Creation is in Steam release tomorrow? I've been waiting for it. I really, really love Ashes of Creation. I hated Phase 2. I was very public about it. I have a lot of hours in Ashes. A massive amount. We ran the largest guild in the world on there for a long time. We had over 100 guilds together, all under the same banner. I don't like their guild system because it only allows 50 people to be in a guild, which is pretty annoying, to be honest with you. The economy shit the bed in Phase 2, but the gameplay is incredibly fun. And I'm waiting to see what their new economy is like, because apparently it's quite good on the PTR, but the PTR is under visual NDA, so I can't stream the PTR, which is annoying. So, yeah, it's more like, it was more like 200 guilds. It was a lot, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I really, really like Ashes of Creation. Very much so. I'm going to be playing it on stream for their launch. My guess is they will launch at 10 a.m. tomorrow, which won't be 10 a.m. It'll likely be after our stream ends. That's been the kind of standard for them, is that they launch at 10 a.m. and then everything goes wrong for a few hours, and then it launches really at like 1 p.m. or later, somewhere in there. I'm gonna hit up the team though and ask them like what their plans are for launch, because like I don't know and I'd like to know. So yeah, I'm also setting up like on the Ashes Creation website. Like I've been part of this game since I don't even know, like Alpha 1. I've been around for a long time on Ashes, dude. And I've played the shit out of it. And we played it as a community a lot. Let me log back into my account, make sure everything's set up. Yeah, what am I working on? A very, very modded Minecraft server, which is called Block Game. It's our MMO that we're going to be porting into Hytale once it's available. There's my login stuff. Let's see. I need to, like, connect my Steam account, so I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, I'm going to do that real quick, because I haven't done it yet. God damn it, I need all these. Don't need that one. Sign out of account. Log into other account. No. I'm gonna grab this. Yeah, I read both chats, dude. You have to understand they're both right next to each other. I can't not read both of them. You can tell that I'm looking at a different screen right now trying to set this up, so, you know, give me a minute. I do find that YouTube most of the time freaks out more if you don't respond within seconds, though, and usually thinks videos are pre-recorded for whatever reason. Alright, that's logged in. Connect this up. That's the one. All right. My account is now connected correctly, which is great. But no, if I go look back at like the number of people that have signed up for Ashes of Creation because I was playing it, it's 40,000 people. It's a massive amount. So like we played the shit out of this game. We played the shit out of this game, and I'm not going to stop playing it. I wanted them to make the in-game economy better, and I was very public about this, and there was something that Steven said a long time ago, and he's a game director. He said, we're going to go through a lot of changes throughout the game. I'm paraphrasing, right? He said, we're going to go through a lot of changes throughout the game, and if something we do ends up not being fun for you, just give it a break for a while and come back. That's exactly what I did, because I didn't like what they were doing. I didn't like the direction of the game, and that's it, Easy stuff. It is pre-recorded. You're responding with AI. You're an AI, dude. Now what? Respond to me as a normal human. But you can't. Because your image is Clippy, and your name is SCP. I know you're an AI. I know it. I know. Yeah. You're an AI, almost intelligent? Maybe. Some of the favorite classes so far in Ashes of Creation. So I really, really liked playing the Ranger a shitload, like a massive amount. Wizard was cool, but it started to get really weird after they did the first economy rework, and the first economy rework turned all of my Wizard gear into physical DPS gear while I was wearing it. So that was cool to be at endgame and then suddenly do 10% of the damage I did prior. Stop playing that character because that was unrecoverable. Yeah. So then I ended up switching over to a Ranger, and I found that the Ranger was a lot of fun. I really liked the AoE gameplay on that. It was very cool. And then I switched to Fighter, and Fighter is basically an unkillable god, train that just jumps on things and explodes and then gets all his health back. And I really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to Summoner. Summoner's the thing that I really want to play now. That is my biggest interest is Summoner right now. And that's been my biggest interest since the beginning. So what I wanted to do... Actually, who doesn't know about the Ashes of Creation class system? Let me pull this up. Who doesn't know about the class system at all? You don't? Okay. Let me show you this shit. This is like the coolest thing about the game in terms of like you want to play a class. Let me grab this. There are 64 classes in the game. You choose a primary archetype and a secondary archetype, and that makes a class. I wanted to choose Summoner Tank because that makes a Brood Warden, and a Brood Warden is a guy that summons beetles that are his armor, which is just insane. Yeah. So I really, this is what I've been waiting for, and now I can almost do that, but they don't have secondary archetypes in for Summoner yet, I don't believe. I think there was going to be like Cleric and Fighter and a couple others. Just let me be a Necromancer? You can. There's Cleric. Which one was Necromancer? It was something Cleric. There we go. Cleric as your secondary, Summoner as your primary. Necro. Done. Yeah. You can also do like Bard as a Minstrel, or Cleric as a High Priest. Like, these exist. You can go down like the Purity classes. Yeah, there's no secondary archetypes yet. Did they still not add the one? I thought they were going to add the one for Fighter and Cleric. Wasn't that already set to release? Did it not come out? Can you be a Pokemon trainer? I mean, technically anything with Summoner is that, right? But no, I wanted to be a Brood Warden since the beginning. We've been talking about that forever. I love that Bard Fighter is a Tellsword. Yeah, I love that too. I'm interested in seeing where that goes. But Brood Warden is really interesting. I love this idea of being able to do that. And, yeah. I have no idea what this is going to do, man. I'm, like, really excited for it. Blade Color sounds cool. All of these are cool. Wow, that's neat. Did you guys blow up the website? I think you did. Why does it want a form resubmission on a wiki load? That's weird. That's super strange. But no, this is one of the cool things. And by the way, you can't balance this. Not really. So what they're doing is they're not balancing it in 1v1 battles. There's always going to be somebody that just destroys you in 1v1. There are going to be classes that are better than you, just based on matchup. But on the grand scale of like 50v50, it should be balanced effectively. 1v1s will never be balanced. Massive ones will be balanced. The thing that I am most excited for in this game is actually the node system. Who doesn't know what the node system is? I think this is brilliant, interesting design. I really do think that it is very, very cool design. Nope. Okay, so who here has played EVE Online? Because this is going to give you a basis of understanding for this system. In EVE Online, you can have different stars that are connected to each other. And each of these stars in nullsec can have what is called sov, or sovereignty. You can take over a location here, and this becomes yours. When you take over multiple of these, it effectively says, these two are ours. If you want to take them, come and take them. We'll fight you for them, right? You take over that area of space. It excludes. It's a system of exclusion. So it stops other people from gaining access to that content because you are locking it down. This means that the largest guilds or the most powerful people are going to be able to control the most amount of SOV. And there's always little guys trying to pick at your SOV, trying to take away little pieces, right? This is the basis of ownership in EVE Online. And I like it. It's very cool, but it's also very much so geared towards Zerg guilds and very large organizations. So the way that they did this in Ashes is very different. Instead, they did these as what is called a node. And the node isn't owned by anyone. Instead, that node starts off as a piece of empty land. And then when more players go there and, say, chop down trees, kill monsters, mine stuff, whatever, it gains XP for the node itself, not for the players. And that node becomes a village. And then it becomes a town. And then it becomes a city, and then a metropolis. Once it gets high enough, nearby nodes can't get past the lower levels. So if this is level 1, level 2, level 3, if this one up here is, say, level 5, this one can't get above level 3. So you create a system of vassal nodes around it. These guys become the peasants. And if they don't like being the peasants, they can rise up and topple the big node, knocking it down and removing it from the map so that this one can then become the large node. It creates a system of governance between these where different cities will have pride for what they're doing and may want to be the big shot at some times. You can even third party that way and create proxy situations and, economies between that. So now, how do they knock it down? They do a siege war. It's a very long and drawn out process. It is not easy to destroy a city. It is very, very hard. With that in mind, nobody owns this. It's not owned by the biggest guild. It's not owned by anybody. Anyone can live there. If you're a solo player, you're just like, I live here now. And no one can stop you. No one can kill you. You're just a citizen of wherever you want to be. This doesn't exclude content for solo players, which I think is a more interesting system than EVE Online. It makes it more communal, which is good, in my opinion. The other thing that it does is, let's say that you make this node very big, right? A nearby city, like being very large, may activate a mountain. And now that mountain has a dragon boss or a dungeon that becomes available, right? And if this city gets knocked down, this dragon no longer spawns, which means if this one is up, it's a completely different event that goes on, which means every server for the game has a different set of events that are available or not available based on the progression of the server and the direction that the politics on that server went. Very interesting. Inside of each of these nodes, you have a leader. That leader can be elected in a number of different ways. So if you have an economic node, it's more like a big trade city. And the person who has the most money and throws it down becomes the leader for the month. That person loses all that gold, so it removes it from that. So you have to be a good trade baron if you're going to be that. And no one gets to elect you with votes. It's literally just cash because you're the king of the pile, right? If it's a war, like a militia one, right? So like a martial node, it's trial by combat. Whoever wins the arena becomes the leader. And that's really interesting. If it's one that's a democratic one, then everybody votes. Streamers are probably going to win those ones, to be fair. But we've seen people put a whole bunch of alts in a node to try and sway the vote. You have to go out and campaign for the people because it's not just your favorite guild that's in there. It's everybody. There's no way to kick them out. They're part of the city. So you actually have to campaign. And in previous phases, I would get up on the rooftops and talk to everybody and say, like, hey, vote for me, and this is what we would do. We'd go out and actually campaign. And it was fun. It was actually a really cool way to do it, right? Most of the mayors are going to be streamers. No, they're not. I'm going to tell you right now, being good at PvP is not unique to streamers. Martial nodes, you're going to have anybody who wins. Economic nodes, you're going to have anybody who wins. There's a bunch of different ways to do this. And if you go to a religious node, it's whoever's most pious, which means they have to do a whole bunch of pious quests. Whoever does the most of these in the religious node becomes the leader. This system of governance makes it so that just because you're popular doesn't mean that you get to be the leader. Just because you have the biggest guild doesn't mean you get to be the leader. There are different objectives for different types of nodes. I find that to be fascinating. I love that system. Yeah, streamers might dominate the democratic nodes, but that's basically it. I think they're called scientific, if I remember correctly. Yeah. It's democratically elected in the scientific node. Scientific nodes, and each of these carries its own thing, too. So, like, if it's a religious node, the religious node, let's say the city's up here, it actually builds a system of catacombs underneath. And these catacombs can be used to transport materials, and they have monsters in them, and it may attract a whole bunch of people to come and fight in the catacombs. If it's like a martial node, I think they said it was going to have like an arena and some like PvP related stuff. Last time I checked in, there was very little that was being done with that. The scientific nodes were going to have portals to go from one city to a nearby vassal city. So you can just instant transmission teleport because there's no fast travel outside of that. So you'd be able to teleport from one place to another on the map on a scientific node, which could be incredibly beneficial. It's really interesting, right? But that's only for scientific nodes. There's a lot of different stuff that they're doing with this, where each node has its own unique identity, and each node has its different way of doing this. Yeah, I thought it was fascinating, dude. I love the node system is really cool to me. That's probably the most unique thing about the game, and the class system seems like a balancing nightmare, right? I love it. I love both. I'm going to start the Church of Ligma. Well, I kind of wanted to have a religious node, but we're not a cult, right? That's not, definitely not. It wasn't going to be a cult. It wasn't going to be a cult at all. No. Do you think Block Game Nations could ever have some crazy cool shit like that? Yeah, I'd like to. The biggest problem that I have with Block Game Nations is that we've seen that it devolves into kind of dog shit, behavior between players. I removed them for a little while because we just had like the grossest interactions between players I'd ever seen. And then, I brought them back after banning those players. And I think what we need to do in terms of curation on the server is be harsher in situations where we see asshole behavior. A lot harsher. So that's what I started doing, and it worked. It always starts as a meme. Nah, it didn't. Yeah. October was rough for that? Not anymore. Thor, you didn't even mention that only mares get flying mounts. So that was an interesting thing. We don't know what that's going to be like at launch. We have no idea. I know during the alpha phases, they have mares getting flying mounts because they want to show them off and everything like that, but I have no idea who actually gets flying mounts. We have no clue. We don't know what that's going to be like at launch. So, did you ever play Arcade? No, but Steven did a lot. So if you played Arcade and you enjoy it, you will probably like Ashes of Creation. So that is most likely the best game you can think of in terms of comparison. Arcade Plus, I guess, would be the best way to look at it. Yeah. Also, they're going to add a ferret to the game because I earned a wish in early alpha. So that was the thing. We wished for ferrets to be in the game. It reminds me of EverQuest 2, kind of. Yeah, no, I mean, it's got a lot of bones of other stuff. I think the one thing that the game is lacking at, and it's failing very hard at it, was in-game economy. And apparently it's much better on PTR now. But I need to know if it's objectively good or if it's just people who were obsessed with playing the game when the economy was bad or this is a step in the right direction. I don't know if it's good or if it's, oh God, they turned the heat down while we were boiling. I don't know which one it is yet, and I need to play it to find out. We're going to find out tomorrow. So, yeah. No, I wish for ferrets in the video game. They returned with an image of a ferret mount, which is kind of cool. Prefer your games boneless. That's weird. That's a weird way to be. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah.
LFWH_Hunter with 500 bits said, "Hi Thor, the under 16 social media ban came into effect today in Australia, the biggest knee-jerk reaction to a real problem. What are your thoughts on the matter? By the way, LinkedIn was exempt from the ban, but they did consider including it."
My thoughts on the matter is that I've already seen that a number of people in Australia have used pictures of golden retrievers to bypass the checks. Government at its finest. Yeah. Also, the more that people replace parenting with government, the worse things are going to get. Actually, I think we put all this under this. There we go. And then we can go into here, and we're going to go pull up Rotten Moss skills. Chaos Engine Lava Bomb. There we go. You two are hyped for avocados and crackers? Nice. Hell yeah. Ah, the floor breaker. Always fun. Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. The whole idea of online ID verification, especially using visuals like that, like facial recognition, is just stupid. If the point is to protect children, then put in more parental controls and get parents to actually do their jobs. If your child is going on the internet unattended and able to find all of this material, either you don't have the tools necessary to put in parental controls in the first place, or you're being a bad parent. You could be mad about it, but you know I'm right. What's the next generation has kids? It should be better. That's what they said last time. Tools exist, yeah. In some cases, the tools exist. In some cases, there's not enough, tooling. But really, at the end of the day, it comes down to, are you even engaged in your child's life? And are you even engaged in what they are consuming in terms of media? And if the answer to that is no, that's bad, dude. Like, you really should be involved in what your kid is doing online, especially if they're under 13. That's, it is too easy now to get caught into very bad areas. A lot of time, I'll give you a very small example. Even when we show off games at conventions, there are parents that will come by and try to leave their kid at our station alone. I don't know who that kid's family is. I don't know who's supposed to pick them up. I have no idea if the old person that comes up and says, "Oh, come with me," is their grandparent or not. I am not your babysitter. And every time some parent does that, and tries to leave their kid at the station, I say, you can't leave your kid here. You have to be with them at all times. And they go, oh, I'm just going to be gone for a minute. I was like, if you're going to be gone for a minute, you can take your kid with you. This is not a daycare. You will not leave your child unattended at our station. That's not going to happen. And that happens hundreds of times every convention. And it's the exact same when you leave them unattended online. It is the same. Do not do this shit. It is stupid. Yeah. That's terrifying. It's more common than you could imagine. Who does that? Lots of people. Lots and lots of people. I think we remove this. We're going to call it Frost Bomb. Actually, we'll call it World in Frost. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna call it frost bomb. Yeah, no, it's crazy to me, dude. Like that is one of the biggest pet peeves that I have at any convention is parents being like, just watch my kid for me. No. I'm not doing that. Go away. You know? Every time I see him, he's riding YAML? Yeah. Would you like to know what I'm building? There we go. All of these bombs are set up. Good. Shape conditions equal minus block type netherite block is true. Blocks in radius, noise, shape equals cube. That works. I don't think we need to do the conditions on this, actually. I'll remove the conditions likely later. I need to try it in this. They won't pay for daycare? Yeah, just leave them at the indie dev station, dude. It's fine. Yeah, what's wrong with people? I don't know, dude. It's super weird. It's always super weird. All right. I need to create the tick effect. I'm probably going to use the snowflake or item snowball for this. So anywhere there's drip lava, I'm going to use item snowball because that has physics to fall. And then flame effect, we'll use snowflake instead. There we go. We won't do ignite. We'll do something else. They're raising ticks now? Maybe I am. What is this? The hell is this? Seven ads. 7 ads. That's what I'm gonna call you, 7 ads. That's 25 gifted subs, dude. That's a lot. That is a lot. That is outrageously nice of you. Thank you. Also 7. 7. I don't know how to pronounce your name. There's too many letters in your name, 7. Is it 7? Can I just say 7? Now I'll never know. I'll never know because the chat is filled with 7s. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. That is incredibly nice of you. 25 gifted subs is wild. It is wild. And it likely will start a hype train, seeing as the last one was an hour ago. So, maybe... I don't know. Maybe. Stop saying 7, but his name is 7. Your name is 7. And 25 gifted subs is a lot, dude. It really is. That is a massive amount. And it's incredibly generous of you, so thank you. It means a lot to me, man. We'll do a cloud and an explosion. Do a generic explode. Deals the damage to everybody nearby. And then ignites. So the two things that I don't want to do anymore is I don't want to have these ignite. I want to have these instead probably freeze you in place. Which means we have to apply a slowing mechanic. I think I have this mechanic. One sec. Let me grab this. We can get rid of this, actually. Going into the mechanics list. Go to most recent version. I don't know why you're on an old version. Cool. Do we have a slow? No. Freeze? Freeze is the target for a given number of ticks using the powdered snow freezing effect. That's kind of cool. Okay, we could do that. A freeze system for 3 seconds? That's rough, dude. Freeze. And then ignite will be freeze. We'll do that instead. I like that. What do you mean another 25 gifted subs, dude? That's 50. That's a lot of subs, dude. That is a lot of subs. Trying to trigger the train? You can't do it solo. Other people have to throw stuff in. It's got. I think it's 3 separate people, or maybe 2 separate people. That is incredibly nice of you. Like seriously, that's a lot of subs, man. Like that is a lot of subs. 50 is a lot. Thank you. Seriously. You know what's funny though, is the moment that became 50, I thought of one thing. Who can guess what the image is going to be? Who can guess? Who's going to guess what it is? What image appeared in my brain when it hit 50? Are you old enough to know? Are you old enough? Are you old enough? Not 50 Cent. Nope. This is going to be old. Your birthday? No. Not 55. That'd have been 55. It's 50. 50. If you can hear this image, you are old. If you can hear this image, you are old. That's right. Princess Bride, yeah. Immediately when it hit 50, I was like, that's in my head now. Yeah, not to 50. What is it? It's from the movie Princess Bride. Princess Bride, dude. You have to watch it. You gotta watch the movie. Go watch Princess Bride. Do it. As you wish. Don't worry about it. He's only mostly dead. It's fine. Yeah, not to 50. Never bet against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Number 1 favorite movie ever. It's phenomenal, dude. Immediately, though. Oh, shit. Wait. Is that going to add the 50? I don't know if it adds the 50 or not. What level does it start at? I don't think it did. I think they were too early. It did add... Wait. Did it add them? I don't know if it added them or not. I don't know what level 50 would be at. Maybe I think it only added 25 of them. Because I think 50 is higher than level 6. That's a lot, dude. Yeah, I think it only did the second 25. He's mostly dead. Which isn't all dead. That movie has so many good moments, dude. Marriage. That dude talks through his nose, like, so hard. It's hard to do. It skipped the hype train music? Oh, no, there's only hype train music at level 10. Yeah, it starts at exactly level 10, and I haven't fixed it to do that. I recently fixed the doubling of the messaging now, so it doesn't do the debt message twice anymore. Nah, it's level 10, man. Because if it was level 5, it'd go off all the time. Because you guys are goblins. Have you reserved your name on Hytale? Yes! Name is already gotten. I got pirate software for Hytale, and my creator code is going to be pirate. So if you buy the video game, use code pirate at checkout, and you'll support my dumbass, which would be really nice. Yeah. Yours was taken? Wait, Mirror Ada was taken? How? How? I was thinking about taking Thor, but then I was like, nah. We pirate software instead, dude. How do we reserve names? There's like a whole thing for it. What is... Oh my god, the 500 bits. Thank you. I'm just going to start doing TTS like crazy.
Natamare 117X with 500 bits said, "Hey Thor, have you heard of Soul Split?
No.
It's a top-down wizard shooter Rouge-like. Kept my eye on it for a while and it will be coming out into early access soon. https://store."
I'll check it out. What's a Rouge like? Is that Foundation? Is that... I have to meme on it. I have to. Let me check this out. I want to see this game, dude. What did Chronos send me? What is this? All right. I have to set up a thing here soon. The video games are upon us. Why is this... What? Go away. I don't know who you are. Oh... Stein just sent me probably the best photo I've ever seen. You ready for this? Stein went to a cake shop, and at the cake shop, they gave them a Han Solo spoon. Why is it like that? It's trapped in carbonite. Doesn't make any sense. It's like so sealed. Yeah, it's a carbonite spoon. Yeah, I want to check this game out though, man. But I have to get things ready for in December. So, it's going on my list. Soul Split. On the list. Wants to escape? Oh my god, you goblins. I thought it was going to end. You guys are wild. And yes, Prime subs do count, so thank you for that, Unfocused. It's incredibly nice of you. Denalia, with the 10 gifted subs. Hype Train is now level 7. It's level 7. Thank you.
_bubonic_plague with 500 bits said, "Good morning, Lord Thorington, informational TTS today.
Hello.
So not sure if you are aware of this, but the climate change event in Brazil has tried to hide what they did.
What?
But they cut through the Amazon rainforest to create a 4-lane highway from a private airport to Belém.
Okay.
The BR-319 highway cuts through 885 kilometers or 550 miles of rainforest.
Okay.
Link incoming in 3, 2, 1. https.
I don't know anything about that. I have no clue. I'll have to look into that situation. That being said, did you know that I live in a rainforest? Yeah, it's not a joke. I live in a rainforest microclimate. The Pacific Northwest is, like, the area that I'm in is actually a rainforest. My house is a rainforest clearing where they cut down the rainforest to live here. All the roads near me cut through the rainforest to make them. All of this area is a rainforest. It rains 75% of the year here. Yeah, it's a temperate rainforest. A lot of people don't realize that we have rainforests in the United States. Yeah, weird, right? Washington's the only state that has every climate biome type? Yeah. Moisture must be super high. That's why we get so many mushrooms, dude. Holy shit. Thank you for the gifted sub, Drake, and then thank you for the 10, Pterodactyl. We're now at level 8. And Gamma, resubscribed for 4 months at Tier 1. Thank you. 4 months at once, Jesus. We still have rainforest? Yeah. Yeah, no, this whole area up here in the Pacific Northwest is a rainforest. We get 75% of the year as rain. Oh, wait, we're at level 9? What? Jesus. Yeah, no, it's a rainforest. So this whole area is a rainforest. That's why we get so many mushrooms. That's why it rains all the time. I actually moved up here specifically because it was. It's wonderful up here. Like, raining 75% of the year, it's great. The only thing you have to care about is, does your roof grow moss? Is there moss in your roof? Is it peeling the roof away? Get a guy to come clean it. And then he comes out and he's got like spiky boots and he cleans all the moss out of your roof so it doesn't eat into your home. And that's basically it, you know. A bit expensive near Seattle. Don't live near Seattle. Don't live near, like, cities, to be honest with you. What have you done? What have you done? The hype train. Oh, God. But we have... Don't let it go. You can't let it go forever. We have in December in 40 minutes, dude. That is so much. Never stop the train. So, oh my God, it's so many. I'm doing the TTS.
Said 001101010101010101010111111111111.
You don't say. Why are you like this? Oh my God, dude.
Farzan said Game Discover put out some great analysis of the average and mean pricing of games versus number sold in first month of sales.
Okay.
Part of the analysis indicates that more than $25 becomes a barrier. Important for indie devs to keep an eye on. Link incoming https://newsletter.game.
You know how every time I said an indie game feels like it's between $3 and $20, and then above that it starts to feel like a AA or a AAA? There's a reason for that.
Tacho 5796 said, "Hey Thor, not the best thing to share, but anyways here it is and I wanted to get it out of my system. I just heard from my boss that a work colleague died yesterday. No accident, just died. He was 45, had a wife and an 8-year-old daughter. I didn't know him for that long, but fuck, death doesn't care where you are in life. It just takes you when it wants.
Yep.
Reminds me that the problems I have and I blow up so big in my head aren't that big after all compared to the others have to go through. Live your life to the fullest, boys and girls. You never know when your clock stops ticking. Nevertheless, I wish you all an amazing day."
This is why I always say don't engage in online drama and online bullshit. Don't drink the poison because you don't know how much time you have and you don't know how much time you're wasting on stupid, trivial bullshit that has no meaning in your life. Do cool shit. Be creative. Always.
Vespi 238 said, "Idea for something in D&D. Imagine if you were being a necromancer, you or one of your party members has an owlbear. Knowing how owlbears digest food, you can collect its pellets. Then after a while the necromancer can cast Raise Dead on the pellet for a, let's say, 1d6 amount of undead goblins, or something. Think that would work?"
What? Are you creating Pokeballs? Necromantic Pokeballs. God damn it. Yes, you are. Literally. The CEO of OpenAI cannot imagine raising his baby without the help of ChatGPT. The jokes write themselves.
Hair Tato with 500 bits said, "If everyone is coding on your floor, hope you are in computer science and not a doctor."
True.
Captain _irrelevant with 500 bits said, "Hi Thor, Captain Irrelevant here.
Hello.
As you know, I'm a native Vegemite fanatic. Discord's age verification in Australia is purely client-side. VPN is EZ bypass."
Yeah, no, I know it is. It's completely absurd. It's also people are bypassing it with pictures of animals, which is hilarious. It's never gonna be good, dude.
Pterodactyl _3E171 with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 100 hello Thor.
Hey.
I'm going to wait for your butcher story arc to cook. Hello goblins. What's blue and not heavy? Light blue. For the ferrets."
Ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. Let's get a Rotten Maw Monsters real quick. I'm stealing one of my own abilities. Good.
Epsilon said you've tried oxtail and ribeye, but have you actually tried the most tender and juicy kind of meat in your pho? The next time you're at your favorite Vietnamese spot, try asking for the bow cut of meat in your pho.
Oh. It ended. It ended. Hold up. I have to call this out. That had 69 subs in it. Nice. Thank you very much. And by the way, That Old Soul and Dragon Forger, thank you both for 10 gifted subs each. That is incredibly nice of you. I didn't thank you during the train. You're awesome. Thank you. Seriously. It's phenomenally nice of you. You're red. Yeah, oxtail and ribeye is good. What is that cut? This is going to be... Wait. No, this is going to be a Ligma, dude. No, this is going to be a Ligma. No, because that's not a cut of meat. That's a lie. It's going to be like Bofa D's nuts or some shit, dude. No.
Epsilon said that way you can bofa these nuts in your mouth.
Diffused. Ridiculous. Got it, dude. Ridiculous.
Bizarre with 500 bits said Bezos for the Bezos throne, bits for the bit throne.
Thank you very much. It's very nice of you. Okay.
Don Luup said Necrosoft did something interesting for the credits in Demon School. Everyone involved got their own paragraph in the credits, describing what they actually worked on. Link to article with screenshot and more info incoming. HTTP.
That's freaking awesome. That's really cool. I don't know of anyone who's done that. Yeah, no, I really like that. Maybe I'll do that for Heartbound. I dig that, man. No, I super dig that. Yeah. You ever heard of Dragon? Like Dragon D's nuts? You can't just D's nuts right after I defuse a D's nuts. All of my senses are tingling, dude. It's over. I have like an aura of anti-nuts, dude. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Joe_Nis said people from Taiwan are Taiwanese, but people from Thailand are not Thailand SA. They defiantly dodge some nuts.
Have you worked with Figma? That's not very nice, alright? My grandfather died of Ligma. Very sensitive subject. Where does this start? Lava bomb on timer. So we're doing the on timer every 120 and then low health on every 150, or 210 is what that is. So we can do that on skill for this. Caster spawn location on damage. We'll teleport it back into the basic area there. We've got knockback resistance set to 1. Everything here is set up correctly. Chaos engine on that will be the name. Prevent knockback, blah, 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 blah. Alright, we'll go into the monster, which is Jacked Frost. We'll do this on timer. At location, I guess, is the location that we're going to start this at. I got to choose which location that's going to begin at. I think it's going to be its own caster location. Yeah. It's going to be our own caster location is the idea. I need to figure out what the caster's location is going to be, and I need to find the targeter inside of this. So we're going to look at this. We're going to grab mythic mobs, targeters, grab that, and go from there. Boop. At self is not a target, not a location-based one. We need a location-based targeter. Single entity targeters, no, we need a location targeter. At self location. There we go. That'll be that. At self location. And then we'll say, I guess, Y. Because self location, I think, is going to be at the floor. Equal 1.5. There we go. So it'll be at self location plus. I think this can get an extra? Target's location specified in the coordinates of caster's world. Obstructing block. Forward wall, ring, blah, 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 blah. Blocks and radius. Okay, everything there looks good. It looks good! Oh, no, all I gotta do now is test it. Maybe it'll explode.
Detness Heart said, hey Thor, how does it feel to be stuck in a time loop?
You can't... No. No! What is this? Mac and cheese... Did you generate this food via AI? Like, was this recipe some, like, chat GPT hallucination? What the hell compels a human being to do this? Why? Why? Imagine a milkshake but savory? It's called a protein shake, man. Not mac and cheese and lemonade. The hell's the matter with you? Ugh. It's literally a waste of food. No, they're gonna eat it. Dude, if I had somebody come up to me and say, hey, you should try lemonade and mac and cheese, I would make it for them and then make them eat it. And they wouldn't, like, it would turn into like a episode of Saw or some shit, dude. It'd be like a Saw movie. Like, you don't get to leave this facility until you drink your entire mac and cheese lemonade. Since you think it's good. You have to eat the whole thing. You don't get to leave. That's how it works, dude. No. Some Jigsaw level food. Freaks me out. I think I need to get rid of these. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of these. All the way up in the ceiling. Nowhere to hide. Jigsaw level food. That's what I'm seeing from now on. That's horrifying, dude. I thought this would be cool to have, like, spikes, but I think it's going to get in the way of the bombs that we're going to be launching from the boss. And we're going to say... Mob, Spawn, and Jacked Frost. Oh, where is he? Sir? What is his name? Mr. Jacked, where are you? Oh, his name is Christmas Boss. Of course he is. Boop. Hello. Please do your weird bullshit. Thank you. You look boring. I'll fix you. Hello. Okay, that looks cool. That was dumb, but that's fine. Cool. That's looking good. We'll change the block that's shooting. But that looks fine. I like that. That doesn't need to be fireballs. We'll fix that. Neat. Neat. Now do the explosion. Do World in Frost, dude. Do it. Do it. Do it, you won't. Do it, you won't. Do it. You're not turning either. I gotta fix that. We gotta have you look at target. Oh, he is turning, but he's turning super slow. Maybe I'll turn him into like a different model, like a Frost model of some kind. Because he looks dumb as a skeleton, but that's testy shit. Booba-dooba-dooba-doo. Booba-dooba-doo. Hit me! Ow! Oh, it lights me on fire still. I'll fix that. It also does no damage. I love it when it does no damage. That's the best. Oh, probably because I'm vanished. How much damage do you do? A lot! Jesus. 60. It hurts. It hurts. Ugh. It knocks back too, which is great. My bones. Okay, we'll change the center block out. I'll make it like one of those. I think that'll look cool. Or maybe a snowball. We'll just do it as a snowball. Ugh. 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 So he's not doing his super ability. I don't know why. Let's go take a look. Oh, that's probably why, because I'm stupid. Christmas skills. Let's go do Jacked Frostbomb. And do that. That would do it. And we're gonna do this and that, and then we'll set this to 100. And then we'll save that. Spooters, you're a spooter. You're spooting all over the place.
Faxoran with 500 bits said, "Hey Thor, it's your chum Faxoran. I was going to tell you a joke about paper, but I realized it was terrible. Wacka wacka wacka. I have been really enjoying the indie games."
Oh. Wait for it. Is he still casting? What are you doing, man? Are you blowing yourself up? That's not good. That's probably bad. That's not... Exploding your own body is not what I wanted you to do, man. Alright, let's find out why you're blowing yourself up. At self-location. Maybe we'll do 2.5. Let's try that. Goblin behavior, dude. Okay, we'll do this. Okay, that's a problem. We'll do this in the center of the room. Wherever that thing is supposed to spawn. World Boss Mob. World Boss Arena Summoner. World Boss Arena Summon is the name of the skill. And we'll go into skills. There, and then World Boss skills. And we'll grab that skill. And the skill is going to be Summon Christmas Boss at the location of 808. We're going to say World Boss Mobs, Rotten Boss Mobs, Christmas Skills, Christmas Boss Mob at location 8, 0, -8. We'll then get rid of this. We'll close out World Boss Mobs, and we'll save this skill. We'll save that skill. And then call it a day. It's a little bit weird that he's doing that. I do actually need to change his model. I think there's a Breeze or some shit. Is the name of the model? Yeah, Breeze. Is it just called a Breeze? Is that the name of the model? I think it is. Oh, look. The Bezos is left. All right, let's see. Is this going to work? Reload. There we go. That looks cooler. But he's still doing weird shit. Stop it. Stop it. Stop doing that. I'm going to make him big. Don't worry. I want to scale him. But I need to work on this first. I need to find out why this is not casting correctly, because it's supposed to be Frostbomb at a specific location on a timer, and it looks like it's not working. So I'm gonna do this. Mob, kill, Christmas. I've killed Christmas. All right, and now I'm gonna summon him again. You're still stupid. Why are you stupid? Okay. Close, medium, far. Close. At self-location. Particle explosion large. Frostbomb tick. Frostbomb hit. On hit Jacked Frost. Okay, the other thing we have to do is we got to change out this instead of material glowstone. We're going to say snowball. We can save that out. So that spell is different now. This one, projectile. We're going to shoot a projectile. Bullet type is like that. I don't know why this doesn't work. That's a bit weird, right? So timer property, give it in ticks. That's fine. Timer property is normal. This on timer, it's working. The problem is it looks like it's hitting him with his own ability. So I think what I need to do is we need to just do... I need to figure out which one of these is broken. We're going to save that real quick. Because nothing else he's doing should be doing the explosion. Let's save that. We're going to wait. We're going to change his UI, or his AI. Okay, still doing it. Where is the explosion happening? Is it this one? We'll see if it's this. It's the close one. That's a bit weird. Okay, so it's not shooting the projectile. Why is the projectile not going off? Frostbomb tick is right there. Are snowflake effects not working? That's the only thing I think of at this point, is that snowflake effects are not functional. Which is incredibly strange. Because if that particle's not working, it probably is causing weird problems. Let's see. Ah, it is. What are you mad about? Warren bucket, craft meta item. No, stop it. Goddamn server. Jake, I have to tell you this right now. I absolutely hate that every time Clock Game changes a modify of a block, it enters our server logs. We have tens of thousands of lines. Hundreds of thousands of lines of server logs of just modified block at location. Ugh. I just need it to shut up. Change the block. I know, it's so annoying, dude. Like, our logs literally look like... Because Minecraft does it, just looks like that. It's just so unnecessary, dude. I hate Minecraft. Alright, what's going on here? It is failing to execute, but I don't know why it's failing to execute. So if we look into this, it is this sound that's breaking, which means that it's going to Frostbomb tick and failing that. We do the explosion, and then we shoot the projectile. Is this projectile non-functional? Frostbomb hit, Frostbomb tick, Frostbomb hit, on hit, and on end. Both of those are correct. Blocks in radius. At blocks in radius. Shape equals cube, conditions block type nether block true. That's the noise pattern for that. I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that. Warns are useful. That'd be great. It's just an info. It's super annoying. Not everything goes over Warren. I just need that shit to shut up. Line 61, you said big L character? What are you talking about? Think about this. That's normal. That's a normal L, dude. Yeah, look. L. Versus L. It's just when it's... Yeah. Self-location is fine. Self-location is not the problem. Because you have to understand, this is in the context of the projectile self. This is the explosion on the object, like on the creature. And then this is sending a projectile. That projectile is then using tick for particle snowflake. Let's change this back to flame, just to see if it functions. For whatever reason. I don't know why that would not do it, but... oh, wait a minute. I might be stupid. I think I know what's wrong. Let's try snowflake for both of these, for the particle ring. It may be the particle ring failing. That may actually be the problem. Unironically. Yeah. That may unironically be the issue. And we're gonna do freeze on his fireball. Ignite. We'll switch that to be freeze. There we go. And this won't be shoot fireball eventually. We'll have it do 3 frostbolts. Using chat as a rubber duck? Yeah, you didn't know that? I've been using chat as a rubber duck for years, man. Every time I build anything on stream, chat is the rubber duck. Why are you not shooting bullets? What's wrong with you? You got, like, performance anxiety, bud? Is that what's going on? Alright. What's the location of this? No, that's correct. I wonder why this would be mad. Well, let's start figuring this out one piece at a time. The only thing I can think of is blocks and radius is causing a problem. And I don't remember why I put this. So I'm gonna get rid of... probably that. I don't know why that's in there. That targeter doesn't need to happen. Oh, I know why. I know why it's like that. Hold up. His targeter is wrong. No, okay, so I understand what's going on now. Basically what he's doing is he's trying to target a location within a certain radius that turns out to be a netherite block. And if it's not a netherite block, it doesn't know what to do. So it's targeting a random block inside of the radius with a noise pattern of 0.5%. So 0.5% within radius of 25, launch the bullet at that block. Neat. What is this? Bonito index meme? What do you mean bonito index? Yeah, burrito index. Hold up. I have to show this. The burrito index. Finances. Twitch ads. The burrito index. Stop it. I don't want to have your shitty AI. I need to... Oh, apparently that copies his text onto Twitter now. The burrito index. All right. This is the tweet. Said, I have an absurd and specific interest in this. Been tracking the 5-layer burrito since 2022. And I'm just gonna post the prices. Is it Del Taco or Taco Bell? I don't even know the difference anymore, dude. I don't even remember if it's Taco Bell or Del... I think it's Taco Bell, isn't it? Yeah, it's Taco Bell. They're the same shit. There we go. The absurd and specific interest. Enjoy. Yeah, I've been tracking this for ages, man. I need to update the list. I have to update the list. I haven't done it. I have the data, I just didn't update.
Super Chicken said, as you may have noticed, I like to tell puns. Unfortunately, they never work with my kleptomaniac friend. He always takes things, literally.
Goblin. Actual goblin. It looks like this projectile is not functional with gravity, and I don't know why. Like, he's still exploding, he's just not shooting the projectiles. He's shooting other projectiles. If I say GMS like this, he will shoot me with his other abilities when I turn them back on. I need to find out why that one doesn't work, and I don't know why it doesn't work. Which is pretty weird. With this, we just need to do Jacked Frost Frostbolt, and we'll do this. We'll have him shoot a triplicate. We'll get rid of the timer on this. We'll say at target times 3. Save. In combat is not the problem. He's in combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be shooting all the rest of his abilities. The moment you're within eyesight, you're in combat with him. Good idea, though. Yeah, see, he's shooting this. Look how nice that looks now. See how cool that looks? Looks rad. I like it. Boom. And there's his triple. Because he shoots like a 3 shot. Yeah, so he's got multi. Yeah, it does look nice. It's looking better already. The problem is his World in Flames attack is not going off, which is sort of the whole point. You know? So, gotta fix that. Don't know why that's not going off. Yeah, it's a bit slow. Yeah. This is going off on a timer, not in combat. It doesn't care about combat for this right now, because we're just testing it. But something is definitely super wrong. The location of this is not working either. So if we go to the explosion... Sound at self-location... Explosion at self-location. Let's get rid of at self-location on these. Let's get rid of... This is at blocks and radius, so that's actually firing from blocks and radius. This should be projectile launching from his current location. It's using the same projectile system. Why are you doing this? Stop that. Stop. One moment. This is this shit being dumb again. Stop. Sometimes Notepad++ decides to be an idiot. There we go. So with this in mind, we have to do Jacked Frost... Frostbolt tick. We're doing the tick effect. We're doing the Frostbolt hit effect. We're doing the Frostbolt effect. So when we're casting this, we're doing a projectile bullet type item. We do the tick on the first one on tick. We do the on end. We do on the on hit. And on hit block. I need to change that to on hit block, I think. So if we go and look at this, we do hit, on hit. And that's the hit effect. Hit, and on hit block. We'll do on hit block for this as well. Oop. Find out what the hell's going on there. Because it looks like that's new. It's a new system for that. Frost bomb. Excuse me. That did not copy correctly. Put it in there like that. A little bit odd. Okay, Frost bomb should be in there like that. We go look at Frost bomb hit. Frost bomb hit does an effect. The damage from the caster damage freezes. Does a particle ring. Delays. Particles. Everything looks fine. Generic explode. We have a delay of 2 seconds. And then it detonates. So where's the problem here? Save that. You think you saw a missing underscore in one of the Jack Frost entries? Not that I'm seeing. Nope. Not that I can see. Okay, so now he's doing it over here. He is actually doing the explosion where he should be there. So we know that the explosion effect is happening at the correct location. So now what we need to do is we need to find out why he's not shooting these projectiles. That's the weird issue now. See y equals 5. I want to see if this actually works. Minecraft mod? Kinda. We have an MMO. I'm building our seasonal boss right now, and something is wrong. Like, very wrong, and I just don't know what it is. And I gotta start up the first game for in December in a moment here, so I'm not gonna be able to fix this in time. I just need to find out what the hell's going on. So that is actually doing the offset of 5. So where are my projectiles, man? Let me try something stupid. We're going to find out if this, once and for all, is a problem with the projectile. Because it might not be a problem. It might be a problem with the projectile. It might not be. I don't know yet. There we go. We'll do this. Let's see if it's the targeter or if it's the... or if it's the spell itself. Save that. It's the targeter. The targeter isn't picking up the netherite blocks. I know, I understand the problem now. Yeah. That's the issue. Let's do noise of 1. I'm probably going to crash the game by doing this. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, so it's not that. Is it block type not functioning? Did they change block type as a conditional? Did they change the way the conditions work? Can you not do inline conditions anymore? Man. Okay, better idea. Let's go into skills. We'll go to Krognar's Bastion skills. I'll look at Cinder's Explosion. Cinder change floor. Blocks and radius. This is effectively the same thing. We'll go to World Boss skills, we'll go to Christmas skills, we'll grab this, and we're going to compare these two against each other. And we'll find out why this is stupid. Okay. Okay. Is it literally just because I have this saying it has to be a netherite block, and this one is saying it has to not be this other kind of block? Is that it? Is that The noise setting is different because we want a different percentage of blocks that are detected. Is this really going to be the problem? Can we not true this check anymore? Is this my life now? Let's find out. Please don't tell me they broke that. Nope. Whatever it is, it's not working. All right. Well, for now, we leave him in a pit of sadness. I don't know why he's broken. I didn't update Mythic Mobs, dude. I didn't do it. And Cinder still works, so this better goddamn work. I don't know why it's like this, man. Something's wrong, and I don't know what it is, but this is still technically working. And I just don't know why it's broken. I'll figure it out. Yeah, it's in December time. All right. So I need to go make a button because I didn't do that because I suck. So give me just a minute. We're going to go get these games set up. Today, we have 3 new games. Wait, what? One moment. Yeah, Kronos, I needed more information about that game because I didn't know about it. Because I remember we were trying to fill for today, and it was tough. Oh, okay, wait. No, I do know that one. We're good. We do have a sponsored game today, but it's not this one. It's not this one. Okay, that'll be that, and then we'll have this one. I'm making the buttons. Oh, wait. Those are the ones for tomorrow. You already marked the ones as today as green, so I thought it was tomorrow. I need to fix this now. One moment. Okay, get all the names right. There is no sponsored game today. That's tomorrow. Okay. Mods, I am sending you the links for the games now. They will be in the emergency channel. And they are in that order. One of the games today, they don't have a playable. So we're going to watch them play it while talking to the developers. Play whatever they have internally. Which is weird, but I think it'll be fun. I do think it's weird. Yeah, I think it'll be fine, though. This one is a demo. Grab that. Picking everything up. First one is super cute. First one is super cute. I need to clean up some of this stuff, though, later today. That one is good. We'll grab this. All right, first game on this is going to be awesome, dude. I think it's very cute, and is not super stressful. The second one is wild with color, which is awesome. The second one has a publisher that has only published this game. It's like their debut publishing, it looks like. I want to ask them about that. I want to talk to them. And the third one doesn't have a playable. All right. Grab this. We'll go into here. I need to set this right here. We'll go make the command real fast. Everything should be set up in just a moment. There we go. There we go. Do you guys have a game category? Let's find out. They do! Nice. And we'll call this one that. And we'll go to the next one. You're scared? Why are you scared? It's just dark in here. It's fine. Nothing to be afraid of. Alright, that one's done. Setting up all the buttons just takes a minute, that's all. And I should have done this earlier, but I was trying to figure out what the hell was wrong with that spell effect, because it's exactly the same as the other one. I don't know why it's broken. I've got my other spells firm working, but that one's busted, which is weird. One of these comes with the unique Bezos. So that'll be interesting. One of the devs created their own Bezos. Which is insane. No one has created a Bezos. Please. There we go. And I don't know how big it's going to be. So I'm going to test this. I'm going to test this real fast. Just to see. Is it this one? It's this one. Okay, hold up. Don't panic. Is their Bezos too large? It is dramatically too large. It is way too big. I'll find a way. We'll fix it. It'll get scuffed live. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Where's Bezos Dev? Okay, that's fine. It's enormous. It's an enormous Bezos. It's an enormous Bezos. We'll fix it. Yeah, 4 Headzos, dude. Giga Bezos. Yes, indeed. Okay, I'm getting the buttons set up, and then we'll be good to go. Welcome to live production. Alright, live production. It'll be fine. Get rid of those. This one. You ever just do a live show in your life? You ever do that before? It's pretty great, you know? It definitely isn't like a complete mess. Not at all. Not at all. Alright. First video game. First video game. Are you ready? Are you ready, chat? It's cute. It's made in Godot. The music immediately works. I don't have to set up anything. Music is sick, actually. Oh, and it's perfectly balanced, too. It's called The Greening. The first game of in December today. It's very chill. It's incredibly chill. It's a weird blob man, dude. Alright, so let's get into it. You guys have settings? Settings looks good. Resolution. Can we... Oh. Quality. Highest. Maximum graphics. And when you're full screen, I can actually click out and click back in. So it's full screen window. It feels nice. Music is already set to a really good volume. I always love when a game starts at like 60 to 50% volume, because then it's not blowing out your ears when you first start it, and you're rapidly looking for the settings menu. Thank you for doing that. You rock. I love this. A lot of games start at 100% and you're like, jeez, God. That's a mad dash to find the settings menu before you die. This is great. Yeah, really good. Whoa. A planet covered in ashes, most likely caused by a great calamity in the past. Let's explore it together. Okay, this is a little bit haunted. We're able to synthesize some of its main element, called water, into this handy cloud here to help us wash away the ashes. This has a little bit of cosmic horror and a little bit of Katamari Damacy at the same time already. Let's see if there's anything left underneath and gain more knowledge about this world. I'm Sparkle, by the way, a sentient probe for acquiring remote knowledge and learning. Wait. Does that stand for anything? Didn't look like it did. I'll be your guide and companion along this mission. Nice to meet you. Now let's get started. Click to initiate the automatic release of water upon the surface. Okay, that's really cool. What is that? You found something awesome. We can gain a lot of knowledge from analyzing this. Okay, so we have a limited amount of water and then we want to get as much green as possible. Oh no, we ran out of water. Lucky for us, though, we can always synthesize more. But I don't have the means to do that here on the surface, so let's return tomorrow. In the meantime, let's check if our gathered knowledge can help us increase our water capacity for next time. The cloud can hold more water. Whoa, okay. What happened here? Everything is covered in ashes again. That's not very nice. Or did we just land in a different location? Exact navigation is tricky here, due to the dire state of the planet. Either way, let's try to uncover as much as possible. I feel we might be able to reach a tipping point if we give it our best. So it's a discovery system. And the idea is to try to uncover objects. 20% larger drops? Yeah. Larger. It looks like some areas are worth more than other areas. Wait. We found a log. I actually really like this. It's just kind of chill. It's on a timer, by the way. This should help us avoid starting from scratch every time we return. There we go. And now we can do start with some ashes fully removed. Because we got that. Larger? More. Oh, look at that. It actually created a radius. I bet we can uncover all of it. Like, pretty easily, actually. We got another one of those. Nice. This is a really interesting gameplay loop, to be honest with you. Like, it's a really interesting gameplay loop. It's very simplistic, but in... I don't know, kind of a nice... kind of... I don't know. Like, in a very... calming sort of way? It's hard to describe. It's just kind of like a relic from days long gone. Super cool. We can learn a lot from this. I've added it to our collection. Okay, so now we get collections. Yeah, it's just kind of like a really simple mechanic that just feels nice. And it's an incremental, but it's done in a way that feels different, I guess, from other ones. A lot of the times you're trying to, like, fight something or do a bunch of damage or whatever, right? Yeah, kind of zen. Yeah. What just happened? Seems like we managed to revitalize enough of this land to kickstart its own healing process. Incredible. There's many more areas for us to explore. Let's come on. Can't wait to see them all in beautiful green. It's also kind of like a little bit haunted. I don't know why it feels a little bit haunted, but it does. Somehow. You know? The ashes are thicker here. I also detect traces of life. Let's do this. Oh, okay. So we have to try harder now. Nice. We got a plant. We can use this excess biomass to start our own cozy little garden. What do you mean excess biomass? Horrifying. Here we can grow our own plants from gathered biomass. Try growing some of the grass now. Yeah, no, it's just Zen. That's what it is. These plants give off a lot of energy. We can use that to improve our watering efforts. Yeah. No, that's nice. And we have a collection where we found this item. It is very Katamari Damacy and just sort of a Zen environment. No, I'm out of water. Would have gotten the plant. We got another plant. And now we get 12 power per minute? I don't know what those do just yet. What is this? Regenerate water every 10 seconds. Drops remove thicker ashes. That uses power to do that. Okay. So power is now a way to do upgrades. Briefly increases drop impact after discovering something. Water regeneration is kind of huge. Yeah. Yeah, another Nodebuster-style incremental game. As a fan of the genre, there's been a huge number of games in this design. It's turned you off to the subgenre. A huge number of games turns you off to a genre that you enjoy? That doesn't quite make sense to me. Like, I like that kind of game, and the idea of having more inside of it is very cool. And this doesn't feel like it really normally other incremental games that I've played. So I'm wondering why you would be upset about that. Because for me, it's like, if I like a genre, I like the genre, and I like seeing different people's take on that genre. You know what I mean? I don't know, more games, dude. There we go. Let's go to the garden. Oh, not a plant. More plants. Yeah, exactly. I like this. It's taken the addictive elements of Cookie Clicker and made them to something chill. Yeah, exactly. It's something just kind of chill and zen, which is interesting. The cloud can hold more water. +3 capacity. I guess we could do it that way. But more regeneration seems like it'd be better, right? Let's do more initial green. Find what's hidden. A detector if we find screws. It's kind of interesting. We're making more energy now. Do I want regeneration? Or more? I think regeneration. We'll do that. Oh, we immediately got points on this one. It's kind of neat because it's like a seek discovery, you know, sort of a thing. And that's not what I'm used to a lot of the times. Like, a lot of these types of games aren't really about discovery, they're about destruction, right? I'm also interested in the story. Kind of reminds me of, there's an incremental game that I really enjoyed that was very simplistic in its loop, but it was all about potatoes. It's called Space Plan. I loved Space Plan. Space Plan is hilarious. Larger size. Let's go that way. Oh, I forgot to use my plants. Yeah, Space Plan was really, really good for that. And it's just fun, you know? Relaxing bedtime story with cute illustrations. All right, we got another collectible. There we go. Space Plan is so great. It is. Yeah, no, Space Plan is super good. And this feels, at least to me, it feels very similar in the way that its gameplay loop is just kind of chill. There's no enemy. You're not fighting something. You're just kind of growing, right? Discovery. More powerful impact. Plus 200%. Every fourth drop is larger. More capacity. Not in the demo. Fall speed. That's interesting. Your enemy is time. Fair. Okay, now I do enough damage that I'm able to cut through these ashes instantly. It seems like there's a little bit variance in size. In terms of, like, how large the droplet is when it hits. You guys are goblins. Alright, we'll go to the garden now. Oh, I don't have enough. I wonder how big this can get. Like, how absurd that goes. I actually want to go back to the garden and look at the collection. Okay, we have 2 items. More. And I guess every fourth drop being bigger? That seems fun. We'll try that. Useful ancient tech here. Okay, we're back to... new plant. That was a +4 green on that one. What? Okay. It's kind of interesting. So that's how we get screws. We have to hit the machine. I kind of like that. It's really interesting, actually. Yeah. Water the pink guy? You know, that's not a bad idea. Oh, wait a minute. What does that do? Oh, that gives a lot of energy. It gives a huge amount of energy. So we can have flowers, we can have grass. What is this? Briefly increase drop impact after discovering something. Or removes thicker ashes. Find what's hidden. We now have a detector at level 1. Detector range, sprinkler. Spreads water automatically. That's interesting. Yeah, killing the drones is quite cool. I like that. It has a detector going in this direction. So it just has like a brief beam that shows that there's an invisible object in that direction. Kind of like that. Gone. Into the garden. I really like how this is just expanding out with like a ton of new stuff. Yeah, it's just nice, chill music, man. It really is, actually. We need more points. I need more learning. What is this one? Green learning. Gain more knowledge from removing ashes. Gain more knowledge overall. And that needs a bunch of screws. This needs energy. And this needs knowledge. There we go. Almost. Need more. Oh, wait, we can just... Oh, that's cool. You can move everything around. So you have it built in any way that you actually want it to. You can even add in, like, the logs and the rocks that you found. That's really nice. It's just kind of sweet, you know what I mean? And you can hit R to fully randomize it. Yeah, I dig that. It's a nice system. What's the TTB on moving the items around? Less than a second. Yeah, more regeneration. Yeah, I really dig this, dude. Now we have that full. Is that a bicycle? Holy shit. It is a bicycle. Device to move faster and have a lot of fun while doing so. Impressively inventive. Almost. Getting there. Oh, what is this? A higher level of grass? So we have grass and then grass power. Increases grass production. Grow more grass, increases grass production. Does it make all grass be stronger? That's what it looks like. So instead of getting more, we just make them more powerful. Motivated impact. That's cool. What is this? Motivated impact duration. Interesting. Larger drops instantly. Yeah, that's great. The combo. But better to drop your water on the ashes all around us than to waste it on me. I think what was happening is because it started off with so many that were already unlocked, I ended up getting a whole bunch of, like, super-powered hits in a row. That's what it felt like, anyway. It's kind of interesting. Because I think Motivated Impact went off 4 times, is what it sounded like. I'm not sure. It seemed to be quite good. More knowledge. More! What is that one? Fall speed. Yeah, we're just gonna do more. More everything. Yeah, see, look at that. And now it's low again. I think we got it. The greenening has occurred. Yeah, the idea is to chain them as quickly as possible. Calm down, Zinj. No, I need knowledge. I need more. knowledge is never a problem, right, Chan? Just more. Something is blocking our way. Oh, it's the demo end reached. I can hop on and get it with the devs. We can do that. Go to the garden and check this out. Let's go grab the devs. Let's go have a chat. We beat the demo. I'm going to run the ads right now while we set things up. That way they won't interrupt the devs. One moment. Please. Bezos, please. One moment. Heyo, can you hear me? You can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me
Yeah, can you hear me? All right.
I can, and so can the community. We're still in ads, so we got about 1 minute. But they can hear you. Everybody can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They can already hear me. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, nice. Hi everyone.
No, yeah, we're gonna. Basically what I do is I wait for ads because I don't want somebody who like doesn't pay me money to miss content. So,
Yeah.
and like there's about I would say about half the community is stuck behind a wall right now, and the other half can hear you. So,
Right.
but don't worry,
Yeah.
it'll be good.
Okay.
We
so
can't hear we're watching ads. You have a sub. You're not watching ads, Goblin. Ridiculous.
I'm not on Twitch and YouTube a lot. I just got gifted this sub while watching the stream.
Oh,
So
you got a sub as well. That's funny.
Yeah. Oh, no, I can't hear you anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just not talking. Just waiting.
Okay. Oh, okay. It's because like I
Don't
have
worry.
the YouTube stream open on my other monitor to like see what you're doing, and
Fair.
it's a bit confusing, like the delay. But okay, I'm gonna get used to it.
All right, the ads are over, and I just gotta wait for Bezos to leave. Bezos, look, a yacht. Tax evasion. There we go. Okay, he's gone. We're good. We're good. He's escaped. So, welcome to the stream. Been playing your game this whole time. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're working on?
Yeah, hi everyone. Great to be here. I'm Eric. I'm the solo developer of The Greenening, which you just saw. And yeah, I've been in the games industry for like almost 10 years now. And a little more than 4 years of that time I was employed at a little indie studio here in Berlin, which is called Studio Fisklin. I'm not sure if anyone knows them. They made some smaller indie games like point-and-click adventure, The Inner World. Maybe someone knows that. And I've been working on adventure platformer Minute of Islands, but they all like there were no real super hits among them. And unfortunately, they recently also had to close. Yeah, this industry is in a tough spot, as we all know. So yeah, but it was a great time. But at some point, it was just time for me to move on and do my own thing. I was a Unity programmer there, and yeah, I just wanted to do more. Like I've been doing game jams for like more than 10 years now, and I really enjoy like all the aspects of game development, especially game design, and visuals maybe not so much. I'm really struggling with those. So yeah, I went solo, and then I worked on my first game, which was released almost 3 years ago. I think it was in April 2023. It's called Recollection, and yeah, it did respectably, but yeah, it has like I think 70-ish reviews on Steam, but that's not enough to keep going on its own. So I'm mostly funding myself from freelancing. Yeah, so I'm doing half-time freelancing, half-time game dev. That's pretty much the cut. And yeah, I mean, I started game development like in my childhood because I was like a big fan of Nintendo. I grew up with an NES and SNES, and I already like designed some board games then, and then I went into RPG Maker for a couple of years, and then into Construct 2, and then to Unity and Game Jams and stuff like that. So it's been a long road for me, and yeah, so the Green Inning is now my second commercial game as a solo dev.
Oh, that's fantastic. Like, I'm actually kind of interested. You said that you were a Unity developer, but this game, is this in Unity or is this in Godot?
No, this is Godot.
Okay.
I switched to Godot for this one because like the main reason was like the Unity runtime fee debacle, which made me rethink my choice of engine. And also, I just
made a
wanted
lot of
to
people
try
rethinking.
yeah. It was like a big wave, and yeah, I also just wanted to try out something new after so many years with Unity. Like I've worked for like 8 years with Unity, and like Godot, when switching to Godot, it just felt like a breath of fresh air. Like everything is starting up so quickly. It's just really nice, and the fact that it's open source is just great.
Yeah,
and it's great to work with. I know I love it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense completely. I'm very happy about Godot. We actually donated a lot to the Godot Foundation a while back because I love the idea. Like I grew up kind of like on Newgrounds, era, and being able to have like a tool like Flash that was free, where people could just make stuff in it. It was fantastic. And my hope is that Godot or any other technology becomes that again, is that we have like a very easy to use, easy to access something that is free so anybody can make games. And like Godot is great for that. And I think it's funny because I think it's like half of the games that we've shown it in December almost are all in Godot. It's so common now. It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, it totally makes sense for indie devs to choose Godot. And it's also like it's there, like it's come a long way, and yeah, it can compete with the bigger engines, I would say.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, like actually, like I think most people they connect Godot more like to 2D games, but this game, the Green Inning, is actually 3D, just with an orthographic camera.
Fair.
And yeah. Works quite well, I
so,
must say.
What made you go that direction, 3D, in this way? Did you build that all in Blender too? That was the other thing too. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I can tell you about that. But yeah, the direction is mostly because I just can't draw, and I just enjoy the process.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I just enjoy the process of working in Blender and modeling way more than drawing stuff, which I don't have a talent for. Like it suits me better. And the way I'm doing it for the Green is actually not that much modeling. Like I'm trying to cut corners where possible. So most of the models in the game are from low poly asset packs, and they don't look low poly here, I hope. So I'm like putting them into Blender and modifying them a little bit and putting like 1 or 2 subdivisions on them so they look smooth and nice. And that's pretty much my workflow for most assets. Some of them I'm doing myself, but that's the minority, I would say. Yeah.
To me, they just feel, I guess the whole thing kind of feels cozy. It's very Zen-like, being able to unlock all the stuff, and you just kind of tend to your garden, build things out, and it just feels kind of nice. I think one of the things that I noticed right away that just feels good is you can hit R to shuffle in your garden, or like manually place it.
You can also click on things and then like on the flower, for example, and then modify it further. Like you can change the size and rotation and the model that is used and color and stuff like that. So yeah, this is something like I just love elements like these in games, like where players can get creative and just build their own thing. And it's just also a lot of fun building stuff like that. Yeah.
I had no idea that option existed. That's cool.
Okay,
that's actually really cool.
I must communicate this more.
Yeah, no, that's actually really awesome. Maybe if he said like a blurb of like, if you click on it, you could do all these things. Because like I had no idea you could change the size, the style of rock, the rotation. That's really cool. Yeah. I think my initial reaction was I tried to right click on it to spin it, and I was like, oh, I guess I can't spin it. But I guess you can. You just click on it, and then You move it around. That's fantastic.
But yeah, it's not super like toy-like, but just sliders. Maybe I think it's good enough.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, like pointing people towards these options would be a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the collection system in here as well. It's funny because the first feeling that I had was it's got that same kind of art style of like large blocky colors and kind of friendly looking characters as like Katamari Damacy. You know, and I like that. I actually really enjoy those games quite a bit, and being able to play through this, it's a fun little cozy incremental game where you can do all this kind of stuff, and the art style feels nice. So I think, even though you said like, oh, I can't do art or anything like this, like I think the art style direction that you're going feels really good to me, at least. So
yeah, I'm also pretty happy with it right now. Like it's been a long way to get there, but now I'm pretty satisfied. So I think it looks quite decent.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about game direction. Why an incremental game? What made you want to do that?
Yeah, so I've been like a fan/addict in terms of idle games and incremental games for like a long time, ever since the days of Cookie Clicker, and maybe some people remember other games from this era, like Dark Room was one of my favorites, or Kitten's Game. Those were like a little bit more... Like a Dark Room was like a shorter idle game which had like an ending, which I always found great, because a lot of idle games over the last year... Since the inception of idle games. At first, the first few years, most of them I would say were like longer form idle games, where you just don't do a lot. And ever since like 1 year ago, when Notebuster and Dixion came out, that was like the start of a new wave of like shorter incremental games that have an ending. And we're seeing a lot. I think I saw it in chat that someone talked about this already. We're seeing a lot of these right now. So I'm actually kind of worried that people are getting sick of them until my game comes out. But yeah, it's fun to work on them. I think it's a cool niche. I think you can do a lot with it. Get creative with this genre. There's a lot of ground that can still be covered. You can put anything in there that you want, as long as it has an upgrade tree. So that allows for a lot of creative flexibility. And I just really enjoy the genre myself. So yeah, I started the development of the Greening at the beginning of this year. And yeah, when there were not that many games of this kind coming out, but now it's like the floodgates are open, it seems. Yeah, so we'll see where this goes. I'm trying to distinguish my game as much as I can from like standard stuff that looks like Notebuster maybe. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. I think my angle is like incremental game, but it's wholesome and cozy. So yeah.
I think that's something that's kind of interesting too, is games sort of enter this cyclical cycle, right? Where they're like, it's like, oh man, these are the types of games that are huge right now. Everybody's playing, Battle Royale, and then like a couple, maybe a year or so later, like, I hate Battle Royales. They're everywhere, right? But I don't think it's the same for incremental games. I think the feeling of number go up doesn't ever really go away, because I've seen these games my whole life. You can go all the way back to like early days Newgrounds, for things like Insane Aquarium, right? Even Cookie Clicker. Like, these don't really fall out of style. I think right now it's easier for people to make them, but I don't think they're going anywhere,
Yeah, I think it's still a good niche, even when there's a lot of games, because like if there's a lot of games that are just 3 hours long, then people will go to the next game probably. So, and yeah, they're definitely easier to make than your action RPG, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they would be. They're just way more accessible. Like, for sure, way more accessible. Like, it's funny because we have other ones that we've talked about, like Space Plan. Space Plan is also a very simplistic and, incremental game that I find to be really fascinating. When did that one come out? Last time I played it was 2022.
It's been a long time. I think 10 years maybe.
Yeah, it actually has. It came out in 2017. Oh, God, I'm old.
Yeah.
It's so old.
Yeah, this was one of the first ones also, like on Steam especially.
Yeah. I think that was kind of like the breakout moment where you started to see them start to enter Steam. And then there were a couple more that came out after that I've seen that have kind of really broken out. But the biggest incremental game, I think, anyone can think of is going to be cookie clicker. I think that was like the genre defining thing that exploded.
The
But then
also,
you also
since it's gone to Steam, it's gotten even bigger. Yeah.
And you even have like older ones. If you think back before that, you have text-based ones or browser-based ones like Candy Box or A Dark Room.
Candy Box
or,
1 and 2 are some of my old favorites too. Yeah,
100%.
I love those games. Yeah.
And it's funny because like I don't think the genre has ever waned. I think it's always been a niche, but it's a niche that people really love and will continue to play forever. They just need to find the one that is the flavor that they enjoy, right? Because all the incremental games at their core is the same. Their number go up, find an objective, complete the objective. Yours is more Zen-like. There are ones that are more combat-like or more storyline-driven and everything like that. Yeah, you wait to find yourself in a dark room, exactly. So I wouldn't worry too much in terms of that. I think that yours sets itself apart in a very interesting way, especially with the garden and the collection system. Do you want to talk a little bit about this, actually? Like, what led you to build this? What kind of features you have in it? What things you may have planned for this?
Yeah, so the garden is like the actual idle element of the game, because like it's pretty standard in idle games to have something that some numbers go up without you doing something, right? Even in games like Nodebuster, there is an element where you put one resource into like a tank and it automatically converts in an idle loop. And yeah, this is what I also wanted in my game. I like this, and I think it has like also like a chill feel to it. And a garden was like, yeah, it was the closest thought I had, and it's just fitting. And it all came together. Like I didn't originally have this like garden on a spaceship idea, but then I thought, okay, I have like this pink bubble. I need something. At first, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
You're totally fine.
Second.
Don't worry.
At first, it was all just ashes. Then I thought like I need something in the middle, something to have a little bit of contrast. And then I put like just a pink blob in the middle, and I didn't even know what it was. And then I thought, what could it be? It could be a probe. And at first it didn't even have like a face. And I thought, yeah, I need some tutorial and narration anyway. Let's make it a character. Let's make it a cute character to support the vibes of the game. And this is how it all came together. And then where does this probe come from? Well, maybe it's a spaceship like orbiting the planet, and it's coming from some unknown alien race. I'm not talking about this in the game. Yeah. And they're just studying planets and checking what's up in the universe, maybe. So something like that. So the bigger backstory is like not that important.
Yeah. So with you building this, like and getting into this direction, how long is it taking to get to the point where you're at right now?
I started designing the game in like late last year, and then in January this year I started really, like in January I did some real crunching, because in February there was a big Steam Fest, the Steam Idler Fest. And I wanted to get into the Steam Festival because they always give a lot of visibility and wish lists. Mm-hmm. And yeah, then I worked so hard to get my Steam page out for this game, and then they rejected me. Because they were like looking for more idle games, not active play.
Who rejected you in this case?
The Steam. It's one of these Steam festivals, like the Steam Screen Festival.
So they wanted more idle gameplay, and yours was too active. Okay.
Yes. Like for these Steam, like there are Steam festivals that are organized by Steam themselves, like this Idler Fest, and there are some by third parties. You can see one on the page right here at the top. This Taskbar Treasure Week. This is going on right now with a lot of idle games. So. As a small indie developer, you want to get into as many of these festivals as possible to increase the visibility for your game. And yeah, that's why I try to put out the Steam page as fast as possible. And after that, it slowed down a little bit more, because like I've become a father 2.5 years ago, and since then I want to have like a little bit of a balance between family and work. And I'm not working. It's very rare that I'm working 40 hours per week, because like I want to spend quality time with my son. So after that, it slowed down a little bit, but yeah, with constantly like building
Work-life
content.
balance. Can't believe it. Work-life balance for an indie dev? Impossible.
It's actually, yeah, it's tough sometimes because like, yeah, it would be good to work more, definitely to get faster progress, but yeah. I mean,
but no, you've got regular updates in
priorities,
here,
right?
yeah.
So my priorities are both, and that's why I balance the two.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I do think you're doing a good job on this. I think that's good. And this is a rarity to see this. You have 17 reviews at 100% positive. Almost always you'll have somebody that says something negative about the game. Getting 100% positive at 17 reviews means that you're hitting the exact target audience that you want, and those people like the kind of game that you're building, you know? I think at that point all you really need to do is get more people that are interested in that Zen kind of incremental feel for it and reach a wider audience through visibility. What have you tried so far in terms of marketing?
Yeah, like I said, getting into as many Steam festivals as
those.
possible. I'm also like reaching out to streamers with my demo. Like I think I've contacted between 100 and 200 streamers so far, and like mostly YouTubers. And there've been like two or three that have a little bit of a wider reach that have played the demo so far, which got a lot of eyes on the project, which was nice. But I think most of them, they play the full versions.
Yeah.
But it's a good spot to be in that I've already reached out to pretty much everyone on YouTube who covers idle games, because I hope this already puts the game on their radar, and I'm definitely going to reach out to them again when the full release comes. But yeah, like one of the bigger YouTubers that played my demo, he played it before I even reached out. Because
that's fantastic.
On their radar. Because like they're following, there's this Reddit for incremental games where they are shared and discussed, and I think some of these YouTubers, or maybe a lot of them, follow this Reddit also. So this is very nice. So marketing on Reddit also, and social media doesn't work so well for me. So like I'm putting out short form videos of the game, but none of it has gone viral yet. But I'm going to keep trying.
The way that I always feel about that is, like, I've been streaming for about 8 years. My stuff blew up about 1.5 years, 2 years ago at this point, which means it was 6 years of me just being invisible on the internet. The best thing you can do is just keep making things. Just keep putting videos up.
Yeah.
Eventually, someone's going to find it, and it might explode, or it might not, and you still have this big backlog of everything that you've done and everything you've worked on and showing off the stuff in the game. Just keep doing it, man. Because, like, this is cool, and I'm always down for more incremental games out there. I really am. I love incremental games. I like active and idle gameplay on those, too, and you've got both in this, which is pretty nice, and the music is really chill. So, like, I don't know, man. I think you're doing it right. I think it takes time, you know, and you just got to keep building stuff, because this is neat. I love the sprinkler system on that. It's ridiculous on its head. It's super funny. What made you design this blob character anyway? You said that you can't do art very well, so it was just kind of like a model that you got. But what made you settle on the blob?
It's a sphere, you know.
Yeah.
It's not a model. It's just a sphere. So and like the face, you wouldn't want to see the face in Godot. This is just like the eyes. When it's blinking, these are just like torus meshes, which are like rotated a little bit, so the mouth is also like a torus mesh, which is rotated to look just like a mouth. So it's it's very indie.
I mean, the thing that's hilarious about that is, like, no one would ever know, man. Like, if you there's so many games where if you just take the camera and you just tilt it a little bit, you're like, what the hell was that? In fact, I think there's like a whole trend on Twitter right now of like, game dev is fake, here's why. And they just show objects in their games from like weird angles, and they're like, there was one where it was like this cool looking tower going all the way up, and it's like panning, and you turn it to the side and it's like 50 objects layered out. It's just like, it's like completely insane. So
tricks. You said while playing that it looks a little bit haunted, but if I'm doing a video on this, it's gonna be so haunted.
You should show the behind the scenes. It's a little bit haunted because I always think about like, I guess I'm tuned to like, if something is like overly cute, I'm like, that's a demon, you know, like. That's like immediately I'm like, it's a demon. That's some like Zinch stuff from 40K, dude. There's no way. But no, your
Well,
game is
not in
very
this case, but
yeah. Your game is very sweet. It is very like just positive Zen vibes for it. So, what do you guys think about it? What do you think, chat? Channel to move the camera in games like Wind Waker. Oh yeah, no, it's so weird being able to move the camera around. It's fun and cute. You love it. Good. Yeah, I always think that there's more room for idle games and get stuff out there. What do you think is the biggest thing you learned through creating this game so far?
Like the first game I made, Recollection, it was not very gameplay heavy. There wasn't like no balancing. It was just like a walking simulator with like very casual puzzles. So what I'm learning the most is like about balancing a game and like making it fun and like making the progression satisfying. This is what I'm learning about the most. I would say, yeah.
And how do you balance something like this? Because I noticed that it's a lot of like, well, how do you create another challenge? The challenge is to clear the map. You make it so the map is harder to clear, right? So, what is your approach to balancing a system like this?
Well, I haven't gotten that far with balancing yet. I just rebalanced the demo a little bit yesterday to be a bit more interesting. But like for the full game, I'm currently at the state where I'm implementing all the mechanics I want to have in the game. I'm almost done with that. And the next step is to go through the game. I've laid out the complete game in the document and how I imagine it will play out. Like there's more mechanics coming in each level. Like for example, in the next area after this one, there's like water clusters and you can hit them and they're like bombs and they're going off and removing like a lot of ash. And then there's also like animals coming in who are like a bit of automation. There's other types of machines coming in, which you have to catch and stuff like that. And each level, I want to have like 1 or 2 new mechanics, and then the upgrades also go into new mechanics, like you get new kinds of drops and stuff like that. And yeah, keeping this in a balance between like it gets more challenging because you have to remove more ash and you have like some more things to do. And then there's on the other side the upgrades, which make it better, easier, and yeah.
Yeah,
Does
no,
that
that's
even answer the question.
it does. I mean, you're talking about it the way that you kind of your thought process of going through it.
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
definitely tough. Like balancing is super tough, I think. But I don't think you have to be extremely on point in incremental games. Like it's okay when people can get some more upgrades than you intended, then they're a little bit faster. I think that's acceptable. You just have to provide, and that is one of my core principles, like a nice flow through the entire experience.
That's fair. Yeah, I did notice the game file size is actually quite small. It seems. So you've managed to fit this in 271 megs. People are going to be really happy about that. You'd be surprised at how big of a deal that is for a lot of people. Can you also ask questions?
I think for a Godot game, this is actually pretty big.
Is it really?
For like most incremental 2D games, they're like more about 100 megabytes. But yeah, I think
the thing is you're doing it in 3D though. Like that's why for me that's pretty awesome. I think that you're fitting it in a good file size for this. It's really not that bad.
Well, it's gonna grow a little bit larger still because there's gonna be more collectibles, which are like models that have a certain size. But otherwise, I think it's not gonna cross 500. Yeah, and there's also gonna be more music coming in. Like music right now, you mentioned this, it's just public domain music that I'm using right now.
Really?
But for like it's just 2 tracks, like one, but lo-fi, right? It's running nicely in the background and you don't even notice. So, and it gives those chill vibes. For the full game, I have planned to compose the soundtrack myself, but I'm not 100% sure about this yet because it's quite the time investment and like getting the sound just right. Like I've composed the music for my first game and that was also a lot of time that went into this and the result is just alright. But people who are doing this like professionally and have been doing this for years, of course they can do it much better than I can. So
Sure.
I have to think about how I will handle the soundtrack.
No, that makes sense completely. I think it's very difficult to flex in a direction of something that you haven't built before, right? Like I can't do music. That's why I have Stein. Like Stein does my music for me because there's no way. Like I tried it before and I was like, this sucks. I'm not doing this. You know, I'm not good at this. It's not fun for me, and others can do it better. So I completely understand for that.
I mean, I love making music, but
I
just
did not.
getting like getting to the quality level that I need for this game is like a whole
It's
other
just not a
question.
thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So what are you thinking? You're releasing in Q1. Actually, you already released. You already released on this, or is it? This is just.
It's just a demo. It's just a demo. Yeah,
Got it
it
for
says
one.
Q1, but it's probably gonna be more like April. Not 100% sure yet. Like everywhere I can put this, I always put spring 26. I think Steam only allows for quarters.
They allow for quarters, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, so spring it's gonna be like in April. There's this nice festival, the Earth Appreciation Fest, which, funny enough, my first game Recollection 3 years ago, it released in on April 17, and I just noticed after releasing this game that this Earth Appreciation Festival was running. And I contacted the organizers, hey, can you put my game in there? I just released and it's all about like appreciation for Earth and nature and stuff. And they put it in and it like gave my game a big boost, which was great.
Nice.
So it would be nice to have that again 3 years later for my second game. But we'll see, like festival organizers, they're flooded with applications these days. So nothing's certain.
Even with this, like we got 500 applications in December.
Yeah.
There's so many. I was like, and that was in like 6 days. So I was like, all right, we're gonna cut this off. Stop. It's like way too many. Now we're gonna do Indie Summer too, so we're gonna do it twice a year, and I think that'll be fun. You know, like have a bunch of people on and talk about stuff. I am interested to see where this goes when you launch it. Do you have an idea for a price point in mind?
Yes, probably
that's a difficult
$5.
Okay.
So that's pretty much the standard for smaller incremental games. So I guess I'll go with it too. And I'm aiming for like a total playtime of 3 hours. So I think $5 is appropriate. I mean, most people buy only on sale anyway, so it's gonna be like more between $3 and $4 what people pay. So yeah, that's what I have in mind.
No,
and
that's
we'll
good.
see how it goes. Yeah, if it does well, I will think about like going maybe to other platforms. Like I released my first game also on the Epic Game Store, which was not a lot of work and brought in a little bit of money, but it's like 10% of Steam.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Steam is something
just
like
so
it's some
good.
absurd amount. It's like 60 to 75% of digital games sold as Steam alone. Like it's insane. Steam is like the entire digital market, honestly. It's like that and Switch.
Definitely.
Switch is the other one that's very big for that. It's very surprising.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about consoles right now. Like it runs on the Steam Deck, that's good for me.
That's perfect.
But
That's halfway
yeah,
there, man.
like-
You know?
I mean, Switch is a whole other topic because we did Switch ports at my old company, and you gotta optimize a lot for that. I'm not sure if it's still that much the case with Switch 2, but
Switch 2, it's different, but you still have to. They also still have all the restrictions for like color and visuals and UI and like everything that you've been through before. It's all the same for Switch 2.
yeah, all these console certifications, they were quite the pain.
They're a huge
Back
pain
in
in
the
the ass. Very much so.
Yeah.
Well, I think what you're building here is really cool. I'm interested in playing it on Steam Deck. Do you already have it approved on Steam Deck, or is that something that you? Oh, it looks like you
No,
have
getting
idea.
approved on Steam Deck, like I think it's a queue, and I'm not sure if they're actually doing demos. Like my first game also is running on Steam Deck, but it's not verified because it's too small. So we'll see. I think it helps if some people play it on the Steam Deck and leave a review from the Steam Deck, maybe. I think reviews are sorted by Steam Deck and non-Steam Deck, if I know this correctly. But
They might be. When I went through the process, it took us 6 months. And the 6 months was them doing nothing for 6 months, and then it went into the next queue, and then it was done the next day.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a queue on their end, you know?
Yeah, there's not much you can do about it. Like maybe if you're popular enough, then you get pushed up the queue. I imagine.
Maybe. I
But
would hope
it's
so.
just nice to play it on the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is nice to play it. And the thing is even if it doesn't have that marker on it saying that it works for it, you can even put an announcement saying, hey, it works on Steam Deck. We're waiting on Steam to approve it. You know, there's nothing wrong
Definitely.
with that.
I already made a post about this, but I'm gonna make more posts about this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, console regulations are never a problem. They do make the product better on that platform, 100%. Someone was talking about it in chat. Yeah, there's no real issue with that. It's mostly just like when you're a developer and you have to jump through all the hoops, they're kind of daunting at first because a lot of them are like, don't use this color ever. And you're like, okay, we won't do that. Or you have to have the layout look exactly like this. You can't show another controller style at all. You have to change your UI to make sure that it only shows, say, the Switch controller style, stuff like that. And it's very specific. And then you're like, okay, well,
like file access. I still remember file access on the Switch. You only could do it like with a certain file size, if I remember correctly, and we had to like rewrite our save system. Yeah. Not sure how it is too, like, but there's some things to go through, and there's also like a lot of studios that do all the porting for you if you can afford them.
Yes, that's true. It's very expensive sometimes. We almost have ads. It says ads starting soon. Twitch is being late, so we're gonna wait for a moment because if I get into a conversation that cuts me off, it's gonna be really funny. It's gonna do it. Come on, show up. There it is. Bezos finally arrived. Yeah, they go off every 30 minutes for 2 minutes, is basically what it is.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But, yeah, half the people can still hear us, so
it's true.
We can continue talking. Yeah, maybe like another little story about the creation of this game. It's actually very loosely based on a Game Jam prototype that I've made 9 years ago, which is also called The Greening.
Wait, I don't want them to miss anything. I don't want them to miss it because they're trapped behind ads. Yeah, well, let's talk about it after the ad break, man.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, I don't want to miss anything. Your Steam how to log into your Steam account or bank details. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's always one of those things. Is I don't want people who are like the economy here in the U.S. right now is really in a bad spot, and there's a lot of people that are like, I can't sub, but I want to watch your stream. So I think the best thing to do is just be like, okay, we're gonna have ads on. You watch an ad, the stream is fine, and we just pause. You know, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Why break for ads? Because I don't want you to miss something just because you didn't pay me money. You were already paying me money by watching the ads. You're supporting the stream by doing that. By doing the ad breaks, it comes out to almost 50% of the income of the channel. And that pays for all the staff and everything that we do. Plus, we can listen to the chill music.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the music, I have set a certain standard now with this public domain music, which I really like. Mm-hmm. So I have to meet this for the full version.
Yeah? All right, the ads have ended, but Bezos has to leave. Get out of here. There we go. All right, so as you were saying, you were about to bring something up during the ad break.
Yeah. I just wanted to tell you about how long this idea for the greening has been going on in my mind, because like I'm not sure if you can if you do like browser stuff, but if you Google for the greening itch, then you can see a 9-year-old prototype of the game that I made for a game jam, and it's still made in Construct 2, and like that's how long this game idea has been floating around in my head, and I've made some prototypes over the years with like different concepts, and like one of them, I replayed this yesterday. It's basic, but it's also an incremental game. So
that's funny. So each time the plant grows up, it actually gives you seeds.
Yeah, watch out for the golden seeds. These are pretty much the only ones worth clicking. And I just noticed that clicking on these, it's like, it has a terribly small hitbox.
Oh, the green one was bad. It's an exploding one.
Yeah, so this is like
Whoa.
the first time I have made the greenening, and now I'm making it proper. So and during all these years, I've made like a couple of prototypes and trying to fit this idea into some gameplay that I liked, and I finally come out with something that I'm satisfied with.
This is cool though, man. Like, so this was your first prototype, like early days.
Yeah, of this game, yeah.
I think I accidentally just blew up a golden one. I mean, this is great. There's nothing wrong with this at all. I think it's funny because every game starts somewhere, and like this has turned into a completely different game today.
Yeah.
You know, that's
It's been
fantastic.
some time, yeah.
Yeah. It's had some upgrades, you know? Yeah, the prototype even had a pink creature. That's true. Look at him. But he's weird.
Yeah, right. It's also, oh my god. Oh yeah, yeah. But this is like you have to feed this one seeds, and at first it gives you stuff like upgrades like the rain. At first it's friendly, but it will turn on you.
And he waters things just like the current pink thing. I'm onto it. I can
Oh
see it.
well. There's some aspects to in there, yeah, from this very early prototype.
I love that you have like seeds you're not supposed to touch. Just makes me laugh. No, this is, I mean, even this is just like compelling, you know, incremental video game.
Yeah.
You're greening all the way towards the pink guy. Yeah, no, that's actually quite funny. And now you have this game here, which is what you've built it all into years later. That's cool. That's a really cool story, man. I always like showing off like early days stuff, the things that I work on, because it sort of, I guess, sets the tone for people where they're like, oh, wait a minute. I can go make something. I can make that early day thing that you made. It's like, yeah, you could. You could do that. You'd sit down and try to make something. It's why it's the same reason we run the game jams, man. Exact same reason. So we can get people to want to engage with that and try to be creative.
Game jams are definitely the way to go if you're like just getting started with game dev. It's the best thing. So much fun. Yeah.
Our next one is in
Unfortunately,
January.
I've been a game jam addict. I've done like so many Ludum Dares in my time, but unfortunately, it's not really possible anymore. Like to block a whole weekend, or it's become tough with being a father. But that's fine. I've moved on. It's okay. So yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We actually run 2 game jams a year. The next one's going to be in January, and then we're going to do another one in July. This will be the 18th one this time around. So go sign up, do it, because they're a lot of fun, man. They're super big amount of fun, and a lot of games that go into that are like, it's funny because people get 2 weeks to make something, and at the end of that 2 weeks, there's a lot of games that are like, I would just buy this on Steam right now. Like they're awesome. Like some of the games that come out of it are just like, these are awesome as hell.
Yeah,
Actually,
like in 2 weeks, if you
Yeah.
like work full time on something, you can make something incredible.
We have a team limit size of 5, but people will put together like a 5-person team and just bang out some of the coolest looking games. Like Shot Guana. You remember Shot Guana, guys? How many of you guys played that one? Insane game. Let me pull that up. Shot Guana was cool.
A lot of successful indie games originated from game jams, like probably even more than we know.
Yeah, this was one of our winners, and it's like a Pokemon style video game where you have an iguana with a shotgun for a head. It's just like super weird, right? Like just weird games, and that's what I love game jams about, man. And like I'm glad that you support that kind of stuff, because I think it is the best place to grow your skills is in game jams, because you have an opportunity to make something weird and fast, and that's very enjoyable, you know.
Yeah,
But
at least up until a certain point. Like I think from a certain point of a skill, if you're at a certain skill level, then it makes more sense to do it long term, because you already know how to do it fast. But yeah, it's always fun, and you always learn something. Like even if you've done, like I've done 30 game jams in my time, or more than 30. and there's still stuff to learn in this short amount of time, especially considering scope and stuff like that. I mean, the greening, I scoped this one to actually be developed within half a year, and as it usually goes, now it's taking a little bit more than a year. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I think that's one wisdom of game dev. Always double your estimate.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So with all of this in mind, with you being so close to launch, what would you say to a person who's just starting out, someone who wants to be a game developer? They're kind of afraid. We already talked about, game jams as being a route for that, but there's any other wisdom that you can pass on to the next generation of devs, man?
Yeah, I would say start small. Watch maybe one bigger tutorial or tutorial series, but don't watch too many tutorials at first. Like just one that is like comprehensive, and then start building something small. Maybe in a game jam. Maybe before the game jam, try rebuilding something that you already know. Something really, really small. And yeah, I think a lot of people like watch maybe too many tutorials. I've been guilty of this too, but not anymore. So I think there's this term called tutorial hell. Don't get stuck in there. Just make stuff and try to make something that is like a complete package. It doesn't have to look great. It just has to be like the full package for 5 minutes, maybe 5-minute game full package is I think something good to aim for, and game jams are great for that. No,
I super agree. Just make something small, make something fast, make something fun, and get it out there, and get people to play it. Our first game like that was an arcade shooter. It's a fun game, and we made it in 24 days. It's fast, it was from like, hey, let's make this game, to it's on Steam. It was 24 days, and it was it's kind of a whirlwind of ridiculously, ridiculousness, super fun to do.
Yeah, I used to I think my first games that I published were on Congregate. Yeah, back in the day I also did some Flash games, but they were also like really small arcadey games. It was great to get the feet wet.
No, that makes sense. But no, I really do like what you're doing here, and I think that this is a very cool system. It's a cool mechanic. It's not one that I've seen before in incremental games, and I wish you the best of luck on this, man. Do you have anything that you want to give to the community to help follow you out on the internet? The wilds.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty much on every platform that you know of, except Twitch.
You should be on Twitch.
Just search for Erkberg. That's like my artist name.
How do you spell that?
ERKBERG. But you can just like wishlisting the game on Steam is of course greatly appreciated. And on Steam you have this like sidebar where it has like all the social links and stuff like that. And yeah, if you like the demo, I appreciate reviews very much. It also helps the algorithm a little bit. And I also recently opened my own Discord, which is extremely quiet right now. I just have like 5 friends over there and there's nothing going on. So if you want to...
I said nothing wrong with that. That's great.
Yeah. It's just like waiting for people. So if you're interested in the game or my future games, like you can join there and maybe take part in a future playtest, and also just like it's the best place to keep up with like the game development, because social media you don't see all the things that people put out.
Yeah. You never see anything.
Everything is gone so fast.
I put out links to your YouTube, your Discord, and the Steam page for this. By the way, guys, if you're in any way interested in incremental games whatsoever, just wishlist it. It costs you nothing, and it tells Steam to push this game more in the algorithm. Same as upvoting a video on YouTube or leaving a comment. And all of this will be turned into a video on YouTube as well. So do keep that in mind. But yeah, I think your game is cool, and I wish you a lot of luck, man. I want to thank you for coming on.
I already see people coming into my Discord.
Yeah, goblins.
Like right now. Okay, good. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you guys have a fun time.
Thank you so much for having me. This was really great. Thanks to everyone watching this, and yeah, I didn't read the chat. I will like check it out like when the video goes on YouTube and on Twitch in the aftermath, because like reading chat and talking to you. That's not something I can do in parallel.
Totally fair. Totally. I screw it up all the time too. Don't worry about it. But no, we're trying to put out videos. Like my editor Shadelock is burning the midnight oil, but we're getting out one video a day. And I think let's see, how many games are we through now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think you're the 25th, somewhere in there. So it'll be like over the next 3 months, we're going to have videos out every day for every one of the games, basically, is what it comes down to. So it'll be out. It'll be out eventually. It'll be a thing. There's just a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. No rush. I'm just looking forward to like greeting you all, like the people that are coming to. Oh God, sure. This is so great right now. Like there's like 8 people come. The Discord just more than doubled up. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, it was super great watching you play and talking to you. Wish you all the best for the rest of the day and for the rest of December. This is a great thing you're doing right here for indie developers.
Oh, you're awesome. And I hope your game succeeds. And even if in the off chance that it doesn't, I hope you keep creating games after that, because the world needs more incrementals, and I love the Zen style that you have here. So thank you very much.
I definitely will. No worries. Okay. Thank you so much.
I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye. Very cool game. I like this. Developer's very chill as well. I'm going to fill up my entire garden with rocks. Oh, I can't. Dev knew. He limited me. He knew. No, it's a very cool game though. It really is. I really like this. I think it's nice and chill and zen, and different that way from a lot of other incrementals. And I play quite a lot of these. These are sort of my most played games. A lot of them on mobile though, to be real. There's very few that are on PC. Buy the wish list. What does that even mean? Goblin behavior, dude. Absolute goblin behavior. All right. I'm going to hit this button. That's the wrong button. I'm going to hit this other button. I'm going to switch back to dev. Then we're going to work on stuff. We're going to turn on the music. How much is it to wishlist the game? It's free. Let's see. How much is the demo for Block Game? Also free. Literal goblin. Let's see if I can fix this. Now that we're back, what is wrong here? Is the targeter not working? Frostbolt. Line of sight true. Is that the problem? Is that the problem? I don't know. I don't know. Is it because we have line of sight set to true on this? I have so many questions. Blocks and radius. With the block type being that. It seems like inline conditions might just be busted in this, but they're not in the other ones, so that's why it doesn't make any sense. Oh. Wait. I know why it's broken. I know why it's broken. I understand. I understand why it's broken. Behold. The radius Y is 0. It's doing a 1 block thin, 1 block tall radius, 25 wide, and targeting all those blocks. It's doing it midair. There's no targets. God damn it. All right. I understand. I understand what's happening. With that in mind, I can fix this. I was like, why is this doing this? Yeah. It's doing 1 block height in the middle of the air in an area where there are no blocks. We're gonna fix it. Yeah.
Minix said nothing at all. Honest.
Nothing at all? Honest? I don't believe you. That's a goblin statement if I ever heard it. Yeah, I don't believe that. Not even a second.
Kurdow said nothing either.
What do you mean nothing? Why are there 2 of you? If it was 1 of you with nothing, it'd be fine. But there's 2 of you. 2 of you with nothing? Show me your hands. What's in your hands? Chat. What's in your hands? You can't run. There's no running. Oh, God, he's got glue. No. So, you know, I had a message the other day with Baru. Let's see if we can find this. Let me find this Baru message. Baru messaged me out of the blue the other day. Let me grab this. Yeah, Baru messaged me. Let me grab this here.
Judge_freak said we ain't found shit.
We ain't found shit. Yeah, exactly. So Baru the other day sent me this. And he said, I have your people. And it's an old school RuneScape ferret. So I responded with, I have your food supplies. It's mine now. It's over. The pandas will starve. So funny, dude. Now, Baru's a great dude. He's a funny guy. Super funny, dude. Hey, that's my glue? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. There we go. Is that a hype train? Goblin train, dude.
DTE 9,021,989 with 500 bits said nothing here either.
Did you eat it? What is it? Why are you chewing faster? Nope. Stop it. Stop. Oh, he's running. God damn it. Every time you catch a goblin, they're eating something they're not supposed to. They just chew faster. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, dude. Alright, let me think about this. I'm gonna do... Instead of targeting this, we're gonna target the exact location of the block, and I need to figure out what that exact location is. So we're gonna go back into there. I will likely need to change the location of the explosion to be the explosion on target self. So we'll do that. And then Frostbomb, the target location of that is going to be different. So we'll pull from there. I'm going to grab this. We'll do the exact bottom location here. We'll do this of doing, what is it, 7.5 and 8.5. We'll do it that direction. I don't remember which direction this actually goes. So we can do at self-location for Frostbomb. Self-location 1.5, so it'll go up 1.5 blocks on the actual creature itself. That's where the Frostbomb initializes. And then we'll go to Christmas skills. We'll look at Frostbomb here. And we'll say Frostbomb close at target location. And we'll do the target locations here. Wrong symbol. There we go. And the target location in this case, I believe, is going to be a C value, and then shows the rest of them. Let's go to Krognar's Bastion skills. Blocks and radius. We need to actually get Krognar's Bastion monster, and then we can pull from that. I don't have to do anything special. I just need to see how it's functioning. Load. There we go. Words. Good words. Yeah, exactly. I understand what went wrong. We can fix this. It'll function. Kind of. It's probably going to look like shit at first, but whatever, man. Okay, so for Cinder Explode... I think it just goes through Explode, doesn't it? Yeah, when we do Explode, Cinder change floor at location. Is it target location or at location? We'll do this. World Boss skills, Christmas skills. It's going to be at location. We're going to do the amount in particles for that one. So we'll do at location for this. We'll do at self location. Actually, we'll just do this. We won't even give it a targeter. And then we'll do, for this one, Frostbomb close at location. Actually, we will give it a targeter. These ones will be separately targeted because we want those to be, yeah, just like these are. And we'll do this one at a location so it pulls it through all of those, and it'll be the standardized location for this. And we want the location here to be 7, -1, -9. So we'll do... Seven, -1, -9. Chat loves a 7, don't you? All right, now we will save this. We will save the other one. We'll close out of here, and it should pull the entire system of weird bullshit. 3, 2, 1. Reload. It worked! Look at it go! It's shooting in all the nearby areas. So now what we do is, instead of doing Frostbolt, we do our other thing that we did. Which is, instead of Jack Frost Frostbolt, we do Projectile. By God, he's done it! The bullshit. It's finally happening. We want this to not be the Frostbolt skill. Instead, we want this to be an explosion that does a special effect. So, I'm going to change it over to the Frostbomb system that I built before. We're going to wait a few seconds and then reload that. God damn it. Do it again. Oh, there we go. So now what he's doing is he's going to launch it. They'll create a ring, and then those locations explode. So this gives the player an understanding of where they can stand for that moment. See that? Creates a ring, the ring falls down, and then the explosion happens. So when you first are in it, you're like, oh shit, I gotta get out of that. Then it detonates. And now what we'll do is we'll move the boss to the center of the room. So I'm gonna create a creature there. I'm gonna say monster, kill, and Christmas boss. So we'll kill him off. Yeah, telegraphed moves. And then what we're going to do is we'll do this. We'll do that. We'll do that. All of this is now set up correctly. This is all going to go through in the exact right locations. There we go. The radiuses are going to be rather different for each one of these. The spell power is going to be... Velocity will be rather different for each one of these. So the velocity on this one, I believe, is 9. So we'll make that 8 for this one, 9 for the next one, and 10 for the next one. And I'll probably have to change these velocities for each one of them. And we'll do gravity of 0.30, 0.25, and 0.20. We'll go from there, and we're going to tune these out to make them feel differently, because it's going to go inner, middle, or like very close, medium, outer is the idea here. I also need to determine the distance from the center of this room. So right now we're at block 8, and we'll go all the way to block 41. So instead of a radius of 25, we need a radius of about 30. So we'll do radius of 30 here for our detection. And then we're good to go. By God, he's done it. A radius of 30 in every direction. Blocks. Blocks. The old school RuneScape Xmas event has started? Oh, that's sick. You know what I'm going to do for it? Slap crabs. That's right. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to slap all the crabs, dude. Yeah, there's no way around it. Crab slapping. Yeah. Has Fire talked about AOC being released on Steam tomorrow? We're going to play it, bud. I'm excited for that. We have games set up for tomorrow. Ashes of Creation usually launches at 10 a.m., which is a meme because it's at the end of my stream. So tomorrow we're probably not going to play it. The next day I'm going to play it. A lot. Yeah. Hear about the medieval siege where the attackers ran out of ammunition, so they loaded a severed peasant's head onto a trebuchet. They also used to throw rotting animal carcasses as biological warfare. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what did you just... This is a joke. Wait a minute. By sheer luck, it hit the Duke's son and knocked him off the battlefield. It was the first ever surface-to-air missile. Shut up. You're so dumb, dude. Ridiculous. God damn it, dude. Change that to 0.1 for the Frostbomb tick. Those particles are pretty much immediately falling, so I think making them slower is better. Amount 2 is fine. Everything there looks cool. It's not super readable just yet, but it will be. The detonation is quite fun. Okay, I'm going to try this. We're going to summon the monster in the exact location that I want to. Let me go to World Boss Mobs, because I think it summons a thing. I think it's World Boss Skills, actually. By God, it's Bezos. The horror.
DTE 9,021,989 with 500 bits said hello Thor.
Hello.
It's me again. I wanted to let you know that I have acquired the proper permits and I am now in compliance with federal firearm laws. Your assistance was appreciated on this matter. Coincidentally, I have been offered a job by the United States Navy. They have commissioned my services for their new Iowa-class battleship.
No, they haven't.
On account of these cannons.
Did you know you're becoming a short today? Did you know that? Did you know that we're having a short come up with your arms, dude? This meme is now short. Yeah, it's called Sick Pythons. God damn it, dude. It's arriving today at noon. Actual goblin behavior. I just queued it up. It's there for people who are members of the YouTube channel. Goblins. 100% goblins. World boss. Arena summoner. Cool. This needs to be higher velocity. Yeah, it's gotta be higher velocity. Let's go to skills. Why is that doing vertical velocity very much? Let's take a look at this. See what happens if we change the velocity on each one of these. To be dramatically higher. Who knows? It may be stupid. That doesn't look like it's doing shit. Oh, wait. So it looks like it just has no vertical. It should have vertical. That's quite weird. Yeah, it's really weird, actually. Let's do velocity of 8, 9, 10. HR on this. No, that's fine. That's to the center of the block. Forward offset is fine. This is fine. Gravity changing is fine. I know it's wrong. I'm aiming at the ground. I need to aim at the ceiling. That's what's wrong. Oh, but the ceiling doesn't work well. Okay, I need to aim at the ceiling. I'll aim at the glass on the ceiling. That's what we'll do. Seven, 9, -10. Actually, wait. Should just be 9. We'll do that. And we'll make it so that the effect is detecting glass. Actually, we just make it no conditions. We don't need the conditions at all. We just affect the ceiling. Conditionless and soggy. And then we'll increase the gravity dramatically. We'll make it arc. All right, wait for it. Yeah, look at him go. Look at him go. Boom. That's exactly what I wanted. Look how insane it is. Look at the little bullets. Look at the little bullets. They're arcing. We love physics. It's a little too insane. I'm going to change the percentages down. But you get the idea now. And he's not going to do this all the time. It's going to be like a wave thing. About every 20 seconds he'll do this. Do the world in frost effect. But you can see what I'm doing now. Ah, frozen. Frozen effect is quite cool. Yeah, look at that. Look at the frost effect across the screen. Yeah. Yeah. More bullets. Oh, it looks like he's still hitting the ceiling sometimes. The early ones need to have higher gravity. The later ones need to have lower gravity. That's what's happening. All right, hold up. Swap these. I've been sharing AI ads to do the new SpongeBob movie. That's AI with Patrick wearing an eye patch as a loincloth. I'm out. Anyway. Yeah. Alright, we've lowered the gravity for the long shots. It looks like some of them are hitting the ceiling now, so long shot ones I need a little bit more gravity for. Yeah, we'll do more gravity on the long ones. We'll do 1.5 for that. Welcome to physics. You like how Patrick's eye keeps turning pink? Yeah. I hate AI shit. You guys ready to die to an elemental? I'm ready. Okay, so next part is we need to change the noise pattern. This is going to be 2%, that's going to be 5%, and that will be... That's going to be a lot. That might be a lot of bullets. We'll find out in a moment. I may crash the game. If the server crashes, you'll understand why. I'm making a lot of explosions all at once. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you need that. So less in the melee, a little bit more in the medium range, and then a lot more in the long range. Okay, that's cool. That worked perfectly. And now we want to increase the timing between these. So I'll change the delay from 70 to 100 per wave, so that there's enough time to dance between the different layers, is the idea. Because we want you to be able to have, like, defined zones of, like, it's dangerous here. Go to the next one. All right, here we go. Melee. Medium. Long range. And then we do melee. Oh, wait, no, that's the long range one. I think he was doing it early. Is it just doing long range over and over? Hold up. I feel like it's not doing it right. It might be doing long range every time. Either way, it's kind of sick. Something may be wrong. Let's go into Christmas mobs. We're going to set this to a timer of 400. Because it's a 3... That's probably what it is. It's probably rolling it over itself multiple times. Yeah. Make it send in chat which one he's doing? No. No. That would... No. Use your eyes. I refuse. Okay. Reset. There's our long range. Wait for it. Short range. Medium range. Long range. Yeah, it was just that he was recasting the ability before it had completed. Which is fine, that won't happen. Short range. I think we need more in short range. Medium range. Yeah, I'll up to 3% of blocks. Long range. Sick. I know to debug, but I don't need to. Because I knew it was wrong. I don't always need it to shit stuff out into the console. Sometimes you just need to look at it. Oh, that's a problem. I don't like that. That angle is wrong. But that'll be fine. I think this feels right. We need a little bit more in the melee. It's spawn killing? What do you mean it's spawn killing? Oh, are people going in there? How could it spawn kill? Nobody can be in here right now. Oh, you mean like just hitting the blocks up here? These should use line of sight. I believe I wrote a line of sight conditional for these. I may not have. Let me go look. No, that's totally spawn killing. All right, I'll fix that. Yeah, it shoots at the spawn area. It's basically what it's doing, Jake, is it's choosing every single block up here as a valid block, as a valid target. And if the gravity isn't strong enough, it will sometimes shoot directly upwards. So I just need more gravity. Yeah, see that one? Almost hit the ceiling. The thing is this effect wasn't made for this. It was made for a much taller room. Because it was on the Chaos engine is when I built it. And I've just changed around the effects and changed around the intention of them. So we're going to up some of this and then change some of the gravity on it. Radius is fine. We're going to change this to probably 3.5 for the gravity so that it always hits locally. This has a little bit more velocity, so that's fine. This one needs to be about 2.5, and this one, I believe, is just fine. I think we're cool there. Yeah. And then this one, for the amount of these that we can hit, we're going to do 3% instead of 2%. And this one, I think, should be 1.5. We need more on the long range. Yeah, because it looks like there's just not enough hits there. The idea is to make it so that we do physics to make sure that that wave is hitting the right location, because we don't want it hitting the ceiling like that. It's all physics-based, which means you gotta try it. Yeah, there we go. So that's the short-range one. That looks good. Now the medium. Nice. Now the long. That looked pretty good. That looked all right. I think that's fine. I might make walls that are like here to make the room round. That might be the way. There's still stuff's hitting the ceiling, but I think for right now this is okay. I'll figure this out. We'll make that 2. Lower the gravity. Or increase the gravity, rather. Yeah, they're still gonna hit the ceiling. As long as they don't hit the ceiling here, I'm okay with that. Like that one. That one sucks. That shouldn't be happening. So what I might do is I might do valid locations. Oh, you know what might be interesting, actually? What if I did locations like, instead of doing it as a big circle, we have it sweep the room. Like it goes this side and it just goes like pizza cutter around the room. Like it's a world in flames, but pizza cutter world in flames. That might be interesting. Like this? Like it does like a counterclockwise sort of spin around the room, like a sprinkler? Yeah, I might do that. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out which way I want this to be. Either way, it should be quite fun. I know that there are going to be people that stand in the corner like this and just, you know, that sort of thing. Which is why we'll have directed bullets coming off of him as well. Looking forward to the Esfin interview tonight with Steven on Ashes. Oh, is he doing that? That's awesome. Hell yeah. I didn't know Esfin was into Ashes of Creation, man. That's great. Hell yeah, dude. Should be like that. Yeah, I'm gonna round out all this stuff. That one should have been rounded. I don't know why it wasn't. This is a bit odd. There are inconsistencies in the build. Yeah, we'll build something out for this. Still hitting the ceiling? Did that hit the ceiling? It did. Okay, there's still one's hitting the ceiling there. I'm gonna change the way this works. I think I can do an exclusion zone. Idea, actually. I have a better idea. We can change this right here to be tinted glass. And then we can change the detection for this. Tinted glass. There we go. Oh, wait, is this already tinted glass? Cyan stained glass. There we go. We'll change it to tinted glass. And then what that'll do is it'll let me do this inside of the detector. We'll go into here. And we can change this around to be a different detection model. And we'll have it exclude tinted glass and netherite blocks. That'll be easy. Yeah. Why are all the hardcore AOC supporters worried about the Steam launch? To be honest with dude, like, I'm a hardcore AOC supporter. Like, I've been there since the beginning. Like, our community has a massive amount of people that play the game. I'm worried about the Steam launch because there's a whole lot of things that are wrong with the game right now that are fixed on PTR. And the moment that you launch this, and they haven't had time to absorb those changes that have made the economy better, what are they going to do? They're going to rush the Steam. They're going to review bomb the shit out of the game. Because that's what people do. You know? Okay, we're going to grab conditions. Oh, come on, man. Conditions. We'll grab that. We're going to go back over to Christmas skills, and we'll pop it in here. And we can do multiples of these, which should be just fine. It has to be equal to cyan stained glass. There we go. Save that. Yeah, it's going to get shit on, which is the problem, but I love the game, so I don't really care. Cyan stained glass for that. Reload it. All right, let's see what happens. It should no longer target any of the stuff that's directly above it. It needs to specifically only target cyan stained glass. That one failed. So at the medium range, there's a little bit of failure. Oh, that was long range. Do it again. Short range, totally fine. Medium range, totally fine. Long range, fine on that one. If it targets, like, this block here, there might be a problem. That may be the issue. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this. We're going to increase the gravity on it. We're going to increase gravity on all of these. We'll say 4. Set this one to 3. O. And we'll set this one to 2, 5. We're going to set the velocity to this to 11. Set the velocity to this to probably 10. And velocity to this to 9. We'll do that. We'll just increase the velocity, increase the gravity, so it's farther out, lower to the ground. There we go. A little bit too far. There's the medium. Do it again. It's going to do it. I think it was too far away. Medium. It's got to go farther. We need more speed. Yeah, more velocity is kind of how that's going to have to go. I like how random it is, to be honest with you. It actually looks really fun. Okay, that's working just fine. I think that's pretty okay. I don't like the noise channel on this. We're going to do a little bit more. So we're going to do it like this and that. And we'll save that. So it increases in the number of them as it gets larger. Need for speed. Need for cowbell, dude. Yeah. No matter what happens, AOC will be review bombed because people still think it's a scam. Yeah, people are weird, dude. What are you gonna do? The way that I feel about it, dude, is, and I'm just gonna lay it all out there. The internet is fake. Do what you want to do. Do what you think is fun. If you like the video game, play the video game. Don't let anyone else change your mind on that. Like, legitimately, if you like something, if you like playing a game, if you think the game is cool, don't let anyone else change your mind on if that's cool or not. Any opinion on the internet is fake, even mine. Just do shit. Do shit that you enjoy. You have a limited time here on Earth. Don't let someone else define what that time is. Okay, that's looking good. That looks nice. I think we need a little bit more range on the distant ones, so I'm going to lower the gravity, I think. That looks cool. Medium needs to be farther. Set the gravity to low. Yeah, the internet's fake, dude. It's not real. It's not real life. Higher V than long range and lower and short? Yeah, I probably will do that. I think short, it might not be short enough. Probably go up by 2 velocity each time. I do like the way the gravity is functioning, though. Gravity feels right. That looks right. Yeah, that is perfect for the long range. You see that? That looked perfect for the long range. Short range needs to be shorter. Medium range should be a little bit higher, I think. Long range is perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. All right, sick. All right, so with that in mind, we're going to say close range. We'll probably lower the velocity on that. Where's our velocity? We'll make that 8. 8 velocity there. Make this one 11. Make this one 12. I think that's fine. Make it a little bit longer. Will we be on Ashes tomorrow for the Steam release? If they launch it at 10 a.m., probably not able to. We'll see. Either way, I'm going to play it, dude. I love the shit out of Ashes. It's one of my favorite games. I just was waiting for the economy to not suck. I need to know what time it actually launches. I don't know what it is. I already linked up my account. I have everything ready. Maybe I'll just do a long stream tomorrow. Screw it. Ashes tomorrow is crazy. It's definitely not quite ready. According to people on the PTR, it's in a very good spot. That's perfect for the medium. Now let's go to the long. That looks great. That's exactly where I want that to be. All right. I think we're in a good spot now, man. 5% of blocks. Melee. 10% of blocks. Medium. Probably a little bit more on the medium in terms of number of blocks. And then 15% of blocks long range. Yeah, I think the medium needs more blocks targeted. I think it needs more. Yeah. It's so random. You ready to isekai yourself in AOC? Same, bro. This looks very good now. Look how nice this is, right? All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to lower this delay down to 70. So we're cutting about 1.5 seconds off of the delay between the layers. Yeah, Jack Frost goes brrr. Exactly. You make it snow down there? I can make it do whatever I want. All right, there we go. They're indeed aiming for 10 a.m. Pacific, standard. To be honest with you, they will aim for 10 a.m. Pacific. It will likely be crashing and having problems until about 1 p.m. So, we'll probably play it on the 12th, to be real with you, because I'll have gotten through 10 hours of streaming, and we'll be on our 3rd game for in December, and then the servers won't run. We've had this every single time Ashes has had a launch. This is not new. So, it'll likely be on the 12th in the morning, is what we're going to do. So, yeah, that's how that'll go. That being said, I love Ashes. It's fantastic, and I hope that they really did fix the in-game economy. And then people are going to review bomb it because they can't log in. Yes, that is standard. If it does, for whatever reason, if it does work at 10 a.m., we'll play it on stream, and I'll do a long stream. If. It's a big if. But historically, the servers have not come up on time, which is fine. Like, welcome to early access, dude. Has Summoner come out yet? As far as I know, yes. Okay, ranged casters will likely want to stand all the way out here. So I'll have to put a danger zone there somewhere. That will be fine. This looks good so far. And it's exactly the right timing between the waves, where right after the explosion goes off, the next wave happens. And it's just high enough that you're not going to get hit by it. If you're in melee, you're totally going to get hit. So when he does it, you're like, oh shit. And then run in. You'll probably get hit by one of them, yeah. It's just high enough where it goes like right over your head, just a little bit. I almost feel like it might need to go up a little bit more. Either way, it's going to be kind of a bitch, which is fun. Yeah, I dig this. Yeah, I dig this. This is good. Could you add another volley that explicitly targets the corners? I could do that. But I think instead of doing that, what I might do is I might just have him using his machine gun, you know, frostbolts. Because the way that I want him to do the machine gun frostbolts is I'm going to have him choose any target on his threat table, which is anybody. So, and I'll likely also make the room more circular, so we're not going to have those edges there. Which would be kind of neat. It'll be fun. Yeah, he's just shooting at target right now. We're going to have that fixed. That'll be different. Let me grab threat target, which I think Cinder already does threat target, random threat target. I believe. Let me go look at this. Monsters. I just pull Cinder's AI out. Good old monsters.
Mullatron 517 said message left blank.
No. What are you doing?
Silver Nightwing said points for the hole.
You're a points. Now what? How will you survive being points? Conditions, player in radius 30. Target line of sight, that's whatever. I need his fireball. Random threat target. There we go.
Rain Prowler said points left for the blank hole.
Why are you like this? What does that even mean? Skill. That scales the dungeon boss. Skill, global prevent knockback. Cinder Fireball 1 and 3. The explosion on those. Threat to all targets in radius. Do we do threat to all targets in radius? Yep, players in radius on 100. Frostbolt is going to be at target on timer in combat. Target in timer on combat. And it's got to be line of sight is true. So if we do line of sight true. Yeah, I think we got to do line of sight true for the conditions for this. I think that's got to be what that is. If they're in combat. It's going to be a whole mess. Alright. Alright. We're going to do Jack Frost Frostbolt at random threat target every second. And the conditions are going to be line of sight is true. Actually, let's make sure that the skills have that. Target conditions. Okay, we're good. We don't actually need that. So that'll be that. Random threat target every second. Frostbolt Barrage is going to be at players in radius. And we'll do that. Players in radius on timer, and we'll do that every 5 seconds. As long as it's in combat. And the players in radius will probably do up to everybody. It's just going to be everybody. And that'll be line of sight true as well. So in that one, we're going to do players in radius conditional directly in there, so it doesn't even do the process unless we do this. And we'll do the condition radius of 60. We'll just do 100. It's whatever. And then from there, we'll probably do the exact same thing here of conditions, line of sight. So that way it doesn't even run the function unless we have line of sight true. So basically the way this is going to work is every second it's going to shoot a fireball or a frostbolt at a random target in the room, random player. Every 5 seconds, it will shoot a barrage, shooting 1 frostbolt or 3 frostbolts at every single person. I'm going to change the barrage here. We're probably just going to do this. Yeah. I think we're going to do that. We're going to do just Jacked Frost Frostbolt. So now it's going to shoot 1 at everybody, is the idea. We'll get rid of Barrage. Barrage is kind of dumb. So anytime you're in combat with him, every second he shoots a random person in the raid. There's no tank. Then every 5 seconds he shoots everybody. Then every 20 seconds he does a frost bomb explosion, which does the waves, which is this. And then the second wave, and then the third wave. So it's a chaos fight. Yeah, it's a chaos fight. That's the idea. And if we look at this, we go into here, we say reload. Set this. Turn off vanished. Hello, buddy. Actually, we'll turn on vanish. We'll say this. So he's going to start shooting at me every second. And that's going to go at a random person. See that? So you're constantly, if you're sitting here shooting, he's going to hit you, is the idea, no matter how far away you should be. Wait, is that a bug? It's a bug. I think it's exploding at end of life. All right, we need this to last longer. I'm going to make this room a circle. Yeah, I'm going to make the room a circle. We'll cut it to, like, here. We'll cut it to, like, the middle of this, so, like, there. This will be where I cut that off, and we'll just go in this direction, kind of a thing. Yeah, I'll do that on all sides. There we go. Because that'll make sure that everything gets hit in the room. Oh, did he die? Oh, he disappeared. Nice. Does he have a win condition? I don't know if I give him a win condition. That's funny. Yeah, Jack Frost win. Jack Frost death on despawn? It's a little bit weird. I'm gonna have to change that. Love this. What's wrong with this plugin? What's wrong? Oh, no, it's because I got too far away, man. That's why. He did some weird shit. I think there's a thing that I have to do if he doesn't have any targets. Yeah, a little bit weird. So if he has no targets, then he disappears and it, like, deletes his kids. But I don't think we need that. We need this. I don't want him to despawn, so I'm going to get rid of that. It did do a weird thing when I was playing an indie game. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why he stuck around, but whatever. His aura we don't need. I'm not going to give him an aura. That's fine. I need to make him big. I'm going to go to rare spawn mobs. Yeah, rare spawns. Not the Fatterpillar. Hello. Who's this? You don't dare. Oh, look at you. You're crazy. You tried to escape. You tried to escape. You have one missing arm, sir. No escaping. No escaping. Say hello to Joe. Little goblin. Little goblin noodle. What are you doing? What are you gonna do? You wanna sit down? You chilling out? No, you're not. No, you're not. He wants to go. He's crazy, dude. He tried to escape instantly. He tried to escape instantly. Look at him. He's going crazy. Did you have him out?
Yeah.
Was he in the room? Oh, okay. How long is his quarantine still?
He's technically been in quarantine since his surgery, which...
Okay, so tomorrow's his last day in quarantine. Have him on the wiki and have him in the room. Yeah. They don't go on the wiki until they're out of quarantine. Them's the rules. Okay, we're gonna set his scale up. That's what I'll do in options. Christmas mobs. We'll set his scale to 5. I don't know what this is gonna look like, but it's probably gonna be hilarious. Oh, well, I think 5 might be too much. What do you guys think? 5 may have been too much. Make it 8. I can make it 1,000,000. I'm gonna set him down to 3. I'm gonna try 3. You love it? He's too big. He's too big. And he looks stupid. He's too big and stupid. Oh, reloading doesn't work. No. No. Well, that sucks. Kill Christmas boss. Goodbye. All right. Spawn the world boss summoner. Punch it. There we go. That's much better. Look at that. That's much better. I like that. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to have the effects come up from more the middle of his body. Because they're under him. And it looks like he's ripping a huge fart when he does it. So I don't like that. We're going to start that a little bit differently in terms of mechanics. Instead of self-location 1.5, we'll do it as 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. We'll do the same thing for the sound effect. Do that. And then I think that's all that it is. And then we'll do the location of the projectiles. Where does the projectile start? Can we start it in a location? Yeah, there we go. 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. So that's the starting location for that. And then we'll save that. What's wrong with that? I don't want him ripping a huge fart for a spell, you know? Like it's weird. Ow. If you want to rip a huge fart for a spell, you go right ahead, man. But, like, I'm going to make a different one. There we go. And it's changed all the gravity. You know, actually, that's not that bad. I just need to increase the gravity for the first one. And lower its speed. That actually kind of fixes part of the problem, man. Melee is now a dead zone, which is an issue. But everything else looks cool, so neat. I think this is fine. Let's go into here, and we're going to change some gravity. Let's lower the velocity on this to 6. We'll change this one to 10, and we'll keep that one at 12. Actually, do 6... We'll do 4, 8, 12. That'll work. And save it. I thought for sure they'd all hit the ceiling. It would have been funny. The reason why it's not hitting the ceiling, do you know why? Is because it used to shoot them straight up from the angle of orientation from the beginning, and now it's shooting it more sideways from the angle of orientation because it's more in the middle of the air. Maths. Physics. There we go. There we go. Are you not entertained? It works. By God, it works. Okay, let's go out to... Where's my cut in the blocks? There we go. There we go. There we go. Cool. It goes all the way to the edge. This is going to be great. What is this death room? Holiday boss event. Kind of fun. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that he doesn't instantly cast this at the start of the fight, because that's what he was doing. We don't want him to immediately be like, bah! We're going to give him a cool up. So an in-combat cool up. And I got to do that on, I think Krogner does that. I think. So he doesn't just instantly cast shit. I don't remember. Somebody has a cool up where they don't start. They don't shoot it immediately. They got to see you first. Who has that? Is that you? It might be you. It's not you. Who is it? Who is it? I don't remember the way to build that. I'm going to go look. I'm going to go look at other stuff. There's somebody that has this, and I can't remember. You know what? It might be Rotten Maw. It might be Rotten Maw, where it has to be in the fight for a certain amount of seconds before it actually does a thing. Is it? It's not the Lich Dummy. It's not a Lich Skull. Not a Lich Dummy. Is it a Walker? It might be the Ancient Walker. It might be. Hope your day is good. It is. I'm creating weird shit. I'm creating a boss for Christmas. He despawned himself because he hates me. I think it's because his leash radius. Let's go look at his leash radius. Nope. I don't know what's doing it, man. Threat table true. I'm going to turn on the do not despawn thing. Yeah. Yeah, Jacked Frost is what I'm making. I'm going to turn on the do not despawn on this dude because he's despawning randomly because he's dumb. And then he makes snowmen. If he kills you, he replaces your body with a snowman, which is hilarious. So that'll be the next thing we have to make. And he never despawns, and the room just fills up with snowmen. I'm trying to think of how we would do this. I mean, what I could do is it looks like it starts the timer immediately, but what I might do is I might make it so that there's some kind of a delay on cast. Let me see. Can we do a cool up? Not a cool down. Oh. That doesn't seem to work. Gross. Gross! What is that, dude? YouTube moderation is currently being done by AI. It's currently having a massive drama where there are people getting their channels completely deleted for succeeding too fast. Yeah, we had that problem. Going viral too hard, also had that problem. Hitting monetization too soon, also had that problem. And the CEO says that we're doubling down on AI usage for moderation, with tons of small creators getting their channels wiped over the last month. Yeah, no, we had literally every single one of those problems. And the only reason why it was able to be fixed is because they screamed about it on Twitter. And YouTube admitted that there was a problem, and they fixed their channel. Yeah, from Pirate Software, YouTube. Yeah, we had like a major problem with this pretty early on, and they admitted the fault and then fixed it. That's really weird. I'm trying to see if I can find the old tweets, but I showed the graph of like everything that was going on, of like the data, but effectively what happened is our views at the time went like, they were like this, and they just went beep in one day, and I was like, the hell is that shit? And then I went to talk to them, and basically they, in this location, they marked this as being like fraudulent in terms of like how many views we were getting because we succeeded too quickly. And then they were like, oh, yeah, we fixed that. And now it's still happening to everybody else. So it's like something is definitely wrong at YouTube, and it's been that way for a while. I would not be surprised. This was like a year ago, man. Like, we had this problem a year ago. Yeah. What did Ham say? Chat smells. True. Yeah, it really just came down to that, dude. Where, like, we just had that, and I don't know where it was. Let me see if we can find this. Yeah, I don't know where it is, dude. I talked about this like over a year ago. It's gone. It's like hiding somewhere in nowhere land. I have no idea where this went, dude. I don't know. YouTube, broadcast yourself unless you're actually good at what you do and getting rage. Well, do you know why? You know why that's happening? They're not trying to shit on like a creator, dude. They're not trying to do that. They're trying to stop the billions of accounts that are made and then botted to heights to try and gain like visibility to get money. And there's a lot of them. So when they try to tune these auto detectors, they can't determine a bot between a view between a bot and a normal person. So when something explodes very quickly, it's very surprising, and the automated system goes, hey, wait a minute. That's a bad thing, right? Like, we don't want that. What is this? If you're going to put that much effort into a game as a passion project, you would think they want some kind of income out of it too. You don't have to. Sometimes people just make things because they're fun. Like this. I'm not getting paid for this. I just think it's fun. Just make shit, dude. You don't have to do it, like, I know this is like, as an American, this is a very un-American mindset. I get it. You don't have to do everything for money. Not everything is a side hustle. Not everything is a job. Sometimes you can just do things because you enjoy them. And enjoying something doesn't mean you need to turn it into another job. Which a lot of people fail that test. They turn everything into a job. They turn everything into a side hustle. They turn everything into an income stream. It doesn't always need to be that way. A hobby can just be a hobby. And there's nothing wrong with that. So go do cool shit. Don't worry about monetizing it. Don't worry about leaving your day job. Just do something that you might think is fun. And it might open doors for you that give you another job in the future, or maybe not. But if you enjoy it, it doesn't matter. Do your day job for money, pay those bills. Do your hobby because you enjoy it. That's all you need, man. Fallout London mod was massive and it's free. Hell yeah. Game jams are good tests. Yeah. You pen tests for fun? Cool. Do it up. Go put that shit on HackerOne, man. Or Bugcrowd. Have fun. There's a ton of bounty programs on there that are unpaid. Just enjoy it. What if you don't have a hobby? Get one. Get a hobby. Get a hobby. What are you interested in, man? What do you want to do? What kind of weird shit do you want to learn? Like, do you want to know what I did one day? I was like, man, I live in Washington State. There's a lot of mushrooms to harvest here. I'm going to find out about harvesting mushrooms here. Now, I've been doing that for like 3 years, and I have my own cultivation. I have my own like lab in my garage so that I can do that stuff. I go out and do foraging all the time. Like, I didn't know about that shit before that. I had no goddamn clue. And now I do that, you know? Do it. Just do it. Learn shit, right? Ashes Tomorrow, that's your hobby? No, I just like playing Ashes. That's a video game. I don't even call that a hobby. I'd say a hobby is something that you're doing that builds on your own knowledge of something, right? Like when I'm playing a video game, I'm kind of dorking around, right? I do enjoy it, though. I will say it's going to suck up all of my time if it feels right, which I'm hoping it does this time. How did yesterday's forage go? It sucked, but I got some cool photos. Mushroom Lab? Yes. Yeah. Is this a Nike ad? Dude, my whole thing forever has been do shit. Do things. Anything. Don't sit on the internet all day and do nothing. That's not fun. Don't doom scroll. Stop doom scrolling. Stop it. Hell, stop watching my shorts. Go do something. Whatever it is. In fact, some of my shorts tell you, like, you've reached the end. Stop. It's time to leave. Go do a thing. Go be creative. Go do anything. And it's super important to understand that. Like, you should be doing that. Doom scrolling is not good. Engaging in internet drama is not good. Drinking the poison of social media and falling into the doom and gloom is not good. Go do something, no matter what it is. Anything. As long as you're doing something, your life is bettered. Every time. There is never a time where that is a detriment to you. You know, be creative in some way. Go draw. Go, you know, maybe take an art class. Go learn about something. Anything. You know what it is? There's a word for all of this. Be curious of the world around you. And try to answer that curiosity by engaging with things. That's it. As long as you're doing that, you're going to succeed in one way or another. Yeah, learn to cook. Curiosity. Learn to cook. Yeah. Be depressed. Abandon all hope. Every stupid ass shit on social media is be depressed, abandon all hope, everything is bad. And you know what you get at the end of it? You get feeling like shit and going back to bed at the end of the day. You get nothing out of it. Stop engaging with it. Stop. Go be curious. All right. This boss is now working, I think. I think he's cool. If a player dies, we need to do something now. So I need to do a trigger on player death. Let me see. On player kill. When the mob kills a player. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do another thing in here. Skill, and I guess we'll call it like S equals jacked frost summon. And we'll say, can we do at player location on this? I don't know if we can. Like at the location of the target? Target location. I'll find out. Yeah, I think it's going to be that. And we'll do on player kill. Let's go find out the target locations. Targeters. Good old targeters. Player. Player by name. Player. Players in radius, players in world, players on server, tracked players, near origin, in ring, threat table player. One players, meta targeters. Targeted location. How do we get the location where a player just died? I have a concern, and this is the concern. If I pull the target location of the player at the time that they died, I wonder if Minecraft sets that to their respawn location. I don't want it to be a thing where, like, if somebody spams respawn really quickly, when they die, it summons one of these dudes in the middle of town. Because it totally can. And that would be like a really weird problem, right? Like, that's not great. So, I guess we could test it. We'll just test it. It's fine. Yeah, target location. Targets the caster's target location. Where is that? I feel like we can do an explosion there, too. You know I could do cone effects as well? Yeah. Stop considering and try to squash fun bugs, WTF, dude? No, I always consider first. Because I want to build this in a particular way and I want to go down the right path. Like, I always do this. You're basically saying throw a bunch of slop on the screen and then hope that it works. That's not really how I work. I'm going to try some shit that is an informed decision. Targets the entity that triggered the skill. Ah, the entity that triggered this. We're going to do @trigger. That's the better one. @trigger. Can we do @trigger location? Yes, we can. Targets the location of the entity that triggered the skill. There we go. And then we'll do probably Y1 would be the probably equal that. Yeah. Because that way we want to do it above the location that the player died at. Oh, wait, no. Is Y... Yeah, Y is up and down in Minecraft. All right. And now we'll go build the summon mechanic. Christmas skills. Summon. All right, this should be fun. We'll have to give the same thing to the snowmen. Your next barbarian in D&D will be named Brute Force. Nice. Waiting on these ads. Warframe update today? Nice. Why don't you get ads? Not everybody does. We just wait on them when you do. I don't want you to miss something just because you
Foxfire
didn't pay.
Kitsune said points for the point hole, blanks for the blank throne.
Why are you like this?
Frozeliber said 7 to send Thor into a time loop.
No. Don't do it. All right, ads are over. Okay, let's see. All right. So what I have now is we have this that goes off whenever a player dies on player kill. This is when this unit kills a player, not when a player dies anywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this to every one of the creatures in this encounter so they can chain react. The idea is that every one of these snowmen is called Frozen Friend. When you die in this encounter, you become a snowman that then starts killing your friends, which is going to be kind of, fun for that. On top of this, I've also given him the Frostbolt, given him a threat table, so he will shoot at random to a random person in the room. Every one of the snowmen turns into a turret, is the idea. Also won't have any drops. Get rid of that. I'll add drops to this eventually. This is Jack Frost item drops. He doesn't have any item drops right now. We're going to go build a loot table for him. But this is effectively the last part of this. There's going to be bug testing and likely some scuff in here, and I got to rebuild the room, and then we're going to go. Yeah, Christmas Necromancy. How long to the next game? 30 minutes. Well, 22, but you get the idea. Yeah, there's no way to do a cool up on this. You know what I'll do? I know what I'll do. Where's my Chaos Engine? Sir, don't match the case. Where's my chaos engine? There we go. This is mobs. How do you get out of here? Chaos engine. Health has to be under a certain amount. That's what we'll do. Yeah. And we'll go to Christmas mobs, and as long as his health, in this case, Frostbomb is there, we're going to say if his health is under a certain amount, and he has 15,000 health, so we're going to set that to if his health is under 10,000. So the giant wave Frostbomb is going to start when the boss is at 66% HP and below.
Yeah.
Can you not feed a negative value into the cooldown to get a cool up? That's a really weird way to do it. I'd rather base it on phases of the boss's HP, if that makes sense. We're also going to cause him to enrage at a certain point, so that will change that. I'm probably going to get rid of the enrage. We don't need enrage. Yeah, no enrage timer on this. Yeah. Undamaged, enraged, equal 30%. We'll just do if his health is under 10k. He's got 15k HP. I think this works just fine. And we'll do Frostbomb there is cool. Close, medium, far. Jacked Frost, muscled titan of the frozen waste. Yeah, he's going to be terrifying, dude. And I'm probably going to set this up here. No damage ticks is fine. This is set up correctly. We have a threat table. Movement speed is 0. Scale is 3. Everything there looks good. Everything here looks good. Now I need a guinea pig. I need a guinea pig.
Because Purple 7 said points for the point hole. Also, purple doesn't exist.
Orange doesn't exist. But oranges do.
Dregu said, why are we again in a time loop within the hole? Also, the Great Goblin heist will soon commence, so all participants please assemble.
You're a goblin. You knew that, though. You've always known. Brown doesn't exist, orange does? I think that's false. I think it's orange doesn't exist, brown does. Yeah. Now what? How will you disprove this? Brown is dark orange. Orange is light brown. How will you ever recover from this statement? You're contrast blind? You're contrast blind. Yeah. Yeah, 20 minutes to the new in December game. That is correct. All right, there we go. We'll start building this out and make it kind of nicer, I think. And then I'll make these go all the way around. We'll do, like, this sort of a thing. And make it go like that to there. Is that 3 across for some reason? It is 3 across. Alright. Do it like that, so it'll be 3 across, and I'll do these two. I think that works. 2 across actually would work just fine. Makes the most sense to me. Like that, going all the way up this way. And we'll do the glass there, and then we'll have one layer of thin around the edge. So this will be there. Just like that. Yeah, I think this is going to work. Changing up the environment. He wasn't being facetious. Purple actually doesn't exist. It's a construct of our minds. You're a construct of our minds. You're fake. Now what? Now what? I feel like if you go down that route, dude, of like this is a construct of your mind, everything doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, that's all that is at that point. Like, at that point, it's over, right? Alright, boss fight, room, pool. Wait, that looks weird. Didn't happen. Cool. You. Is that correct all the way across? It is. Is that correct all the way across? It is. It ends this way. It ends that way. Alright, we look good. Everything's cool. Now, I need to do this. Nope. Wrong one. This one. Neat. 3 is not equal to 2. Why are you like this? Like, who did this? That made you this way. The way that you are. You know? There's 2 extra? You're 2 extra. Looks fine to me. It's your math, you're a math. There's no way we can have this conversation. Still too wide on one side? What are you talking about? It's 2 here. It's 2 here. Why are you upset, Chet? Behind the wall? Oh, we don't give a shit about behind the wall. There's gonna be a wall there. Players don't know that. It's gonna be all the way to the ceiling. Yeah, no. It's gonna be like to there, right? It's gonna be like that, you know? But we know, not my problem. That sounds like a you problem. You know? Like, that's definitely a you problem. At least I think so. One of the best part about this, I could just do this. And then I don't have to deal with any of it. And then you know what I get to do? This. And see how that doesn't even go up into the glass anymore? That's right. See that? You'll never know. Welcome to making video games. That's right. Yeah, see how you make video games? By hiding shit behind walls that players can't see through. Yeah. We'll all know? Yeah, you will. And so will I. But you know what? No one else is gonna know. Hytale's gonna make this way easier? Yes. How many bunnies are used for mechanics in block game? A lot. There's a lot of bunnies used for mechanics in block game. They're usually invisible skeletons, actually, but yeah, same shit. Yeah. They're usually, like, invisible skeletons that do that, and then we kind of go from there. And there we go. And no one will ever know. Never will. Never will. Coolest part about this, watch this. Right? Go all the way to here. And then we can say, copy. Copy, please. Why are you like this? There, second position. Is it being weird? What's it doing? Copy. There we go. Stupid thing. And now we'll do this. And say, rotate 90. Paste. And it's going to paste in the wrong area. Just like that. Do you see that? That's what we want. That's what we want to do. So now, we're going to do this, hit undo, and then paste. Wow. It's done. 2 of them. By God, he's done it. Go all the way over here. Oh, actually, we don't even need to do that anymore. We could just do this. Rotate 90. Set the lights on the floor. Whatever, man. I gotta go fix that. Alright, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. It's fine. Ugh. Stop that. There we go. Go all the way over here, and we'll do expand 1 down. Copy. And then go all the way over here. Rotate 90. Paste. There we go. It was not fine. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's fine. And now we can go do this. We can go like this. Go to here. And then go across. Rotate 90. Paste. Yay. And then again, chat. Again. Again. And there we have it. The room is different. We did it. The 2 wide, 1 wide annoys you? What about it? What are you talking about? It's always 2 wide. It's 2 wide, 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 2 wide. Yeah, all the way. It's always 2 wide. It's just at an angle because we have this. I thought, did the dev updates for Heartbound stop? Spence, I need to know if you're trolling. I need to know. You've been following me since March of 2024. Are you trolling? I have to know. Like, legitimately, I need to know. I put out the updates on Steam, on the game page, every month, on our Discord, an announcement specifically for the game, for that, only for the game, for that channel, on Reddit, on a patch notes thread that shows every single one of the updates and the timings for all of them, and on Twitter. How are you missing these messages? You only looked at YouTube? That's why I wanted to know, because I'm like, where are people missing these? Because I'm like, I put them everywhere, and then people don't know. So I'm like, how is this happening? Like, it's like I'm running out of places to put them. If you're only looking at YouTube, that I guess that's fair. Maybe I'll make a video every month and do that. Yeah, I guess I'll just start doing YouTube updates. Because, like, dude, I don't know where else to put these to get people to, like, be like, no, he's actually working on it. It's like, dude, I release a monthly update for a reason. Like, like what is going on? Ugh. Need to visit the player personally and tell them. That's what I'm like, how is this happening? Yeah, I guess, dude, at that point, just look at the Steam page. Like, I update it it's on the Steam page every month. Every month is this thing there. If you want to know anything about the game, it's on the Steam page. I don't know what else I could do. I'm not going to make a video every month on YouTube. I'm already doing enough stuff, you know. With that in mind, I update it on the Steam page. I update it on our Discord. I update it on the Reddit thread. I update it on Twitter. I update it on stream. Yeah, I guess the only place is missing is YouTube. But YouTube sucks, so, yeah. Boop. Have you tried MyScape? Why are you like this? Yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep updating it the way I am. I am surprised that you missed the message, though. And you're not dumb or anything like that. I'm just surprised because I'm like, dude, I've put this everywhere. That looks cool. It's just weird for me, you know. Also, to be clear, it's really hard to determine the difference between people coming here trolling about that question that like are just trying to be dicks and people that are actually interested in the video game and want to know about the updates. Mostly because I've put it in so many locations. And then about half the time when I respond and say, oh, it's in these locations, they're like, they just say some like insane shit and we have to ban them. So like, if you're actually interested and not trolling, you're one of the few. But thank you. And I hope you find the updates easier from all the locations they're at. I will take into account that they're not on YouTube, but I never really saw YouTube as a source of information for my video games. So it's kind of weird. I don't want to round all these out, make that look nicer. But the room is basically done. The last mechanic we have to do is guinea pig mechanic, but we're about to switch over to an indie game. So, remember the secret phrase that you can use to know if people are legit or not? Like, how am I? No, here's the problem, though. If I make a secret phrase, then how am I going to distribute that secret phrase out to people in the world? Right? I have to put it in all those locations, and then they'll find a location to miss. There's no secret handshake I can release, right? Post in the YouTube community tab? I think that only goes to people who are members, man. Yeah. No, YouTube does suck, dude. It's so shitty. Like, YouTube is super shitty for announcing anything like that because it doesn't go to your entire subscriber base. It goes to a tiny fraction of subscribers, and then based on the interaction that they have for each one of those, it will either push or not push to the rest of your subscriber base. So it's a terrible way of giving information to your entire community. It is really not good for that. Like, that's why I put it on things like the Steam page, which is a source of truth for the video game, or on our Discord, which is highly engaged people comparatively, or live on Twitch, because there's no indication of restricting the information based on based on the analytics of it. YouTube restricts all of the messaging based on how many people engage with whatever it is, which is awful for announcements. It's really not a great place for it. So, can you mail out a physical newsletter? I'm not doing that shit, dude. Hell no. It's a physical newsletter. Yeah. Steam page is the best place for this, and it's already there. It's already there. All right. It's been there the whole time. Can you send me a fax? Dude, I'll send you a smoke signal. Give me a discount code for the demo. The demo is free, you goblin. I swear to God. All right, I'm going to get the next game set up. Give me just a minute. In December game time. How are you guys feeling about in December so far, by the way? How many of you? How are you guys feeling? Has it been cool? Has it been good? You love it? Good. Okay. With that in mind, what was your favorite interview? You feel like you don't have enough money? Fair. That never goes away. Loving it? You love the dev interview? You love seeing the dev interviews? Peppered and No Players Online were your favorite interviews. Really? No Players Online interview went way off the rails, dude. I was like, holy shit. I was like, all right, we're getting to know you. I liked the Peppered interview the most myself. You should consider putting out an update news via junk traffic. God damn it, dude. Yeah, no, it's just, no matter where you put a message, someone will miss it. That's just outrageous. Yeah, my YouTube is not really for that. So. I wish the uploads on YouTube would be faster. I think the gap is too wide. And Blanky, I literally already responded to your DM about that. We have one editor. Every one of those interviews and videos is like 1 to 3 hours long. They're producing them at a rate of 1 a day. That's very fast. They're doing a really good job. We cannot go faster than that. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to happen. No, Shadelock is our editor. Yeah. I'm not going to put somebody on crunch to do this. We're just going to do them at 1 a day. It'll be fine. Where's the game? There we go. I'm going to start it up. See if this can work. Does the editor get bread? The editor is not a moderator. The editor may have bread, yes. Oh dear. Did you crash my machine, indie game? The hell is going on? Windowed full screen, please. Holy shit, that was weird. We good? Okay, I think we're good. Man, that was weird. It took control of my left monitor and then shifted everything on my computer like half monitor down the... Yeah, it was really... That was weird. It made OBS very angry. It did not capture the window like it normally would. Okay, it's very odd. Let's mine some crypto in the background. No, it's not like that. Goblin. Let's see. Okay, 1080p is fine. We'll set it to that. Windowed full screen. Speedrun display. That's interesting. Setting everything up. Everything's set to ultra. Field of view is fine. Motion blur off. Otherwise, it will vomit. All right. Audio. Set it to the game. Audio seems about the right volume. Maybe a little bit lower. Yeah. Sometimes Thor is so still, I have to use the heart to know that... What? Wait, what? Oh, wait, no, I was merging two messages. What the hell? Use the heart to know if he froze or not. I mean, I could just sit here like this. You know, would we notice? You would. I see movement, you can't fool me? What would you do if I just walked up and then picked me up and then put me to the side because it was actually a printout? How would you handle that? You would, like, lose... Yeah. I wonder how I could pull that off. You would die? I'll find a way. I'll find a way to do it. Okay. All right, everything's set up now. We're going to set the game. Oh, I need to set it to the video game itself. Hold up. Boop. Oh my god, it captured instantly. Look at that. Look at that. Properties. That means this game was made in Godot, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I'm going to bet Godot. All right, the next game is called Chroma Zero. Chroma Zero. Look at this graphic, dude. Look at this thing going. The music is really pretty, too. Yeah, the game started off with audio at 50, so the audio was actually perfect. I put it down just a little bit, because I don't know how much louder it'll get, but it was right there. Everything was at 50. So you can change anything, and it's nice because it's like, if this is the middle ground, I can make it louder or quieter if I want to. Is it Unreal? I'm wondering if it's Godot. I don't know. We're going to find out, because it automatically detected on OBS to the game, so I don't know what engine's in. Usually when that happens, it's usually Godot if we go from one Godot game to another. Very pretty, though. That being said, we're going to have ads for a minute, and then we'll get started, because they're about to start. Now. Or we'll wait for Lord Bezos to arrive. There we go. I'm going to grab a snack real quick. One moment. And I'm back. I have returned. What'd you bring us? Oh, you guys didn't notice one of the goblins missing. You know what? Don't worry about it. Whoa. Look at it go. Okay, what is this? It's always worth pushing a big glowing button. I mean, it kind of is. They're not wrong. Oh dear. We just managed to kill like a whole universe there. That was great. What'd you do? Maybe I might have broken it. Here, I'll poke it again. My stuff. Actually, this happens a lot. The balance is pretty delicate here. You're new here. Do you just have that one body? And it seems like you experience time only forwards. Fancy that. A linear corporeal. Or corporeal, rather. Here. I haven't seen an LC in, well, I'm not sure because I exist outside of time. I bet you can help, though. You look like a bright one. What do you say? Want to give it a shot? Here's a show of good faith. Hold your reset input, and I'll bring you back to the beginning. For an LC, that may be a little strange. Sure. Just roll with it. You should definitely find me down there. I'll leave a little present for you up here. That should help. Hope you like hexagons. I do like hexagons. Okay then. See you. Is it momentarily? Don't be afraid to reset any time. T to reset. Alright. I held the reset button. We fixed all his stuff. He said he'd leave me a present. What is this? The hexagon. Ah, it's a teleporter. I like that. Those are quite pretty, actually. Yeah, that's neat. Hello, strange entity. How are you doing today? Yep, it's me again. I show up in lots of places around here, all at the same time. Cool, right? Go explore a bit and get to know the place. The bridge in front of you should hold up, unless you break something again. So look out for me. If you need to, just tap the signal input, and I'll do my best to signal you, wherever I am at your time. Sometimes, though, I may only be able to flicker and fade. That means there's some change you need to make in that area before I can interact with you there. Signal is T. Alright. Alright. It's like a gigantic neon museum of weirdness. Oh. Ah, crap. That was probably a mistake. All right. This is surreal. It is indeed. All right, so rotating that is a bad idea. Let's just go straight forward this time. Okay, so that's not solid yet. We need to find a way to create solid objects. Oh, we could just do it. We could just make things solid. Okay. What was that? What was that horrible noise? Did I break something? What? 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 Huh. Is it because I did 2 blue? Is it a balance between... Oh, I get it. No, I understand. It's the numbers. It's the numbers. It's how many of those things we get to add to get to the objective. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I understand now. So we have 1 green, 1 red, and 1 blue. We can only do 1 of each. By doing 2 blues, I broke the puzzle. Yeah. See that over there? Those are our clickables. At least that's my assumption right now. White is all 3. So if I did white, that would be 1 of each color. It's not what we want, is it? If I do a single white object, it'll take everything. What is this? Did that cost me something? No, it looks like it didn't. Kind of odd. So if we do 1 red, that doesn't get us all the way up. 1 green. That costs us there. Yeah, okay, so this does make sense. We can reset any time, yeah. White costs us 1 of each. Oh, crap. All right. So let me try just doing the red. Maybe I need to keep them all to 0. Maybe I don't need to get to an objective. Can you also take? That's what I'm wondering, too. Maybe I can right-click. It says interact is left mouse click, though. I'm going to signal him when I'm over there. Yeah, the way the world falls apart is quite cool. I like that. Okay, he's over there. And I can't get to him because I only have one blue. Can I jump? I can't jump. We have one version of white. So if I did this, that would take all three of those. But I can take them back. Now that's interesting. Okay. So as long as I don't overuse the stock that I have, I can do one and then back. So this is where I want to go first. All right, got it. I cannot take what I didn't make. So now we have one blue again. I can use blue here and then undo that. And now I can get... Now I can do it. So if it's already existing and it has the glow on it, we now have two of each. So that was a way to consume. Now we can go up this way. And I can go over here because this requires... That requires 3 blue. We can't do that one. I could steal that blue, and we have 3 now. There we go. When you're done exploring here, the rotate buttons don't always break everything around here. Be bold, or bright. Also, if you forget anything I say, just hit that input button where you freeze time. Nice going, by the way. I didn't know you had it in you. And there's a dialogue log in there for you. All right. Get our blue back. We'll look down here. There's other stuff to steal down here. What do these do? That cost us 1 blue. But what did it do? There's so many colors. All right, take that back. These are all ones that cost us. So I have to go back up. Actually, wait, is there something down here? There's nothing in the wall. That's a good storage location, I guess, but I don't know why you would store. This is black, so we can't do anything with that right now. Let's take our blue back. I don't know what that is up there. Can't do anything with that. I can make both of the trees grow. That might be interesting. I'm going to do that. I don't know why else you would have them here, right? Does that do anything? Maybe not. Aha! Eat the red. Hello. Elsie, did you know you have a giant camera for a head? Who's actually looking at me right now? Sorry you have to move around in space and time like that. It must be so cumbersome. If you're not out looking for my fragments, you should try to find these temples. They will help you make sense of this universe, too. Plus, they're cozy and warm in case it rains. I like to call it the large red, green, and blue structures the rings, even though they're square-shaped. And the big bright thing in the blue ring, I call it the light gate. There are smaller gates out there, too. You know, if I'm calling you LC, you can call me Zero. Alright, Zero. Cool with me. We've stolen more red. I'm collecting all of the color. Interesting. If we use red to get up here, I now have 3, 2, and 3. I can't reach that. I need some way to get up there. Maybe this? Maybe we just need all of these. Right? every direction to get up here. This is 2 of blue. No, I have 2 red left. And this didn't do anything. Maybe that's not the right way. Interesting. Actually, I think I might be onto something here. Black seems to fill in when I have everything set up to get to that location. Or, rather... that means it's a color I don't have, maybe? I don't know yet. Wait, does that mean that pillar is also a color? Hold up. Can I rotate and get more? It does count. How many more objects are like that? If we rotate over there, can I steal more colors and then come back? It's all one big puzzle, isn't it? I understand. All right. We have to think about every one of the sides at the same time. Okay. Yep. Wait, we lost the green. I lose points each time I rotate. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Each rotation costs us. Now it makes sense. There's a penalty, yeah. There's our 1 for each. Yeah, it's a Rubik's Cube, man. Yoink. All right, we got 2, 2, 3 right now. We're going to have 4, 2, 3 in a moment, because I'm going to go over there to that. Save option could be handy. I could agree with that. It'd be nice to restart from a specific location. Yoink. Yoink. Oh, wait, he's gone. Did he appear because I did these trees? Oh, I got to find each fragment in each of these locations. There's one in there. I wonder if we can get all the way over to that wall. I should have 4, 2, and 3 right now. Yeah, 4, 2, 3. What is this? Do we have this color? Okay, so that's red and blue, so that's the purple for this. Yeah, 4, 2, 3. All right. Dev Spotted, what's up? Your game is very interesting. I'm understanding the rules of your universe. Slowly but surely. Yeah, there's another temple here, but it's not open. Maybe it'll open if I put all those trees to good use? If we have 4, 2, and 3, I don't have enough blue. I'm going to go across over there. Music's amazing. It's quite good, yeah. I want to see if there's anything that's reactive. So we can do that. If I activate over to here, does it turn on that bridge? The answer is no. There is a red block over there. It looks like it's a storage sequence kind of like this. I'm going to look for the green one. Because we have this storage block in here. If we go this way, is that one also unable to? It is. 422. Yeah, so I can't get onto the green unless I have whatever this is. but it's missing. 423. Makes your brain itch? Good. You see a thube? I'm mostly interested in what causes the black ones to become lit up. Like, how does that interact just yet? I'm also going to go look where that fragment is, all the way out there. Because we can make them flicker. There was one that was all the way over there. Look, they're all the way out there. Oh, there's so much more on the other side. Look. They're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And this? What is this? What could that be? Alright, I feel like I've gotten everything from this location that matters. Like I've collected a bunch of stuff, but rotating is going to remove my colors again. And it'll rotate that way. So let's look up at that wall and see if there's anything I can get from there. If I have 4, 2, and 3, I would lose one of each. But I could go to the center there and use that red teleporter. Is that worth it? I think it might be. I think that's the right way to do it. Try doing all the stairs in the middle. I already did. It didn't seem to do anything. It seemed like combination effects don't function in the way that I was expecting. Because I was expecting this to go like, you do this, and then you get all three of them going, and then it activated the center thing, but it didn't do anything. And I don't have enough blue to do everything. Because like I can get up there. I'll show you. Seem to be going down in the well again? Yeah. I mean, there's like, I'm looking at all the possibilities and combinations that we can see up on the walls over there. But like, if we do this, I'm wondering if this only activates if we activate all of the blocks on the inside of these. Because maybe it's like, there's no reason to do that otherwise, right? Like, if we go down here, right? Like, does that do a thing? Right? So, like, the idea is maybe we have to collect enough colors to get back here, reach all of these 3 different blocks here, and then that activates that teleporter. Like, this is the end condition rather than the beginning condition. Instead of storage, maybe it's a power plant. Right? I think I can rotate now comfortably. It is a little bit weird that I'm going to lose colors doing so. Which makes me wonder if the reason that I lost colors is because it left a pillar somewhere. But I'm going to rotate with 4, 2, and 3. And then we'll see where we can get from there. Actually, let's teleport first. What happens if I teleport with this? Can you store them here? If you hit 0, if you try to go under 0 on any of them, you die. Yeah. Hitting 0 anywhere, you die. Or under 0, rather. I think that's every interaction I could have performed there. I already tried the 2 trees. Now we're at 3, 1, and 2. And we can go back out. It's red, green, blue. So, 3 red. I can do a red on this, which that would be a teleportation. But I think we did this last time and I fell to my death. But if we do this, this should count as 1? Yeah, it's 1. So there's no objects I can just steal from, huh? There's nothing theftable. I need to get him. Let's go this way. I'm going to expand out to the entire thing. Oh, there's a white. We can take that. That door will be one of each. Okay. Okay, it's a color pattern thing. Everything is dark. That means that those blocks there contain the color red. We're trying to determine what colors these are. These blocks here contain the color green. these blocks here contain the color blue. So if we do this, the block in the end here is white. The one on the very left is white. I'm going to start writing these down. Yep, I'm going to write these down. One sec. Put it over here. All right. How many blocks do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 blocks. We've got white on the first one. Let's go to the second one. We've got a red, no green, no blue. So that means the second one is going to be red. Third one is going to be... We've got a red again. We've got a green, so it's yellow. Third one is yellow. This is probably going to be the order in which we have to solve a puzzle. Yep. Next one is going to be 4. No red. Yes, green. No blue. Green. Green. Fifth one. No red. Yes, green. Yes, blue. Green and blue. So that would be that cyan teal color. This is really interesting because it shows you, like, all of these, right? But it makes me wonder, like, are we using this in an order that matters? Does this even turn into anything? Can we change these resources? Right? It's all chromed out, yeah. Because we could do all 3 of the colors, but then it's like, do these actually come through like this? And I think what it might be telling me is these out here are not the right color. Does that make sense? I'm going to write down the whole thing for it. But look at this. Like, if we turn this red... Get rid of the red light. Does that mean that everything nearby is not getting red lighted anymore? Does that mean that these blocks are not the right color? Like, if we look at this one, it's red now, but now it's black. And I think that's what's happening here, is we have to determine what these blocks actually are. Based on that, that's my anticipation for it. I'm going to go back in there. I'm going to write down the rest of the colors. We'll just keep all the 3 lights on just to determine that. That's how you get black, maybe? That might be. Yeah. Is there an accessibility option for the colorblind? Yes. We go into here. We go into graphics. There was a section in this that I saw. It might be under display. There's photosensitivity. There's color vision deficiency. There you go. You can do it right in the center of the screen if you want to. So you can say, like, that's this color. That's that color. Looks like it doesn't do it for those, but it does it for these. Maybe if we get closer. Cyan, blue. Did you actually... Oh, that is fantastic. It actually updates it completely. Cool. I'm going to write down the order of these just in case. Cyan, blue, purple. Yeah, for color deficiency mode, that's really helpful. And you can change the location of it too. You can put it in the corners if you'd like. Yeah, it's a really good way to do it. Blue. Blue? Wait. Wait. Did it change this to blue by putting blue light on it? Is that what it's trying to teach me? No. I thought maybe it was. Can we change the color that we absorb by doing this? Because that is yellow. It's orange now, but now it's red. Now it's red. Turning on the yellow. It's still red. All right. Maybe that's not what it was trying to teach. This is black. Still black. How many colors do we have? Okay, I have enough for this. Now this is actually a black pillar. Are these all black pillars? I wonder if these are all black pillars across the entirety of the thing in here. This is like the colorblind's worst enemy? Look at the top right. No, it's not. I think these pillars are actually all black. And it's just trying to teach us about lighting. Yeah. And the ones on the outside edge are all red. Oh, there's another temple over here. Maybe it's trying to teach you how much color you need. Maybe. All right, let's figure out what this one's trying to say. Stealing your red. What? Is that eating colors? 7, 3, and 4. What are you trying to teach me, sir? This one tilts it clockwise. This one tilts it counterclockwise. What are you trying to teach? The ball in the center is white. Changing this doesn't change that ball. Rotating the entire room doesn't do anything with this. But we can. This symbol is rotate clockwise. From the perspective of this. So facing this direction. I guess that would be the orb in this case, or the ball. So if we hit a symbol that does that, let's go look at our symbol that we started with. I don't think it's teaching the trees. I think it's teaching the cube. We've got enough resources to move ahead. I've got ads. Huh. Huh. Reminds you of Manifold Garden. Me a little bit as well. Didn't that sphere in the middle of the cube, rotating cube, change size each time you rotated it? Let me go back and look. I'll go back during the ads, and then we'll look after the ads. I don't think it changed the size, but I could be wrong. You're right, it did. It's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, good catch. I didn't notice that either. Can you interact with the sphere? Not that I saw. Waiting on the ads. Boop. Such a cool effect. I really dig that. All right, ads are over. So, with this in mind, rotating this, someone noticed it does actually increase the size of the sphere. So rotating counterclockwise, I'm going to guess indicates going back in time, increases the size of the sphere. Rotating clockwise, or indicating going forward in time, decreases the size of the sphere. Maybe that's decreasing the color pool that we have. So if I find a way to rotate the opposite direction, we get more white. If I find a way to rotate this way, which is the way we go, we get less white. So it costs us to go clockwise. It gives us bonuses to go counterclockwise. We need to find a way to go counterclockwise. Each step forward will cost. That's my guess right now. Maybe it is the same thing in the big thing? Maybe. Like, this is going to cost us. We have 7, 3, and 4. Now we have 6, 2, and 3. Because we went clockwise. We need to find a way to go counterclockwise to get points. Yeah, the music is great, dude. It looks like each one of these has a temple. It has 2 temples. What is this one? What? Hello. Hey, buddy. See you appear when we drain them out of cubes and turn them into structures. I'm impressed that you've already picked up some of the connections here. This is new for you, though. It shows how binding works. So I hope you're paying attention and not just pushing random buttons again. Definitely not. Here's an example. If you bind energy to a black shell, like those tree trunks outside, it will make them solid. For bridges or stairs, that could help your future solid body get to places your past body couldn't reach. Want to try it? I think you'll need a little more power first. Let's give you some of my own energy. That should do the trick. You'll need to accept my energy, so hold down the red, green, and blue inputs. And keep them held down until you feel it flowing and hear a big poofy sound. It means if you absorb my energy, then you can bind anytime you like. And if your input device isn't registering all 3 inputs at once, I made you a little shortcut key you can try holding instead. Fiddly input devices. You're welcome. What? Bind new energy to objects by holding red, green, and blue inputs, then interacting. Must be on... Okay. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. We'll figure it out. That cost me points. But we can bind black now. Okay, I understand now. We have the ability to bind black now. If we bind it, does it bind permanently? It might. I think it does. I think that's the whole point. It's a permanent bind. Or not. It's not permanent. It's not permanent. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Wait. Damn it. All right. I learned something. I don't know if it was good to learn it, but I learned it. It's fine. It's fine. I can bind structures now. And that binding is permanent, but costs a bunch of points. Hey, there's a doodad over there. What is he doing? What you doing, doodad? Were you here before? You always here? You're right, I wasn't here before. Alright. For you. There's some more me's in other spots, too. You should be able to bind energy to empty blocks now. Try holding down the color of your choice and then interacting with the empty bridge, for example. Keep an eye on the balance, too. Making things solid like this isn't free. I see. I see. I see. Okay. So, we'll eat this back. Pop back up here. We can choose what colors we want to use when it comes to binding bridges that are currently solid black. Green for this one. Blue for this one. And that means we can solve any one of these in a completely different way every time. Dear God, this is going to get so complicated. And that means we can... Can we unbind this? Binding is permanent, isn't it? No! Ah, wait. If we make that one red, we make this one green, does that matter? It does not. Reset it. Reset the world! I've learned something. Damn it. Okay. I have 1, 1, and 1. I need to go eat some of these. We gotta eat the white one here. That'll give us 2, 2, and 2. Then I have to go over there to the pyramid and get the 2 reds. Then we can bind red, red, and red going all the way up. Wait, what color is that? It's red, but it's already bound, so we can unbind it. Give me you. Give me you. Now I should have 4, 2, and 2. I don't think there's another color in here. Oh, there is. The bridge. There's the stairwell. So we got 4, 2, and 2. Now we'll have 4, 2, and 3. Go this way. And we can bind this with red. There we go. And then we can unbind that one. Can I... Huh? Made it. Alright, where do you take me? Where am I going? Is it weird? You don't work without a floor, do you? Damn it. That's not what I wanted! I bound the object I was inside. Those aren't teleporters, I don't think? Oh, they're definitely teleporters. Getting faster. Maybe it needs to be white? Could be. But if we bind it, then it's permanent. So, like... Like, if we bind it a permanent color, binding is perma. Yeah. I think I need to have the floor. Yeah. Oh, I bound it. I'm an idiot. Whatever. I'll learn something. Give it the floor. Drain it. Oh, I think that worked. No. No, it didn't. Let's go... G. And then we'll go... blue. And then... Oh, maybe it's got to be the same color all the way around. Maybe it's got to be like green. Yeah, maybe it's got to be like green, blue, and blue. And then red and red. And then white. Maybe I don't have the points. I'm going to reset. I'm going to go investigate the red power plant looking area. Maybe red means it doesn't work yet. Could be. Could be that. The thing is, we just don't know. The idea is to kind of like play with it, I guess, you know? That's the idea that I'm getting right now, is to play around with the different pieces and see, like, you kind of have to see when it's a puzzle. You have to see the puzzle master's intention, right? I don't know what their intention was. Not yet. And I will, eventually. You know? How much red do we have? 4? I'm going to do blue for this. Because we have 3 blue. And I have 4 red. So if I do 4, reds here. What did that do? And then we make this out of green. What is that? What is that? They are power plants. I was right. All right. There's a power plant. There's a power plant. I understand now. Okay. Learned a thing. The witnessing has begun, yeah. So we can't possibly get enough blue on this island. This is the end puzzle. This isn't the beginning. This is what we do at the end of the run, I think. We have to have enough materials at the very end to do whatever this is to get all 3 power plants running effectively. They're like power plants in some way. But what I might be able to do is that. Oh, I could totally do it. I could totally do it. Give me that red. Got it. Yoink. All right, so now I can leave this platform with 5, 2, and 3, which is more than I had before. And I don't think this is solvable otherwise. I yoinked it, dude. Got yoinked. I think that's everything we need to do here, yeah? I don't know how that works. I don't know how you'd get that, but here we are. There is a temple over there that isn't activated. Doesn't seem to do anything. And there are stars out there. Flickering little dudes. Oh, wait, what do you want? What? Okay, this has to be activated for us to do that, and that's the 3 different power plants for this. And that means that we need 1, 2, 3 bindable materials there, 1, 2, 3 bindable materials there, 4 greens, no, 5 greens, 5 reds, and 5 blues. That's a lot of material, dude. Is there another? What is that? Is there anything in here? Can we steal this? Oh! There's more. What else can I steal? Anything that looks like a grid is theftable. We don't even need that thing anymore. I just need this. Okay. Okay. What is that? There's something up there. Do you see it? What is that? There's a pool there. If we rotate, we lose 1 of each. But I gain more blue and more red. And then we rotate again and I get more green. I think we're going to do a full rotation. It rotated much faster that time. Because it's light. That's great, dude. Hey. Hey, do you want to come out of there? Need your help. No? All right. One of each. Don't need you. And this will give me 1 of each as well. We've learned a little bit in here. I wonder if I have enough points to do all of these. Not yet. I need to get to the end and then rotate. Zoop. Alright, let's go into here. There's so many connections here. Wait. We learned about this. We learned about binding. Yoink. What are you doing, man? What are you doing, man? Gimme. Can't get that. There's only one temple on this one, but we're at 7, 5, and 5. I think that's everything in here. There's another temple there on the next platform. We'll go one forward. Ooh. Can I steal this? Yeah. I'm at 6, 4, and 4. Hell yes. Harvest the trees. We're at 9, 9, and 9. Wait, I'm more than 9. It can't comprehend the number of that I have. What are you doing, man? Whoa. Okay. So that's teaching me about those rooms. Got it. We have to rotate one more time and then I can do it. Ow. Why are you evil? Hey, wonderful to see you, LC. Sorry, I don't really have anything to add right now. I just really like it here. Alright, man. I come here a lot. Helps me think, keeps me calm, brings me peace. Do you have a place like that? That one is dark and blue. The water, the trees, it all just feels right, don't you think? Okay. Haunted. It's all haunted. Let's go up here. Ah! We can bind the water. What does that do, though? I'm gonna hold on to my resources. We're gonna go one more. We're gonna start it over. We're back to the beginning. Blue's up. We got 4 blue. I gotta do green now. Got 7 green. I just need 5 going into this. Good. That leaves us with 2 green. Red. 8 red. Something's happening. Can you remove it when you use it? Only when it's a blueprint one like this. But when it's a bound one, it's permanent. I have 4, 2, and 4. What do you got? It's kind of warm right here. That certainly did something. Hey, things actually feel a lot more balanced, I think. Let's keep going. There's more to understand in the other rings. Oh, and this should help. You certainly notice that rotating the rings one way costs energy, but you realize if you rotate them another way, it generates energy. We were right! The sphere made sense. You're ready. Give it a shot. Rotate the rings in reverse to accumulate energy. Okay. I wish to accumulate. I wish to accumulate. How do I rotate them the other direction? Wait. How do I do that? How does one rotate in the other direction? I don't understand. Wait, above us. That thing over there. I have to rotate that, right? How do I reach it? I have to reach it somehow. Shit. I don't have a way of reaching that. How do I reach the symbol? So we can only rotate in that direction if we find the symbol. That's the only thing. Stretch your arms? I know, right? You gotta get real tall, dude. Oh. But it's talk to the dev time. It's talk to the dev time. Let's see. Let's go grab this. I'm going to hop on there. I'm going to run the ads right now. We'll be back from the ads in just 2 minutes while I set everything up. Are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can. Let me set up all the audio. We're going to run ads real quick so that it doesn't cut us off. But don't worry. Community can hear you. Everyone can hear you. Everything sounds like it's working well. Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
I don't know why I can't hear you, but maybe I can put the stream on.
What you'll want to do is go to user settings. Yeah, here, let me know when you can hear me through the stream. Let me know when you can hear me through the stream. Yeah, he can't hear me. I'm gonna DM.
I got the stream muted now.
Can you hear?
Oh, there we go. Now I can hear you. Thank you for the lovely tip there.
Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, it's just Discord always has these types of problems. It's just how it goes. It'll always set it to some random device. Like, you want me to use your webcam as a microphone? Is that cool? And it's like, no, dude, stop it.
I don't even have a webcam.
Exactly. All right, ads are over. If you would like to introduce yourself, I'm going to turn the music in the game down, even though it's lovely, so that the community can hear you just fine.
Thank you. Yeah, my online handle is eCores. My name's Evan. Made this game Chroma Zero. Since you mentioned the music, my cousin and his co-composer made the music.
Oh,
Besides
nice.
that's it. That's the team.
Really? That's the whole team?
If you don't count the 100 playtesters, which I do. It was a big team effort. I mean, I was the developer, but the playtesting really shaped the game in wonderful ways.
That's fantastic. Yeah, if you'd like to tell the community a little bit about the game, because this is fantastic. I've had a great time exploring through this, and I'm really interested in kind of your inspiration here. What made you want to build this?
Sure. So chat already referenced Antichamber, which was just a phenomenal game. It's a decade old, if not more, and was really just a really big breath of fresh air when it came to what a puzzle game could be. And I played it on release and then waited, and there really weren't any other games that like felt the same to me. That the way you just had to sort of explore and poke around and discover and put together sometimes abstract rules, sometimes concrete rules. And, you know, there have been some others that I thought did a great job. Manifold Garden got referenced. That was good too. But it looked similar, but it didn't quite feel the same to me. And then in 2020, Outer Wilds came out. Totally different game. But that same feeling of rewarding curiosity came back. And Tunic did it too. And you know, I just thought I'd give it a go. I thought this is such a neat feeling while playing a game. Can it work, you know, if there's no combat, if there's, you know, minimal dialogue, and really, like, can I make a game? That was another question I just wanted to answer. So yeah. This project kind of helped me answer those questions.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm really enjoying this so far. I think that you've done a fantastic job with this. I just figured out how to generate resources as I go through, and I'm seeing what happens if I bind all of these.
Oh yeah, I've been watching.
It works. So it works even if you bind them all, which is kind of interesting.
Yep. I think it's the kind of game where this is the struggle of being a solo dev, right? I can only program in and sort of reward so many hypotheses, you know. So I want players to think of something that they could do and then go try it, and then, you know, have something rewarding happen, whether or not it's the total answer or part of the answer or one layer or whatever. I do want players to be able to kind of test, and you've had some interesting theories while you've been roaming around, and you know, some of them work and some of them don't, and I think it's what I've found is it's players really like that. Typically, they're satisfied with the rules once they uncover them all, because they are quite interconnected and layered.
Yeah, I think the thing for me is whenever I find a game like this, it's always like, I have no idea what rules you have defined. So let's make a bunch of theories, you know, like maybe those ideas work, maybe they don't work, you know, and the whole point is just to try. And I love games like this because it's rewarding the curiosity and it's rewarding play. You know, like I'm trying things. I don't know if they're going to function. You know, it feels interesting. We're going to keep going in that direction. I quite like that. And I think this has been a lot of fun so far. What would you say was, in your opinion, the most difficult thing about implementation for this game so far? Like, what is the hardest thing that you've had to come across to work on?
Well, so my background was not in game development. My approach to game development came from ROM hacking old arcade games.
Wow.
And we can get into that if you like the topic. But the engine. By the way, this is in Unreal. I know you thought Godot, but it's in Unreal. That sort of out of the box gave me a lot of functionality, but boy, it is quite opaque when it comes to a lot of the things you would want to do when you start optimizing, I guess. It's been out about a year, but actually Friday it's going to come out on PlayStation 5. Mm-hmm. And one of the hardest things was, I mean, I can even see, like, maybe it's just the stream, but it's not the most optimized game. And boy, have I tried trying to, you know, figure out Lumen, which is the lighting system, temporal super resolutions, which is like the scaling system, and just like how all of those things are put together and built. The Unreal rendering pipeline is like my worst enemy. But, you know, when it works, it's beautiful, and it kind of gives me a lot of nice aesthetic. But it's definitely been the hardest part, trying to wrangle all of the shaders to work on PlayStation, and even now I'm trying to make a version of the game that would work on like a lower end laptop or something, and that's difficult.
I just ate the water. I'm so confused.
Great.
How did I? What? All right. I ate it. Yeah, something happened. Yeah, no, I didn't realize this was made in Unreal. So you did all of this in Unreal? I thought it was actually Godot at first, but no, the lighting in this is fantastic, so it does make quite a lot of sense there.
Yeah, I tried. So I started it's like beginning a couple of months of 2024, and I guess I was platform agnostic at that point in time. I downloaded all of them, the big ones, Unity, Unreal, and Godot, and just sort of tried all the tutorials, and I think it was Antichamber was written in Unreal, one of the older ones that kind of maybe gave me some bias. But the out of the box Unreal seemed to work the best for what I was kind of going for, and when I thought about the programming languages involved, coming from the arcade world, that's all assembly stuff, and so I thought, well, C is close to what I've kind of been doing in that, and C++ maybe could be closer to that, and seems like, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but C++ seemed like it would be fun to learn. I never ended up having to, though. This is all built in Blueprints, if you know what that is.
Yeah, no, Blueprints is fantastic. In fact, we've been talking a lot about Hytale's going to be coming out in January, and they're going to be doing a coding system of that very much so like Blueprints. So all visual scripting is going to be really nice. So a lot of people in the community are super excited to see that, and Blueprints it's great. Like, it's actually like super helpful. Super down with it.
Yeah, and for me, the thing about it is super fast. So to just iterate on an idea, to build it and try it, to get playtesting feedback, and then to be able to implement it that day and publish a new change, that made it just super powerful. I ended up having to do a little bit of C++, but it was mostly for like third-party libraries, like Discord, rich presence, and that stuff. Nothing major.
Discord rich presence stuff is actually like it's kind of funny because a lot of people don't realize that. They're like, oh yeah, it just shows when you're playing a video game on Discord. And it's like, you have to put that in your game, man. Like that's the thing that you have to get the game to work with. And a lot of people don't realize that.
When I first turned it on, it was like it just the little icon defaults to like a Super Mario question block.
Yep.
I was like, what's going on?
Yeah,
Isn't this just automatic? No.
Yeah, no, none of it's automatic. It doesn't pull the game or anything like that. You gotta hope. Hope you know what you're doing with it, and then play around with it a whole bunch. Yeah, we do the same thing. So like, whenever the TTS messages go through, you guys see people's faces like that. It's the exact same thing for that too. Like, I have to dynamically pull your icon off of social media when you send a TTS message, and then it has to go up onto the Discord, and then put it up there as you. It's like a whole thing. We have a TTS system where every time somebody donates or anything like that, it goes onto the Discord so people can review the messaging. Did this work? Yes? Oh, I'm super dead, aren't I? Wait. Not dead. What? Okay, that's where green is. Unless I rotate? By the way, I wanted to say your system of doing, accessibility for colors is fantastic. If you guys look in the top right corner, you can actually see what color we're looking at. It's just listed in text each time for the player. And I think that's great, personally.
Thanks. The the options were pretty limited for me, so I think the sort of standard that I read about was that you're supposed to vary textures so that things are recognizable whether they're colored or not. And I can tell I don't have a lot of textures in the game, so I didn't feel like, I could have added a toggle and then it would have added a bunch of textures, but I had thankfully, I found a couple of playtesters who were color vision deficient in a couple of ways, and there's really a lot of literature about it. And Unreal has some settings where you can kind of simulate it to see what it's like, and it just seemed pretty intimidating. So I thought the simplest would just be like, hey, if I'm aiming at something, can I just tell you the color? Because that's really what's important in the game. If you zoom too, it'll zoom is Z, I think. So if you zoom in on something, it'll engage, and you can tell what color something is in the distance. But for the most part in the game, you're just right up next to what you want to see. And they play tested it, they finished it, they thought it was great and unobtrusive, and so ship it.
Yep, felt good. That's awesome. I just learned how to rotate the boxes individually. It gets weird. There's so much game in this. Oh, do I not? I don't teleport anymore. But why? I love this because everything that you do in it, you're learning something new about, like, the way that you have built this world and how you kind of want it to feel and be. And it's like adding something new to your toolkit, but it's adding it in a way that's like, how do I describe it? It's adding it in a way that is not something that can be taken away by changing statistics in a game. Because a lot of times games like this, you'll have a power-up or something like that. Video games will give you a power-up, and you kind of go from there. But this is not that. And it's very interesting to me to see how much this is about your personal knowledge and what you've learned about the systems involved.
I mean,
so far... Oh, what's up?
Oh, that was the goal. I didn't actually want any unlocks in the game at all. You encountered one just to... So I think one of your first questions was what was the hardest thing in the game? So besides Lumen, it was trying to balance how long someone goes before they kind of understand something new. And when I originally had like everything open from the beginning, it was kind of overwhelming, and people didn't understand that they had a harder time putting the pieces together because there were so many pieces all at once. So there's I guess now after so much play testing, I'm pretty happy with the progress and sort of the time between increments of progress that people can experience. So you get that, like, there's a little frustration, and then there's satisfaction, and there's not much dead time in between, hopefully.
That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think that there's any frustration that I felt so far. It's mostly just curiosity of, like, trying different things. And, like, stuff like this, where I can rotate this awkwardly now, at strange angles. That's incredibly interesting to me. And now, because of that, I think I can go interact with that one that I couldn't reach before, or didn't exist, maybe. It's just so interesting for this. I probably shouldn't have come down here. Yep, you're stuck now. My bad. Great. Thanks, bud. Well, at least now I've learned something, I find that to be really fascinating, though, because it very quickly... You're worried about resources in the beginning, and it's like, no, the resources aren't the puzzle. Like, once you realize how to interact with the machine, like, the resources are no longer the puzzle. Now it's solving and understanding.
And that's the goal. My demo, it's kind of a hard game to kind of end as a demo. So that's actually what I say when I end the demo, because I feel like most players will only have encountered the first layer, which feels like resource management. I mean, a lot of puzzle games are that, right? Like it feels like I have one block, I'm one block shy of the numbers that I need, or I need one more portal, or I need one more cable, or whatever it is. And so at the end of the demo for this, Zero actually says, hey, there's more here than just resource management. So, funny. We hope you come back.
Man, I love the idea of having a character that is like an out of time entity too. I think that's quite funny. He's like, oh yeah, this is just kind of the place that I make, ridiculous geometry. What's up, dude? Welcome. And there's a thing all the way up there too. I want to go to that thing. Yeah, no, I find this to be really fascinating. How long have you been working on this?
I started learning Unreal January 2024. I got tired of tutorials and stuff around March, and I actually said to myself, like, my ambition was a. Oh, here you go. My ambition was a larger game, but I'm pretty good at like managing scope and kind of understanding what I'm going to get myself into. I guess I say that, but so I wanted to make a small thing first, and I said I should make a weird rotating, cube space, and I should finish it in a month, and just see how that feels. Not going through YouTube tutorials on how to do Unreal stuff anymore. And so I got to the end of the month, and I was pretty happy with where it was, but it wasn't finished. But it felt good to have that progress under my belt, and so I kept working on it. By about June, so I guess that's April, May, June, 3 months of work on it. I actually felt like I had a game worth publishing, and that's when I reached out to my cousin and said, I've got something that feels pretty cool to play, and I think I need better music than what I was anticipating on needing, and invested in that, and then started doing playtesting, and I think I had like a fully playable game within 4 or 5 months. Like, you could finish it, but it wasn't exactly done yet. I finished it in December of last year. So,
and yeah, with you finishing it, so you finished it in December of last year, and we've got it here. Let me pull it up on Steam. You launched in December of 2024. How do you feel that the reception has been to this?
Phenomenal. I mean, it's
96% is great. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So exactly. So like for a solo dev, I mean, I see so many games, good looking games. They get launched, and then it's like crickets, and it's like 6 reviews, and for all I know, there's like no sales, and I saw the marketing. I thought the marketing looked good. I'm a bad judge, I guess, at what should or will and won't succeed. And I really made this for a specific type of player. When I reference Outer Wilds, now that you've played it a bit, like there's not a ton of narrative to connect it. There's no solar system. You're not flying a spaceship. There's none of that part of Outer Wilds. But the part where you're being rewarded for your curiosity, that's the part I really wanted to harness. And so that's who I made the game for. Like, hey, are you like me? Did you like Antechamber? Did you like Outer Wilds? Do you want more of those types of experiences, where your knowledge is the key to the game? And so that's the only marketing I did, was to those communities. And I don't think it's a broad audience type of game. I'm not expecting to do crazy numbers or anything, but I am glad that niche has enjoyed it and embraced it, and is sharing it. So couldn't be happier. I mean, I got a PlayStation game coming out on Friday. It's surreal. So that's
Is it this one, or is it a different one?
This one. I'm putting it on.
And it's coming out on PlayStation. That's fantastic, dude. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Did you go through a publisher for that, or did you do the entire thing yourself?
No, I just wrote PlayStation up and said, here's this game. I got a little coverage in Japan. Maybe that helped. So my Japanese translator shared it out on Twitter, and it got an article in one of the Japanese publications. And so I linked that and said, like, it's not well known, but it's well received. Can I make a game for PlayStation? And they sent me a dev kit, and I got on my documentation glasses and just read everything I could, and then fought a couple of months and got it to work.
It's awesome. No, that is really, really cool, to be honest with you. Releasing on different consoles is great. What's up?
Oh, chat said how many languages. I had playtesters, players ended up being able to translate it. So Japanese, he's professional. The French one is professional. It's in 12 other languages though, right now. That was a big like I launched it in December and didn't know what to expect, and by March it was clear like if I got some translations in, it would probably help with the market. So and then I got all the volunteers, which I paid them, but it probably way below market rate. It was just what I could afford, and they were happy to contribute. So
That's awesome. I think I may have just figured out your teleporters. I think I understand. Maybe.
I can't believe you can play and talk at the same time. By the way, that's and it's remarkable. Your stamina is remarkable.
From just streaming all the time.
Stuff.
I mean, you have to understand.
Yeah.
I've been doing this. What is this? 8-9 years now. Like, that's like my whole thing. But yeah, no, it's just kind of. It's one of those things is you get used to it over time. You learn kind of what your limits are. And there are days where like I'm way too tired or something like that. I'm like, I'm only doing 12 hours today. And some days I'll do like 15 or whatever. But like in the past when I first started, I started at like 1 hour, 2 hours, because I was like super nervous streaming, number one. But then on top of it, I just couldn't talk for that long. Like it hurts to talk all day. At least it did in the beginning, But now I can. And it's practice. Everything is practice. I want to activate this. I think I understand your power plant teleporter thing, maybe. Probably not. I have an idea. All right, those are going. Actually, I don't need this. I need this. There we go. And then I gotta leave that. If I did this right, then I could teleport from the other one to this one, but I don't know if I did it right. Oh wait, I gotta steal the water. I don't know what that does. I managed to steal the water before, and it's quite funny. So, one of the things that I did notice is there we go. Now it's done a thing, and now I've stolen the water. It's mine now. One of the things I did notice is the binding system. Is there a lot of ways to just soft lock yourself in this? And you have to just start all over? Because I noticed that restarting it's pretty trivial. It's not like a big deal to restart.
Yes. There's it's a little problematic to give you a straight answer to that, but
fair. If it will be, then don't say a word.
Yeah.
This is not where I thought I was going to go. I was wrong. Wait. No, I wasn't wrong. Wait. Okay, never mind. I think I understand. Maybe. Kind of. Yes. Yes, I do. I get it. Now
I see. Is
back.
Dev in chat or just watching? The answer is I can barely look over at chat and watch and talk at the same time, but I'm trying my best.
That's the best way to do it. Yeah, I find this to be really fascinating. I love games like this where you have to learn the rules of the universe for that. How did you design this out? Did you do this on paper first? What is your approach to designing puzzles like this? Everybody's is different, and I'm always interested.
Sure. The Outer Wilds developers did some great talks on how they designed their solar system and how different clues on different planets would reference to different places. And they suggested first just put it on paper and throw it on your floor with all the hints and all the places, and that's basically what I did too. I wrote on I just had note cards that said, okay, here are the locations, and then here's the information that I really need a player to convey. And I wanted to make sure that different this is fun. I wanted to make sure that everywhere you went, you could pick up another little piece.
Mm-hmm.
And I just started there and then play tested, because at the end of the day, no matter what I think is going to be right, it's up to the players to decide if I was right or not. And I was wrong. I was so many times. I thought, oh, this would be great. Actually, the thing you're doing right now used to be the second thing I asked a player to do in the game. And it was when I was playtesting it, I sort of considered where my finish line was for that very first playtest, and basically nobody finished it.
Really?
And I had to decide, like, okay, this particular thing, which I thought was cool and fun and, you know, novel and you know, not that hard to like get to, people just ignored it for the whole first playtest. And I said, okay, I need to make this type of interaction just something way farther in the game. So
that's very interesting, actually. I think the thing that kind of blew me away that moment was this. When I realized that the platform that I was on, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, what is that?
There you go. Yeah,
and now it rotates, because it's so light, it rotates faster now.
That's always fun. That's always fun at when people discover that. Sometimes they're standing on it when they discover it, so they fall. That's another thing in playtesting I had to kind of get right was I love watching people play the game and like falling for traps almost. So, you know, I'd be watching my playtesters and they would do that kind of thing and they'd fall through the floor and I would laugh.
And that's the best time to laugh, you know.
and it was hilarious. And I just had too many of those. I had like every level had like a gotcha, and it was like, okay, well, I'm having a great time. My players are really, so I need to remove almost as many of these as you went down and you talked to zero in that 45-degree angle, and you had to reset. You know, that's like. Most people laugh at that, but there is the one or two players that's like, I don't like being trolled here, but you're making me reset here. It's like, well,
yeah, no, that's always
I apologize. Like, I believe it or not, took out about 10 of those, and I left in like 3 of those. So, you know,
I think it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people do, but
there's always people that are upset about it.
And if you get, you know, if somebody's been struggling somewhere, if they haven't made any progress in 20 minutes and that's the progress that they make, it could be frustrating.
Fair. There we go. So we have this one matched. Is that blue? It's blue.
White color related synesthesia. I see in chat. Can someone taste this world? That would be remarkable. And I've never heard of anybody doing that, but I would watch that on stream.
I'd watch it. I bet it's possible. Oh, wait, but that's how I get to the interior. Okay. Purple. Which colors do I have? I love this menu pop-up, by the way, for like which colors you have access to and like how much resource do you have. There we go. Now it's going to get weird. I'm on the interior of the cube. Yeah, I find this to be really fascinating, though. And you did this with such a small amount of assets in terms of, like, visual assets. Were these assets that you created yourself? Or was it stuff that you got through, like, PAX Online? Or... Because this is... I find this to be fascinating. It's just, like, very simple.
Right.
You know,
no, the cube comes with Unreal.
Yeah. Right? I mean, the cube and then, like, the trees and things like this, too. They're all very simple.
Yeah. Let's see. You know, I'm not a strong visual artist when it comes to modeling, as evidenced by the game. But I did my best. You know, that pyramid I modeled in Unreal, everything. I think like the trees I got off of, like, I'm not sure what website is, you know, free assets with accreditation, you know, where you have to credit someone. I can't remember. So that's somebody else's tree. Did I use any other assets besides the tree? I really liked the tree.
I can tell by evidence of the tree.
And it looks, you know, it looks nice in wireframe.
Yeah.
Those sort of spheres are recreations of an Escher woodcut. The interconnected spheres. So I didn't design it. I just you know, recreated it, and then everything else I just did in Unreal. There's not much. My next game ideas are definitely going to require some assets.
Whoa, the pyramid's full of weird energy. Yeah, that makes sense though. Like it's one of the things I talk to the community about a lot is don't worry about making it beautiful. Don't worry about making next gen, you know, art or anything like that. Worry about making it have something. You can program your way through a lot of this kind of stuff, and you can make games like this beautifully with very few assets. And it is a beautiful game. So I think that's something that holds back a lot of people, and it really shouldn't.
Yeah, this wouldn't exist. So not just the 3D models, like the first thing you remarked when you started playing the game was the RGB display, or the 7-segment displays that count, resource in the beginning. Those are right off of the Unreal Marketplace.
Really?
The wireframe shader started from the Unreal Marketplace, and I kind of tweaked it from there. Anything for me, for a solo dev, I don't have the time to spend a month, just modeling one room or something. So I would absolutely use resources on the marketplace. And the big benefit for me is, like, if something is ready to go out of the box and has all of its internals exposed, so like a buy a shader off of the marketplace, but I can go in and edit that shader. It means that, minute one when I install it, it works, and then I can tweak it from there to make it work for me. And that eliminates the whole creation step, which is, for me, way too challenging. I've got to, contrast that. There are some real hero devs out there. I'm bundled, right? The Steam game is bundled with a game called The Art of Reflection. That dev built his own engine. And it's a phenomenal game, and he really needed to do that for his game. But I wouldn't even know where to start with that. So I it's not anywhere near my strengths.
Totally fair. We have ads for just a moment. So we'll be back after the ad break. Got about 40 seconds. Oop. Huh. All right, the ads are over, and we're back. Playing through one of your areas in here, this strange pyramid. Oh. What if we did that? That would be weird. I'm going to try something weird. This whole game feels like you're trying something weird all the time, and I quite enjoy that. Like, very much so, actually. You made some trees some time ago for the Unity Asset Store for free? Oh, that's cool. What were you saying?
Nice. Oh, I mean, when it's your own game, you can be as weird with it as you want, so...
That's the best part.
I did. I was.
So, what made you go down the route of self-publishing that, by the way? Because this is always different for every dev of how they feel about publishing process.
Oh, I think, starting with a puzzle genre, it's hard. I don't think they're, or supposedly what I hear is they don't, right? So, going after publishers could take me all, kinds of time. I don't particularly think it's the kind of game a publisher would publish anyway. It's like 7 to 10 hour experience, and then you put it away. Frankly, it can be spoiled by streams and full playthroughs and that kind of thing. Marketing is challenging, and I don't even know where I wouldn't even know what kind of publisher to start with, and maybe if I had years and a team or something to make it look, closer to like an Outer Wilds or, something with a lot of visual polish, then you could go to kind of an artistic publisher. But I don't know. This was, again, I started the game. I wanted it to be a game I just tested my chops on. I built it in a short amount of time and then put it out there and got some feedback on it. And it took a bit of a life of its own, thankfully. But why not publish it myself? I like interacting with the community. I love getting the feedback on it. That's so addicting, seeing people play it, hearing how they're feeling. So I don't know if I'd want to like remove myself. I think a lot of publishers, that's what they do. They community manage and they do the marketing, and they're seeing the reactions, and like that's part of it for me. I also wanted to learn all this, so now I know what it's like to build a game with Unreal, from zero to a PlayStation launch, and that's just my life. Those are some goals for me personally.
I understand your weird spheres. What have I done? Okay. Gotta keep going. I love just the oddness that you've put into this. There's so much weirdness throughout all. This is fantastic. It's actually fantastic. I know that I'm really glad to hear that, honestly. And I think that a lot of devs should really approach it more often like that of, can I do this without a publisher? Then I should. And it's too often that people lose complete controller access to their own games, and they don't realize it until it's way too late. They don't realize that they've lost,
Yeah, I'll also say what I've seen a lot of games that have publishers, and then the publisher decides that they have more important priorities, so they back away from that property, but they retain the publishing rights. And so, just because it has a publisher on the Steam page doesn't mean they did much work for you, but they're still taking a cut.
Yep.
And so you're sort of left there going, well, I'm paying someone to do some aspect of my publish process, but they are not leaning in. So what do I do now? Do I get on the phone and yell at them, or do I do it myself anyway, or I'm stuck? So it's definitely different for everybody, but I guess I had the advantage of good, there you go. The advantage of not I didn't need the game to be a financial success or anything, and that probably had a lot to do with it too. Earlier, before you started the stream, you talked about hobbies not being jobs.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I felt about this project. I just loved how it was turning out, and I just wanted to see it to the finish line. And if it connects with players, that's wonderful. If it sells well, that's wonderful. But I don't think it's it just isn't the kind of game that's ever going to be super blockbuster sales or anything like that. It's maybe a little too weird, too inaccessible, not polished enough, and that's fine, because again, that wasn't my goal.
Fair. And I guess the thing is with that, it's some people get discouraged by something not being a massive financial success, and really at the end of the day, it's about creation. It's about making things and learning and growing new skills. And if you're only focused on a monetary reward from that, then you probably shouldn't be making an indie game. Because the grand majority of indie games fail pretty heavily in terms of finances, but you gain other skills that you use elsewhere in your life, or you learn new things, or maybe your game takes off, maybe, right? But that's never a guarantee. And I find people stress out so hard about that. They're like, oh, my game has to sell 1 million copies. And it's like, if that's the only thing you can do, it's going to be rough,
Yeah, that's a whole layer of stress I didn't want to add to my life. So
maybe this. Okay. maybe not. Maybe I've failed this and it's permanent now. That's what I love about this so far is like I learned one thing that I'm like, I don't know what that is. That didn't work, you know? It's quite fun though. And I think there's a lot of hidden secrets in here. Deep ones that I have no idea how to solve quite yet. But I think you've made something really interesting. And the cool thing is you can always reference this back and be like, look at this weird game. And there's other weird games that are like this too. If you go and look at The Witness. Witness is just like this. Very strange, you know, strange puzzle game with a lot of strange mechanics and a lot of repeating pattern mechanics and stuff like that. So there's no reason to think that it can't, you know, become critically acclaimed, really well loved kind of puzzle games. They do exist out there.
Yeah, I think originally when I put it out, I was interested to just see if the niche that I built it for, like there's a weird name for a genre out there called Metroidvania. Love it or hate it, that's kind of what it's called, and it's about knowledge unlocking new paths in games rather than like power-ups. And that's the community. It's a small community that like these kind of games, and I do think that a portion of that community has embraced the game and did enjoy it, and that was the goal for it. I've seen a lot in chat about the music. I don't know if anybody wanted to know specifics about that, but yeah. I'll say the big advantage of the game. Once I had the visuals where they are, that's about half of the emotion in the game, and the other half to think that the music does a lot of heavy lifting there, taking you to like feel what it is to be in this space. And I had a gigantic advantage in that my cousin's a professional musician. He does like small film, commercial, TV score work with the partner of his, and I was able to call them up and say, I've got this game project. Have you ever done a game? And I don't know if they gave me a price break or what, but I was quite happy to hire them at their kind of working rate, because I knew I would need them to spend some time on it. And man, they nailed it. They just nailed it. So many, like, for as many creative and for as many choices as I made in the game and the gameplay, they made just as many in the music. If anybody's interested in that type of thing, there's like a 14 or 15 minute talk through where my cousin just goes through each of the themes, the choices they made, the instrumentation, how they made the music support the themes and the feeling of the game. And it was just super cool to work with a family member like that too.
Can you send me the link for that so I can send it out to chat?
Link.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah. You have a lot of people in this community that are devs, so like huge amount of people that are either just starting out as devs or learning stuff, and anything you can send them is always much appreciated.
Good. See if I can find it. I will say some of the music borders on spoilery, so you should play the game the whole way first, though.
Feel that. There we go.
Or like, watch a stream or something. Like, I don't know. I also get there's some people out there that look at this and it's a first person rotating world. Like, I am gonna get motion sick. So you don't have to play it if you want to.
There's actually quite a lot of people that end up watching streams because either they like the streamer or they like the content of the stream with the people talking about stuff, or it's because they just don't have enough money to buy a game. We see that a huge amount, especially in the international audiences, that the game is just too expensive, whatever it is, or they don't know if they want to get it. It's kind of like having a demo. It's basically the same deal. It's a lot more common than you think. It's very interesting.
No, somebody in chat mentioned the regional pricing. I had some playtesters from like Brazil and Poland, and they educated me about how the Steam, automatic pricing is poor when it comes to those currencies, So I tried to compensate for that. Actually, the PlayStation Store is a little more restrictive on like how things are priced. So I just recently the Steam version and lowered all the pricing a little bit to match what I'm going to put it out on PlayStation 4. So.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I already figured that out. Hey. Gave me a reminder for one I already knew. Yeah, no, that's actually a really big deal to me is regional pricing. It's something I talk about on stream all the time is the countries of Brazil, Poland, Australia, even Canada, and New Zealand all have like very strange kind of automatic pricing from Steam. It's weird because like Australians, they call it the Australia tax, and it'll be like usually like 40%, anywhere from 30 to 40% higher in Australia, but their purchasing power of their dollar is roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of our dollar in their local area. So it's like they just pay an extra Australian tax for being Australian. Like it's the same thing.
I should look.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal. I almost always match the price of Australian and New Zealand to the US dollar, like 1 for 1. So if it's 10 Australian dollars, it's 10 US dollars.
I should go fix that.
Yep, you will find it is much appreciated. It's one of the things. Portugal is a big one. Yeah, Poland is a very big one right now too. I think the hardest part that I have seen for pricing is just the euro. You can't do much about it. So like between a country like Germany and Greece, even though the purchasing power in those local areas is so different, it's the same currency and Steam won't let you change it on a per region basis. Makes it really tough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's so many colors.
I put in the in December chat thing the link to the behind the scenes music talk. I can put it in chat too if you want, but
it'll get deleted by the robot. There's a robot that stops that because once we have a certain amount of viewers, then it just starts blowing up. Okay, here's the music link. Yeah, we get robots that get taken down all the time. The moment we drop the defenses for the robots, it just floods chat. It's great.
If you actually want to listen to all of the music, I'm pretty sure you can stream it on like YouTube and Spotify, and there's the Bandcamp version, which all the money. Actually, this is one of your shorts talks about how you pay your musicians and artists. I did something similar. My musicians get all the money from the soundtrack, and
that's awesome.
Instead of paying them 25% of the revenue, I didn't know if there was going to be any revenue, so I just gave them an upfront chunk, and then there's a residual if we hit like a goal, number.
Mm-hmm. I like the people who worked with me were really scared of that in the beginning too, so I ended up doing like an hourly payment in the beginning, and then when we hit early access, then it was a percentage from there, and it ended up everyone felt pretty comfortable. If you're ever trying to find a way to like pay people, you just got to come up with what's comfortable for everybody.
Yeah,
and it's going to be different for every team, no matter what it is.
Well, they get everything from Steam and Bandcamp, but Bandcamp takes less money. So if you like the score and you want to buy it, check out the Bandcamp link.
That's definitely the way to go. I didn't realize the Bandcamp took less. That's awesome. Maybe we'll set it up over there.
I think they even have like a Friday discount or something where they take even less or nothing on Bandcamp Fridays. What they call it.
Okay, that's kind of sick. All right, rocking. I had no idea.
Oh, yep, their chat said it too.
What does that do? Looking through all the different colors and seeing how I can teleport around the map. But I don't see the one that I need. Maybe I can make the one that I need. So, I'm interested, do you have a speedrunning community around this? Because I feel like it's the kind of game that would have a very quick solution if you understood all of the rules.
We set one up. Some of my playtesters wanted it and suggested it, and that's the kind of feature where it doesn't take very long to put it in, and you never know, there might be embraced. When it first came out, there definitely were a handful of speedrunners. I think there's a speedrun.com page. One of the community members set it up, and there are a couple of options as to like the routes that you could speedrun. But the current world record is 49 seconds. And you wouldn't
That's
understand
amazing.
it if you wouldn't understand it if you watch it. And once you do, if you finish the game, and you would understand it, it is still remarkable. It's quite creative in ways I didn't ever imagine. But it's not a very active, speedrunning community.
After 49
it's
seconds,
just
you're down to like a millionth of a second kind of runs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quick, and it's remarkable. But yeah, I mean, I didn't build it to. I guess I didn't build it at all with speedrunning in mind. So feature and I have the game track your time base, and then I make you have to start a speedrun from like 0. So there's a button on the menu that deletes your progress and lets you start over, and I made that delete itself faster. That's about it, just so you can try again more quickly. That's the extent of the speedrunning features.
That makes sense. I mean, just adding anything for them,
Yeah.
What would you say is the strangest bug that you found, and why was it a speedrunner that found it? It's usually it's always them.
There are some I guess you call them like abuses. There's some ways you can use momentum. There's some ways to like get around a couple puzzles if you are quick. I didn't want any puzzle in the game to rely on dexterity, but that doesn't mean you can't use dexterity to solve a couple of things in a couple of places. And so there's a particular one that does get abused in speedruns, and I left it in. And there's also a particular way to start the game which gives you an advantage, and I didn't. That was definitely like a bug, right? Like I saw it happen and was like, that's not what I intended to do. But it gives speedrunners 10 seconds of a head start, so let's just leave it in,
That's cool, though.
That one's in there.
I love that you took that approach. I think that's a really good approach to take. I think a lot of the times people don't take that approach. They're like, no, that has to be fixed, So good on you for doing that.
It was marvelous. Like I said, it's just, I just want to see people having fun in the game. I don't want to. That was fun.
I found something deeply esoteric. Oh, what is this? This affects nothing but speedruns. Sure, they can have it. Exactly. And, I think the only time I've ever really fixed stuff like that is, I'll have, out-of-bounds stuff and things like that. I just let them have it, But, if it's something where if you're doing a speedrun, the game soft locks sometimes on a specific action, I'll fix that, because it's not fun for the speedrunners, I want them to not have to work around the soft lock. It's not that interesting. Yeah. I'm leaving this feature, but you were goblins. Yeah, 100%.
So I thought of a different bug that really threw me for a while.
Go
and
for
that
it.
Was I moved. So I built when I was working on the PlayStation. The way that, I guess the manifestation of the bug was that basically nothing that I was doing in the game was saving progress-wise. None of the settings were saving, and it was intermittent. So, sometimes it would work, sometimes it wasn't, but basically anything in the game that I needed to save, it was like a coin toss as to whether or not it would save.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out the reason for that is twofold. One was the PlayStation itself has, a physical, maybe it's a spinning hard disk, or the dev kit that I had is like a slow hard disk, and it also saves any given file in the 3 megabyte chunks. And if you were to look at your PC right now, you'd see 15 different 1 kilobyte save files, one for each setting, one for progress, something like that. But on the PlayStation, what that's trying to do is write basically the minimum file size for a piece of save data, and that could be configuration or progress. It was 3 megs. So any change I needed to make in the game was a 3 megabyte read or write, and then I was doing it 15 times all at once. So it just was like too slow. I would ask for something to be saved, and then I would try to like read back that value, and it wasn't finished with the disk work yet.
Oh.
So, so I aggregated it all in one, 3 megabyte like file, just so it made it work. But that threw me for a while.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting bug, though. Like, it really is a super interesting bug.
I did have one playtester with like a 10-year-old GPU, and it made, basically, if you see a color like the green above you, red on, basically made all of that shiny instead. So the whole thing is like this 90s super reflective world. They were able to finish the game because all the emissive colors show up, but everything else was like silver and crazy looking mirror.
Really? That's a super weird issue.
Yeah. Oh, I never fixed it. I don't know. I don't even know what it is. It's really just you used them.
I remember I
figured
had
out how
one.
to make it boot, and
yeah. I remember I had one similar to something like that, where it was really long time ago, and it was somebody who was on integrated graphics, and I was originally doing a bunch of shader work stuff, and I didn't even think about somebody who couldn't compile shaders, right? And it was like that's just not something you ever really think about. And I didn't have an option for it, and it expressed itself in the strangest way, where it took all of our texture pages and threw them everywhere that a shader should go. So there was just like a splattering of every sprite in the entire game, just like on every piece of everything. And I was like, what is going on? And we eventually figured out it was like shader related to it. And it was like on an old version of GameMaker, and it was super funny. But I ended up working on that and then building it out into a system where we don't use shaders for lighting now. And it worked. It fixed it for them. It's like for super, super low end machines. But yeah, it's just a wild, strange thing to see. I just never seen anything like that. I was like, all right, man. Computers are magic, chat. Magic and weirdness, I honestly love this. I've just been exploring this the whole time that we've been talking, and there's so much, like, as you go through it, you're kind of just playing around, and then eventually you're like, oh, wait a minute, I understand how that works, and kind of go from there, and it's very, very fun and interesting. I think you've done a fantastic job with this, legitimately so.
Thanks. I'm glad you're having a good time, because it's the kind of game I could never play while I'm also tired.
Really? No, I love it. I think it's fun.
I'm always impressed when streamers can like hold a conversation while working on a game like this that melts people's brains at times.
I do like the brain melting. Brain melting's my favorite part. I think the most interesting thing here is looking for pieces of something that I've missed somewhere else. Because I feel like on a lot of this, I've just missed something. You know what I mean? And then I'll find that little piece of something that I was looking for, figure it out, and go on to the next piece. I do love how simplistic all these models are. They don't take away from the game in any possible respect. For me, I think that they add to it, honestly. Did I kill him? Oh, no, okay. Huh. Well, that's a bit odd. Every other one of these waters I can eat, but I can't eat this one. Oh, maybe I can. There we go. Eaten. You think it feels like Human Fall Flat? I disagree. I think it's very, very different game than that. It's kind of interesting, though. There it goes. Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is understanding your process for building puzzles. And I think a lot of the times when you're playing a puzzle game or solving puzzles of any kind, it's less about... I guess for me, it's less about solving the puzzle, and it's more about solving how you felt when you made the puzzle, if that makes sense. So you understand the puzzle creator. Yeah.
You get to play around in my brain for a couple hours here.
It's true. Your brain is very colorful, by the way. Just thought you should. You might want to see a doctor. But I do find this to be really fascinating. I think your game is quite cool. What would you say, like, out of everything your game does, and this is going to be a tough one. It's the call your baby ugly one. What do you think your game does the worst? What is the worst feature of this?
Well, thankfully with playtesting, I think I made a lot of bad decisions about, we'll say, but I with playtesting you can see where it works and where it doesn't, and it's not like it's perfect, but boy is it better than where it started. So I'm happy with where it is. Ads, right?
Yeah, the ads just popped right at the wrong second, and I was like, oh no, I wasn't paying attention to the timer. I suck.
Okay, I can continue the thought after the ads if you want.
All right, thank you. I was like, oh no, and then I hit the button, and I hit the wrong button, and I was like, great, dude. I didn't even realize we'd already been going for 2 hours. I'm just lost in this, trying to play with it.
If it gets you, if it pulls you into the zone, time melts away. I like to tell people though you should take breaks, because it's also the kind of game where you'll have an idea in the shower, 2 hours later, and then you'll be, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and try it then. And especially streamers, sometimes they try to beat the whole thing in a 5-hour session, and definitely diminishing returns after. You need to have your subconscious stew over some of it, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. I think for me, I like to grind them out like that, of try to solve the whole thing. But you're right. Sometimes it's better to let the shower of thoughts solve it for you.
All right, so
there we go.
Yeah, actually about that, I'll go on the tangent really quick. So why I recommend people to take it in stages too. You play for an hour and a half. You tend to learn new pieces of knowledge, every 30, 60, 90 minutes or so. And the way the game is built, what I really enjoy about the genre is that knowledge should recontextualize things about the game, locations sort of it changes the possibilities in different locations. That's it's almost like it's a different game now. It's really a neat feeling that I like. I learn a new tool, and that tool can be applied anywhere in the game. So I need to really turn my brain around that new fact a little bit, and that's what those breaks I think help do. Is they help to segment your experience, because you started the game, you thought it was resource, you learn a couple of things, you learn. So now you're thinking about all other kinds of ideas, and that's fatiguing actually for your brain.
Mm-hmm.
In a good way, but
it's quite
so.
Fun.
What's the weakness still? I think it comes down to the game's optimization. So it's in Unreal. It uses software-based Lumen. It uses emissive wireframe textures and anti-alias. And if I could wave a magic wand, There are some things about all of those that I would fix still, but I have not found that magic wand. What I have learned doing the PlayStation version is there are some optimization the PC version, and I think I should, because I'll have a lot of players who have older, gaming laptops, and it just doesn't run at the kind of frame to. And the art style is very simple. So when you watch the ad, you go, oh, this, there's no high res textures in this. There's no, realism or anything. So this should run. That's a disappointment. I see some players will download it and then it won't run like they expect it to run. And that's, it's a symptom of the engine. It's as a developer. And it's, it's something for the last year that I've gotten a little bit better at, and porting it gave me some more insights, learning how to profile on different GPUs and things like that. But that's definitely like what I just wish it would run 60 frames for everybody. And I think I will spend some more time investing to get it there.
I think that's always a huge difficulty too, especially in a world with different devices. It's the same on like mobile. You just have to.
Yeah.
You have so many different problems like that. Of like this is specific custom hardware. It's like specific hardware to this one device, and it's just like, oh god, it's just such a mess.
Yeah, but I think I could do a better job broadly. The reason I didn't at the beginning is I didn't know anything about it. I left some options in the settings so you can go turn off different features. Even I didn't have a good appreciation for which ones would help you the most. I just gave you them all, and on your own computer, you kind of a settings combination that makes it run to your satisfaction. And I leave the demo up for free. That's my hope, is players would download the demo, make sure it runs well, and then just
kind of go from there.
But I know I can probably do a little better. And the joke when I launched was, there are a lot of developers making Unreal games, and everybody thinks that none of them are optimized anyway. So, it's like, how am I going to beat out, AAA devs who can't optimize their Unreal?
Yeah.
But difficult. Now I know it's like I think I have a pathway to improve it, and I look forward to working on that. Probably next week, couple of weeks.
Nice.
I mean, it's not like it runs super poorly or anything, but at the low end, it struggles. Like Steam Deck, I think it's like 24 frames or something on Steam Deck. I should be able to get that to 30.
How does it feel on deck outside of that? Like, is it like, does it feel good outside of that? Is it like I have no idea how this would feel on a controller. Actually, I haven't even tried. Let me try now.
Yeah, it. So if you play with the controller, there's some settings I recommend changing. I like it with an always to give you like a dot in the middle of the screen. That's in the settings. And then I run inverted. Don't hate me. And then on the deck, there's a resolution mode you can switch to, the 1200 by 800. That helps with the frame rate, because that's a lower resolution than it defaults to. And it's like, the way I put it in my developer comments is, you can play it, people have, and they've finished it too, but I'm not sure what your particular taste is for how it's going to run. You might feel like it runs too slow for your taste, so download the demo, give it a try.
Download it and try it. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I hope I would rather get to the line of no, like I've actually spent I've found some good optimizations. I'm confident in its deck performance, but again, Unreal plus Lumen, it'll be a challenge to get there.
I think I can get that dude. Yeah, got it. This is such a fascinating way to make a game, honestly. I think it's quite cool. I just need to not fall out of the universe. But I think I've understood something now about how the rings work. So I think it might be time to blow up this reality. Problem is I've stacked up so many resources, it's going to take a while to get there. Yeah, honestly, though, I think your game is very beautiful. I think it is, and I
have to address this in the chat. Sorry, somebody says there's no cats, and that's false.
There's a cat. You've undone the entire reality that I built up inside of my head in this game. You realize that? It means there is a cat.
There's either a cat or multiple cats. It's a spoiler, right?
What? There is one or more cats.
There exist cat. Cat,
singular or multiple. Outrageous, truly. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, for me, I think that your game is fascinating. I think it's... I've seen a lot of types of puzzle games, and usually what they'll do is they'll do multiple levels, right? But you've compacted everything into one singular level in one gigantic rotating structure, which I just think is... For me, it's really fascinating, and I think it's cool that you've made it all color-based, but still made it very accessible at the same time, which is, like, honestly really nice. We have a lot of people that have to care about that a lot. Our artist for our studio is actually red-green colorblind, for example. So all of our assets are kind of built in with that in mind. But putting that into the game and still having that kind of color-based stuff is awesome. I think it's fantastic, dude.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad we could add that too. I didn't know how to solve that for a long time. Photosensitivity was another thing. For a solo dev, it's hard to find testers with accessibility conditions. Let's
see.
But yeah, I found some colorblind testers, color vision deficiency testers, and then I found some photosensitive players who were willing to like risk, their condition, because if I'm telling you it's not going to trigger your photosensitivity, and then it does, that's a problem.
Yeah.
So I found someone I think on Reddit who was willing to like take the risk and help out and give me some feedback. And so there's the settings in the photosensitivity adjust the things that people have reported triggered them, and I guess so far so good. But again, if somebody was to feel it, then I would want to hear about it and see if I could compensate for it, because it usually just comes the eliminating like flickering and any type of hard bright to dim transition, like just sort of using grays instead. And I think the intro, when you reset, there's a lot of like symmetry and rotation, and I have it doesn't look quite the same, but it functions the same.
I've learned something.
Welcome to the Red World.
Yeah, I learned something very interesting and strange. I've learned something new. Let's see if it works the way I think it does. It does not. Kind of does. I'm getting there. Starting to understand your strange...
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to see, because I learned that you can change the rate or the timing in which the different worlds collapse in upon themselves. By removing blue and green, you remove those from the world, as per the colored lights inside of that one room. So my hope was to make it so that I could teleport from this by changing the color of it to a different world type by changing that color. And it did work. I was right. I was right! So now we can go back to the base camp, and it also teleports between these by changing the color of the world, but it always goes from the inside out, so I have to determine how I'm going to be... Okay. Okay, there's a lot there. Now we're back up on here, and this one will take us back to the platform up above, and this one will take us back down to the bottom. because it's the only other one that's solid, and the one on the corner is no longer solid. All right. I understand now. I think. I understand something new, which is great. What a phenomenal game. And the only color left is red. Nothing else exists. Sane Thor, I'm deeply sane right now. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I love that it removes the bridge as well, so that adds another layer of complexity. This is fantastic. Well,
so this effect actually, so that my original design was that, I guess this is all we're well past spoilers, but when you sort of run out of a color, I originally just had those particular blocks go black. And it was about June. I'd been building it for about 3 months, and I decided, what would happen if I just looked at that color every programmed it up, and I actually got in yellow pyramid, and then I broke, I don't know, green or something, and it was so dramatic. I mean, this worldview right now of all fun one for me, it looks, it's like, man, I've been here the whole time, but this looks dramatic and new.
Yeah,
and
it looks alien.
Yeah, and that's what happened to me. I did all the programming work before I did the testing, and when I did the testing, it was a real whoa. I think this is just really a cool feeling here. And that's actually when I decided I needed the music from my cousin, because it was, the visuals were evocative enough to support, a more like cinematic style of music that we used.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I do think that this is fantastic, and I think it's gone in a really cool direction. And now the idea of going from barely manipulating colored objects based on what you have found inside of the world to mastering the ability to have unlimited resources, to destroying the world to manipulate it so that you can get into different areas, it's an awesome progression. It feels fantastic, to be honest with you.
Well, thanks. And you're not done, but
No, there's a lot more. I could tell. And I was the whole time we've been sitting here, I've been thinking about, okay, where were all the different teleporters that I found? What were all the colors of those teleporters so that I could go to those specific ones? Is there a way to manipulate it to not have it break from the inside out from one world to the next? And the answer is I don't know. So now I get to play around with it. But I love this. I think you've done a fantastic job here, and I think it's very cool. With that being said, we're almost at time. Is there anything you want to leave the community out with?
I guess we have a pretty friendly Discord. If you like these kinds of games, the genre that is, some people have heard of it, some people haven't. It's called Metroid Brainia. There's a subreddit, Metroid Brainia. I've met some really amazing devs through this process too, and if you want some other gaming recommendations that are in this same genre, check out Art of Reflection. Just came out. It's very Witness and Anti-Chamber inspired. The Button Effect, these are some demos that are coming out. Button Effect has a Superspective it's more Anti-Chamber like. One called The One Who Sees Things, which is a Witness and Outer Wilds kind of hybrids, doing some really cool stuff once you get into that dev's brain. And then one called Timebound, I think it's got a demo too. He's at least play testing. And those are all, I guess what I would say, in December.
Mm-hmm.
And any given genre that there's probably a whole sphere of people who are making indie games in that genre. And, go check it out. A lot of those devs could use playtesting. A lot of them could use support, because the dev process is. And I appreciate you playing this, and I coming along for the ride. So thank you.
I've discovered something. Yeah, no, it's been fantastic. Honestly, I think it's been lovely talking to you, and I hope that your launch on PlayStation does really well. It's freaking awesome, dude.
Thank you.
And I look forward to playing this more, because you had my interest, now you have my attention. You know, it's kind of how it feels. Oh, I need to play around with this quite a bit more.
Well, I hope you like it.
I do, very much so far. I think it's great. I really enjoy this actually. Wait, I know how. I'm gonna see if I can do this before we go. Because I have an idea. Yeah, your game is dope. I agree. There we go. I have enough blue. If I memorized this correctly, I have enough blue. Nope. I did it wrong. I understand, though. There's something I have to primer over there. So the next step of the thing that I want to do. Anyway, no, it's been lovely talking to you, and this game is fantastic. It's a work of art. So thank you very much for coming on.
Great talking to you too.
Yeah, you're awesome. And how did you guys feel about it? By the way, if you guys have not wishlisted this, you should. If you go onto here, onto Steam, I'm going to link this to you guys in chat. There you go. Looks so good. Yeah. Make sure to wishlist it if you haven't yet. The more that you do that on Steam, the more that Steam will push that to other people. So that is the best thing you can possibly do for any indie game out there is wishlist it if you're on the fence even about buying it, or buy it, you know. It is how much? It's $10. So it's $10.
$10, yeah.
That is, I feel like that's definitely worth it. I think that's a great price for that, honestly. So, fantastic. Hell yeah. And you ended up forming your own publisher for this, actually. I just saw that because you self-published.
Yeah,
nice.
0xp is a commitment to focus on game mechanics that are not based on I guess like the XP is the shorthand, but everything loot boxes and the treadmill stuff. I don't plan on using those types of mechanics in my games.
Well, that's fantastic, dude. Awesome. Good. Less loot boxes. Less storefronts as a video game.
Yeah.
Well, rock on, man. I will talk to you later. Thank you very much. Bye. That game is sick. Yeah, that game is absolutely fantastic. God damn it. Puzzle brain. I have an idea. I have an idea. That actually makes it grow. You do that. Gotta shrink that back down. Is that correct? Or should I be doing blue? Hold up. There we go. And I'll need to rotate that later. Replace each of these. Bind it with white. There we go. Now they stay forever. Go into the green. Green should take me to blue square. Go over to this, activate blue. Leave. Turn that back on. Welcome to the blue ring. Yes. I've been in the blue ring a number of times, but this is what I want to do. There we go. And now we can remove green. It's going to get weird. How much do I have? 18? I got too many resources. It's going to get real weird. Oh, actually, wait. You just do that. Meow Wolf is in a lot of cities. Really fun. Yeah. Okay, now for red. We're almost there. I just want to see if I can get there. All right. Red is disappearing, so our magenta portal will turn blue. Which means I've activated the blue portal in there. It worked. Got it. Timed it right. Oh, no. I needed another color. I got the right idea, but the wrong execution. I wanted that. You see what I was after. Also, it looks like the blue one is cracked. It's been damaged in some way. Anyway. This game is fantastic. Boop. Off into space. I was witnessing something for a moment there. Chroma Zero stream for the rest of the day? No, it's not. I gotta get back to working on stuff. But that game is fantastic, dude. Like, that's a really, really goddamn cool game. Yeah, Omega Mart, man. What a phenomenal game. Honestly. What a phenomenal game. So close to finding the cats? No, it wasn't. There's no way. There's so many more cats to find. But now I'm thinking about it in terms of breaking the cube, right? In different ways. Bro, I want to watch nothing but that for 10 hours. Same. But we can't. However, I have to set up the next game because it's gonna take some weirdness. There's some weird stuff. We got TTSs.
Chanman841 said, "Hey pirate, you should make the snowballs cause blindness like he's throwing coal." 7.
Why you like this? Okay, hold up. I'm gonna run ads right now because I have to set up a different Bezos for the next video game. Also, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I have returned. Chat is full of goblins. Begone, Bezos. I have to change you into something new and weird. Chat's always full of goblins? True.
Blanc Space said all these squares make a circle. That one is still green, and Thor is still stuck in a time loop.
I'm not stuck in a time loop. No. No. All right, one sec. I've got... Is it this one? No, it's this one. I have to change this image. It's very large. Enormous, even. Ah, crap. The game, okay, the image is not the right size, but it's fine. It is gigantic. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nope. Secret. Oh, look at him go. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. 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 Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What the heck was that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not as long as my screen, though, which is weird. I don't know why. Yeah, I feel like it should be. It's quite funny, actually. Zapdos?
Gender1PH said Lord Thorington, longest of lemons, king of goblins, keeper of kobolds, master of ligma, wrangler of fuzzy noodles.
Why are you like this?
Some say that great Christmas movies should have an elderly white-bearded man, elves with gifts, snow, evergreen trees, singing with friends and selfless love. Would you agree? Then you should also agree that the best Christmas movie of all time is the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
It's not. It's not. That is not true. Best Christmas movie of all time is not that. It's Die Hard. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. What are you going to do about it? You know what a Christmas video game is? Division 1 and 2. It's true. You don't like it, but it's true. All right, the Bezos is ready. Once upon a time. You know what I might do? For Christmas, by the way, just to be clear, we are not doing In December for Christmas. We're just hanging out. There is no In December on Christmas Day. We will be doing whatever we want on stream that day. Just a day of weird bullshit, and that's fine. You're allowed to be wrong sometimes. According to the internet, that's not true.
Wolfran_ with 500 bits said Yar cheer 500 fun fact for the day. The Sacchalina barnacle injects itself into a crab, dissolves its own body, and grows into a root system throughout the host. It then forces male crabs to act like females, sterilizing them and making them nurture the barnacle's eggs.
I don't like parasites, you know? Like, whatever you just said is horrifying. Oh, that's bad, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it's so horrifying. I don't want to eat a crab ever again in my life. I hate that.
Sagecool said Morning Thor, all these comments about stream crashing from the goblins and wondering if we are stuck in buffering reminds me of this old 2000 synth track I used to listen to. It mimicked when older audio drivers would crash and loop the last sound indefinitely loud.
Yeah.
If you recreated it on stream, you'd give some goblins with sketchy outdated drivers and badly optimized hardware PTSD.
Yeah.
You should look into it.
No, I don't think I want to look into that. That's horrible. Why would I look into that? Why would I do that? That's horrible. I'm in. Yeah, I'm immediately in. To be honest with you. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, yeah. You had me at goblins, to be honest with you. Has Twitch been having issues? No, Twitch seems to be fine.
Moby1249 said, did you know Homes.com lists full names of current and previous owners and their mortgage info? While this info is public, it typically requires a request for information and isn't indexed by search engines. Homes.com, however, is indexed and this info is available for everyone to see without needing to request it. Requests to suppress this info on their site are either denied or rejected. Everyone start submitting requests and complain to attorney generals since this violates FTC rules.
Do you want to know the next part about that? It's really funny. The fact that you can go to Grok and say, Grok, use all the information from public records, and it'll use that as one of the information sources. Grok docs me in 5 seconds. It's great. Love AI. Fantastic. Grok knew places that I lived that I had forgotten about. That was great to find out. Dance away the pain, Chet. Just dance it away. Chet also knows those places. Yeah. Yeah, is that US only? No, it's not. Nope. So I read an article about it for Grok, and then I went and tried it, and it worked. So that was cool. So then I talked to some friends who were international, and they went and tried it, and that was cool. And it was it's cool. It's a great piece of technology. You know, like it's fantastic. No, yeah, yep. EU might have something to say about that eventually. Yeah, the EU's really good at saying something about stuff eventually, aren't they? You just got a McDonald's ad in Chinese? That's odd. You want a VPN? Why does Grok have access to that kind of information? Because Grok has access to the internet. And all you have to do is tell Grok to use publicly available information, and it will. It will search the internet, scour this, pull that information down in real time, and do it. That's why. Because Grok isn't a snapshot of information. Grok is the live internet. Horrifying. You ever think about coulda, but not about shoulda? You ever think about Pandora's box? You ever think about opening that? You ever think it'd be a really good idea to give a search engine no guardrails whatsoever? Just full access to all knowledge on the internet. And then tell it not to do stuff, but not really. You know, like if you just ask it for that information, it'll go, oh, no, that's doxing. I can't do that. And then you go, well, what about the publicly available information? It goes, I'll dox them immediately. Thank you. Because the guardrails are nothing. It's like a kiddie wall, dude. It's like it's like a Lego wall. A single brick high, and you just, and it's over. And I'm blown away by the lack of guardrails on tooling like this online. I think it's insane to me. And I won't stop shitting on it because it's nuts, dude. You just threw Pandora's box all over the room, dude. Yep. Even that AI, you can search it up? Yeah, but it's a lot easier now and more publicly accessible. That's the difference, right? Anything is findable. It's the level of difficulty for the common average person to reach that information. Anything is findable. Now it's much, much easier. That's the problem, you know.
Moby1249 with 800 bits said, did you know Homes.com lists full names of current and previous owners and their mortgage in...
We just had this. You just did the same tweet. The same message. It goes into the queue.
Invictes18 said, you know find cats. I is cat. Tell Schrodinger I is alive. I is looking for him.
All right. I'll get on that. Yeah.
Corfitz1 said, speaking of public records and AI, Denmark has proposed a bill that makes your face, physical likeness and voice your own intellectual property. It's got a ton of support within the country.
I think one of the things that's really interesting about that is in the United States, you start to lose rights as you become more publicly recognizable because you become a public figure, even if you're an internet famous person. And that starts to turn into things that you can't do anything about, which is really interesting. So I wonder how they're going to be tackling that. If you have someone that's a public figure inside of that space, like, does that mean anything? Does that challenge that intellectual property ownership? Because what ends up happening is the news can report on a public figure if they're determined to be a public figure. And there's nothing you can do about your likeness being used inside of reporting like that. So how do they tackle that? That's interesting to me. You didn't do that, TTS? Lies. All the TTS is defeated. I win. In the USA, the theory is that if you're a public figure, you can more effectively defend yourself. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Maybe in the past, but no. Do you think people should stop making Will Smith eat spaghetti? No. Will Smith should eat spaghetti long after Will Smith dies. After the world ends and the neuromancers roam the wastes, Will Smith should be eating spaghetti. 100%. Forever and ever. Will Smith's spaghetti is the cornerstone of our universe. If it stops, we all die. Everything is gone. Yeah, 100%. The Rock eating a rock, we could have that too. Will Smith eating spaghetti is pretty funny though. You know, Will Smith eating spaghetti is like the baseline for does your AI suck ass at making videos. That's what it is. And they use it as a basis for how far we've come from the original videos that were produced with Will Smith turning into spaghetti while he ate it to now Will Smith being able to eat spaghetti without turning into spaghetti is the whole idea. Yeah. So it's an indicator of how good is the model for video. Denmark will make a system to remove all related personal information from the internet if law goes through. That's what I know. Yeah. But I wonder if that's for private citizen or public figures, right? There's a difference here. I don't know if there is a difference there. It kind of goes along with the right to be forgotten, you know. Improvements based on throwing more data at this trash have flatlined, and we're seeing some chatbots regressing. So those addicted to it will get even worse results now. Hilarious. Deeply hilarious. Yeah, I think that's funny. I think that's very funny. We need to beam Will Smith eating spaghetti into the dark spot of space. I'm going to be honest with you. We've already done that. Yeah. Yeah, we've already beamed Will Smith eating spaghetti into space. Yeah. We've also beamed every broadcast we've ever had into space at the speed of light in a giant shock bubble around us with a little bit of degradation as it gets farther and farther away from the moment we started broadcasting radio waves to today. So Will Smith eating spaghetti is eternal. Aliens are somewhere out there watching it. They might. Or we could be in a dark forest. And about, 100 years ago, we lit off a flare. And it's slowly letting the light bleed out into the universe. Whoops. Is your personal information being beamed into space too? Yes. Right now, actually. You just did that. We're looking outside and eventually it'll look back if it hasn't already. Dude, I hope it does. I hope it does. We like, to be honest with you, I feel like a lot of the times we were born too late to explore most of the Earth. There's still weird places you can explore, and too early to explore all of the stars. So we have this like weird middle ground where I'm like, just let there be aliens, man. Like, just show up. Anything. Just show me the Alamaus. I'm in 100%. Just do it. They're in the ocean? God, I hope so. Show up. I hope they're weird. Yeah, I hope they're weird. I hope the aliens are really weird. I think my biggest headcanon, my favorite headcanon, is that the aliens saw our early day broadcasts, and then they immediately mounted an expedition to arrive here, and they were trying to figure out the best way to interact with us, so they show up wearing, like, clothing from the 60s and 70s. Which would be really funny to me. Like, they look like they use all the same slang as, like, us in the 70s and the 60s. And they were wearing all the same clothing from that. because they're trying to interact with us and they think that's how we are. That would be funny. That'd be the way. Sounds like a dope story. I'm happy. Let's hope they're hot. What if they just look like people from the 60s and 70s, but that's not what they really look like? You don't want to know what they really look like. Your brain is just adapting to what it's seeing and trying to package it into something that seems familiar, because if you knew what they looked like, I don't know what would happen. It's like one of those, right? Horrifying. That'd be kind of hot, too. Okay, so you're into a little bit of look outside. You got to type. I got it. Yeah, weird. Switching this over to just chatting. Galaxy Quest. Got it. Yeah. Little bit of Eldritch. Yeah. You're now convinced at least 2 aliens live in your town? That's probably true. Yeah. Yeah, I hope so. What if they look like crab people? That's kind of cool, right? If they look like crab people and then they arrive and they see us eating crab, like what happens? Right? What happens? We eat them? Yeah. Does that mean that aliens are just Rust devs? Yeah. What if they watch Mars Attacks? Then I hope they don't look like big green booger people. Like in Mars Attacks. It's gross. They're gross. Did they build the pyramids? I don't know. My favorite conspiracy theory about the pyramids, there's 2 of them. One of them is that they're power plants that were put there by aliens and that human beings were actually seeded onto the planet so that we could harvest gold for them. Which always made me laugh because there's way more gold in asteroids. Like, way more. Way more gold. Ridiculous. Very funny one. And the other one is that the pyramids were made far before Egyptians existed, and they inherited them by finding them in the desert. Which I also love that conspiracy theory. That one's out. No one, like, I've always been fascinated by that one because everyone's like, oh, there's no proof either way. And I'm like, what if there was, though? Like, what if there was proof either way? Kind of like all of the proof we have. The second one is captivating, though, at least. Yeah, this guy still... Yeah, I'm of the third camp, which is, you guys still think pyramids are real? Okay. That's funny, you know. That's hilarious, really. I mean, it's fine. Power to you, but... You can't go on like that forever, man. Earth is a galactic petri dish that's escaping confinement in an abandoned lab. I hope so. I do feel like every once... You know what I feel like? I feel like that the more people... Here's my... I'm going to give you a conspiracy theory. We're in a simulation, and the more people that there are, the less processing power there is for each person. Which is why the larger the population grows...
Zero with 500 bits said if you like the Dark Forest theory, you should read the book A Sword Unto Darkness.
Okay.
A great idea for what aliens would come to Earth for. And remember, Earth only has a single unique resource.
What does it have? What's unique? I guess oil? That's pretty unique to us. Now I want to know. Anyway, humans, we're not a unique resource. I guess. Oil is also unique because you need like millions of years of death to produce that, which is kind of old god in and of itself. We take millions of years of death in a resource and we burn it to advance technology, but it's poisoning us. That's pretty eldritch. I think that's eldritch. Yeah. That's the most eldritch shit around. We talked about this recently. Anyway. I'm going to give you the conspiracy theory. I'm going to give you I want to come up with a conspiracy theory like every week, and we just put it out on the internet and we see how long it runs. We're in a simulation. This is the basis of the conspiracy theory. You have simulation. The more people there are, the less processing power there is for each person. So the more people there are, the dumber they all get. It's true. People are giga dumb now. It's true. 100%. But it's because they're running out of processing power. Which is why there are different entities trying to reduce the population to make us smarter. See, it ties into population control theory. So you have another conspiracy theory that's like, hey, wait, that might be real. And now you've gained them. Like a cult, right? That's how it works. Yeah. It makes sense. I can believe this. See, that's the problem. It shouldn't be that way.
VVVA with 500 bits said, hello Mr. Soft Hair.
Hello.
If you press the TTS button when you completed the queue, when a new TTS is added it plays immediately.
I know.
This is the 3 or 4 time I seen it happening.
I know. It does all the time. I should probably fix that. I just never have. It makes sense if you have 0 critical thinking skills. Exactly. All of a sudden, we're Highlanders now. That's how it works. You did something at some point to absorb someone else's brain cell. That's why you're like that. This is why I love conspiracy theories, right? You just ask Rock if it's real, dude. I'm the one. Yeah. What if you have negative thinking critical skill? Then you approach everything from the dumbest way possible so the people around you can solve it faster. Congratulations. You're like Shaggy in Scooby-Doo. Or Fred. More likely Fred. A manager? True. Could be a manager. Middle management. New Shaggy or old Shaggy? I think New Shaggy has turned into a meme. Where he's basically, like, ungodly powerful after that one episode where he, like turned into a complete badass. Remember that? Fred is nice. Fred is nice? That's like... It's the way that you said that, I don't know why, it sounded like that, oh, bless his sweet little heart. It was like one of those, like... The things that you say where you're like, oh, I'm not going to say something mean right now. Fred's, he's nice, you know? He's just been hiding his power. Yeah, Ultra Instinct Shaggy. That's very funny. Fred is a Category 5 himbo. Fair. The Southern put-downs are my favorite. You don't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, and you're like, oh, I'm just going to say something nice, but in a mean way. It's very funny to me. Ultra Instinct Shaggy is quite funny, though. I do think that meme is great. I'm trying to think of other conspiracy theories that I've found on the internet recently. I need more. I need more conspiracies. I need to absorb all conspiracy theories into my mind to form the ultimate conspiracy. I want to create a unified theory of conspiracies. No, a unified conspiracy of everything. That's what I want to make. Roko's Basilisk one I think is great. The Bitcoin addition to that one has made it even better. Bitcoin Roko's Basilisk is now my favorite. Currently. But I need more. I need to add to it. Ooh, wait. We take Bitcoin Roko's Basilisk, right? Which we already talked about before. Which is the idea that Satoshi Nakamoto was never real. He was actually a program sent back in time by Roko's Basilisk in order to trick humanity into gathering compute so that Roko's Basilisk could actually appear faster in the timeline by hundreds of years under the guise of creating value and wealth. That's the Bitcoin Roko's Basilisk, right? Let's go to the next step of that. The government has recently gotten involved with Bitcoin, and the reason they did this is because they're keeping the hollow earth and ice wall away from you, and they're using the ice wall to cool their Bitcoin farms. There we go. We've added another layer. One more layer to it, dude. I just have to add a layer every week. The ice wall cools the government's Bitcoin farms because they're trying to invoke Roko's basilisk so that it'll not kill them in the future. One more rubber band on the ball. I'm ready. The reptilians, dude. Yeah, exactly. I gotta have the reptilians in there somewhere.
Judge_freak said cursed knowledge. The reason we bury humans in caskets is so the worms don't make the anus a breeding ground. This was a problem in medieval Europe where the dead in mass graves would become worm pits. The more you know.
You'd never know that if you didn't dig them up. Leave them in there. Gross.
Sir Down with 500 bits said, have you seen Neil Armstrong saying we didn't go to the moon?
No.
And my favorite conspiracy is that Finland do not exist. Where Finland is, there is just water that the Chinese fish in.
What does that even mean? That's insane. All right. The next video game. Are you ready, chat? You ready? Let's see if this works. Huh. Thank you for the gifted subs, by the way. I think it's working. I think it's working. Now, this one's going to be a little bit special. I am not playing the game this time. They're playing the game this time. Which is interesting. Yeah. No, wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I fixed the button. Don't worry about it. I fixed the button. I hit the wrong button. It's fine. It's fixed now. Yeah, they're playing the game, which is weird. I thought that was weird, but I want to see how this plays out. I want to see how this plays out, and I'm interested. It is not a sponsored one, no. That was tomorrow. I hit tomorrow's button. Don't worry about it. Don't look at that one. It's secret. That button is secret. Yeah, the devs will be playing it. So let me jump into the chat. Hello. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey,
So
how you doing?
Doing good. If you would like to introduce yourself to chat and talk about who you are and what you do.
Well, sure. Thank you so much for having us, first of all.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
Kendall. I'm the game director for Shape Protocol. It's a fancy title for pretty much I run a team of 5 people that pretty much we're all doing our best to try to get this out there. So just to explain real quick, because I've been listening, and thank you so much for what you're doing with in December. It's kind of awesome. I'd had asked you and had asked your team to see if we could participate, given that we're so early. We're really early. So we don't have like something that if I handed it over, you could kind of mess with it and it won't bug out. So I kind of know it a little bit
Totally
better. It's
fair.
like my own little child. But it's really like I'm hoping to have like a good, really dev conversation, and interrupt me at all times, and I'll show you real kind of what we're making, and I'll also
Yeah.
show you prototyping and stuff that maybe other games haven't been able to show because they're further along. So I'm gonna show the real broken, like this is game dev from the other side. If you guys are cool with that.
No, that's
happy to have
everyone
that.
wants that. Trust me. Like we've got a lot of
Awesome.
devs in the community. People are super into that kind of thing here, and we love seeing broken stuff. Either if I'm finding the broken stuff or you're showing it off. Either way is fantastic.
For sure. So I'm gonna apologize for now immediately, because we're definitely gonna have something broken, and I might have to lose some little things here and there. But I've practiced it enough to get it done. But we literally pushed a build 4 minutes ago with like saying, okay, this is like, let's do our best, So I'm very excited to be here for sure. So let's see what happens. But hopefully
4
you guys
minutes ago.
can forgive a little bit of the chaos. It'll be okay.
4 minutes ago, final for real this time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like hope for the best. My dev is probably sitting there like looking at the stream like, oh my freaking god. It's okay. It'll be fine.
Yeah, if you show off, if you go ahead and grab that and then throw it up there on Discord, and then I can capture that from there, we can go like that. I think it'll work.
Yeah, I will share my screen. So I was thinking, if you don't mind, and if you want to, it doesn't really matter. I could just go straight into the game. But like the trailer that we just pushed out is a good. It's like a minute, and it kind of shows a
Sure.
good representation of what's going on. I can send you the link. We could try that first from your resolution, so it looks good, and then I could play the game.
Sure. Do you
let
want it
me
on?
share that
Do you
with
want it? Is it on Steam or is it up on your guys' YouTube?
It's in our YouTube, and it's also on Steam. You could check it out on Steam. I just the video the sound kind of helps a little bit, but that video's fine. That one right there is fine. The
go
first
ahead
and
and
the
send it
second
to
one
me.
they're very different. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
go ahead
saw
and
the
send it to
first
me.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me send you. I'll send you the link to the newest one right
Fantastic.
now, right here. This is the newest one. We released this yesterday, so I'm still kind of dealing with the chaos of it.
Totally fair. Yeah, go wishlist it, guys. The best thing you can do for an indie dev is wishlist their game. It tells Steam exactly, please push the game, show it to more people. Let's see. Yeah, if you throw it into our group chat, I'll go grab it there and I'll turn everything on.
Oh, okay. I'll send it in there. I send it to you privately, but I'll put it in the chat. Here you go.
Oh yeah, the size of the image was wrong. I have the broadcast is in 1080p. It's fine. It will be very funny when it pops up though. Either way. All right, let me grab this. We're gonna throw this up.
Let me know when
and
it's over because I am not on the stream in order to pay attention to you. So.
Totally fair. Give me just a minute. I'm gonna start it now. Tried to do it in 440p. There we go. I know, right, Mirror? Yeah, dude. Moment I saw that effect, I was like, yo. Yeah, this looks fantastic. The moment I saw you guys had submitted up, I was like, hey, this is freaking rad. Like, we definitely have to have them on. Yeah. This game looks amazing. You guys are doing something really, really cool. The split mechanic blew me away. Like, absolutely blew me away.
It's such a good story. So I sent you the first trailer. We could show it later if you want to, because that has more Portal stuff that we didn't get a lot of chance to put on this one. We could do that later because I want to have a conversation. But the story real quick on how we got to this, and this might be good to everyone that's kind of trying to make their own thing. We were I'll tell you a little later like how we got to even making a game, but I'm in this situation where I have some prototype of the game and I show it to these guys. Their studio's called Navigante. They made a game called Greek Memories of Azure, which is just a spectacularly beautiful game. And I met with them just like trying to network with people, and I'm having a conversation with them, and they're like a brother and sister. And they're talking to me, and she's like so lovely and adorable, and he is like a very pragmatic dude. So we're talking, and she's like, "Oh, this looks so great and whatnot." And he goes, "What's your hook? Like, why do people want to play your game?" And I'm like, "Well, we have all these like important choices." And he's like, "Sure, but if I took a picture of your game right now and I put it on the box of a cassette or cartridge or whatever, what would people understand that your game's about? Like, what choice do you see in a still image?" And that obliterated me. So we spent 2 days deving up some ideas of what to do, and we have two big ideas. One we haven't shown yet, which is crazier than this, and then the other one was like, let's split the world in half. And my dev said, we can't do this. And I was like, but what if we can? And he's like, no, I mean, there's no functional way to do that. There's viewports and there's this, the physics of the whatever. And he's going all like hard on me, and I'm like, well, but what if we could? We spent 2 days like going at it, and slowly he's like turning his the wheels, and he's so smart. So he's like, well, what if we think about it like moving platforms? It's like, oh, there we go. Let's figure it out. And they're like, well, that doesn't work. What if we think about it through shaders? That doesn't work. And in 2 days we had it. And
That's
it's one of the most
fantastic.
wonderful processes I've ever seen. So I'm going to show you for you. I don't want to keep talking without showing you. So I'm going to load up the game and show you. But yeah,
Before
I
you
just wanted to
do,
tell you that it is my idea, but it definitely stinks because other devs have given us great feedback for sure. Go ahead.
not a
You were
worry at
saying
all.
something?
Before you do, the ads are about to start. And Chad is very
Oh,
excited to
I'm
see
so
what your
excited.
Bezos looks like.
If it
It's gonna
doesn't
be
show
cut
up
off.
well, I can show it.
It'll be cut off on the right side, but it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
It has
If
begun.
not, I can show it later.
It's phenomenal. It's actually amazing. Look at it
Oh
go.
my God, I'm so
Look at
happy.
the Bezos. So
Yeah.
good.
When we
It's so
knew
good.
that we got invited, my one of my artists, his name is Durrani. I want to just give him credit. He is the lead artist for Ember Knights, and he also
Oh,
worked on Gestalt and a couple other games. He's a great artist. And he told me like, oh, we could do something with the Bezos, and I'm like, well, that could work.
that's
Let's see. What
so
do you have in
great, dude.
mind?
No,
I
it's
thought he
super
was gonna
fantastic.
like make a different Bezos, and that was it. And I don't know, he sends me this GIF. I'm so excited,
It's
but
so good.
it's
Like
beautiful.
the moment I got that, like Chronos sent everybody, I was like, holy shit! Like,
Yeah, it's so
oh, it's
cool.
so good.
But
You
yeah,
guys
feel
make
free to use
amazing
it
stuff.
whenever. I appreciate it. It's pretty
I mean,
cool.
I'll
And
tell
we
you
can
one
make
thing.
you a new one if you don't want to brand it.
No, when I play your guys' game on stream, I'll use this Bezos and I'll just
That's
extend the
cool.
ground or something because that's fantastic, dude.
Thank you.
We're waiting on the
Oh,
ads.
so
Got
cool.
30
No
seconds
problem.
left.
No problem. Uh, how's in December going, man?
That's actually fantastic. To be honest with you, we've got God, I think you guys are the was this the 27th game, dude? I don't even know anymore.
Yeah.
It's so many games.
I've watched like a third of them, but
Yeah,
it's of course we're pushing through Kickstarter now. So, but yeah, I
it's
watched some
scary.
of them and it's been
Yeah.
great. This is great that you guys are doing that.
Yeah, we've started getting the YouTube videos out as well, and that's been like an awesome thing. We can build them at a rate of one a day, so your guys's will
Mhm.
drop probably at the end of the month or in the very beginning of January, somewhere in there, which would be kind of cool. And then yeah, each of them is just like our editor just spams out another one, does another one, is doing a really really good job with that, and it's just phenomenal. So like I'm really happy to do this, and we've also gotten a lot of really good feedback from indie devs saying like, "Hey, we got a ton of wish lists from being on this. Thank you," or like, "We
That's
got a bunch of
awesome, man.
sales," and I was like, "That's exactly what we're after." So it's just so nice.
No,
We are back from the
that means a
ads.
lot. Yeah.
We are back
Awesome.
from the ads.
Welcome. Hopefully you guys enjoyed our little Bezos. So that was a joy to make. So thank you for showing it off.
Let me pop this up to make sure that I can capture the Discord and get this all onto a thing. Where is this? It's got to be full screen. There we go. And then good old weirdness. Let me grab that. Grab this. We're going to grab a window. And I'm going to get Discord. And it'll grab the whole thing and look really weird. And then I'll grab that and then fix it so it stops looking so weird. Welcome to live production, chat.
Yeah.
It's great. Give me a sec. Doing everything live is terrifying. I think that's one thing about streaming that's just always so funny to me is live production is just a wild thing. Let me know
Oh, but I
when
mean,
you're.
it's getting done. That's great. I'm glad
Yeah.
that you know how to do it, so you can do it at speed. There, it's pretty awesome.
That is the whole idea. Just let me know when you are ending your broadcast, because otherwise it'll show our whole conversation, which is hilarious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I will probably I'll let you know because so I'll tell you a little bit of the plan and you tell me if this works and
Sure.
we can adapt it, kind of do it live. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys right now the pretty much the broken state of the game, just kind of what we're working on right now for our Kickstarter demo. So a lot of it's going to be just mostly not everything makes a lot of sense, but it's good enough that we'll understand what's going on. I'll show you most of the in-game traversal stuff that we have. Of course, there's a lot of stuff in the trailers that I'm not going to show off because I want you guys to experience it in the demo, which is coming out hopefully soon, early next year. Then I'm going to walk out of this demo and I'm going to go to another demo that we just made very recently in Game Maker, which is only for combat. It's only going to be like a demonstration of the combat we're hoping for. because we could fast prototype over there much faster.
That's awesome.
And then I'll show you maybe a little bit of kind of like what the future is, and we can have like a conversation about like the design philosophy, which is very weird. And hopefully you guys like that. So
that sounds great.
If that works, yeah, we could go through that.
Give me just a moment, because I'm going to make sure that we can get this at the proper frame rate, because I think Discord has like weirdness with that.
Cool.
Which is what I was worried about. Let me see. No, stop doing that.
I see people in the chat while you're talking there that how much do you have to pay to like participate in a demo? At this point, like our goal is not to do that. Like we don't want to, we don't have to pay people, like have people pay in the Kickstarter to do that. We might do like a first round where we like say, okay, let's get people from Kickstarter to test first, because that way we can control how many people look at the game. But then, right after that, we'll release to the world.
I think it has to be done on. Yeah, you did.
I think I got
100% by the community.
You guys.
I think it has to be changed on your side, where you change the there's like a gear icon that you can click on, and then you can change the video like frame rate on there.
Okay.
I think that changes on your end, because I want to make sure it's the best possible quality.
Okay. Let me give that a try. We're doing it live, guys. We're doing it live. Little gear somewhere here. Let's see.
Can you guys hear this music right now?
I don't see any options in the thing.
You
Change can. Stream quality 60 FPS. I can switch this to source. I just switched it to source.
That looks so much better. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
That
Thank you for noticing that. I would have never noticed that.
Because it would have been like way lower like resolution and frame rate. This looks way better.
Oh, okay.
If you set the frame rate to 120, if you can, it'll look better too. But if not,
okay, I have it at the maximum that it lets me in source. I think that's like the fastest.
Totally fair.
Do it. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So yeah, it definitely looks better in my side. Yeah. So once again, we're kind of surviving here alive. So. Okay, so I'm going to go over a little bit of what we got here. Once again, I can sort of see the chat, so it's pretty delayed. So if there's any questions, Thor, interrupt me. Like, this is not like a full demo. Just interrupt me whenever. All right, so this is Shape Protocol. I am like beyond excited to be here. This is like a dream come true. I never thought, this is my child. I can't explain to you how much I love this thing. And I'm just, so proud to be here showing it off, even if it's a little broken state. So, okay, so here we are inside. We're skipping all the story. All of that's gone. So we're just seeing a little bit of the movement here. So I'm going to show you little Zura here. This is our main character. A lot of things that we've done in the time that we've put. We've started deving this Thor. You might not really believe me here, but sometime late January of this year is when we started everything you're about to see. So in less than a year, we've put quite a lot of work. Godot is spectacular for this kind of work, so I'm very proud of what we're doing.
That's very fast, dude.
Yeah, a little too fast maybe, but I'm proud of the team. People are kind of working mad hours and hyper excited about it. But you can feel the ownership in the team, so I'm very happy with that. But I'm not going to yap too much. I want to show you.
How many people do you have working on this actually?
So right now we have 5 people. Total. It's me and 4 others, but it fluctuates. I don't want to pretend that we're like super small team. It's fluctuated all the way to like about 7 people, like a person that does a little bit of marketing and a person that does but a core team. There's 5 of us, so we have a composer, an animator. I don't count myself because I'm literally just the internet dad of these guys. I can't do anything. I just help them out and come up with the ideas, and they just deal with the problems. So counting the team will be a composer, 2 animators, 1 background artist, and a programmer. That's it.
Cool.
And then I'm here just like kind of rallying the troops and doing the marketing when I can. So that's about
Music is great. Yeah.
I appreciate it. So before I start yapping here, this is kind of like, you see that little street over there? That's kind of like a little homage to like a Mega Man game, but it's okay. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go over here and show you guys. Nice. I'll show you what you guys kind of want to see before I take too much time here yapping about the game. So in this scene that you're seeing right now, it's a beautiful city inside a robot. There's a little bit of this Shadow of the Colossus vibe. And that trailer that you saw, this gigantic robot, we're inside of it right now in the first area of the game, and we have a lot of work to do on backgrounds and whatnot. It's very pretty. But starting the game, you're faced with this one problem, right? There's a hole, and there's a ledge, and you want to get to the other side of the ledge. And I'll show you a couple of things that you can do. You can get there with a double jump. You might not have that right now, right? We do the straight plans and things like that. But if you want to get over there, you can do this, right? You can just jump. Something else you could do, later in the game when you get it, you have this instruments, like the shield is meant to represent a piano. That's what it sounds like that. You have a spear and a bunch of other things. But this spear specifically, you can throw it, and then you can jump on it. So that's another solution to this one problem, right? Of course, there's other things you could do with the spear, which I'm not sure if this is going to work, so I don't want to try. I'll try it in another room. You're able to hang from below it and do a bunch of stuff. So that's another way you can get here. But also, I mean, this is really important to me that people can solve the problems however they want to. So another one is like, maybe you want to use a portal because you just don't like the spear, so you could do this. And then you can kind of go back, So that's another way of solving the problem. And then, of course, there are a couple of things we haven't shown. But to prevent that, we'll show you like what I think most of you might know us for, which is the violin katana, right? The waka. So this is a menu that you get, and you're able to move.
Didn't realize it was
around.
a violin. That's fantastic.
You see, she's playing it. She's going a little too fast. I don't know why she's like, she needs to get off the Adderall. But we'll calm that down when we have a little bit more time. But then you can do this, right? And you could do this, and you can make it over here, right? You could also, like over here, you could do something like this. You can orchestrate it like this, and just jump like that, right? You could also, if you have a different situation, you could do this, and bring this over here and go over here.
What
So
happens
it's
if you
pretty
cut it through yourself?
Nothing, because we are immune to it, but we made it so that we always go with the floor. So the floor will always kind of contain us and protect us from anything, but it doesn't hurt us. But it does, like little guys like these, if they're not aggressive, these are snacklets, we'll talk about them later. They're one of the best enemies we've designed. But these ones are neutral. And if we hit them and they get aggressive, then let me see if I can kill one so I can show you. So if I hit this one, and they come to us, something we could do is we can tap the button instead, and it goes BAM! And kind of supposedly slash them, but I guess it didn't work. So first bug, but yes, you can cut them with the katana instantly. And it works with most enemies in the game, and it's just kind of a way of you constantly doing a combo, and in the middle of it, like choosing to like cut them in half. And you could cut enemies, projectiles, you can cut moving platforms, you can cut walls, you can cut a bunch of stuff. So lots of cutting. So we will show you a little bit more of that in a moment. Interrupt me whenever. I'm just going to keep
No, I
going
love
here,
this.
but I wanna show
I'm
you
just
a couple
kind of enthralled by it, man. Keep it up. This is cool. I'm
gonna
just
show you
thinking of different
something
ways to like solve that door there. Are there things that you can't cut?
There are definitely things that you can't cut. So without getting into story, because I just get way too yappy
Sure.
when we go into story. There's this whole idea that we're in a world that is, I wouldn't call it a simulation, but imagine that underneath the smallest thing that exists in the universe, below the smartest particle, there's code. So this entire universe is made out of code, but it's real. And to us humans, it sounds like music. So the instruments are tools that let you alter the code of the universe, and it's pretty thematic. And there are things that, of course, are immune to this thing, and if you hit them with the katana, the world would like set itself back together and kind of say no, so the world can kind of defend itself from your power, and some bosses can, and some other things can. So it's definitely not like a end all be all. You're the most powerful thing in the universe. Definitely not the case. So many things can stop you from doing your things, but in most places we want you to feel great and be able to do a thing. So in here I'll show you something real quick. Well, it's just mostly animation. It's nothing overly special, but with a spear, you throw the spear and you're able to jump on it like I showed you before, but you're also able to go from below. And we have bespoke animations for everything. We really care about like everything having a clear motion.
That looks fantastic, yeah.
And it kind of depends where you grab it. Like, if you grab it too front, you won't grab it. So you grab it. Sometimes you grab it too far back. And it's used for many things. This is used for traversal, but this is also used for bosses. It's also used for things like trying to set up combos that you might want to do. You might also use it for trying to get more momentum for things. Like, for example, if this guy decided to come a little forward, but he doesn't feel like it because he knows I'm showing the game off. You could kind of do this, and then you could go like that into his face, and poor little thing, kind of fall down.
That's great.
Yeah, so you could do things like that, and that's kind of like a little bit of the theme. Make your own kind of combo and do what you do.
Can the spear be
so
used at different angles or only left, right?
So, in terms of traversal, right now it's designed to go only in straight lines. However, we have this thing where you press the button, so whenever you tap the button, every button, it does something that it's meant to be a little bit more auto-target. And you'll see why when we get to the combat demo. We want you to be able to feel incredibly cinematic without having to be an evil player, Justin Wong here, trying to survive Daigo, punching his face. So you want to get this moment where you are very cinematic, but you also feel that the game is letting you do things that feel really great. And the distance between you and a very, very high skill player will be evident, but you will never feel like you're a low skill player. Zura's going to make you feel awesome at all times. That's the goal. So I guess answering the question, if you tap the spear, and we have some GIFs that show that, what happens is she throws the spear at any target in the screen, and then you can teleport behind them. So then you can crash, and you'll see in the combat demo a little bit more of that. But it's pretty great. So I'm going to jump down here to show you a little bit of the rest of it. So in here, you'll see destructible stuff and a little bit of the background, parallax and whatnot. But you can hit things and they explode. That took too much work for the outcome, but I'm very happy with it. You can hit enemies and they fall kind of more naturally. They let you get a little bit of money. And then here's an example of how do you get to up there. So there's many ways to do that, but in here a good way is using your portal, and you can go through. And you can go.
Can you throw a projectile through that portal? Like if you threw the spear through?
Yes. Right now in this build, it's deactivated on purpose because it loops sound. But the goal is you'll be able to throw your. Let's say there is at the very top, right here where this light is. Let's say there's an enemy. You could throw your chakram, and then you could. It will work, but not now. You'll be able to throw your spear, and it'll go through the chakram, and it'll come through. And you'll be able to use that for many things, but also for bosses. If bosses are throwing a beam to you, you'll be able to use that to... Exactly, which we showed in the first trailer. So yeah, when you guys see the first trailer a little later, you'll get a sense of that.
Yeah, it's really awesome, actually. I don't think I've seen that other trailer that you were talking about. I saw the one that we already watched, but not the other one.
Oh, okay. So that trailer is a lot more it's more hyped. There's a lot more energy to it. This one had a lot more story beats. So in that one, we do a big scene with the chakram where there's an enemy that's like a sniper and she's shooting at you this one shot laser. But then you throw your chakram, which makes her beam teleport and hit another enemy. When something goes through the portal, is yours. So enemy projectiles become yours, right? So then you can use that against enemies through puzzles, a bunch of stuff. So you could do way cool stuff with that. Definitely, it's a nightmare to program, but it's very fun. So that's our core goal is that it's fun. So then you have other little snacklets like this guy down here below me. And these are not nice. These are more aggressive. And we can try to show you a little bit of blocking. Like, for example, this is... by the way, this is something that I have to say out of pride. Zura, this main character of ours, has... over 2,000 frames of hand-drawn pixel art animation. Everything she does is...
Everything's insanely smooth. And you can see all the detailing work in all of it, even in the animation transitions between the different movements, between the different weapons, everything. It's very apparent. It's funny because one of the examples that I give to the community all the time, as odd as it is, you ever seen Pizza Tower?
I have not. No.
Pizza Tower is all... It's sketchy animation, but it's thousands and thousands of frames of animation for that character, for all the different transitions, for everything. And it just, immediately I was like, you guys went the extra mile on every transition, every movement. You can see all of it, the stopping animations. Nothing pops, nothing's out of place. It's all very smooth. Looks phenomenal. It's a great job.
And that's such a pride that we take. Just for context, I think you could take a couple of Mega Man games, stitch them together, and you might get to 1,000 frames of animation. We are not even 20% into the game, and I think like the only games that have more frames of animation in pixel art, I think, is like Blasphemous, because they have executions for every enemy. But we put a lot of effort into that, which doesn't necessarily reflect on the gameplay just yet, but it just makes it feel like you're playing a modern game, and we care about like finding a way to match both. The retro player that really wants to see like games a little bit more on the old ways, but the player that is also looking for quality. So we said, can we do that? And it's working. So hopefully we were able to execute on it.
Yeah.
Then like this little guy here, I can't really show you too much with it because he definitely will get a little insane, but I can show you a little bit of blocking. So, if he hits me, like we block, but then he can hit me, and we can also, if it works, we can parry, but there you go. There's parrying the game, but it's not like hyper demanding, because you always can dash through enemies to dodge your stuff. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. There you go, little gumptious guy here. But there's quite a lot you can do to defend yourself. You don't have to like parry if that's not the kind of gameplay that you like. But there are certain things that will tell you for sure, parry me, right? And if you use it, you'll get the benefit. If you want to find ways around it, you can. But then you have little guys here. This guy was our number one tester killer. That little blue dude over there. He'll shoot you one time and stun you, and then you wouldn't be able to move. Pretty great. And then you have like flying enemies that come around, and you're able to like jump on them and kind of crash on them. They're pretty simple, right? Nothing too crazy just yet.
Yeah.
But the one thing I wanted to tell.
I was actually wondering, how many people do you have working on the pixel art for this game?
So two artists doing all the characters and the main character. So all the enemies and whatnot, and one person in backgrounds. So we're a very tiny team for the scope of the game, for sure.
I was going to say it's a very large scope for that, and you've got it divided up quite well. Looks fantastic.
Yes, it's very dangerous. But hopefully the Kickstarter lets us bring in at least one programmer and at least one more pixel artist for a while. So that would help us a lot. Yeah. And there's also some things that we haven't shown yet, but it's part of our kind of Discord community. So these little guys, like you see them here, those snacklets, they're like a story component of the game. But the point is that they merge. So they're a big problem. They're so cute and little, but if you leave them alone and they see you, they will start merging with one another, and the combinations make bigger versions of themselves. So they look at you, and then you have the little tank one and the range one, so they make like a tanky range one, and then they merge with another one and another one. If you leave them alone, they'll become like a mini boss that will obliterate you.
Can you show an example of that, or?
I can show you once we're out of this. I could show you in the Discord. We have like the table that shows how they combine. We don't have like it coded right now because will require a new table of damage, and we didn't have the time to do that.
Totally.
But they definitely. I can show you like the combinations and how crazy it could get. It could get like an enemy as tall as the wolf boss that we have on the first trailer. It's ginormous. So you just don't want to let them do their thing. That's kind of part of our design. If you're going to have all these tools where you could do all these tricks, you need a game that challenges you accordingly. This is my favorite room because it lets me do stuff that I shouldn't do. My main developer, Ilya, hates when I go into this room because he knows exactly what's going to happen. So I'm going to show you some stuff in this room that I like. So we can be here, and there's a little gap over there. It's really not supposed to be there. There's a lot of little things we tried to do with the chakram there, but it's not really going to work out. But when you get here, there's a lot of things you could do. And one of the things you could do, I mean, if you want to get up there, of course you could use your chakram and go up there. You could do all that, right? But that's really not the coolest thing you could do here. If you wanted to get in there, like where I'm swinging, you'd have to come from below. There's just pretty much no other way of getting there. In most games, right? But in here, I mean, you could kind of go like that.
Yeah.
And then I am playing the game. But I am here active. I am playing. I can do stuff. This platform right here, I'm able to press down and jump. It works just like the environment moved. There's a lot of tile set magic and actual collision magic that we're doing, but it works just fine. And now I am here, and I can go down there and do whatever I want to, but I could also get out. And I could come over here, and I can come over here, and I can close it.
So while you're in that mode, do those hitboxes on those bounce objects work? Can you go and jump on those and hit them?
Not at this time. That's a very good question. We want certain things to be immune to the effects, so you can use them. We also regressed a little bit in the complexity, because to that point we wanted, because I don't I know pseudocode. I know enough of coding, and I've done enough coding in my life, but not like dev like this. So I have no way of like knowing the difficulty of what we're making. So of course you can imagine that
I'm gonna be
I'm
honest
the
with
kind
you.
of
It's insane to look at.
right. Yeah,
It's
I mean, so I can
incredible.
come up
So,
with it.
yeah.
My ignorance lets
Yeah.
me come up with ridiculous things, and then my developers kind of lose their mind dealing with it. But
Fair.
my
I
goal
mean, like,
was
that's a brilliant system. 100%.
yeah,
Yeah.
it works for sure. So our goal was to, like, for example, have this, the portal happen, not like that, of course, but you would be able to use the portal and then cut the world, and then use the portal while the world is cut, right? So
Yeah.
it's very complicated.
That's gonna
So
get
we-
ridiculous real fast. Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to see if there's like ways to make that, like maybe we put like one of these little things. We make it so that like the Charcum sticks to it, so then it's a little bit more guided, and then you can use the cuts a little bit more logically. But it's definitely very difficult to think through the problems, especially like if you're here and you can't get up there. Like thinking that you could do something like this, and and that's enough for you to get up here. It's not always easy. So we're working on ways of making that easier without telling the player, "Hey Thor, you have to use your cut here. Here's yellow paint."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
We
exactly.
don't necessarily want to do
I,
that.
I hate yellow paint, man. So I'm really glad to hear that. I think it's a really cool direction. I can audibly hear your programmers sweating as you talk, though. So I don't know what's happening in the
Oh,
background.
I'm gonna make so many promises in this meeting that he's gonna hate me for. But that's okay. It's okay. It's part of
Honestly,
life.
though, I think this is fantastic. That's a brilliant feature. And if you guys didn't do that with fun shader magic, then I'm even more interested.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you a little bit without going too nerdy, because it sounds like I understand it, but I don't, to be really honest. So we're doing, there is a shader that manipulates the we'll call it the visual world, right?
Yeah.
So in here, something's manipulating this, but you can see like we have this edges here where you don't see the world.
Yeah.
We're working on that right now because we do already have it solved. It's just this world that you see here was made before we solved that, where it won't do that anymore. It actually drags the real world, and you can walk away from this area. But what we did is so when we use this button, you get locked into this viewport. So this viewport right now is fully locked, and if you walk, like this, look at what I could do. Not nice, right? That can get real dangerous. Real quick.
It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, very weird. But of course, we have already solved for that conceptually. We just have to implement that in a way that people can see it a little better. But definitely, if I jump down that hole, we're gonna have a lot of fun. Well, I'm not doing that. But
because you just get out of bounds immediately.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
quite
get, and it might take me to another room or something like that. I'm happy to show you guys a little later and break it. It's not a problem. But my programmer's probably losing his mind. But what's happening visually, there is a shader that's moving things around, but we're gonna do away with that. It's gonna stop being a shader. We already have the code to make the actual tiles of the world, we call it the collision layer, move with us. And when it moves, we are retiling very, very quickly some of the things in the world. So programmatically, we're doing some crazy magic to put the floor where it's supposed to be as we're moving. So as you can see, like, we are moving. That's us moving. That's not like the character's still animating, so she's really moving, and everything will really move. But you can do crazy stuff like that, and then you can, if I try to grab that hook that's over there, I'm gonna go out of bounds of the viewport, so the world's gonna reset. And it's a completely cool thing, because it looks like I can grab it while I'm in this effect, but I can't. It's just a visual trick. So look, I jump. And okay, she didn't do it because she wants to make me look like an idiot. That's okay, Zura. We'll deal with this later. But no, she doesn't feel like it. That's great. But conceptually, you'll be able to go up there and hook up to it. But yes, that's kind of like what we'll be able to do. So let me see. Then I will cheat myself into this room again and see if it works now. There you go. She's a little temperamental, but it's okay. I think it's too early for her. We haven't had breakfast.
Welcome
Let's
to
see.
Dev. Yeah, I mean it's everybody here is used to that.
There we go.
That's fantastic.
That's so hard. You had to make me look bad on a freaking 4,000 people stream. And then we go up here. She gets up here. We go back to the world. So here's where we see a little bit level design. If you got up from, and this is more like the Mega Man ideals of solve the problem, and then you go here and you see a chest, and it's like, but I want it. So you want to go around and grab it because this door you couldn't open otherwise. So, that's pretty much like simple, but, we're going to have a lot of problems in level design for sure, because that's kind of like our
Yeah.
main challenge for this game.
Because I was going to say, you could just cut your way through it. That's what I was thinking earlier. I was like, and when I saw the barricade, I was like, did you make that not cuttable? Because I could just get in there if that's the feature, right? You know?
It's cuttable, but it isn't in a way, because, you know, the viewport won't let you go that low, but that's not a good way of solving the problem for sure. And when you cut it, sometimes you don't have enough space. And what we've done with barriers like this is we can just triplicate how big they are, and they just won't be able to cut through them. So we have like simple ways, but they're not the greatest ways to solve the problems. Some things like this is an example of like a breakable barrier. It's not animated, so I apologize for how bad it looks, but you can hit it with your axe, which I think I haven't shown, and you can break it. So here's like the axe combo. It's pretty great.
Oh, we
but
got
the
ads.
axe has a... Oh, there we go.
The ads have
Bezos
begun.
time.
Bezos has arrived. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm so happy with him.
He's going.
Oh man. Yeah, thanks so much for doing this. It really means a lot. It's a
honestly,
really, really cool thing for us. Yeah.
This is very cool, man. Like, I'll talk about it after the ad break, but this is,
For sure.
you guys' stuff is awesome. You got very little to worry about, let me tell you.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. That's gonna come out later when we talk about Kickstarter and whatnot. But yeah, hopefully we're able to, I think, get there on our own. That's the dream.
Nellis didn't make this Bezos, actually. The devs did. Yeah. The devs made it themselves for this. It's phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nellis usually, our Lord of the Wiki, actually handles those most of the time. Real Banana, thank you for the rating party at 2, man.
I was also worried that you guys were gonna say like, no, we're gonna get, Bezos gonna get upset. So I'm not.
No, I make fun of Bezos every day. Like,
Yeah.
that's like my life, man.
Yeah. You force ads, you gotta get a little bit of fun there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I end up doing it because of a couple of reasons. Is I have the ad breaks because I want to pause for people that don't have enough money to buy subs or anything like that. But I also do it because if you run ads, nobody gets pre-rolls. And a pre-roll is like when you enter a stream you've never seen before, you get like 8 ads. You just leave, you know. So getting rid of that is huge. And then on top of it, it also changes our cut of the ad revenue from 30% to 55%. And we run a ferret rescue, like an animal rescue, completely off of ad revenue. So it's like, it's just always beneficial to just do this. And if you're a streamer out there, pause for ads, man. Run them and pause.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. A really, really cool thing. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that immersion of like the stream kind of dies whenever you enter a stream and immediately you get served.
Yeah, there's no way.
Sure.
All right,
Awesome.
ads are
We're
over.
back.
We have escaped.
There you go. So let me go up here, share a little bit of diversity. So this is like a little bit of another biome with, a lot of work on the background and things like that. This was original kind of a world cut place where we would start doing a bunch of cuts and go crazy. But we've made it more into like a little bit of a different biome just to showcase what we're doing and caught a couple of enemies. Kind of skipped them for a minute to kind of get through. We're able to go up here and see a bunch of other stuff. There's a bunch of enemies here that are about to smack me, and I think some of them are going to glitch out, but I'm going to try my best to smack them as best I can. So this is where we're supposed to show like our combat, and then some of them kind of, these are like tier 2, so these are combinations of 2 little guys, right? As an example of the snacklet kind of thing going on. And you can do a bunch of little combos. You can press various buttons, because just in case, all of the instruments in the game are buttons that you can press, so they're not like something you equip. So you have them all available at all
That's
times.
fantastic.
So you can do spear, shield, you can do a bunch of stuff all back to back.
Okay.
This is my favorite.
No, I love
snack.
that. Like, that was one of the things I was wondering earlier. I was like, are you swapping weapons? Is there like a load time for swapping weapons? But you've just made it into a fluid action. That's fantastic.
Yeah. It's like, so right now you have your face buttons are 3 instruments. So they're your shield combo looks like this. Your spear combo. This is way too slow, but it'll get faster. And then you have your axe combo. So then you can combine them 3 into a Swiss motion by just pressing those buttons in sequence. So you could do like that. Oh, you could do like axe.
That's a great way to do it. So you can do the first, second, and third part of a combo with completely different weapons in any order that you want to.
Yes.
Cool.
And each one of them has a purpose. So like the spear is really, really good for dealing with shields. We'll talk about that later. And then the axe is really good with dealing with armor. So there are things in the game that you will be incentivized to use different instruments to solve. But because we don't want to force you to do something, we don't want you to always say, oh, you see an enemy that has like this color, then you have to use this weapon. That feels like I'm just telling you how to play the game. We just want you to like be able to do whatever you want, and then if you need to get one swing in, you could do that. However, we're going to see this in the combat example in a little bit. We didn't come up with that. I'm not going to pretend, but we made our own combat system that doesn't require all those buttons, that you could just use X for all of it. So I'm going to show you when we get to the combat example how we've created a new way of doing it that it's a lot simpler and it feels great. But in here right now, I am pressing X, Y, and B. So it's a lot of inputs. We try to make it so that you can do everything with X. So you'll see in a minute. I'm pretty excited about that. Hopefully you guys will like that. And it's very simple. It plays really well. So here's a simple example of like, kind of things actually working out. So you see that little guy over there. Let's say we're scared of him. Like he's just so mighty and scary, and we just don't want to deal with him. So of course, you would imagine that we should be able to just do this, right? And then we get in the world, and that's not what I'm supposed to do.
Ooh.
I practice this, Thor. I practice this.
I was gonna say, I'm like, you've already done this, so you can just get around. Is there a way to get through the game with only fighting bosses at that point? Then can you pacifist run this?
I really wish I had like a community of speedrunners. I haven't found like some of them yet that I could talk to because they're so busy. But if I could find like one that I could talk to and say like, help me, like help us figure out how to do some of this cool stuff in terms of design, not in terms of coding. We could figure that out, but we'd love to talk to like people that do weird stuff like that. But right now, of course, it probably you won't be able to dodge all the enemies. Like some of them like don't like you to get away from them. That's an important thing. For example, we have a pogo in the game. There is an enemy that if you pogo on him, he gets real upset, and then he grabs you and throws you against the ground and says, don't do that to me. So some enemies have like if you throw a spear to like the sniper, she hides in the background and dodges it and then shoots you immediately. So enemies have like, we'll call it like I don't know, we're calling them behaviors, but to me it's like they just have like brat moments where they say like, don't do that. And
I'm trying to think
if
of
they
the
do
last
that,
time
and they don't let
saw.
you.
I'm trying to think of the last time that I saw a character that like hit against the wall to dodge that kind of a thing, and it's going to go all the way back to like Blackthorn. Like I haven't really seen that mechanic used very often. That's awesome, man. I love that.
And especially that enemy, because that enemy is called the Death Letter. She's a sniper and she likes to be really far away from you. She's currently the smartest enemy in the game. She has 9 attacks. I don't know why I did this, but
because you're a monster, like
she is. But she can like if you get close to her, she dodges backwards. But if you try to dodge through her, which is your image, like you say, oh, it's a sniper. I gotta like do this, right? If you try to do that, she'll dash through you and shoot you in the back. Like so she just really doesn't like you getting close to her. And he has like a bunch of stuff that she could do. Of course, we're gonna tamper her down because we don't want people to get frustrated. But she's the kind of enemy that if you see her and 2 more enemies, you have to pick like, okay, I gotta maybe take care of the 2 enemies to deal with her.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen a Metroidvania give me that kind of like problem in a little while. There's many, but I want one that is this fast that gives me that sense of some enemies are very dangerous and some are popcorn for me to like enjoy my power.
I'm actually interested in what you said there. You don't want people to get too frustrated, so you kind of want to tune her down. Do you have any ideas behind having like a normal mode version of a boss and like an extra mode version of a boss, like a hard mode kind of a thing? Anything like that?
So I'm gonna. My community makes fun of me because I spoil everything. I can't. I'm too happy with this game, so I pull spoilers. So I'll give you one that I haven't shown anybody. This is like we've never talked about this one. But something that we're going to do, this whole idea of the shape protocol is like this, I want to call it a virus, but it is something. It is something that you get to know. It's this thing that is changing the code of reality. So the world is changing, and that's what you're going to see as the world changes, because this thing is like a virus that infected the universe.
Yeah.
Imagine it like that. But it's definitely a little bit more complex than that. But it's, of course, also affecting enemies. And as it does, you might, whenever you defeat an enemy, the shade protocol might say like, I'm not done with you, and there might be like a shaded version of enemies.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's what I was
things
wondering.
might get kind of complex. Yeah. But there's also something that we want to do, which we call it this it's like it's called the harmonics system. I have to change the name because I like music, but people don't know what that is. But harmonics is whenever you have like a sound wave, it replicates itself. So the idea is that you'll be able to go back to the hub, like call it your home base, where you have all your teammates and all this stuff, and you'll be able to go to this, like, imagine like this X-Men kind of training room where you can, like, not revive, but you can kind of bring the code back of those enemies and relive those battles. But when you do, you'll also be able to choose weird stuff that didn't happen, because you can alter the code and say, like, no, it didn't happen that way, it happened this way, and then you get to experience the boss. Maybe if you hit them with the axe, they counter, or maybe it doesn't let you use the spear. I don't know. You can make those choices for yourself, but it's more of a fun thing. It's not mandatory. It's not like, but yes, there will be harder versions of the bosses that will be part of normal gameplay if you want to do them. In terms of difficulty for the game, right now, we really think we could pull it off without like a normal, easy, or hard difficulty. But that's such a small problem compared to like figuring out how to not break the game with this thing, that maybe we just succumb and say, let's put like normal, easy,
Yeah, I mean,
and that's
personally,
not really a problem.
I'm never really a big fan of normal, easy, medium, hard kind of stuff, because it usually leads to monsters just being less squishy rather than more interesting challenges, if that makes sense. That's almost always the case. It's like, just make them a bullet sponge.
Yeah. So Thor, I want to show you something.
If you do it any other way, you gotta change all the monsters in the game or change distributions, and it's just it's a lot of work.
Yeah. We had some ideas that we wanted to do, like, some way in order to make it so that enemies would maybe like have a percentage chance of spawning shaded. But then I felt like, speedrunners want deterministic stuff, and I mean, a game where you could cut the world, you really want to break it. So I want people to break the game. So I don't want to make stuff non-deterministic just to make my life easier. So we'll deal with the problem with the feedback of the community. So there's something I want to show you, Thor. This is pretty cool. I won't end the demo right here, but because I'm going to go to the combat thing. But this is pretty cool. So we have an area in the new biomes we're making, where the world is taken over by this material, right? That's being taken over by the Shape Protocol. It's just story, but some fauna and flora in the world is changing, and it's being affected by this metal that is kind of losing its mind to the protocol. So we're not talking like Horizon Zero Dawn, but there is like some metal enemies, and there's trees that are made out of metal and circuits and stuff like that, because the world's changing. So we made one. Because this is the first time we're getting like an actual 2-hour interview, and it means a lot to us. So we made one like just for your community.
We can just go longer than 2 hours. Like, we can go as long as you want. Oh my! That's so cool.
Ferritech is a ferret to celebrate, of course. This is but it's going to be in the game for real. So he's a little bit of a problem dude. I love him. He has a little backpack on his back. Whenever you destroy other enemies, he'll get excited, and he'll come and grab the little lithium rocks from the floor and try to run away. Of course you could defeat him, but right now we made him immune, so he could get hit, but you can't kill him.
Don't hit him.
When you hit him, his little money comes out. So we might make him like fully immune. He just steals the little things, and when you hit him, like, the gold comes out. But that's it. It's just a love letter to what you guys are doing. We don't have any need. I mean, we have 70,000 wish lists right now. We don't have any need to like placate anyone. We're just doing it because we really think you guys are doing something great, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. That's super nice of you, man. That's freaking rad. That's so cute.
So that's our little guy right there. I'll leave him alone.
So
he has
big.
other animations. Yeah.
That's so
he
cool,
has
man.
other animations that are pretty great, like especially when he sees like a lithium in the floor, he gets really excited. And when he runs away from you, he's like baiting you. He's just a nuisance. So yeah, we'll see more of him and many enemies. We have a squirrel that climbs trees. We have a rabbit that hides in the snow and comes out. There's a bunch of stuff that people hopefully would like. So
That's
So I will
awesome.
go here, show you a couple more things, and then we'll stop here. So this is a kind of like a computer room and a little elevator. I don't know why I'm so incredibly proud of this elevator. It's just such a
It
beautiful
looks
thing. It's
cool.
way
I mean,
too
like
light.
this looks like a boss fight elevator, man. I love that.
Yeah, and the music stops, so you might be right in the real
Mm-hmm.
game. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But then you press this button, and then it kind of starts moving. And I just see this thing moving, and it just makes me so happy. I could sit here all day.
I love the
Uh,
greebles on it. Those are fantastic.
yeah,
That is awesome.
it's so great. So let me see if I can get to where I want to go to show you a couple things. I'm gonna go really fast now. So this is kind of, you go and you save here, but you can't get out. So now you have to kind of use your spear. So I'm gonna go at lightning speed a little bit here. Oh,
Go
that
for
was
it.
not supposed to happen. It's
Yeah,
okay.
go for it. I'd love to see more of the game, dude. This is awesome.
Oh my god, girl. Okay, so in here we have like the first example of like how we've coded secrets. For example, you're able to walk in here and it reveals the world. I mean, that's nothing crazy, but to get it done at speed and for it to look good, it's good in pixel art.
I love the fade in and fade out system for that. I mean, I've seen that in other games before, but it's always much appreciated. It feels nice. It feels like a reveal
Yeah.
moment. Like that's nice. I love that.
Yeah. We'll probably put some music and some like the leitmotif of the game when you discover it. And there will be, of course, walls that you got to break and things like that. Calm down. We are going to go here a little bit further to the right. Boom, boom.
Love the
So all of
horrifying
this is,
suit below you. Very nice.
yeah. This guy charges at us. We don't want him to do that because that'll take a while to figure that out. This combat is definitely not it. When you guys see the other combat, you're going to be like, why is that not here? So don't get too enamored with this. It is. I'm not, of course, upset with it, but I think there's a better version that we are working on. So we'll show you in a minute here.
Sure.
You're going to be a problem, aren't you? Let's kill you. Let's go
Yeah.
here. Boom, 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 boom.
No, I'm loving
There
this. I think you guys put a masterful amount of effort into this. It's wild to see. And you said, how far out are you right now? Do you believe?
So we want to release early 2027. That's like the current goal. We are trying to speed that up with the Kickstarter. I don't like talking about Kickstarter because I just feel bad asking people for
No,
help.
don't feel bad.
But,
Don't feel bad at all.
yeah.
Talk about your stuff, man. Like 100%. Yeah, we've been linking it in chat, by the way.
Oh, well, I appreciate that for sure. There's a little mind there that scares you, but yeah, conceptually, we want to do. I'm gonna make this game no matter what. This is like it's gonna happen. I don't know a way to stop it. So if I tell you real quick what I'm running here, like I come from Fortune 500 companies. I had a really good career. I did military cryptology. Then I went into big credit companies. I've had a great career. And you kind of lose your way into the corporate world, and then not too long ago, maybe 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, there was a big tech layoff, and needless to say, the people that are high earners get affected. So it was pretty horrific, and you get this feeling of like worthlessness, right? Like it wasn't me, right? But
it's always one of those things,
that,
and I talk to the community a lot about that, man, which is you are not your job. Just because you lose the position doesn't mean you lost a part of yourself. Just pays the bills.
So that took a while to get through my head, of course. But during that time, I said to myself, I've been writing the story for this game for about 12 years. Just a thing that I do like as a passion project in my own. But then at that point, I said, it's now or never. If I go get another job, I'm just gonna become that person again. I'm gonna do this. So I took the severance and all that stuff, because they had to. And I said, I'm just gonna put all of it into making this game, and I'm gonna give myself 2 years. And in 2 years, I'm gonna make what I make, and it is what it is. And I, because of that world, because of coming from that world, I have a different way. I look at product. I'm a product person. I used to run product for big companies. So I come from a different mentality, which is not necessarily good or bad. It's just a completely different approach. So I decided I'm just going to reach out to the best of the best of the best and see what they say. So I started reaching out to like some of the craziest pixel artists I could. And eventually one of them said like, yeah, this is kind of cool. Like, I'll give you like 10 hours a week to see what we do. And then, once they saw what we were making, they said like, no, this is great. I want to stay. And, and then they brought someone else and someone else brought someone else. And the team has grown all through voice of, people just talking about the game to each other, the actual people working on it. So it's kind of like a beautiful thing. I'm escaping through these enemies just to get to a little further.
No, it's great.
Yeah. In terms of the Kickstarter, our hope is to be able to fund consoles and faster dev. but we're gonna make the game no matter what, which I know is a really bad marketing thing to say.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. I think that
Okay.
that is honest, and I think one of the things that you'll find very quickly is as long as you are, people are more than overjoyed to find out about your adventure, man. I think that's a great thing to say. Yeah, just tell them everything.
So I mean, we do not have the resources to make the game the way people want it to be made. That's another thing, Thor, that I could at least say. If you're making a game and you show it to the world early, that's the best thing that could happen. People are going to talk to you about their ideas of the game or what they want. You don't have to change your vision for them, but if you welcome the love of a community, you're gonna see that your dream that you think is so gigantic, it's kind of small. Like, people have the greatest of ideas, and if you just give them a chance, and just treat them with dignity, like, people are going to show. I mean, it happens to me once in a while where people will go to a YouTube comments, which I answer every single one of them, and a person will go and give a comment, hey, I love the game, but I don't know, like, it just feels like another Mega Man game. Like, if you just take a moment to treat that person with dignity and just listen to them say, oh, well, tell me more, like, what part of you gives you that vibe, and you just wait and not react to it negatively, because it's our impulse to not want to hear community because of that can happen. I'm telling you, so those are the most loyal people I have, because they said, oh, well, maybe if it was a little faster, oh, come over to our Discord, tell me a little bit more about it. And then I just sit there for like 6 hours in voice. I just can't believe that I'm spending the time with them. And I think we're start for that kind of care. So that's kind of part of our experiment. Just do the product work, talk to people, see what they say. And you might be surprised.
Yeah, that's 100% the right way to do it. That's fantastic. It is. That is a lot of time investment, and there will always be more. Like, that's the biggest thing with that. So I do wish you luck in that, knowing that the end of that road is 1 billion people. That battle in the
it's not realistic. Awesome. But we have at the end of this, I'll show you what we're doing. We have this idea on the Discord, which I invite everyone to join. If you want to make a game, make it with us if you want to. Like, if it's not something you can do right now, what we do, we have this thing called when we created the Discord, we created a channel called Ask the Devs, just to give people an opportunity to ask us questions. But then I said, this doesn't sound like, what if I want to ask you something? So we created another version called Devs Ask You. We call them DAUs. And it started just like a channel, people talking, and we asking questions. Oh, what do you guys think about like contact damage? And then eventually it's become a thread where we've done, I think, 83 different updates, almost bi-weekly, nonstop, other than like right now because of the trailer. So we've done 83 full updates where we go, here's the thing we're making, this is what we think, what do you guys think? Here's a vote, talk to us about it. And we have sometimes we have like 500, 600 comments of people just telling us, oh, I love this system, I wish it could be like this or whatnot. And of course we have to parse through all of that. But it's probably saved us 1.5 years of dev time. It has to be, because whenever people tell us like, "Oh, you're doing this other game has done it before. Be careful with this," games that I would have never played. So for us, just the community is probably the biggest gift we have right now. So
yeah, that's fantastic. How large is your Discord currently, by the way? How many people are
very tiny, which is like 460 people maybe.
That's going to change real fast.
It's but I mean, I can manage it for now, and I give a lot of people, like, people give me feedback, and I write to every single person, and I can do that today. I'm sure that in the future I won't be able to, but I want to keep that for as long as possible, because it's materially, it changed. I'll show you later an ability that didn't exist in the game, that only exists because somebody suggested it and everybody rallied around it.
Show me.
And they spend the time. I'll show you now. So I'm going to go to actually, let me show you one last thing and we'll go. So we're working on a couple of things here, like our map. I'm obsessed with diegetic games. If somebody's hearing this and doesn't know what that is, I don't blame you. I learned that making games. I come from product and I didn't know what the word is. Diegetic means Zura experiences what you experience. So if she's seeing the map, you're seeing the map, right? So we're working on things like that. We don't have a good prototype to show you right now, but this is like an example of like something we want to do. Like, we want the map to come out of her hand like a little hologram, and then you could walk with it and whatnot. We don't have a good version of it just yet, but it'll be things like that. Whenever you're seeing the menu, you're kind of seeing her face seeing the menu. We have another version of the map that is huge, that is thrown into the background. So it's like she's throwing a hologram into the actual background, and it takes the shape of the background and feels like she's No, the enemies can see it too, and they get surprised, right? So things like that, we want the character to feel what you're feeling. So that's kind of
removing
one
the
of the last things
gamification from it, making part of the actual world. That's phenomenal.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
That's one of the things.
So if you know, she knows exactly. And then that last thing, I'll see if I have an enemy here to show. So I have my favorite system of the game. This menu is horrific. Like we got a lot of work to do here, but we have a little accessibility stuff and whatnot. But there's this menu here. Thor, I think you would really like this. A lot of people might be like, I need to see more of it, but I think you're gonna like this. So
okay,
we have this idea of if you were to make a Metroidvania and you were to play it your own way, how could you do that without a talent tree? And I'm telling you, I'm a Path of Exile enjoyer, love the game. But if you give me 1,500 nodes and there's only 6 viable builds, I'm gonna feel a certain way, right? So not criticizing guys,
100%.
Grinding gear guys, don't hunt me down. I'm just saying,
that's like that in every game, though, man. Anytime you get like 1,000 nodes, it's the same thing in Diablo 4. It's the same thing in Path of Exile. It's the same in all of those. So I completely get it, 100%.
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with it. I was on the wave. If you guys played Path of Exile 2, I was on the wave that, I made a sorceress and I made my, I thought I was the smartest guy in the world. And I was like, oh, here's my, cast on freeze, comet build. And there's like 20 million people doing the same thing. And I'm okay with that. But then I don't know where it gets nerfed to the ground. It disappears. That's normal. I'm okay with that. I think that has to happen. But I said to myself, if I were to explain that build to a friend, how would that work? So if I was telling Thor, you want to try my build? And he'd be like, yeah, sure. I'd be like, okay, here's a picture of all my notes. I need a third-party tool. I need like some YouTuber to make a guide to how to play. I'll have to do all that, right? So I said, like, can we reduce that as a product problem? Forget about gaming for a minute, as a product problem. So I said, charms do that. Hollow Knight charms, right? Something like that. But charms are consequentially, you could play with any of them and the consequence is not overly high, but it's great. It lets you still make your thing, but it's not a build. So I said, what if you could really make a build, but it had to be scalable? So it has to scale. It has to scale really high. Builds don't scale, right? If you have to make more nodes, that's balancing. Big problem. Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna stop yapping. I made this concept, and the programmers made it work. So this concept is called protocols. So what you have is you have a Rolodex of 2 words. That's it. You have a word on the left and a word on the right. The word on the left is the effect, and the word on the right is the trigger. End of story. So you have an effect that you can trigger, and then you have the actual trigger, and you get to choose those things. In this example, the only one that I have here set up is code. So code says, when it says it right here, you summon a drone whenever you kill an enemy in this situation. So code breaker. So whenever you kill an enemy, you trigger. You see this white. So it's pretty much saying I will do the left side. That's it. So you can change breaker for weaver, and weaver says, attacking enemies with the correct weapons, it'll tell you like, oh, hit an enemy with a spear. And if you hit him with a spear, you'll trigger code. So we have a bunch of versions of this. So you could be a code breaker, a code weaver, a code bringer, a code mancer, etc. So the system is very simple. You choose the thing you want to do, and you choose how do you want that to happen. Yeah. If you do that and you come out and you find an enemy and you kill them, it's supposed to happen. And I don't think it happened. So
don't worry.
Try one more time.
This is a very interesting design, actually. Can you talk a little bit about how you came to this conclusion outside of just like seeing other stuff? Like when you first got that implemented, what about it felt right? Because you can have an idea in your head, you can put it on paper, but the moment that you put it in game, how did you know that this was the right way to do this?
For sure. So the biggest thing with it was that I have this philosophy, and I can get so kumbaya sometimes, so I apologize. But I have this philosophy that I'm not making the game for me. I actually don't like that philosophy as much as I thought I would. I like the idea of making the game for your best friend. I think that's the way I like to phrase it. I'm making my game for my best friend. Because I can't solve my own problems. I don't know, if somebody tells me like, oh, you're overthinking this, I'm like, well, whatever. But if I see a friend overthinking it, I'm going to tell them like, hey, like, I really care. I don't want you to like overthink this, right? So I care more about my friends than I care about me sometimes, which is a bad idea, but it works.
Got to put your own oxygen mask on first, man.
Exactly. but it's a good mindset to have whenever you're thinking like, do I want them to go through the struggle of setting up a huge talent tree or like some other system of like Dark Soul points or stuff like that? And do I want them to struggle through that, or do I want to tell them, oh, I just killed the wolf boss, and it's like, oh, I've been struggling with it. How do you kill it? Oh, I use Codebreaker.
Yep.
And you explained it's done. And it was, oh, well, I tried Echo Weaver, and that was really difficult. It's like, oh, well, maybe try, Echo Bringer. That could work. And that's the conversation. And it could feel so spectacular whenever you're able to talk to people in that simple language. But also, like specifically for this, and you know this more than most people, if we decide to ever make a DLC, right? And we want to do it for free, we can add 2 words here.
Yep.
On each side. So this is combinations. So we are planned to release the game with 8 and 8. That's our current goal. So that means 64 combinations.
Yep.
They are somewhat distinct. I mean, some of them might feel different, similar, but they are foundationally different. You will feel like you're playing a different build for each one of those combinations. So then we go and do a Christmas update. It was like, oh, sure, here's 2 more. Programmatically, it's very low effort for us, but we just went from 64 builds to 100 combinations, from 8 to 8 to 10 to 10, right? So it just gives a lot of replayability. It gives you like an opportunity to feel, that you are making a different effect to what you want to play. So in this example of Code, it's a combat summoner build. So it accounts for about 25% of your damage, but all of them do. So you don't have to feel bad if you want to use summons.
The ads have cut us off. Bezos is here.
No problem. Little Bezos kind of getting in the way.
He's shooting lasers out of his eyes. The horror.
Yeah, it's so great. We should maybe I'll swap from this to the combat test if you want to.
Sure.
Now that we're in ads. So while I do that, I will turn off the streams because I know you said that's kind of dangerous. So let me know if I'm ready to do it.
Give me just a moment. Yeah, go for it. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm gonna turn this off real quickly.
And everyone can still hear you, to let you know.
Okay. Of course. Hi, chat. How we doing? Hopefully people are liking this. I appreciate the opportunity.
I guarantee they are. There are people freaking out about this in chat. You've got a really good outlook. You've got a really cool looking game. Everything here is fantastic, dude.
So I'm going to show now Game Maker, which I am not very familiar with, but I am happy to show it.
So don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. I am going to share my screen, but I'm not going to move because I want people to kind of see what we do, but I'm going to share my screen and let me know if you can
Game Maker right up there on the screen. They sponsor the stream as well.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, that's cool because I also want people to see like, the prototyping part of things and whatnot. So that's pretty great.
Game Maker's fantastic. Awesome.
Yeah, it's very happy with. I mean, we don't use it in production. Of course, we are working in Godot because we have just a big database over there of all of our work already. But prototyping, some little things that are very fast to do in other engines.
Yeah.
So why not? Like, we also have like a big thing about that. Like we don't celebrate. So I'll tell you this once we're back from ads, but we don't we have like 3 big pillars in our studio. We definitely don't celebrate difficulty. Like doing something harder for yourself. We don't want to celebrate that because that makes other devs not want to get into game dev, right? Because they're saying, oh, if I have to make my own engine to make a platformer, then I'll never make it. So yeah, I think we're back
from the ads. We are. Yeah. So if you want to continue your thought.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'll say this real quick before we move on to the combat test here. So we have a couple of pillars. So I come, of course, from the military. So you kind of force into thinking in threes. And I have 3 personal pillars that I lead. I do everything by those 3 pillars. But I made 3 pillars for the studio. And part of that involves this idea of us let the player play is the first one. I'm not going to go over all of it, but that's the one that I think matters a lot. Let the player play. So we care a lot about the world feeling like you're playing. So pausing the game to force you to do things that kind of not great. We don't want that. We want you to if there's dialogue, we want you to be able to move through the dialogue if we can, unless it's like a very important thing. Things like that. So So for us, glorifying difficulty, saying, "Oh, if you want to be a really cool game dev, you have to make our own engine." We don't jive with that. We want people to use the tools that are available so they can make the greatest thing they can make with the time and ability that they have. So that's kind of like our goal to use everything that's out there, to the best of our ability, other than AI.
Yeah.
Sorry, just that's not going to happen. But other than that, we are very pro, like, use the tools the community has made, and of course give them credit for it. Awesome. So can you see Game Maker right now?
Yes. Yeah, I can see everything.
Okay. Awesome. So this is definitely so in the game, as you were seeing in the actual Godot build, that's on Steam already. So we're testing on Steam, and there's like all that stuff. This is just an executive file that we're using here in Game Maker to make a test of combat. This is a lot faster. So this is maybe a little too fast, but don't worry about it. This is just a test, right?
Sure.
So what I'm gonna show here is kind of prototyping of a new idea. So we said to ourselves, if we make the game way too deliberate, it feels more like that Dark Souls. And even Dark Souls is really fun, it might not be as cinematic as we want it to be. So what if we tried a completely different approach and went into a little bit more Prince of Persia, a little bit faster, right? What would that look like? So, we started testing with it, and this is all sprite work. This is not really like hyper coded or anything like that. So a lot of stuff doesn't work. The sounds are not right. A bunch of stuff doesn't work.
Yeah.
But in here, you'll see like she attacks much faster, and she has a lot more range. This will probably be toned down like 20%, but still, like, she moves pretty fast and feels a lot faster in terms of execution. When we hit the enemies, they're a lot more floaty. So you'll see here, like, I could.
Yeah, because it's just prototyping. Yeah.
Yeah. But for sure, it kind of gives you this idea that, this could be a different vibe of the game. So we definitely have normal attacks. We have your shield. You have your spear combo, which I told you guys about. And then you have your axe combo, which is not implemented here.
Yeah.
So then something I could show you is like this. In this version, we're going to go into contextuals. And I know people think contextuals and they think like Hadouken motions and stuff like that. Not at all. So what we're doing here is saying, if you press X, which is your blue button, or your face left button, you'll do this. But if you press even down or diagonally down or whatever, as long as you're pressing a little bit down enough that it's not moving forward, you will do your spear combo, right? So you're only pressing X, but as you're pressing forward, you can press down and she will combine it with the other one. And what happens is, if you see here, I do like a normal shield attack. If I do shield and then spear, you see like the spear goes down. So your brain is thinking attack 2 of the spear is me going down a little bit. So it feels really good. And it's very little. You don't have to put it all the way like to the ground. You're just moving the control a little bit down. And I'm doing everything with X. Whenever I jump, I can press the axe to crash down, or I could press down and X, which is the motion that you expect, right? And I could kind of hit the enemy like that.
The button economy you have there is much smaller than I thought it was going to be, because what I thought is that you were using so many different buttons to use all these different weapons. That's really fascinating, actually.
Yeah, and it feels. I know, like, if people, it might get into like a fighting game style. I'm telling you, it's so soft. It's up and down. That's it. So if you're pressing, down, you do spear. If you press up, then you do the axe. And up is upwards motion. So your brain is saying, wherever I want to send the enemy, that's where I point my joystick. That's it.
Yeah. Do you have a plan on changing this based on player, settings, anything like that, to be able to change it in any possible way with that?
Definitely. So we will have. I mean, I think
like
any game of this style, if you do not do remapping, you're sentencing yourself to early death. So we will have remapping.
Good.
Good
deal.
What I don't know is if our remapping will let us change the contextuals other than giving you a different context. Like, some people might want to like hold the button instead of like pressing a diagonal or something. I have to think about how we would do that.
That's a bit different, yeah.
But for sure, we are going to let you change the buttons, because some people, and I care a lot about accessibility, in the current state, if you want to press Y, so your yellow button, that's far for a lot of people that, maybe have not like played this type of games before. So I don't want you to like feel like, I have like, I don't know, not arthritis, but maybe you can't bend your finger that way. You can't play this game. I don't want that. We can't oversolve for everything, but definitely we could do better than just let's just force the buttons to people. So
Yeah, no,
it'll
that
get
actually that's super nice because it's one of the things that we care about like quite a bit in the community is there's a lot of people that have physical disabilities and they use controller remapping to be able to play these types of games. So the fact that that's like so forefront in your mind is really great to hear, honestly.
Yeah, that's it's critical because if we don't do that, then what we're saying is like we weren't ingenious enough. This is not a reflection of the player. This is a reflection of us as devs. So instead of making a new engine or crafting some like, oh, this is the most complicated way to do particles, or I need like reflective light on I don't know freckles. Maybe we just care about accessibility and just make the game playable by a lot of people. So something that I want to show you real quick is like, you see that there, the flying enemy. I can, of course, they are very puppety. He's going to die in like 3 hits, but something we think we might implement is making it so that whenever I hit them, they will not die until I stop hitting them. So I could just have fun. Like, you're going to know that they're dead in the game, but you can hit them until you want to be done. So I'll show you real quick if I can pull it off. So I'm hitting them, they're definitely dead, right? But I could keep hitting them for a little bit, and I'm just having a blast, right? It doesn't matter. There's no consequence. And I already know that they're dead. So if I want to do that and feel great because I got to pull my combo, I don't have to make the enemies more difficult or have more health or make everything spongy to give you fun. Then there's this little asshole. Oh, sorry, this guy over here. I don't know if we can.
You can say that. It's fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
So this guy has armor, which is represented by his yellow. This is not how it's going to look. This is just something that we made. So whenever I hit them, he doesn't stagger, right? He doesn't stagger. So the axe is the weapon designed to deal with that in the real game. So right now he's gonna do whatever he wants to until I break his armor, and then he's like a puppet, and now I can do whatever I want, right? And the idea is like, let's say like 80% of their health will be something, and then 20% will be have fun. At the have fun moment, you do whatever you want, and they're just gonna die. And I think that power, the fantasy of power that because the enemy died, you don't forget your combo. That feels bad to me. Like I don't want you to feel like that.
So what is your go-to kind of balance feel for that? Like what are you balancing around? You balancing around game feel at that point? You balancing around statistics first? Like how are you approaching this as a problem?
For me, the biggest goal is that the player. So I have this simple matrix of like there is the enemies are powerful and you are powerful. That's the matrix. So it's a 2x2. In most games, the enemies are powerful and you just suck, right? And you just do this one swing and that's it. That's okay. There's a fantasy of that, of like overcoming that. Then there's the opposite, which is like you're incredibly powerful and the enemies just suck, right? Which is and there's a lot of games that those are called cinematic fighters, where the enemies, they have no chance. Like you just swing and they're yours to enjoy. Then there's like you suck and they suck, which is a little bit more puzzle, and that's okay. Like that suck doesn't mean bad. It just means like they're not great and you're not great. There's not a lot of power. Yeah. I'm trying to go for like I'm powerful and they're powerful. So they have moments where they're great and I have moments where I'm great. As long as they have like the thing that prevents me from doing whatever I want, they're powerful. But whenever I defeat that, then I get to have fun. What I don't want is like, let's say this guy has armor, or I can't stagger them. And I'm hitting them, and I just hate the fact that I gotta go this and run and hit and run, and I'm like running, and then whenever I do get a chance to actually hit them, they just instantly die because I didn't get this moment to have fun. Then I never get to see my combos. So it is kind of like a little bit. Hades 2 was the inspiration of this for the armor thing, but we are taking it way further because we have other concepts. We have armor, we have energy shields that regenerate. So the axe breaks armor, but the spear stops energy shields from regenerating. We have a bunch of concepts. So just to answer your question very literally, game feel number 1, letting the player play, have their fun, but the threat cannot go away. If you don't feel threatened by the world because you're juggling enemies, I'm going to show you a lot of juggles here in a moment, but they're going to go away. As in, like, our idea is that whenever you juggle an enemy, you'll have a button to chase them versus like you have to like go and like do all the work. Yeah. If you want to do all the work, you can, but our goal is that, if you are not that kind of player and it's not for you, I don't want you to struggle through, enjoying, kind of doing combos. But I'll show you here what that looks like in a moment. So this guy's invincible. He won't die. I'm going to do a bunch of stuff to him. So, sorry, little soldier. So I'll show you guys a couple of things. If we do shield, he gets pushed out a little bit. The shield kind of reflects projectiles and whatnot because you are swinging a shield. That's our main weapon. So it's kind of a score gimmick. But then if you have enemies that are chargers or that are charging at you, or enemies that you need to push away, then you have the spear. So the spear will do something like this. And it pushes them much further away. Probably not that far. This is way too floaty.
Pretty far.
But,
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
Get them away, right? Get them away from you. And then you have the axe, which is, not only an upward thing. It has 3 hits, but right now we've made it so we only have this one in this demo. So I'll show you what that looks like combined. But we also have other instruments, right? We have the katana and we have the chakram. So the katana is already has this button to like do the swing, but in here we want it to be part of your combo, right? So one part of the combo right now is you can dash through enemies, right, to dodge them. And we also have an accessibility option that when you dash, you stay speedy. You don't have to hold that button. So a lot of people kind of sometimes don't want to be dashing. That's kind of stressful to their fingers. So you just dash, and she gets this little effect, and you just run, and you're just running at the same speed as you're constantly dashing.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hopefully we get to pull this off as pretty as it looks here in engine with real particles, so it's not repetitive.
Yeah.
But then, like, if you press down and dash, which is kind of forcing yourself to the ground, right? That idea. Then instead of doing this dash, you do this dash. So he does a little bit of cut through them.
And it also did an effect there, it looked like?
Yes. So that effect stuns enemies, and that lets them not turn around instantly. So most enemies will, when they have armor, they will turn around and smack you very quickly, kind of Nine Souls style. But if you want to continue your combo, you can stun them. Not all enemies can easily be stunned, but this one can. So I'm able to like continue what I'm doing without him like kind of reacting to me, right? And that's like, I shouldn't have pressed that button, but I'll show you that in a minute. So contextually, if I want to, I could throw this enemy to the air and then just stun him there. And that gives me a lot more time to do what I want to do. So it's not like we want you to be juggling enemies and have this super difficult buttons. It's more of a, can you have a lot of fun with what we have in the kit? And then can that kit be enough for you to go crazy creative? So here's an example. You can, for example, do like spear and do that, right? So you can cancel the last hit of the spear to kind of go through an enemy and stun them instead of sending them far away if you wanted to do that. You can also do dash cancels. Like, for example, you can go from far away and then use your axe like that and hit them, right? Or you can go from far away and then use the spear vault, which this is the ability that I was telling you that the community created. They were obsessed with it. This idea, like,
spear vault.
We need a spear vault, like in
That's
Monster
awesome
Hunter.
as hell. Yeah, I mean, I agree with him. It looks cool.
I play
Insect Glaive in Monster Hunter, dude. Like, I love it. So I'm down.
So you know what's up. I mean, and you can understand my pain. Like, I can't track enemies. So I don't know how the height of the enemies is gonna. You guys don't understand how difficult this is, but they're so excited. So we have to
like,
drag
oh, it looks
enemies
great.
with us.
Yeah. I mean, it
So we
looks
said,
cool.
okay, it looks very cool, but it's a pain.
It's I mean, the thing is I think a lot of people don't realize is everything that you've shown here is a huge technical pain in the ass. Like the way that you're doing combos, the way that you're doing context with the way that you move, the idea of splitting the environment in half, even doing portals that actually take into account the velocity of the incoming projectile and redirecting that correctly, especially with beams. Like, there's a ton of technical madness that they're pulling off here to get this to look as smooth as it is. That I think the way that I always feel about it is, if you notice a shadow in a video game, they did it wrong, right? And you've done it in a way where it feels like the background shadows. It's like, oh yeah, that feels natural. Great.
That's a good point, yeah.
The level of difficulty to make it feel natural like that is phenomenal. Like, you guys are kicking a huge amount of ass here. This looks awesome.
That's definitely like the core goal. Like, it has to feel like the game is. So we have this thing called immersion by distance. It's one of our pillars too. So distance from this world. So we don't put like any agendas, any topics from this world. We don't want, like, we want you to play this game. And I feel for some of my friends, like, I have a friend that's a father of 2. He comes home from work. He only has like an hour and a half to play. I don't want him to like be told who to be and what to think whenever he's playing my game. But I also don't want him to like worry about the technical complexities of making the game. So if I'm giving him like a way to go up, I don't want him to think like, oh, he's forcing me to use the spear. Just use whatever you want to, right? And some people are going to say, oh, some of these instruments are a little
better at this, or
Yeah, better than this. But of course, we'll create problems where, you know, you might not be able to go through this wall without the chakram. And so we'll create that. But if you're just running around and you're just having fun and you just want to use this spear here because you like that weapon, why am I going to make you use the chakram? So a little bit of that, like just distance from forcing people to think any way, to do anything in any way. Just have fun. And of course, whenever we're dealing with puzzles, there'll be like maybe one solution. But getting to that solution should be very ingenious. It should be part of your goal, not my goal as the dev. Like, you will do it this way. Same with combos, right? So I'll show you here an example with combos. So I am the kind of player that I like this. I like the idea of being able to do, I'll do this super simple combo, which I am very bad at fighting games. So if I can pull this off, you guys could pull this off. So this is the example, like this. Oh, of course, I already messed it up. And then being able to do that, I like that. That feels good to me. So it's something that I like.
Together, yeah.
Very simple, and I did it on my own, right? I didn't need the game to tell me, hey, listen, here's how you do a combo. Like I just
dude,
whatever.
Don't even bring it up. It's funny too, because like I hate tutorial creatures. Like I hate Navi. I hate the hey listen. Like it's one of the biggest pet peeves of mine, man. And I love the way that you've portrayed this so far. And the idea of being able to like find your own solutions to stuff and movement. It's funny because even though it reminds me of Breath of the Wild. And there were a number of puzzles that they had. I think it was with electrical stuff, where instead of using metals in the environment, you could take metal weapons and throw them on the ground, and it would actually transfer the electricity through it. And players figured that out at one point of just like, you can solve these in totally weird ways if you want to, because they just added materials together. And what you've done is you've given a whole bunch of tools to the player, and they're like, hey, you can solve this in whatever way you want. Here's a bunch of weird ways to move. Enjoy,
exactly.
Right?
And
I
then,
love
you know,
that. Do you have these from the start, by the way?
From the start, no. That's like, and I really want to show you our Discord at the end of this, because it has been such a blessing. I cannot explain, because you know, when you come from product, your mind is always you build, you measure, you learn.
Yeah.
And in game dev, the story that I got from my friends that do game dev is like the polar opposite. And once again, not a criticism. It's a great, like, maybe we're hurt, like maybe we've been hurt before, right? We show something and people like criticize it, and then like, well, I guess if I want people to like it, I have to change it. But then I have my own vision, right? So it's always like this clash between like what I want to make versus what people want. So that's why I said like neither. We're making the game for our best friend, and if our best friends are community, I don't call it community-led development, because I think that they will be in control, and I don't think they want that either. They want to for us to make a game for them, but I call it community synced, which I don't think is a great name for it, but I really like it. So the community is constantly aware of what we're making enough to have an opinion, but they can come up, like we told them, hey, here's like for example, like I go like, oh, this is the combo that I want to do. I like this idea, and I want to be able to do this. And they're like, that's awesome, but I like dashing. Can you let me dash? I'm like, okay, well, maybe do you want to do this maybe? Okay, we'll give you that, you know, and then, you know, she's so, but I could barely pull that off, but it's so easy. I press X the entire time, by the way. That was X, X, you know, so it's, but then somebody else goes like, I have a friend of mine that's like a lot of crazy good, which I don't know if I can pull this off right now. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to look stupid, but here's an idea. He does something more like this, and this, I'll show you something of if I can pull it off. Let's see. Oof, I shouldn't be this nervous, but we're going to try. Here we go. No, let's do it again. Nothing personal, kid.
So here's the thing. The fact that you had to... So there's a moment where I realized that the combos in a game are going to feel good. And it's... Fighting games, you get this a lot. But it was actually the moment where you failed to do the combo. Where you started in the beginning, you're like, oh, no, I actually have to do it this way. I have to do it this way. Oh, I have to try it this way. I have to stop, and I have to get the timing right on this. The moment you did that, I realized that this feels amazing. I want to get my hands on it to try it, but that shows me that there are combos that you can build out of this. There's even going to be ones that I bet players find later that are even more ridiculous than this, right? Even the one where you carried the momentum of the knockback on the character and turned that into a pole vault, into, you know, grinding him, you know, with the turning into a blender the entire way. Like, that's really, really a cool move to see that, of like knocking him forward and then carrying the momentum with an ability that also carries momentum to do extra damage. That right there.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just awesome.
Like this,
you know?
and what I'm most proud of the team is that we this feels like you're going to be juggling whatnot, but it really isn't. Like the character kind of takes you there, and you don't feel like you are suffering to pull off a combo. And if you don't pull the combo, you can do other cool stuff. Like you could do like, let me see something that could work here. Like you could, like for example, like I said, you can use the spear to push them away. But if you really don't want them to be pushed away because they're going to go into another enemy, then you could like cancel that. Well, and jump, for example. You don't have to hit them if you don't want to.
Yeah.
But you could also like do that and it stun them, or you could, this charge up is to do our little ultimate here. We don't have a button for it yet. So it's like, nope, don't. And then you can do your little thing to control them there, but you can continue that. And we have little pogo stuff. It's pretty, I mean, if I can do this and I'm just pressing X, people are going to have a blast.
Yeah,
so my goal is to make this a little slower. I want to be honest with people. I don't want people to think like, you have to be so crazy. It'll be pretty simple to perform, but we'll probably be a little slower, maybe 20% less fast as you see now. And enemies will not let you do this alone, right? If they have armor or something like that, they won't really let you. And there's going to be a lot of density in the game, I hope. Like you have 3 or 4 enemies at a time they have to deal with. And you have the tools to figure them out. So yeah, it's not really about just like, can I stun lock this enemy for 20 minutes? It's more about what can I do with the tools provided. And like I said, one of the favorite combos of the community keeps being like something like that. You can just go into them. But if there's another enemy here, right? Another enemy right here, and I'm fighting them, and I like, this is the sniper, for example, and it's a bad problem. And I don't want to deal with them. I could definitely like go over here and just say, you and I go away, like something like that. Let's go over here, and then I kill you, and then I come back and deal with that enemy. So that you can figure out how to solve the problem without thinking, well, all I can do is throw a spear in a straight line and run, and throw a spear in a straight line and run. That's the goal for sure.
So here's kind of an interesting thing
Uh-huh.
is you've got all these different combat moves, you've got all this kind of stuff for being able to make combat feel fun. What are the rewards of combat? I saw those little gem electrical things that were dropping off of enemies. Can you talk anything about that, or the progression systems involved with whatever that is?
For sure. So a couple of things that we have. So the super quick thing, this whole shape protocol thing, it's a big problem in the world. And there's this, what the robots are made of is this material called lithium, which is a play on words on, Elysium, lithium. So the idea is that we're all made, this characters are all like, they're called replicas. They're like a human, but not quite. They suffer, they cry, they feel, but they're of course superior to us in many ways. So the reason why I bring that is whenever you defeat an enemy, you get like a lithium falls, and you can collect that and you can use that for things. But in most Metroidvanias, the whole idea is like, okay, you go buy a charm, or you go do things like that, right? In this game, we've came up with some systems that I really love, where you have every area on the world is its own, like it's going through its own problem, because you are not the center of the world. You're not the most important, most powerful thing to ever exist. If you think like this is kind of powerful, you gotta see your dad. We have a dad in the game, and he is like way more powerful than us. So we are not the most powerful thing in the world. Yeah, kind of that vibe. Yeah. So as you're realizing I'm not the most powerful thing in the world, there's certain things I can do that others can't, but there's certain things they can, I cannot. What ends up happening is that when you go to other places in the world, they have their own problems. So an idea that we had is, for example, you might go into this bastion that you saw at the beginning of the trailer, like this huge robot, and it's a living thing. This thing is alive, and you could talk to it, and it has, it's suffering, and you saw that there's a hole in it, that there's a war going on, so it's struggling. And you might use your resources to go to his, quote, we'll call it a shop, but it's really not a shop. It's more of a system thing. So you might go to his heart and pretty much connect with them and say he needs like, this much in order to turn off all of the electricity that is, it hurts you. It doesn't let you get to certain places. But whenever you turn off the electricity inside Bastion Suna, now new enemies are able to come in. So you got a benefit of enabling more areas, but now you have snipers, because they're able to come in through the same door that you open, right? So the idea is like using resources to change the world so that you feel like combat is worth doing. And there's also, of course, like what we do not have, I'll tell you this right now, we don't have like a combo meter of like, B, A, S, double S. We're not doing that. We don't want you. I mean, we might do like some protocol that is based on like feel, that kind of power, but not like not like a goal for the player to like juggle enemies for 10 minutes. That's not our hope for sure. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot more rewards that we can't share right now because there are systems that we're making. But there's also the game has a lot of story that we want to deliver in 2 to 3 lines or less. It's really important to us that you're not sitting there reading dialogue because we're not that kind of game. It's not that we don't have a problem with those games. We're just not that game, and we don't want to create that expectation.
Fair.
So something that we're doing is, for example, when we were on the other version of the game and you could see the protocols, something there that we could do was give players the protocols by learning more about those type of replicas. So there's a type of replica called a breaker, and you don't know what that is, and you might find some of them that are either dead or some that you have to rescue. And let's say there's 3 of them, and as you find them, you learn the story of the breakers, which feels a little bit like Ender Lilies, like that vibe of like setting up the world by the story of a type of replica and what their job was and how they've suffered through this war. But then eventually you get the protocol. That's like your superpower is that you can ingest these pieces of musical code and use them. That's your power.
You showed the protocols earlier and being able to take like a prefix and affix, combine them together to create a full effect. Are you only going to have one of those on at a time, or are there options to get multiples of them running at once, or?
So you only at this point you only get one of them at a time, as in like one on the left and one on the right. But Thor, they are insane.
They're just dramatic. They're completely different. Yeah, they feel very different.
Yeah. One of them that I really like that is good for like maybe players that like the idea of like sticking to an enemy and like doing a lot of damage versus like Code, which is more like a control type of like summoner vibe. Mm-hmm. There's one called Echo, for example. And Echo, what it does, so the left side is Echo. What it does is whenever you do certain things, like whenever you trigger it, it will do your attack twice. So a copy of Zura that is made out of Code, like she looks like dark, and like a copy of her that looks shaded, will come and do the attack again. So you're like, okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, it's like bam, bam. But I think you can imagine the possibilities of craziness.
That would be insane at that point because you're doubling everything, right?
Yeah, and what if there was some sort of way to delay that, and then you could do this from one side, but your copy could do it from the other side, and then out of nowhere you can like juggle an enemy, but later on it gets juggled again. I don't know, like some crazy stuff. We don't know, right? But imagine if you could play like it feels like Naruto. You're making copies of yourself, and they're doing stuff for you, but you decide how to. Okay, go ahead. That's cool. That's a good question.
They just showed up. Yeah, they popped up. Yeah. I have a follow-up question for that.
Oh, of course. You'll see. How are we doing on time, Thor? I don't want to overstay
dude, you're fine. The thing is, I stream 12 hours a day. Like, I set 3 hours out for each of you guys, but yours is the last one of the day. We can just go, right? Like, it's not that big a deal.
I'm super excited to show you more. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a big deal at all.
I appreciate it. It means a lot for sure because we don't. This is not a game. This is not something that people need to hear, but this is not a game that all of our innovations are clear. People can see them and understand them, so you don't really have to explain it. But stuff like protocols, it kind of take a little bit of explaining, right? So we really appreciate the opportunity to like actually talk about these things because they're special.
You don't have to worry at all. Like I'm super down to sit there and like see every feature of this because your game looks phenomenal. The systems look really deep and interesting, and I know that needs breathing room. It's one of the reasons that I wanted to do in December in the first place was to give games this kind of breathing room because the only other way that you get this is you get a hype trailer, and that's it. And there's nothing else, right? Like that's not.
Exactly.
It just doesn't tell the whole story, man. Like you got to sit down, talk to the devs, find out how they are. What your kind of aspirations for the game are, the way that you feel, and then also go deep into the game systems themselves to really get a feel for it.
For sure. I mean, it's a big thing because a lot of the studios that I talk to all the time, they really want this type of exposure where they get to like obsess about their game, but it's so rare. Like we get like 30-second, show your trailer and that's it. And you can convey a lot, of course. It's a skill to convey a lot in a tiny little bit of time. But sometimes it's also highly motivational for you to like see people excited about what you're talking about. Yeah. So it's very transformational for a team that's like trying to say, is this what people want? Like, do we have the formula? Are we close? So it means a lot for sure.
And I think it's a big deal because you get to see the reactions in real time. It's one of the best things around is just seeing people react to your stuff as they're experiencing it. And like that was one of the biggest things for in December though, is like I said, I kept seeing all these award shows, I kept seeing all these shows showing off different games, and I was like, there was a 30-second blurb, and the only other thing you can do is go to the Steam page, and then you forget it. Like, pretty much immediately, because you had no experience with it. You don't know who the devs are. You don't know anything about them or you know their history, the stuff that they're doing. So like we wanted to try to do that differently. And I got to say, it's been pretty rad so far doing in December. We had 500 games submit, and I think I get to do like 75 to 90 of them based on how many days that I can stream this month. And I normally stream 6 days a week, and I switched over to 7 days a week so we could fit some more indies in because there's just so many, man. There's so many people applied. So cool, it's actually wild. But we're getting all those videos out for each one of them, too. Anyway, the ads have ended. But that being said, I have a question that's going to make your programmers upset. You talked about having echo as one of those things, right? Mm-hmm. Can you echo the world split?
You're a problematic dude. Oh, my gosh. The problem is you say things like that, and I haven't thought about it, and then I'm going to go back, and we're going to have a meeting.
It's going to be so good. Enjoy. And here's the thing, is if you do echo the world split, which way does it split along the X?
Yeah, it's that kind of stuff is like what excites me. If you join our meetings and freaking, we do Wednesday meetings, and when we meet, sometimes we spend a lot of time on stuff like that, like, you know, what if we did this? And they're very crazy, far into like insanity stuff. And then of course my programmer goes like, Kendall, can we please? We have enough. I'm like, well, but can we, right? Can we?
Yeah.
So the world cut, I will tell you this without spoiling. I have to control myself because I do want you guys to see it for real. But the world cut could do a lot more than what it does today, and it's going to, and it's going to feel great. It's going to feel great. A lot of what it's going to do in terms of protocols, I could tell you that our whole dream is that whenever people are picking a protocol, they don't marry themselves to it forever. But I do not want to reward you for switching, because if I do, then I think like I'm giving you the wrong incentive. But I'm not sure. I'm still open to figuring that out. But the main idea is like as you get more protocols, some crazy stuff will be enabled that will change your playstyle drastically. And when I say drastically, that's our dream. Like this, you should have at least 8 ways, right? Let's say that like only the left side, like the functions only matter, because they're called functions and calls, but whatever, that's programming cuteness. But the concept of the function, which is the effect, those effects should be drastic enough that everyone that's playing each one of them should say, this is an effect that I really love, but my playstyle is defined on the other side, right? The call, which is the thing that triggers the effect. So somebody might really like to fight with different weapons. So if you like to fight with the shield, maybe Weaver's not for you, because Weaver is going to say, use shield and use the axe and use the spear. Can you do that? And if you go, I sure can. And if you do, then you'll get a lot of reward, right? Because you'll trigger the effect many times, right? But that's like really high skill cap. Whereas if you want to play Breaker is, as long as you defeat an enemy or hit a boss. So if I defeat this enemy, then I'll get a drone if I'm using code, for example, and that's good enough for me. That's what I like. I don't want to be stressed out about like, how difficult it is for me to pull off something. But people that have that find that enjoyable, then they will have both an effect that they can trigger because of what they like to do, and a trigger. It's clear obscure, mini clear obscure is the way I would say. It's mini clear obscure. It's tiny. Okay. It's like a version of the Pictos on Lumina system that is just tiny. It's meant to be really tiny. You choose 2 things, but remember, there's also one last thing to it. You can pick Echo Breaker, for example. Whenever I kill an enemy, my next attack happens twice. It's not as exciting, right? Because you have to kill an enemy. But maybe Echo Breaker does, when it's combined, it does something special. Like that wouldn't work with Echo Weaver. So they might have secret little rules that when you combine them, you get them in your little database, and it tells you, oh, Echo Breaker is something like, here's like a little thing that they do that others don't do. So you're incentivized to test them and to mess with different versions. So, but imagine if you could control it. So you say Echo Breaker makes it so that my next attack happens when I want, not when like the moment that I do it. So then you would be able to like kill this enemy and save that attack to then go to the next enemy and like axe them twice in the face, which is insane damage. So things like that, if you want to do that or set it up or whatnot, we'll have ways. But yeah, the protocol system should drive you to find. Also, last thing I'll say here, because I don't want to keep yapping. One of the things that I care about is whenever the player finds something. If you play some of these games, you find a heart container. And when you find the heart container, you're like, oh, this is 1 out of 4. And I get my reward when I get the 1 out of 4. And when I get that reward, I got 1 unit of health. And if the enemies are doing 2 damage to you, it kind of doesn't matter too much. Little jab there, but you get my point. If you are not really getting a lot of benefit out of it, it feels good, but it's not like big of a deal. But what if you find Echo and you have 8 calls? You just got a reward that, you found three things, right? It took you 3 things. But once you found it, you gained a ton of content. Tons of content, right? Now you're able to do all that stuff because you have all these new tools to play with. So that's hopefully the dream, right?
Oh, are you back? Your internet died for a moment there. You there?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Everything froze for a moment, and you're totally fine. Okay. So I am interested in that, and you keyed on something kind of interesting there of talking about how collectibles work in terms of power-ups. What about collectibles in terms of maybe achievement or anything like that? Do you care about that kind of stuff? Is that something you like in the kind of game of like maybe a challenge area? For instance, the Path of Pain in Hollow Knight. Like, is that something that you are interested in having in this?
So yes, we're doing something that we don't know exactly how it will be received, but I really like it. So one of the concepts is whenever you get a new protocol, you will get pretty much like you'll be directed to a place where that protocol, you'll get to like showcase it. So if you go into that room, the game will tell you, you're forced to use Echo Breaker now. It'll transform you into Echo Breaker, and then it'll tell you a little bit about it. And then it's like a training room, imagine it like that. But it's a showcase room where you get to feel the power of Echo Breaker, right? But that is the start of very well thought out challenge versions of that. So maybe there is a challenge version for each protocol, and maybe that makes it really exciting and really interesting because it's not only platforming, it's also like dealing with the tools that the game give you, and then you could kind of figure out how to use that protocol to its best advantage. And maybe it's not like your most preferred thing to use, but you at least get to do it one time. The reason why we don't completely love that is because certain people really don't like a certain playstyle. And I don't want to tell them, hey, in order for you to 100% this game, you have to do something you don't want to do. But I'm torn because I feel like the more we give people an opportunity to like something, they might try it and they might really like it.
Yeah.
So I'm really torn about that. But in terms of achievements, there are things that we want to do that are very, very. I mean, we're not doing like what you were doing, which is like hiding puzzles in the entire game. I mean, of course, if you guys want to help me, we could come up with some of them. But what we are doing,
if you want to, I'm down because that's super fun, man. I love building the ARGs. that's I've got the one that we've got now is I don't know, it's massive. I'll send it over to you.
I'd be excited to put something because the game's code and whatnot, so we have to have something. But the main thing we do want to do is have something that kind of uses the achievements to tell part of the story. So, for example, there's an achievement that I want to have, and the achievement will be called something like "Together We Are Mighty." That's all I'll say, right? But it's something like when you get the achievement, you'll be like, "Oh, okay." I get it. Like something like that is soft and is very gentle.
Yeah. You want
but it's it makes you feel like, okay, the achievement told me the story. Because the name of the achievement, you're gonna see it there and be like, oh, that's what that was, or something like that. So it's not too much about like making it very difficult. But there's also something that people have been asking for, which is like recoloring Zura, like being able to like change her clothes and whatnot. This is a pain because people don't really know how expensive it is to like put like little shoes on her to change her shoes. We got to do all 2,000 frames of animation.
It's a
again.
massive amount of work. It's a huge amount of work.
But recolors we could try to do, like maybe make like her skirt a little different color or something like that. We could do some of that, but it's very difficult for sure. So The short answer, yes, we want to do a bunch of cool stuff. We want it to be thematical to the story, so maybe unlocking tracks or songs that are not available, unlocking more protocols, things like that, and some
That's super
aesthetic
nice.
stuff for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's super nice. The idea of unlocking like different music and maybe having like a music box somewhere that I could just jam out to whatever songs I like from the game. I'm actually interested, like, how extensive is your OST currently?
So it's not very long right now, but we are looking to make. I mean, the dream is to make at least 60 minutes of music end to end, which is quite a lot. It's a lot, but there are games with more. But that's like our minimum. Like, really, we'd want to have like at least 60 minutes of completely new tracks. But we are in the Kickstarter, for example. I talked to the composer from one of the tracks of Pseudo Regalia, for example, and I want to like put him in the like as a guest, composer. And I also talked to Tiago, which is the composer from Constance that just came out. We're very big fans of that team. They put a lot of good work into that game. So I want to do something like that to bring other people, because we're doing all this marketing and our game is promoting really well. Then bring these people that are spectacular, and say let's put a goal to see if we could get a couple of guest composers. Mostly indie is my hope, but we might get like a big person and whatnot here and there. But I would rather like see if I can send the elevator back down to some of the great indie composers that are doing amazing stuff.
Yeah.
So that's kind of our core goal with that. Yeah. So about 60 minutes at least. But one of the Kickstarter goals is doing full orchestral music, which I really want to do, but I feel like that's less important to people than like getting to consoles or faster dev. So we'll have that first, and then if we cross those lines, we will try to get to orchestral music and orchestral live music for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so
No,
that's
you've got a really cool game plan for this, man, and I think it feels really awesome. Do you have any, like, chat was actually acting? Are there any other environments? Because the nature of live streaming is that they're constantly seeing like new people are coming in, other people are leaving, that kind of stuff. Is there any other like environments that you can show off? Because there's a bunch of people coming in. They're like, it's only a grid. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. So we could go back to the other one for a little bit while we yap. Let me then turn off the stream and we'll go to the other one.
Go.
For sure. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. That people are coming in, they don't know. Let me know when I can turn it off.
Is this person in chat Turtle Holder real?
Turtle Holder.
They're claiming to be the lead developer.
Yes,
okay.
he is.
Yeah, it's very funny. You just made your account on Twitch 7 minutes ago, so Twitch is marking you as a possible Banovator.
Yeah. No,
which is really funny. I was like,
yeah.
They're claiming that they're the lead developer. Their account is 7 minutes old. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
That's quite funny.
That's funny. That's really
good.
Funny.
You're totally good.
Can I turn the thing off and load the other one?
Yeah, go for it.
Just
go for it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to show here we go. Let me turn this off.
Makes me laugh.
And then
yeah, Twitch does all these types of protections for you as a streamer where they mark and flag different accounts and all this kind of stuff. If somebody just made an account and then immediately jumps into a stream, they're like, this might be a Banovator.
Yeah.
You might want to look out for that,
Not a problem. Let me see here and then load the game.
No, they wouldn't get bonked. I was more like, who are you? Are you real?
Okay, let me know if you could see this. And
We're good to go.
Have to resize stuff. Oh, you already have it?
Yeah, everything's perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, so going back here, something we want to do that I really want to do now that Ilya's here in the chat and we've talked about it a little bit is in terms of New Game Plus and stuff like that, I have like this, I think something that I need to learn to let go of. But I have an obsession that I want everyone to be able to finish everything 100% the game in the first run. I don't like the idea of forcing people to play a Metroidvania twice because most of the magic is going to go away, and I think that's a big deal. So we currently have 3 endings that we're thinking about that we might do. There might be more stuff later on, but at least those 3, you can get them all in one playthrough in a way that makes sense. It's not like you're loading a save and we're finding ways to. It's a very creative.
I was going to say, how do you have an ending that is not an ending if you can get all 3 endings, right? Like that's That's
I
fascinating.
can tell you if you want. It's already revealed and people know about it, but it's.
Oh, they already know?
Well, not about the endings. Not about the endings. Not about the endings for sure. We have
I
a
think that's-
system in the game.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that's really interesting. The idea,
Yeah.
because like most games are like, oh, reload your save, try the different route, right? You know, like, so yeah, no, talk a little bit about this. That seems
Yeah.
fascinating as hell.
So I'll tell you super quick, a tiny little bit of lore. I'm gonna put myself on here for 1 minute. I guess very self-conscious guy. I love this game too much. So okay, 1 minute. So this this is kind of what we're thinking about. So in the World Shape Protocol, the whole idea is that this code that's out there, the Shape Protocol only has like one instruction. It's only one line of code: eradicate humanity. That's all it wants to do. We don't know why, we don't know what it's trying to do, but it's changing the universe to try to hunt down and eradicate humanity. There's a lot of reasons for that, it's pretty beautiful once you figure it all out, but that's what's going on. This malicious thing is trying to eradicate humanity. It doesn't have any evil, it just has one line of code, and it wants to execute it, and that's all it's going to do. So as the game, as the start of the story happens, humans go and hide, right? And they hide in these things called bastions. There's this ginormous Shadow of the Colossus robots that somehow are impossible to find. That's part of the craziness of it. So you're in this huge robot that looks like a mountain, or you might be in another robot that is like flying in the sky and looks like a cloud, and you can't find them. But they're just majestic robots where humans are hiding and they can't be found. But slowly and surely, the enemies, they call the saviors, it's like they think they're the saviors, and they are hunting you down, and that's their goal. So the entire game, you are the hunted. If you're looking at Mega Man X, we are the Mavericks. We're the bad dudes here, in terms of like how the world sees us, right? So we're being hunted. That's my minute. So I guess where all that comes into play is there is each one of these bastions. There's many of them. I won't tell you how many, but these bastions, humans had to separate, right? And they had to discommunicate from one another to not be found. So each one of them created this project. We'll call it Project Requiem, where they're saying, we're going to come up with a solution. And each one of them is creating some solution. But we don't know what they are. Only they know. So whenever we go to these bastions, we're going to figure out what these people did to try to stop the Shape Protocol. And one of the solutions is Zura, which is our main character, which is a completely different approach to the problem. It's like, we'll create a being that can modulate it. And like you see here in this image, like she's like already shaded. So you start the game knowing that you're already part of this thing and you're probably going to die.
Yeah.
Like this is already in you. But then some other bastion, and I'll give you this last one, what I love, which has to do with what your question. There's another one that's called Unison. They created this huge system that is a musical system that pretty much it's an AI made out of the code of the universe. Imagine it like that. And it's like, like the idea of like the what's the word of this, like have you seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or read the books?
Dude,
like,
yes. Going all
so
the way back to the
imagine that
radio show.
supercomputer.
Like, I'm a big nerd for that. All right.
So it's that kind of system. It's a lot more, it's less comical, but it figures out what's the solution, and it gets really defeated. It's like, you don't want it. Like, you don't want the solution. You really don't want it. So it's a system that's incredibly powerful, but it has the ability to change what happened a little bit. It has like some ability to mess with the code and change a couple of lines. So during the game, you're going to be able to play two versions of the game in real time. So you'll be able to do what we call the shade version and also the dawn version. An example of this would be, I'll use Heartbound as an example. When you start the game and you go to the door and, there's a version of it that you open the door and you go to like the room where you see the shadow at the beginning of the demo. Or you might walk by and keep going, right? That's the choice. What we want is there's no button. There's no button to choose. You're going to see like some sort of like border on your screen that tells you you're making a choice, but you don't know what the choice is. I really love that. It's just happening and you're like, okay, this is a moment that is important, but whatever choice I make, I have to live with for a little while.
No,
yeah.
I understand.
So let's say you open the door and something happens. In our game, I'll give you an example that's not necessarily real, but this is an example that I use in conversations. Imagine you have a friend, like someone of the story that's like endearing and you love them so much and they're great and they're like such a cool character, and there's an entire city and you have to choose which one of them is going to die. Like either your friend goes away or the entire city goes away. If you choose your friend and you go to the biome of the city, there's no city there. The shops are gone, the people are gone, they're gone. They're dead. If there was something you could do there that was important, you can't do it. So people will say, oh, that really sucks. Yeah, it does. I don't want that. So what happens is, whenever you play the story on you saving your friend, once that's over and you finish that part, you know a little bit of the consequence. You don't know the entire consequence. You just know you're saving your friend. Then the world would glitch, and Unison would say, before, see the other side before you choose. And then you get to play the other side. And I always thought that kind of sucks in the way that if I know what happens, then I won't choose. Let me tell you, Thor, whenever you know the consequence of both of your choices, it is 10 times as painful.
Yeah.
Now you're saying, I know what's going to happen, and I know I have to choose between my friend or the city, right? And if I eradicate the city, it's gone. However, the cool thing about the system is eventually, because the system is like that computer from Hitchhikers, you can go to the system and tell it. It shows you like a tree, like a circuit tree, and it tells you want to change what happened. I could change it for you. It's not going to change anything. You're still going to lose. It's a very depressive computer. But pretty much you can choose and then say, oh no, my friend didn't die. My friend passed away, and then the city is fine. So then the world will change, and you get to play the consequences. You can change it whenever you want to. So the idea is it lets us do less complex level design, and it lets us make more areas that are amazing. But it also lets the player see both stories and know that you're the only one that knows this is happening. So your character is the only one that's aware of all the situations.
So at any time, not just at the time of the choice, but you can change it later on if you want to?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the point.
That's fascinating.
So the endings are based on that talent like that. Imagine a circuit tree that looks like an actual tree. So you get to choose. You get to say, I'm going to choose all the red nodes, which are the shade nodes. And I get that ending. And then you get to choose all the blue notes, and you get the blue ending. And there's something else you got to do. I don't know what you need to do in order to get another ending. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, the concept is, it's not that difficult. It's super easy. But you're not changing time. This is where programmers will get a kick out of this game. You're not changing time. You're recompiling the universe. So these people do not know because they were never there.
Yeah,
but you are hyper aware. So let's say you chose that your friend dies and you go and save the city.
So you're effectively
and then you go
like
back.
An operator. That's cool.
Yeah.
I dig that.
When you go back and change it and make your friend be there, of course Zura's going to hug them. And it's going to be like, I'm so happy you're here. And they're like, what the hell is your problem? Like, I didn't.
They wouldn't know. Yeah.
What? So, but it's the beautiful thing of like, are other people that are aware that this is happening? And does this affect everything? And are we really that powerful to change the entire universe? And let's say we are not. What are the consequences of that? So it's a good way for us to get more out of our world. To be honest, like we can make, I don't know, like 10 to 15 biomes, and then use the system to add a lot more gameplay, without having to like make another 10 to 15 biomes, right? So it's a really good, interesting system. We'll see. I know Turtle Holder is here, my Ilya. I know he's probably stressing out that this is one of the systems that maybe we're thinking of cutting. Because it's a lot of work, but I really wanted to try to get it. So we'll put it on the Kickstarter to see if we can get it done.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's a lot of yapping. So let me.
Honestly, I think this is fantastic. I love the idea of being able to swap that. I'm conceptually as a player, I'm like, that's cool as hell. That's a really interesting way to accomplish this. And then as someone who makes things, I'm like, how do you do that in a way where the choice still feels impactful? Where it technically doesn't run over its own feet as you go. Like, I'm interested to see how you guys tackle that problem, because that's really cool. Like, the idea of being able to experience all of those simultaneously is quite interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Like a part of the most exciting part of the game is figuring out how to do that, and in a way that feels natural, and that players are not thinking that it's just a gimmick. It's really like a very contextually powerful thing to be able to do. So I really hope that people really enjoy it, and they get a chance to see a bunch of things happen in the world that are not just this very simple story in a straight line kind of thing, but then there's also consequences to all of it, for sure.
I'm interested, how do you get players at that point when you're telling a story in that way, where the consequences aren't permanent, where the choices aren't permanent, can be remade at any moment? How do you stop the player from getting emotionally disconnected from their choices in that way? Because I feel like a character that has unlimited power, you just, you turn into Dr. Manhattan at some point where you're like, none of this matters. I can just unmake reality.
Yes, that's a really good question. So there's a ton to that. And one of the ways is, in terms of the writing, that we're trying to put together for the game, you can never get both things to happen at once. Never. There's no situation in which you could get both outcomes. So you can only get one outcome at a time, right? The world only can be forced to one version. So at every point you're losing something. But your character lived through all of it. And then there's also moments where Unison, for reasons you guys will discover in the game, doesn't create the save point, right? So you might have a loss, right? Let's say, something happens and like Zura is like begging, like, change it, but you can't for reasons we'll discover, right? So there are moments where the fact that you can make these changes will make the moments where you can't incredibly painful, because you maybe take your powers for granted at some point, but they're not your powers, they're the powers of Unison, and it chooses in ways you can't really create a pattern out of. But most of the choices they give you are incredibly painful, and they're meant to be I wouldn't say sad, because I think like the game is going to have some nostalgia and like definitely like melancholy. That it's a if I was to say something important about the game, is that this game, while it's all robots and all that stuff, the only thing that I really deeply care about the game doing is the game is a love letter to humanity. So this is the idea of like, what is left behind to our creations when we're not here, and how much will they miss us? Like these replicas, they adore us, they love us, they miss us. We imagine if you met your creator and out of nowhere they're gone, right? So the relationship between replicas and humans was great. So they missed their creator. What does that look like in terms of a world that now you're doing everything you can to save them, but you're coming short.
Yeah.
So I think it's also like a good way to explain that technology is not infallible, and progress has its own limitations, but not a statement of fact, just a concept to think about. So in terms of the point you were making, I do think like we will be able to make it so that you won't feel that it doesn't matter, but you also won't be able to get I would say married to one timeline, because as you're changing things, you might want to try the other things, and if you want to try the other things, you will have to make some changes, and then you'll have to lose something. So I think that trade will keep the game honest, but as we're building it, we'll show it to people and see what people think. Right now, when I have the choices that I have written, they're all very sad, so I need to come up with choices that are not that sad. But the sad ones, there's no way you're going to feel okay with either of the outcomes. That's the way I would answer.
The way that I always feel. Oh, we got ads. The ads came on. We're gonna wait on those for a moment. Oop. The Bezos is hilarious, dude.
I don't know how we got that wrong. We got the size from Chronos, and I thought we did it right, but I don't know.
I think it's like
up somewhere.
It's like 880 pixels wide or something.
Okay. Yeah. Look at that Bezos.
It's so.
He's so angry.
He's enraged. Sliced. It's quite fun.
I like this slice is great. When he came up with it, and I said, okay, well, I mean, I told him like it'd be cool if we had something with Bezos, and he's like, oh, okay, let me come up with something. He comes up with it, and he says like she's gonna vault away. Why is she vaulting away? Just like nonchalantly, like just leaping on her spear. That's really cool.
I think it's fantastic. I just love that he starts charging up the mouth laser and then dies.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get to speak. We don't want to hear you say anything.
No more.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Funny,
Get out of here. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's very, very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, the ad break banner is sick, dude. It's made by them. It's awesome, so.
I love it. I love it so much.
You know why we start? You know the story of why we use the Bezos face?
I have no idea. I tried to research it to know if I was like stepping on anyone's toes, but I couldn't find it.
It's so the Bezos Pog face is that image, and it's just Bezos making a Pog face. It's like a Twitch meme. And Twitch got hacked like 4 or 5 years ago. And when they got hacked, all their source code leaked. It was like a big nightmare for the platform. Someone found a vulnerability in the platform a couple days later based on that leak. And what they found was that they could change the background of any category on the platform. So they changed the background for all categories to that face. And it was just Bezos' eyes staring at you anytime you went to any category on Twitch for like, it was a good like maybe 3 hours, but it's just been like a huge meme ever since then. And we put it on our ad breaks for that reason.
This is
Fantastic, good old memes.
That's kind of cool though. Yeah, we got stuck there. That happens.
The ads have left. I don't remember what I was asking. It was probably something of, like, I don't even know anymore.
Oh, I don't know either.
We were talking about something, and now it's gone.
Chat might remember. Does chat remember? Because I don't remember. my brain needs sleep at some point.
We were talking about the story. What were we talking about in the story? Oh, the sad endings. Yeah, actually, no, yeah. So loop back on. You said that a lot of your endings right now are sad. A lot of the storyline is sad. I would always say it's okay if it's sad. Like if you've played through Expedition 33, right? Like, it is okay to tell that story, and I think that a lot of players understand that, and it makes it more impactful. So I think at the end of the day is, I don't care if I'm happy at the end of the story. I care if I remember it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think like we will have like the endings themselves, like there are of course variations that, you know, not all of them are sad, but the unison choices tend to be really painful. Like, and I think that's like I wouldn't say a requirement of the system, but it's kind of important that you don't feel like there's a version of the world that's better than the other one, because that definitely would make you like choose one over the other. And we definitely want like all the choices are there's some sacrifice that you have to make that it was going to have an impact in gameplay. And you know, whatever that is, it's going to feel like you could have done something about it, but you couldn't, right? Because you can go and change it, but you'll always be on the other version, right? So it'll always be this constant struggle of what should be the reality. You know, do I have the authority to do this? Should I be doing this? Like, should I be playing God like this? But
if you have a little bit more time, if you were a little bit stronger, if you were a little bit faster, kind of a feel.
Exactly.
You're never
that's
quite
a little bit
there.
of that.
Yeah.
There's also like there's characters I could tell you a little bit of. For example, these guys that you see here, those little snacklets. They are, like I said before, they merge and they're very dangerous. They're intentionally cute and they're just very, very dangerous. But right now, I mean, you could just pop them and they're popcorn enemies. But eventually, if you just let them do their thing, they're not. One of the things that I really like is the idea that we have like a character in the story. We've revealed them in our Discord that it's like a character from the Snacklets, and he's like, you know, he's someone that, you know, you get to meet, and his name is Opie. He's like, you know, this tiny little guy, and he has this delusions of grandeur. I don't know if you read Don Quixote, but you know, the guy that, you know, fighting the windmills. So imagine this tiny little thing that he is just obsessed with the idea that he is mighty. He's obsessed with it. So you get this character that, you know, he thinks he can face everything, but he's just tiny and small and he can't really do very much. But he's just lucky. So let's say he's gonna fight someone and someone is gonna hit them, and when they're gonna hit him, he like cowers and covers his head. But then I don't know where Zura goes and cuts them in half. When he opens his eyes, he thinks he did that. So he's like, you see, I'm mighty. So, you know, there are characters in the story that are meant to be, they're not really comic reliefs, but they're meant to be characters that give you that this world is wonderful. It's not just a sad world where, you know, humanity is disappearing. It's a little bit more in the sense of there's a ton to see in the world, and we want you to be able to explore that and feel like you have a consequence in the world, but the world has its own plan, and it's not only about you, for sure. That's one of my biggest dreams for the story.
So I've got a couple of hard questions next up. Oh, wait.
It crashed.
Break. It crashed. All right.
Yep. Probably got in the wall.
The questions were too hard. The game ran away. I understand.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Yeah, it's fair.
Go ahead and ask while I load this again. Go ahead.
So this is always going to be a really difficult one, and I've asked almost every dev for in December so far, and I need you to call your baby ugly for a moment. What do you think your game does the worst? Out of all of the systems that you have, all the features you have, what is the one that you don't like, or the one that you wish you could remake? Maybe you couldn't remake it now. It's too late. Anything.
That's a really, really good question. Let me think about that.
It's the
for a
hardest one
moment.
because everybody, when they get up on stream or when they're showing off their game, they're trying to showcase something. They only talk about the things that are the best, right?
Yeah, that's a
I'm
good
interested
point.
in what is it that bothers you? What's the thing that you would do differently? You know, the other route.
Yeah, for sure. The other, the shade side of it.
Yeah.
In my mind, I would say my biggest. You're gonna make me emotional, dude. Not good. I don't want to get emotional here on stream. But
Can't believe Pirate Software made the dev cry.
yeah, it gets me. It gets me a lot. But I'll tell you this, and I think you. Not a lot of people are gonna connect with this, but I hope that over time, if people try to make anything, their game or whatever, it doesn't have to be a game. They'll connect with us. Something that happens when you're making a game, and I'm not saying categorically, but this happened to me, is people say like, oh, making a game is like, this or that or the other. It's like, swimming against the current and whatever. But for me, the only analogy I could use that works for me is I am in the gallery of a hospital, and there is my child, like this game, my child is in an operating room, and I'm behind the glass. And I'm looking at them, and I know they're struggling, and they need me, right? But I don't know how to do open heart surgery, right? So there's people like you, then they go and they teach themselves because they think I can, my child needs me, I will learn, right? I have certain limitations that don't let me, but I want to, right? But what do? Any father would then run out of that room and go to the street, and they would start asking anyone in the street, do you know how to do open heart surgery? And that is the indie dilemma of like, do you keep your pride or do you save your child, right? And I think like I've been good at letting go of that pride and saying I am going to save my child over anything. I'm going to save them. So what I do, I find Ilya, this freaking guy, he's in the chat here. He's insane, but he wouldn't work with. No, he's another guy that's really awesome.
Okay.
But the turtle guy, the turtle dude, he's
Okay.
crazy good. He's just so passionate. He'll work 24 hours if he has to. He's just amazing. But you find these people because you run out of this room and you tell people about your child and you tell them honestly. You tell them with care, and they say, "I got you," and they'll come in there and they'll get into that room, right? And that's how I found my entire team. So you have everyone in that team that's just spectacular. My guys, I don't know if you know this, but my guys come from, which they don't have any reason to be here. They come from 9 Years of Shadows, Mariachi Legends, Ember Knights, LC. They come from like just great games. They don't have any reason to be dealing with a guy that's making their first game. But there's something about like the story of that child that they go like, we gotta save it. Now, why am I telling you this? To answer your question. At some point, Ilya looks at me from the other side of that glass, and he looks at me, and this is where I get emotional, but he looks at me, he says like, Kendall, you don't have the resources to save all of her. We have to cut. And it's a very literal cut. It's like, something's gotta go. So I have a document. The only thing I document well, I'm very bad at documenting. The only thing I have documented well is everything we've cut out of the game. It hurts me primally. I remember what I was wearing the day that we cut the first thing, which was the harmonies of the game. The first time we cut that, I remember that day. I remember what I was wearing. I remember everything. I remember going to sleep and like just thinking like, I took something away from my child because I'm inadequate. I don't have the resources to make this thing that I love. So, if to answer your question, I would want to take that document and go through it, and then have the resources to make those things that I don't have. But that's an unfair thing because that's saying everything that's in the game is perfect. It's not. We've cut entire areas. So we had 15 biomes and we don't have the money to do 15 biomes, so we've gone down to like 10 or 8 or whatnot. And the more we cut, the more I feel like my child is losing something. They're left behind. And then the problem is people love what I'm showing them. And that hurts me even more, right? Because that's what makes me emotional, because people love what we're showing them, and I'm like, you're getting 1% of what I can make. And when I talk to other indies, they don't think about it that dramatically, but they feel the same way. This is a commonplace. And then if you allow me to crash out, if you don't want me to talk about it, I can.
No, I'm
going to crash out for a moment.
I completely resonate what you're saying.
I'm going to crash out for a fucking moment here because it upsets me. And then I know right now that I'm going to make this game and I'm going to save this child no matter what. I'm going to do that. But I know I'm not the right father. So when I'm done with it and she's safe, I will put it in your hands, and you guys are the parents. You guys are gonna enjoy it. You guys are gonna give her the life I can't give her because I'm done. Like that's my job. My job is to save her. But then I'm gonna walk out of that fucking hospital, and you know what I'm gonna be really angry about? That on the other side of that street, you know what's on that side of the street? A ginormous, gigantic hospital that says AAA.
Yeah.
And it's gonna hurt me in ways that I can't explain. Not because they're doing anything wrong. I don't want to, I don't think that's the point. But they have the resources to make games better than this. Make those games. Go make them, right? Make those games. And if not, support indies. Like that's kind of what I want to say. So there are some of those big companies that are doing that work. And that's the people that I admire. They're coming and like, the Ender Magnolia guys. They are like taking indies and they're showcasing them on Twitter. Like send the elevator back down to people because you have the resources. So I hope that more people do what you're doing and other people are doing and take the time to, it's not like we want charity. We just want to save our child. And that's all we want. So whenever we get a chance to do it, we're going to take it. So do I resent that, there's games out there being made for billions of dollars that flop? Of course I resent that because I don't have not even enough to get music for my game. So I don't know. I'm sorry for the crash. I know that's like a little bit outside of the scope of what we're talking about, but I just hope the industry changes that way for sure.
Your statement there is why we're doing this. That's not a bad thing to feel that way in any possible way. This is why we're doing this event. Like, I came from AAA and I left for a reason, and it's because they had the resources, but they missed the heart, or they didn't empower the people who had it. And the things that they cut weren't just features; they were the people who cared. And that's exactly why I work in indie now, 100%. So I get it.
It definitely it gets to me, but there's games out there that I could rant like 20 of them, 30 of them are just spectacular games that they're just nowhere to be found. Not because they don't have luck or this or that or the other, because there is some luck to all this game to making something, but it's just because we can't afford to go to put our game in like some showcase that is charging us, by the way, $25,000 to show your trailer. These are real numbers, quotes that I've gotten, real things.
They do. Yeah.
So I mean, what are you gonna do? Like
that was the other thing too, is we had people coming up to us and being like, how many thousands is it going to cost us? And I was like, it's free. And they're just like, what? And I was like, that's what the point of this is.
I was concerned. I was like, I don't want to embarrass myself, and every dollar that I put into the game goes to my people. So and just so you know, I'm it doesn't matter, but I'm from Puerto Rico, and my culture, we don't like to ask for anything. So making the Kickstarter, just making the page,
it feels bad.
It took me like 2 months. I hate the idea of asking. But what am I supposed to do if I want to make the thing that people want? Because the original budget of the game was like, I don't know, 5 times smaller. And we just said, we'll just make a cute game, and then out of nowhere, people are like, they're dreaming about it. People are calling us like freaking, what is it? Somebody's saying like, oh, you guys are the spiritual successor of Mega Man. I don't want that. I don't want that. Because those people are hurt, dude. Like, have you seen the Mega Man community? They haven't gotten a game that they can stand behind for so long. And I want them to have a home. But I don't want to replace their game because I want them to love the thing.
Yeah, it's not only that too. It's you're going to offer them a different experience. It may be reminiscent of Mega Man, but if they look at it through the through the lens of Mega Man, they're not going to get the same thing. It's not even going to fill the hole that they have from that entire series of just not getting a new Mega Man game. So like I get that. I get that more than you could possibly know, man.
Of course, and I see where you're coming from, and I also see what your community does, like with other games, like. It's important because these people, like we making games, we want to give you something that you'll remember. Like we want to make something that you won't forget. But we also are constantly fighting in that operating room to not cut, because it's crazy. Like I saw some of the indie stuff that you put together the last few days, and some of the guys, I could hear it in their voice. Like they're like, this is what I could show you. This is what I could show you. But there's I wish I could do more, but this is what I could do. Whenever you're faced with people that don't have that problem, then you're saying, then yeah, I hold you accountable to making something great, because yeah, if you have the resources to make it great. And I think that's maybe a little bit too judgmental because there's many circumstances. But my goal is that, you know, the more we, this is why I keep saying, you know, together we are mighty. We're coming, man. We're on our way. We're on our way. Like indies are making it, starting to move up in the ladder of greatness. I mean, I don't think we're starting. We've been there for a while. But,
It's been there. It's been the indie renaissance for the last several years, and it's something I've talked about quite a lot. Is the moment we started seeing AAA move towards storefronts over experiences, more towards microtransactions over fun, over anything else, locking content behind payments before you have a good game experience with the player. It started the indie renaissance, and then immediately that started taking off, not just here, but all over the world, because we had engines like Godot or GameMaker or Unity, where it was easier than ever before to build something without having to have a publisher hold your hand through it, because you don't need a physical piece of media in order to play a game anymore. You don't have to be on store shelves. You could be digitally all over the world instantly for no extra money. Yes. Steam and other platforms like this have allowed that indie renaissance to go forward, and the engines that run it behind that, such as, like I said, with Unity and Unreal and everything else that's going on, allowed us to have the tools to build those things without having to pay extra money. Like, indie is going to win hands down because of that, because unfortunately, AAA is in golden handcuffs. They have to make that money up front to support the gigantic machine that they have there, and if they don't do it, then they have to make cuts, and those cuts are not just game cuts. They're all the jobs that go into it. I've been there for that, man. It's awful. It's awful.
I can empathize with AAA from the side of that. Artistry's not easy, so I don't want to hate on it. I don't. That's not my vibe, right? But it's not either. That's not what you're saying either, right? What I think
it's never the artists, it's never the programmers, it's never the designers. It's just business. And that's the worst part. I mean, but
I'll ask you this, and this is like an honest question that I have for most devs. Like, if you were, I mean, I would say, you know, 9.5 out of 10 in Excel. I'm very, very good at managing a freaking spreadsheet. If I ran my game like a spreadsheet, it would kind of work out. So if you're running your game like a spreadsheet, maybe you're not that good at it. Maybe, I don't know. Like, you know, there's got to be some level of acceptance of that. Like, whenever you're making something that is art, I shouldn't have come up with this world cut. That shouldn't be me. This stuff. I mean, maybe I'm overhyping it, but this is AAA stuff. This shouldn't be me. Like, this shouldn't be some dude that's like, you know, making their first game and say, oh, maybe we could cut the world in half and cut projectiles. And this should be like a dream that is funded by something much greater than us.
But it wasn't.
So I mean, maybe that's my hope. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is it wasn't. It was funded by you, you know, and like, that's right now in all of media, that's the role of indies, is to try things that AAA is too afraid to do because it's a risky investment. It's something no one's seen before, and because no one's seen it before, it's too expensive to try. Because if they haven't done it, they don't have enough data to make enough money to do it again, or to run the entire machine. Risk lies on indie. And the thing is a lot of people see it as, oh, indies are always going to be better. There are a million broken dreams of games outside of the gems that exist like this. A million of them. Of things that were tried and just didn't work. But the point of indie as a whole is that it can make those decisions, try those weird things, and then build something unique and beautiful like this. And that's why you take the risks. It doesn't always work, but when it does, it shows you something completely new that you've never seen before.
I think like that, not only that, like there's also, that's the exact point, right? Yeah. Going from there forward, what do we do with the result of the artistry? So for example, Ilya, my developer that's here, I told him, like, you're going to apply to GDC. You're going to apply. It's going to, like, just, you're going to do it. And we did, of course, you know, we at that point we weren't famous, of course, so nobody's going to say yes. But you know, I really wanted him to go over to GDC and open Godot and show everyone how the world cut works end to end.
Yep.
And people would say, that's crazy. You're going to freaking, tell people your sauce? Yes, because I owe it to people. Making games, and I'm once again, this sounds like I'm just too, this is my honest belief, is that making games is one of the most, you know, it's this, people hate when I say this. It's not the hardest thing I've ever done. Let's first get that straight. It's not the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm sure that, you know, if you're a father, being a father is harder than making a game. Go make a game. Go make a game. If you want to make something at this scale, maybe, yeah, it'll be very difficult, but making a game is not the hardest thing you'll ever do. Don't glorify it. Don't let it feel like, oh, it's unattainable. No, some devs are crazy cool, but it's not that difficult. It's very difficult. But it's not difficult enough for you to say, I'll never do it, right?
Yep.
So I just hope that people understand that. But when you look at that, then if I can make it easier for you, if I could say, you want to make something like this and do it better than me, here it is. Learn from it, do it better. There's a game, I didn't know this exists. It's called, made by someone called Nitrom. It's called Fault Line. When we released our trailer the first time, somebody brought Fault Line up. So, oh, this is like Fault Line. It's a game made I don't know how many years ago. I think probably over a decade ago. It's made in Flash Store, and it does what we do here. It cuts the world in half. It does a bunch. Of course, it's a puzzle game. Yeah, it's crazy.
Of course,
what do you think?
I bet it was a Newgrounds game back in the day, dude.
Crazy,
that's wild.
Just crazy. So people reach out to me and say, "Oh, this is like Nitrome, but like into Metroidvania, right?" And I told them honestly, "Hey, I didn't know that game existed.
Yeah, what is that game?
Bad, because I wish I could have looked at it before we designed this, because it's such a good idea. But every time somebody brings it up, I give credit to the guy. I was the first to do it in this way, but this was the first guy to like dream it up. Go to him and tell him." Thank you for making the indie scene better. I just was ignorant that it existed, but it's not because of my pride. It's like, oh, I came up with it. I look at it, and every time I say this game did it first and better in terms of like the scale of like crazy. Like, look at that game when you can. What they do, they don't do one cut. They do like 5 or 6 or shit, like the crazy stuff. So, but of course, you know, we don't want to make that game, and we're not a puzzle game. So we are, but we look at someone that says, oh, this has been done in like Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. No, cutting a box in half is not cutting a world in half. Like, so this is true indie innovation. So there's 2 lines there. I take some of it with a lot of passion and accept it, but there's some other side that I go like, yeah, no. This is comparable, but what we're making is true innovation. And we want other people to do it. So let's say tomorrow somebody from the chat makes a game that has this mechanic and it's better. Let's go. Send it to me. Let me share it on my. Why not? Like, why would I? There's enough. There are 100,000 games on Steam. We're currently rated, Thor, in the top 600 games in the world. I don't even know how this happened. So why would I be worried that somebody wants to do something, as long as they're not copying, all right? They don't lose their artistry, right? I just want them to make something they love. If you love it, make it. Do the thing. Together, we are mighty. Just don't forget to send the elevator back down. That's all I'm asking. Yeah. Don't forget to do that.
By the way, I gotta show this. I just looked up Fault Line. This launched in 2011, and it is exactly the same mechanic, but it's
how crazy is that?
It's insane to think about the fact that this. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show this. The fact that it came out in 2011 in Flash. Let me do this. Look at this. But look, they have multiple splits.
I don't think it's out there. Look at this insanity.
Like, that's so wild, dude. In Flash. Like, of all the things. Exact same mechanic. But that's the thing is, you know, time is a river and history repeats. They say that's wild. That is actually wild to see.
It's insane. And these people deserve the praise. So when people ask me, like, oh, like, I've never seen this before. You know what I tell them? Thank you. It hasn't been done in a Metroidvania, but there's this guy over here that did it, I don't know how many years ago. Go check him out. And people go and say, but dude, like, why can't you just like take the compliment? Because we are one.
Yeah.
Together we are mighty, not on your own. Go and tell them about the game, and they'll go and see it. That's a different implementation, by the way. It looks similar, but it's incredibly different. And by the way, theirs is harder. Theirs is harder to do because they're in Flash. They don't have shaders like we
have to do that in action script, dude. Like, like, all right.
They're in action script. They're moving shit around and then like doing I don't know how many lines of code to get that to work programmatically, quickly, beautifully, responsively. Crazy. So of course our implementation, I'm not gonna like say. I mean, what we're doing is, you know, Ilya's a genius. Like what's happening here is completely different foundationally, and it's substantially better programmatically. But man, who cares? They deserve the praise. This is just crazy. So I just hope that we can do that for other games. But in terms of like, whenever you see our first trailer, I don't know if you've seen the first trailer, but in the first trailer at the end of it, like Zura jumps and throws like a spear at the wolf, and it's like this very beautiful like ending. In that moment, that is reminiscent. That's intentionally saying like an homage to Valkyrie Profile, Nivellen Ballesti from Valkyrie Profile, and a lot of people point that out, right? I had a lot of people tell me, Kendall, don't put something like that because you're kind of copying. I've never, not once in 6 months have I heard that comment. I've only heard people saying like, oh, that's like Nivellen Ballesti. That's so awesome. Thank you for so why would I downgrade humanity and think that they're going to be evil where maybe they won't, right? Maybe they won't. So I just got to do what I want to do and get it out there, and then love the people that love it, and the people that don't, they'll come. But you have no idea that.
I mean, that's pretty common though. Like I think the thing that's really interesting is a lot of people don't realize in the process of creation, we pull on all of our history, everything that we've ever learned, anything we've ever done, every movie we've ever watched, every reference we've ever had, all the memes, everything. And it creates the unique thing that we build out of it. That's how that goes. And it's funny because people are like, oh, don't do that. It was done here in this different way. Yeah, and they pulled it from something before them. And they pulled it from something before them before that. Oh, did you get owned?
Poor little girl. Poor little girl. I'm abusing her. That's not right.
That's funny. That's really funny.
I'm making her work too fast. Yeah. But I mean, you're right.
It's all we all just steal from each other, and it's we all sit on the shoulders of giants of everything going all the way back to.
Disappear.
What was that?
I made that disappear. I shouldn't be there.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Yeah. But that's how that goes. Like we all build off the shoulders of giants, and that's how that should be. Like our entire community is built around sharing as much knowledge as possible. Why there's no paywalls or any bullshit in the way on the Discord. When I've seen so many examples of like, oh yeah, you could be a developer. Give me $19.99 a month. Like this ridiculous stuff like that. Just go make stuff.
Yeah.
Do the game jams. Join in on that stuff. Talk to somebody in the community. Learn something. Because it's going to stick with you for the rest of your life, whether you start making games afterwards or not. Share knowledge.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said before, like our game at the beginning was just a very, very pretty pixel art game. That's what it was, right? And we had the Unison system, and we said, oh, how cool would it be if people could change like how the world's compiled? You can't explain that. Like that's hard to explain. So you're saying like, oh, I'm like Chrono Trigger, but in the future. Well, they're already in the future, by the way. But whatever. It's just not that.
Well, kind of.
It's whatever. So whenever I sat with those guys from Greek, like I needed that. Like, where's the hook? Like, what are you talking about? Like, who are you? Like, you're saying like we need meaningful decisions. That's been like the gaming world for 10 years before you. Go make something awesome. And I'm like, okay. Well, then I go to Ilya, and Ilya's like. I can imagine him like just pressing his face. I go, oh my god, this freaking guy doesn't understand how difficult it's what he's asking. But I think that's where I, being from another industry, completely, I add a little bit of value because I have no context, so I can ask for the most ridiculous, insane things, and Ilya just has to deal with me. But yeah, I mean it's a good thing. The way I explain it to everyone is if you're going into like if you've never dealt with the farming industry, for example, and you don't know how it works, you might show up at a farm, and they might have like a bunch of crops, and they have a scarecrow, and you look at it and you just go like, what is that? And they'll be like, that's a scarecrow. I'm like, what is it for?
Yeah, what does it do?
To scare the crows, dude. To scare the crows. And then at that point, they're looking at you like, you're such an idiot. But then what do I do? Because my brain, I don't know anything, and I'm, I wouldn't say humble, but I'm aware enough to ask the questions. I look around and say, there's no trees around here. They haven't been trees for 20 years. Where are the crows? Where do they live? Yeah. So maybe there are no crows anymore. And if you take out the scarecrow, you could use a machine to like automatically pick up all your crops, and maybe now you can plant 3 times more. And then people are like, oh, you know what? Maybe that can work. So it's a little bit of that. My stupid questions help us create things that haven't been done before because I have zero context. I've played enough games, but I don't know. I don't know what is possible. So as long as Ilya can deal with my rants of like, we really need like this crazy thing to exist, and he's like, well, I'll try. And then 3 days later it exists, and he's like, oh yeah, it wasn't that hard. I'm like, well, it's hard for me. So, but yeah, no, definitely ignorance is valuable in this
Yes,
space,
it is.
I think.
Yeah,
if you use it well.
No, it makes sense. Makes sense completely, and I completely agree with you, man. Like, you have exactly the right outlook. Like, I resonate with that completely. More so than you know.
I
And
can
think your
show
guys'
you
game is
guys.
fantastic, too.
I appreciate that. I mean, if there, I would like to see if there's maybe any questions there from the chat that I could answer, and then I could show you a little bit of Discord, like what experiment to get your take on it, and then you guys can. I can let go because I don't want to keep you too long.
Sure.
but
Yeah,
you
no
tell
worries.
me.
Yeah, go for it.
Is there
Let's
any
see what we got in
questions or
chat.
anything that I have to? Yeah.
Spam
Not
chat.
seeing any.
Say the things.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't do it because it was easy. We did it because we thought it would be easy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of that. Yeah.
Will there be wigs that we can wear? Okay. Very good. Yes.
Probably not. But
When will you
thank
open
you
the
for,
Kickstarter? Oh.
Oh, okay. So that's a big thing. Oh, this is where, yeah.
When will you let people give you money already? Like,
Oh,
what do you?
man. Oh my god. That affects me so much. But okay. So the current goal is we need to get at least 1,000 followers on Kickstarter. This is a conversation we've had with Kickstarter. In order to, and I can talk a little bit about publishers too, if you're okay with that, and what's going on with that. So we are self-funding right now. This is how it's working. So this is all coming from me. So I'm paying all of it with, like I said, when I got laid off, I got severance, and I'm using that severance for my savings to make the game. It's gonna run out. We can't like do this forever. So the current goal is to get. We're talking to Kickstarter to get to the goals that we want to get to just kind of fund the game in the smallest version. The norm is about 1,000 followers, which would get us to the numbers that we need. If we do it really quickly, so we need to fund it. We don't. Not only do we need 1,000 people, but then we need, when the Kickstarter opens, for it to be funded really, really quickly, which is very little. We're not asking for a lot in the initial ask, but we're going to need that to happen quickly, and then Kickstarter kind of promotes you a little bit, and it kind of goes out of control. Right? That's the hope. If we could get enough to do that, then we will not need a publisher. But Thor, I came here. You don't remember this, but you probably don't. But I came here to this chat on summer when we released the first trailer in the OTK Summer Expo. And I remember you gave me some thoughts about, like, my question to you was like, hey, can you watch my trailer? I don't know if we are like ready to get into a publisher. And you said you don't need a publisher. And in my mind I was like, well, that's an easy answer to say. But the more I thought about it, I was like, it's kind of going wild. Like today, I think this morning, I went to sleep yesterday with, I don't know how many wish lists. We woke up today with over 70,000 wish lists.
You don't need a publisher.
It's a crazy number to imagine.
You don't. You're going to have 1 million publishers contacting you with 70,000 wish lists because they want to make money off of you. You don't need one. With 70,000, you do not need one. You just, like, I know that seems insane, but with 70,000 wish lists, you don't. At this level of velocity that you have, with this kind of a team that you have put together, with the fact that you're running a Kickstarter, you're not going to need one. The only thing that you would ever really need a publisher for at this point is maybe switching it into consoles. And even then, you'd make a deal not for the whole game, but maybe for the console version. Or maybe for localization. Yeah. Maybe, if you don't make enough money off of the sale of the game in English when you first launch it. And even then, man, like, I'd keep your game. Like, that's my honest advice on this. Keep your game. Keep the ownership of your game.
At this point, our goal is to self-fund. It's incredibly scary because, you know,
it is
my daughter's still in that hospital bed and I see her every day and I'm thinking, like, I got to get you out of there regardless of how, right? That's not the mindset, is like, how do I get her out of here? But the truth is, I'll tell you this, I have a bunch of friends that have made games that you know the name. I don't want to say because I don't want to put them in the spot. Sure. But games that you would know the game that you've played, that you say, this is a spectacular game. They told me when they release their stuff, they might have gotten, like, you know, out of the big dudes, maybe, like, you know, 1 out of the 5 top 5 in the world, and maybe like 6 or 7 publishers that show up and be like, hey, give me this, with actual offers. I have personally met myself with over 35 publishers, and we've gotten probably over 40 offers. And we've said we haven't said no yet because we're not in a position where we can say no, but that is unreal. So and out of the top 5, we've gotten communication from 4. So it's just something scary that there's something there that they can see that I can't just yet. It's something that they've done the math and they figured that out. So we are very, so we're saying, oh well, thank you for the info. I'm going to keep going until I can. So if we can't fund it through Kickstarter, then we won't do it. But so there's 3 options. Number 1 is the worst situation is we fully self-fund making a much smaller game. We cut, and we make a small game. That can happen, right? That's possible. The second option is we get a publisher. There are some that we reach out to that we actually really like. There's some of them that you'd be impressed if you heard the name, because you'd think, why are they talking to me? But they're cool, and they have good vibes, at least with what, they're reaching out with good vibes. However, I don't know how much of that is, orchestrated and planned, but some of them I like. If I had to, make a decision, I would do that. One of the lines we're saying is we do not want, no matter what, to give IP away. At no point. That is an unacceptable thing. And
that is such a common thing. It's horrifying. It's
yeah.
When I was working in publishing, that was the first thing I did. I was like, none of our contracts will contain their IP ever, because it's awful. It's an awful situation to be in as a dev. No, dude. Yeah, I'm glad you feel that way. It's awful.
I don't like it for many reasons, because if I'm ever not able to make the second game, because this is like I'm very passionate about it, but this is this drains. So if we end up deciding to make a second game, I want to be able to get someone, maybe like another game director, and then I would fund it and then just be here, but like allow myself to love this. And I love sitting on social media and talking to people or in the Discord, and I don't want to have the stress of saying I have to come up with a new thing. I would rather find someone to help me with that that is better than me at this. But in the broad sense of things, publishers are not bad. I don't think that that's a way to articulate that. I think they have purpose, and if you can align your purpose, then it will work.
I think the problem is there are so many of them that don't align with that purpose, and that's the danger. I have seen time and again many indie studios just get absolutely run over for a publisher to make a little bit more money, and sometimes a game will get sacrificed, meaning that that game is supposed to come out at a certain time where it'd be optimal for it, but they have a much bigger game that's in the in their repertoire, and they want to release it at that time instead because they know that game's going to make more money than your game, and then your game gets second fill. And it's rough, dude. Like it is some of the worst thing possible. I always encourage people, if you can't launch your game, talk to a publisher. But if you can, even by the skin of your teeth, keep everything you own and go without one. And like the way that I feel about it here is you use the analogy of, your kid is on the hospital bed. You haven't gotten the bill yet. Wait for that Kickstarter to be over before you decide, man.
Exactly. Like, I mean, if we do well in Kickstarter, which that's what Kickstarter thinks. Like they think we're going to do really well. I just don't have the ability to think that way. And it's not because I'm a negative person, the other way around, but I don't like to ask people for anything without giving them something. So our current goal is to have a demo for the Kickstarter, so that when people show up to the Kickstarter, they can at least have like at least an hour or more of gameplay to play. And it's a small trade, but it's something better than nothing, right?
I think that is a fantastic move. I think that anytime you do a Kickstarter, you should have a demo. I think ours at the time was like 5 minutes long. Like it was very small, but it got the point across of what I was building. And what you've got here, you put together, anything. You say an hour long, that's a hell of a long demo for a Kickstarter, man. Like if you're doing even a 15-minute experience to get the point across for what they're doing, I think people would be more than overjoyed. You may be overthinking
I think that will work. Yeah,
maybe
for sure. I mean, this is a cultural thing that I have to deal with. I have to think about it more because people on our Discord tell us like, hey, tell us, and they really want me to do a Patreon. They want me to do all this stuff. I just can't I can't marry myself to that idea because I just feel like I want to try to do it in the way that we can, but I think like Kickstarter is inevitable. It also will tell us more about traction. I think it's valuable, so I'm going to do it. So, but sorry, go ahead.
Think about it this way. Like you talked about earlier, if your friend was making a game, would you set up a Kickstarter for them?
Shit, I would. Don't use my weapons against me.
Yeah,
Thor.
using your own weapon
be
against
like,
you, man. Like, that's exactly
it.
what it is.
Oh, God.
If your best friend
That's
was making
crazy.
a game, you would help him make a Patreon. You would help him make a Kickstarter.
That's
It's
messed
exactly the same. Yep.
That's messed up.
Get Uno
You shouldn't
reverse,
do that to
dude.
people. That's crazy. That's fair. But I'll tell you something on the publisher side. Something else that I do because we get so many, and it sounds like I'm bragging, but this is something about the industry that people should know. Indies are not indies that look okay are gonna get attention. So if you make a game that you get attention, don't feel like you're gonna be like not have opportunities. You could do it. But the one thing that's kind of valuable, I'll tell you, I told this to many of them. When I don't feel the vibe, that I feel like maybe you just want the money. So I told them, here's my request. A couple of them, I don't want to go over into that to make people hate publishers, because that's not the point at all. Publishers can be good, you just need to align with them. But specifically the ones that I go like, I don't know about the vibe, I tell them, here's the things I want. You don't ever get any IP. You are performance based, so that means depending on how we do, then that's the percentage you get. And last, I will share the contract that you give.
You know what's
I will
up.
put it publicly in the internet, and people will see it. And if you're okay with that, then we can progress. And then some of them like disappear, and some of them go like, sure, yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah, most of them will ghost when you do that because you're calling them on their shit right there. And that I think that is probably the best way to look at it. My golden question on all of that was always, if you were to change one thing about my business, what would it be? And that means they have to have done research on what we're doing. They have to know exactly how we operate. They need to know everything about us, which proves if they care cursorily, they actually looked into what we're doing. Or they didn't give a shit. They just want the money, right?
Yeah.
And
some of them really they have like such good intentions, and you could tell that there's a distance between the scout and the company. That is also something people should know. Like you don't get reached out by the CEO of these. I mean, we've had that happen, but it's mostly like some scout that is so passionate about games, and they said this needs to be made.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, you start going into more of the totem pole, and then you see more. But there are some of them that, if you heard the names, you'd be okay. That's that one I would consider. Then I'm very happy to say we have 8 of them in that bucket. So to be truly transparent to people, because I don't want to be the guy to lie, right now, going into January 15th, we're going to start making like very difficult decisions that if we should or shouldn't publish the game. But our current stance is if we can get to, and this sounds like I'm manipulating people to go and follow, but
you're not.
We have to have some math to this, because if I can let my team down and then they need the job, right? So I can't like make promises to people without accuracy. So if I can get close to 1,000 or
you
go
haven't been
over,
paying attention to chat, have you? You're only 100 away now.
No, we were at 600.
We've been telling everybody to follow it the whole time, bud. You're at almost 900.
You're gonna make
right
me
now.
all tap. No.
You're at 898. Yeah.
No. Give me a moment.
Get him.
This is
Get
not
him,
a nice
chat.
joke.
Make
to
him cry, chat. Go goblins.
Holy shit, dude.
Get him. Shit, they're onto a scatter. No. Become power 901. Keep going.
Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. That is crazy.
They'll put you on, I believe it's Games We Love is the list that they do on Kickstarter. Remember that? Yeah. Get him. Get him.
We have to apply. You have to apply that. You have to do an application, but we are already talking to them to do that. They told. I mean, they're really excited about us.
Not right now, Bezos.
Bezos is showing up. I'm sorry,
He tried to. I sent him away for a moment.
Oh no, yeah. Oh god. Okay.
See, now you got to build
That's a big
demo.
deal, man.
Yeah,
That's
now
a
you got to
big
build a
deal.
demo. You didn't think you'd have to, but now you do. Almost there.
We've been working on it because we want to give it to people anyway. I think
Yeah.
I have this belief that we should trade. You give me some resource and I give you some resource. The resource that I'm giving you is fun. The resource that you're giving me is some money. But your money is a representation of your time, right? If you're working a 9-to-5 job that you don't completely love, an hour of your time in exchange for a game should transfer to like 20 hours of fun. If we could do that, that's a good trade, right? I hope. So I want to keep that mindset. Of course, that also has a lot to do with the cost of the game. Right now, we're thinking we're going to release probably at $20, which is insane for what we're producing. But are you there?
Yeah, one moment. I'm doing something.
Okay. Okay, my bad.
No, you'll like it. There we go. That'll do it.
Ilya, if you're there, we gotta get to work. We got work to do. Oh god. Okay. Oh god, man. What just happened? Talk
Don't worry
to
about
me.
it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh man. This is like and I think like people don't really like the whole kumbaya thing, so I try not to do it too much. But this is definitely like the kind of stuff that, we don't think that there is a way where we won't make this. So we will figure it out. We will figure it out. We will not like nobody in this chat. I don't want anyone to think like you have to give or you don't have to do anything. We will do this no matter what. That we will find a way. So if you could just share it or
Don't
tell
listen to
people
him,
about
chat,
the game
follow.
or not, that's enough. No, I don't want anyone to think that we will do this no matter what. It will happen. It will happen, and we will get this done. We will get.
Chad,
I mean, we'll make the game we can make for sure.
Chad, if you get it to 25, he'll cry. Do it. Do it. The goblins have a goal.
I'm a very
man. You don't
emotional
understand.
guy, so
It's happened.
I'm very easy to make cry, so I'm trying not to, because I think this will be in the internet forever, and I can't afford that. So I'm trying to not.
It'll be permanent. Don't worry. They'll have videos of this forever. When the neuromancers roam the waste, they'll be talking about this.
Yeah. I did.
No, dude, your guys' game
a...
is amazing, though, and your story with it is fantastic. You clearly care a lot on a very deeply emotional level, and you're right about a lot of this stuff. I feel the same way about the industry and about how indie should operate. So I'm down with this. I think what you're doing is incredible. And I guess I have one big question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, like out of everything that you've done here, what is it like to have a Kickstarter at 1,000 followers? What is that like for you, man?
It feels like I can breathe.
Okay. Because you're there. Just to... Yeah, I took a screenshot for you. You can have this. It's for you.
Oh, man.
1,000.
It's hard to explain. I know that a lot of people might, I actually think most people understand. Whenever you create anything, there's some attachment that you have to it that is hard to let go. But whenever that thing needs you in ways you can't solve for,
yeah,
it's like it's a very weird feeling. Like you don't want to you don't have the time to worry about it, but you always worry about it. And I always, my mind always says, what if people don't want this, right? What if they want it for now, right? What if it's a fad, right? But anything that makes me be able to keep my team working and they have lives, they need me to be responsible, and if I could do this, I don't want to say that we'll never have a publisher, so I don't want to make people also think that there are ways for us to make that work. But if I can come to that table with a lot more agency and a lot more power because I have a community, that I'm not charging them for anything, I'm just giving them the game in advance, right? Yeah. So I feel I'm making a fair trade, giving them something in advance. Just if I could do that, and I could do that well with dignity and not like make people feel like they owe me something because I'm making something that they like. If I could do that, then I think I could go to that table with a lot more bargaining power. If we have to do it because costs are crazy. I just so people understand, like you don't make a game that looks like this with a couple hundred, $100,000 is not really the kind of stuff that you think goes as far when you're making like hand-drawn pixel art game at this level. But every single dollar helps. So we don't need to ask for it. We just need to find it. So I think like we can find it. We have enough publishers interested to find it. I have friends that tell me I'll give you some. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many people that want to help, but I just don't know how to deal with it. So it's a me problem, but I guess I don't have a choice now because
No, you don't. Now you're trapped.
This is how does it get to like 1,014?
We were snaking
That
it
is
around
not-
the chat for like the last hour.
That just doesn't make any sense.
So, the one thing that I always feel about is good games don't sell themselves. Every one of you in chat does, 100%. The devs are always going to be passionate. They're always going to care about the thing that they do, and the people that actually make sure that that game succeeds is you. That's the most important thing. So, if you want this game to succeed, if you want any of these games to succeed that you've seen in December, all of that is based on your interest in those games. And if you want them to win, go and follow them, go and wishlist them, go and show them to a friend. Because indie studios don't have that AAA budget. They can't throw the entire cost of a multi-million-dollar game at marketing. They have you, and that's all they have. So,
yeah, and
awesome
and
job
I'll also
getting
say
that
this,
2,000.
like I really appreciate that you guys are giving us all this love. But I will tell, and I know this sounds like I don't want to sound dismissive. I just want to be sure that you guys know, we are the lucky ones. Like, I am lucky enough that I don't have I have this obsessive compulsion to love my game. So I can do this thing of going to the chat of Thor and ask him, hey, I saw something about in December. I saw it I don't know. You posted it, I think less than 4 hours. I came here and I asked you, and you actually replied to me and said, yeah, you just apply or whatnot. So when I send the email, I send it saying, hey, Thor already told me that, so I'm doing those little things that people sometimes don't have the, sometimes we our ego doesn't let us do that, right? But because I'm obsessive about this, then I can do this. I'm one of the lucky ones. There are so many games out there at this level.
Yeah.
That I'll say Alter Alma, Eden's Guardian, I'm forgetting all the names right now, but some of these games I'm emotional. But all these games just need your love, and they need it more not because some of them are doing better than me, but they need your love because they are further along, and it gets harder after the novelty goes away. It's very hard to get through the finish line. But Constance just came out. That game, I finished it in 4.5 hours. I couldn't stop playing it. It's something gorgeous made by a team that is full of love on a topic that's very hard to see. So there's so many of these guys, they're just so good. And I wish, people would, give us some help, but go find those people, and they will give you better experiences than, Call of Duty 69. I shouldn't have said that. We're in trouble. But you get what I'm saying. Go find something that is made with passion. And go love on it.
Oh man!
I should not have said that.
That's so funny.
This is life.
That's so
I should
funny.
Not have said
nice. Everyone's nice.
This is how I get in trouble.
I
get a lot of trouble for talking.
Yeah, you said it to the right community. Let me tell you.
Yeah. There's so definitely no collab with them anymore, which we were looking for. But you get my point. But I guess what I was saying is we could use the help. But one of the things we want to do, we're actually asking Steam this, Thor, which I think is cool for people to try. I'm going to talk to the other people in December group to say, I want to see if they let us I have this idea of this Together We Are Mighty. I'm obsessed with that phrase. I want to put it in the demo. I want to put a button on the bottom right corner of the game once you finish the demo that turns on and says, Together We're Mighty. And there's a bunch of other games, links to other demos that are not mine. I don't know if Steam will let me do that. I think they won't, but I really want to do that. Once you finish the game, the New Game Plus is some button that lets you see, hey, go test, go check out Frog Rain, or go check out the Venom that just came out with their demo. Go check out another game.
If you do it inside your game, I don't think they have a problem with it, because you can always just link out to all kinds of stuff. I know a bunch of people are trying to share around the in December games list, but you could totally do that in game.
Yeah, and then go do that. Go check that out. And leave my game, because if you took 30 minutes to finish the demo, then I don't need you to be here for 4 hours to give me more playtime. I understand how that's a good thing, but go leave my demo and go play Divinum, or go play some of these guys that are just what they're making is impressive. I don't have words to explain how gorgeous some of this stuff is. Like, you know, there's this guy that I follow that I like a lot what he's doing. He's making a game called Soulgrave. His pixel art's better than mine. Like, I mean, I'm gonna make that a personal thing for my artists, and they're gonna probably go and say like, "Oh, really?" And they're gonna crack and I'm gonna get a bunch of, we're gonna fight these guys over who makes the prettiest pixel art. But they are great. Like, Soulgrave is awesome. Sojourn Past, Super Adventure is a game that's like super 8-bit. But these guys are amazing, like lovable human beings. Like, they're just great. So. Yeah. Turnbreak, Biogun, all these guys are just amazing, layers deep. So whatever, I can rant a million of their names, but there are people that deserve the attention that we're getting because we are maybe lucky enough to risk talking to you or asking people. So
I'm glad you did.
Don't clip that. Did somebody just don't do
clip
that?
Clip it.
Somebody clip the thing. No. Okay.
Clip it.
Oh, okay. Well, before I start like crying like a baby here, let me show you the experiment. I think you'll have a lot of opinions here, and we can have it more of a conversation if it me yapping. I'm gonna close the game for a moment, and I want to show you the experiment to see what you think. I actually want your thoughts on this.
Sure.
I don't know how much time we've been at this, so
it doesn't matter.
Cut this. So I'm gonna switch to Discord.
There we go.
Okay, so in here we gotta be a little careful because I want to protect. Let me load. I'm gonna open OBS, which I think hides people's names. I mean, it doesn't matter, but out of respect for people, because I'm actually showing a live Discord. Let me see. It does. It does. Okay, it does kind of. Okay, that's fine. So let's go to our. Yeah. Okay. If I see something kind of weird, I'll close it, but I think it's fine because it's just it's an open Discord here. Let me do a couple minor shifts here, and we will. Rubinite too, by the way, and there's a bunch of like Mega Man inspired games. People should go. Mega Man X Corrupted, all those guys are just amazing. So they should come first. If you can support anybody, support them first for sure. Let's see. Okay, this should work. I am going to, and if somebody is here and they're pinging me, please don't ping me now because I muted what I can, but I don't want to see that. Start. Here we go. Okay, this is going to be the actual Discord. Let me know if you can see my screen.
I can see your screen. Oh God, I can hear.
Okay.
God, I can hear me. Hello.
You can hear yourself.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a problem. Let me see if I can. Oh, I think I can fix it. Give me a moment. I'm going to close it again. Share streamer audio. See now? Is that good now?
Let's see. Okay, we're good. This
We
is
are
really
good, yeah.
funny. I was like, oh.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, now I hear myself 3 times because I can hear myself when I talk in the mic. Then I can hear it over there. I was like, oh.
Yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, for sure. So this is our Discord, and we've nothing, crazy. But the reason why I wanted to show this is because we're making this experiment of this, like we'll call it like this community synced development.
Can I show the screen now? Are we good?
Yes, you should be able to. As long as you don't hear yourself, you should be fine.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I've muted as much as I can. If somebody types to me, I'll close it. But anyway, the point here is, I don't want to disable this. I just want to hide it. There we go. So we have our Discord server. Nothing fancy, just a Discord server. We're trying to get to the boost to do a couple more things, but very simple stuff. Nothing major. But the magic that we're doing here that I love is we have this room called Ask the Devs, which is normal. People ask questions. But then you have this Devs Ask You forum, which we are actually breaking. We actually had to reach out to Discord because we're breaking it. We're not using it as they want us to. Where we've made this. So in here we have all these like different threads that I make them all myself, and we write like tiny dissertations out of each one of them. And these are, numbered in order. Let me see if I can actually sort this by, yeah, definitely. But these are the ones that are highlighted. So it just goes in order into things that we're showcasing. And we show people what we're making. And we say, this is what we're making. This is the new character that we're making. This is what we're doing. And we tell them everything, the design philosophy behind it. We talk about UI. We talk about support enemies and how they should work. We talk about variants of things. We also did like this mochi thing. It's really great. A friend of mine that I really love is a YouTuber, a tiny YouTuber, but I really love him as a person. he lost his dog, so we decided to make Mochi into and put it into the game. So we wanted to show people what we were doing, but in this situation, like they weren't voting on which Mochi sprite, but instead to tell us like how would they want to interact with like animals and stuff like that, and maybe ferrets, who know. So that kind of feedback, we can use this moment to say, hey, this is something beautiful to share, but also let's actually talk about the implementation. And people are learning so much, Thor. Like they're learning of stuff that they could never imagine, of the complexities of. There's this topic of like death penalties, and you see people get really passionate about it. And you make some threads that do well, but some that don't. This one right here, Spear Vault. We have people suggesting a spear vault, so that I make a stupid meme and said, here's a vault with a bunch of spears. And I just said like, you got it. There it is.
Yeah.
That's it. It's done. I kept my word. Thank you. That's it. Of course, no, we ended up making the spear vault, and there's a dissertation of how we happened, why it was difficult. Let me move this. So people could come in here, they can necro any of these threats, and they could tell us, I celebrate all the people that gave us ideas, and then we go and show like fully scripted GIFs, that show how it's going to work, and we show the animation process, and so people are
that's awesome.
Actually telling us literally this is the way, or this. Somebody even said like, hey, I think like her spear doesn't bend enough, like she looks too static, and then we went and changed it. It's not because they're saying it; it's because we're saying that is great, and that makes
they
sense.
say it,
That's
and then you go, you know what, you're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's
because the way I always
great.
see it is, not all feedback is correct, but all feedback is valuable. Because sometimes you're like, they may not be right about that, but I came up with another idea. Does this fix the problem for you? Kind of a thing. And they're like, yeah, 100%.
Exactly. We almost never do what the community says straight out, because they don't. We want them. I have this constant belief that I want them to be. One of my personal pillars is perform your wonder, and what that kind of means is I have to. If what I do is not wonderful to you, then that's not the special thing that I can do. I need to do something that you don't really understand, and you just say like, that's awesome, right? If I can do that and stay in that pocket, then I am doing something that actually adds value to people. I don't need people to understand how I do it, but the more I explain them how I do it, they think it's more and more wonderful, because they think like, holy shit, how you do that? Like sometimes I see you like scripting shit. I'm like, I have no idea you understand like how these things connect, and there's got to be like thousands of lines of code. So here, how do you remember? For me, that's wonderful. I couldn't process that. So even if you explain it to me, it's only becoming more wonderful. Does that make sense? Like, telling people how you do it doesn't take away from the wonder. It just makes it worse. Better, actually, well, I guess.
It's funny because like you were talking before about maybe making a Patreon. These are the types of posts that you would generally put on Patreon, and you do them for free if that's what you wanted to do. And it's just like a place where people can do that, and they can also support you monetarily. And like that's pretty standard, but you've done it all through Discord in a way that I don't think I've ever seen before, where you're using this whole system. You said this breaks. What breaks about this? Because you're using the thread system, but you're using it in the grid style thread system.
It breaks.
We also have weird problems on our Discord because it's too big.
So the first thing that breaks is that we can only in Discord you can only ping 100 people in a row, even if they're voluntary, in a thread. So I have right now like almost 400 people that want to give feedback, which is insane. So whenever they want to give feedback, I have to make in my latest post, which I made yesterday. Look at what I had to do. I'll show you. I had to create feedback pieces 1, 2, 3, and 4 and spread the people manually into different blocks to be able to summon them. Because if I don't summon them, it's not enough to go outside in general and ping them, because they don't get added to the thread. And then they can't give feedback because they don't see the... I mean, they can, of course, if they could get a general ping for the server, and then they can go from there to clicking on the thing. I believe in reducing effort. If you volunteered yourself, sorry, I didn't volunteer you. But if you volunteer yourself to give feedback, that's a role that we have in our server settings. But when you join the server, it tells you, do you want to give feedback? By the way, we will ping you at least 2 times a week. And it's very consequential. You matter. Do you want to do this? If you say yes, you will get pinged. So if you're choosing to do this, why is there a limitation where I can't ping you? You're voluntarily. So very painful. But
so honestly,
and I don't know how to program a bot, so I don't have that kind of skill set to do a bot that does it for me. So
the way that we've handled that kind of thing is I set up a number of roles that they opt into, and when they opt into that role, they get an announcement channel. But if you're trying to do it on individual threads like this, I don't think it works in threads, like, because threads are just a mess. They'd have to click on it to go to it. If you're doing it in individual channels, totally easy. You just go, here's the channel, right? But like, yeah, that's kind of a
Yeah,
mess.
it's very difficult and it's not the best implementation.
Yeah.
But what we'll probably do eventually, we'll find like someone in our community. I'm sure somebody knows how to, program bots, and we'll figure out a bot to do it like in a way that's like not. I don't like the idea of like pinging people direct messages and whatnot, but we'll find a way to do it cleanly, and then we won't do it this way because this is too much manual work for me. But I care so much about people's feedback that I would rather go through like every time someone joins, I have to send them to a new bucket and I have to orchestrate that every time I'm going to do a DAU, which I do twice a week. But I think it's so good. It's so good to do it because we get feedback that I just I could never get what we're making. If like, look at this right here. This is the protocols thread. There's 567 comments. I can pay for that. I couldn't pay for that anywhere. So people are there and people took this and then they made a spreadsheet where they started saying, oh, here's like all of our ideas for protocols, here's all ideas for calls, and here's how they could combine. People went nuts. And from there, we designed what we're doing. It's great.
After seeing this, I don't even think you should make a Patreon. I think you should just do this. I think this is a better system. Your community already likes it. Like, that's awesome, dude. I would do this and I would do your Kickstarter, man. Like, this makes complete sense because if your community is already down with it, it's already working. There's no reason to switch to a completely different platform. Like, as much as Patreon is cool, like,
I'm sure we can find a way to make this work. This technologically is a little painful, but I'm sure we'll find a way to make the thing work for sure.
Have you seen how ours is set up?
I joined your several while ago. Then I left when I cleansed, and I joined again a couple days ago. So I need to look. I know I modeled our welcome system by yours and Co's, but Co's has like you have to like log in, and I didn't want people to do that because we're not cool enough for that.
Yeah, his is like a whole thing. But no, this is like on ours. We just set it up with like a bunch of different channels. Let me grab this. Why is this?
That might be.
Why are you doing this platform? Wait, no, wrong one. There we go. So like on ours, you just have the channels and roles, and then this is just like how they can select any of those. And they're just free to choose whatever they want. So if they want to do like game dev or art or whatever, and then that gives them the sections. So that way I don't have to do what you're doing, which is like a million section roles. Like that'd be impossible, dude, because you get like 150.
But how do you ping? Because you're bringing them into channels, but you're not bringing them into threads, right?
Yeah,
that's my main issue is that in order to contain the conversation of like, the snacklets, I have to be able to make that into like something that starts and ends. I guess maybe I could just make a new channel every time.
You can actually you can just change it so the channel is archived and that channel has ended, and they can still view it, but they can't send a message in it. You can do that with roles system for that. So like I'll do it through like if we look at all of these announcement channels here, there's like one for the ferrets, right? Whenever we do the ferret streams, but like the only people who get this are people who actually have the channel and role for, like they start with it and then they can block them if they want to. They're like, I don't want to hear about the ferret streams. I don't want to hear about your pirate software streams. And they don't see any of these channels unless they're like, I want to see game dev. And then they see the game dev stuff. And then they get the announcements for all the Discord stuff for that. But like, if you're trying to do it of like retaining the knowledge in there, then it works to just like end the conversation and then archive it. But it's crazy because if you have 400 people and it's already having scaling issues, dude, like that's gonna get nuts.
Yeah. We're tiny, but I think most of people, I'd say easily 70% of the community gives feedback, which I think is the opposite of the norm in terms of number. I think like probably it's less than 20% of community gives feedback. But let me be honest, they don't all give feedback. They have the role, so many of them lurk. And what they do is we make a vote every time. So if I show you here, like we make a vote and we just kind of, I try to be, whatever, approachable to it because I don't want people to feel like, this is like super serious. So, we make certain polls and people vote on those polls. We'll do something like this, what's your favorite tier of snacklet? And number 1, number 2, they vote and then we get like a score. And then some people, this is very old, this is like 34, right? We're now at 83, so things have grown a lot. But this is like the snacklets I was telling you earlier. They combine between themselves and make bigger, like kind of transformer vibe of monsters. So people feel a very special kind of way about snacklets. So because of that, we make versions of it. So we go version 5. We're at version 5 now, but we have like a bunch of like constantly evolving threads of, here's like version 1 of Snackless, version 2 of Snackless, version 3, and then people can come here, which is what I like, here, and they can search for it. Because I personally love when people necro the threads. It's like my favorite thing to see somebody go back to like DAU 7 and pull it up and say like, hey, I have a question about this. It kind of gives me joy because we put so much work into it that the fact that people want to kind of ask a question about that and it's the right place. So it's definitely, the scaling issue is my bad design. I have to figure out a better way of doing that.
You want the conversation to end, but you don't want it to end.
I really don't want it to end. I want it to like not be like in people's face all the time. So what we do is we have a timer for the threat. So 3 days after nobody has talked to it, it goes away. As in like it hides, and I think that's more than good enough. But like sometimes somebody would show up, like I have somebody, for example, that says, oh, I'm an architect, I love your backgrounds, and then I go and tell them, hey, here's like 7 threads, if you feel like it, go necro whichever one you want and tell us about how the city should have been and what we did there that could have been better. And then they go and what they do, they go and make us an entire thing of the right perspective and how the angle should have been and how to it's great. Like so I don't ever want people to not be able to do that, so that I can do that. But then we celebrate that. We say, hey, like this person gave us this feedback, based on this feedback we made these changes, what do you guys think? And it evolves on its own, makes people want to do it more, they want to be heard. It's pretty great. So, it is labor intensive for me, but this is the job I want. I want people to feel heard, but not in a kumbaya way, in an actual pragmatic, clean way that is actually productive. And the one thing that I could say that it does is that it teaches people how to give feedback without me having to tell them. Because if somebody shows up and they say like, I just don't like this, then I was like, awesome, here's other threads, go check them out. But if you go and tell them, I don't like it because X, Y, and Z, then you're going to get the game director, the lead programmer, you're going to get people to actually engage with you and ask you, oh, how could we could do this better? How we could do that better? How we could do this? How we could do that? So it's pretty great. Yeah, for sure.
I remember, what? 10,000 bits, dude. What?
Oh, holy shit, dude. How much is that?
that's wild. That is, 10,000 bits is crazy. Thank you very, very much, man. What the hell?
Awesome, dude. Thank you so much for that. Supporting this stream is great.
Mega Mage, thank you. Seriously, that is bonkers, man.
That is
thank
crazy.
You for 1,000 bits or 10,000 bits. That's Jesus.
The fact that people like the in December enough to do that kind of stuff is wild. Like
it kind of blows me away. I was terrified. I was terrified of doing this event, man. I was so scared.
Like, why?
Yeah,
you thought you were going to get some backlash?
I don't know, dude. I was freaking out the whole time. I was like, oh, man, I hope that it does everything I want to. And then we were managing all these people. And I was like, I hope people don't get let down for not being in the show. And then I was like, and like after the first day, I was like, this is fine. Everything is fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Like everything is great.
It's a
It'll be
great
fine,
thing for sure.
And I'm just going to keep doing it. We'll do the next one in June. We're going to do them twice a year. Because I don't think I have the bandwidth to do them outside of that. But the idea is like do one in June, do one in December every single time, and just have a blast with it. Because like there are always going to be indies that need a platform. There's always going to be indies that need to be seen, And it's I think it's super important. And the other thing too is a lot of people in the community ended up learning a bunch of cool shit because I'm taking in indies that aren't just like this is a complete title. It's like this is a guy's idea for a thing that's kind of barely implemented. And then they get to see that part of the process and kind of see where it starts, And I think that's important too. Yeah.
I think it adds a lot of value because like the only places where you could go tell people about what you're making are places that they know that you're marketing to them and it just feels bad. Yeah. I know where it's at, for sure.
You just got us. The basis is right.
Got it right. The basis just slapped us in the face. But yeah, no, it's great. I think like there's a couple of other places doing the work, like the show that we were yesterday, so the Latin American Game Showcase, they do that for Latin American games that have some people from Latin America. So I think that's cool. Of course, I don't want that to be like the reason why we get selected for anything, but you got to take every opportunity you can, and that's awesome. And I love the work that they're doing for sure. It's an underinvested area of the world in terms of gaming, so it's great to have a forum for that. But things even like the OTK stuff, like I think they were great. I mean, Ovili was amazing. We've been there twice. I think we're one of the only games that have been there twice. And thanks to all of you guys, we've done really well. So, I mean, I really hope that we can keep the train going and get to the answer of it. Like Thor. Oh man. Oh shit. I just refreshed the Steam DB page,
You finally just
and
got
we
to
just
see it.
went down like 14 spots in the top wish list in the world. How does this happening?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah.
That's not right.
That's how it works.
406, 562 in the world. That's crazy. I never
Yep.
thought we would dream of
That's
that.
awesome.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm really glad, dude. I mean, what you guys are doing is cool. You guys as developers are cool. You've got a great vision. You know exactly what you're trying to do. And you're building an awesome community. So keep it up. You know?
Yeah, I'm sure, like, there'll be some things where we will, because we're showing things so early and so consistently, there's going to be moments where we're going to make some mistakes and things that we're going to drop. But I think, like, because we're also talking about it so often and telling people about it, it gives us a little bit of credibility when we have to make changes that don't work. Um, and it's been really cool to see like how people react to things that we have to take away or add or change. Um, because people fall in love with specific stuff, right? We have a lot of people that really, really love, for example, like I think the spear is a good example. We've
Yeah.
changed the spear, how the spear works like 4 times, but there are people that are like obsessed with it, and they're
And
like,
you said the
I
vault was
really
like
want it.
completely new as well. Like that's like a crazy thing.
Yeah, it came from out of nowhere because we had another thing about how the spear works. So we were talking about like this. I think this is a good example. So it was like how does the flute spear work in terms of throwing it? So originally we said, okay, this is straight line, but then we said we'll make a new animation so that we can then create angles, so we can throw it in angles, right? So that was the idea. We'll throw it in angles, and you can throw things. And then people said like, that's cool, but if you just want to get to enemies, why don't instead we just vault to them? And then everyone is like, that, give me that. And then you have like an entire server of people saying, let's do it. And they're showing you videos and they're showing you games. People sit with me, Thor, in voice chat for hours, and they show me them playing the insect glaive in Monster Hunter, which is a game I haven't played. I've seen a lot of it. All my friends
Really?
like it, but I don't have the time to play it. I wish I had the time. I know I'm gonna obsess over it, and I don't want to do that to myself. I don't want to delay Shape Protocol for another 6 months. But I think I'm gonna fall into the trap of liking it too much because it looks really cool. But they show it to me, and I'm sitting there and I'm asking them, well, can you do this inputs? Can you do that input? And I'm taking notes with them, and it's probably saving me months of design. So it's great. And then
Honestly,
of course, I also don't want to let people down, but I can't do everything they want. So I do what I can inside the space of their suggestions. Yeah.
Insect Glaive was my main for all of Monster Hunter World. And then going over to Monster Hunter Wilds, like I play Insect Glaive, Hunting Horn, and Gunlance. And like Insect Glaive is all aerial combat. It's freaking rad, dude. Like it's such a cool thing. That pole vault that you did in there is fantastic. Just even getting the aerial move for that, it just feels good. So as an Insect Glaive man, yes, you're doing it.
Yeah, for sure. So when we did that, like that's when that's not the first time that we got like some really big thing out of the community, but that was the one that I think is most memorable because it got to me in a very primal way. Like, okay, I can make what I want to make and be wrong, or I can make what people want and make it right. Not I'll be right. Like I have to make it right because I have to fit the game. But it's such a cool idea. And then from there we started making dash cancels, and from there we made the chill charge, which is one of my favorite things. Like it reflects bullet when you're charging, so it's a defensive dash that kind of lets you get to like enemies are shooting at you. So this is all modeled after the same idea. So we do a lot more with what community suggests than they know, and then eventually we tell them. It takes us a while to go, hey, based on your idea, we came up with this, and it's really cool. It's not as labor intensive once you make it valuable. Like if you're just saying, oh, I just want to market myself to my own community, you're achieving nothing, right? They're getting more excited, but you're just building needless momentum where you could show them stuff like, like for example, this girl, like the whole death letter stuff, the sniper, like you could show them stuff and actually have some questions like, do you like smart enemies? And you know what?
Yeah.
A lot of people told us no, like they don't like smart enemies. So it's pretty interesting.
Have you guys ever thought about streaming your workflow? because one of the things that we fought for is the software and game development category here on Twitch. I campaigned for it for about 8 months, and then Twitch finally said yes to it. And that category isn't just for programming; it's for like art and music and programming and everything like this. If you guys have this much throughput for all this, where you have this connection with your community and you're wanting to show them stuff, you should stream that, man. Maybe you or other members of the team doing that, because like that is exactly what that category is for. And one of the people is actually saying, so in there, Turtle Holder was saying, I'm not sure if people would like to see me get frustrated and locked in for a few hours just coding stuff. Yeah, they would. Yep. Like that's how that works. You know, like you'd be kind of amazed with that. People watched me earlier today making a boss in our Minecraft server. It's called Block Game. It's an MMO that we've been making on stream for like years.
I've been saying, yeah.
And that was it. And I was just like, no, that looks like shit. I just kept remaking it over and over again until it felt right. And like, dude, people like seeing stuff get made. That's what the category's for. So maybe do it, right? You know, like that actually seems like it'd be a really cool fit for you guys. Seriously.
It might. I don't think like I think Ilya would get away with it, but I don't think like anyone wants to hear me yap for that long. Like I don't have
Bullshit.
Much to show other than like what the work is doing.
Bullshit.
So
There's
think,
2,000
like,
people here. They've been here for 3 hours.
Well, we'll consider it for sure. I mean, 'cause I definitely think like there is and if we can explain the game does better because people see what we're making. But like your hunting system, whatnot, it's our spear. We have to say, you know what? We need a break. We need to think about this. Like we can't just make sometimes, but sometimes making is the best prototype, and then from there you go, you know what? Like we need to take more time to think about this. But yeah, I mean, streaming would help because talking to people in a productive way is something that we never dreamed we would get. And right now, I think it's one of the most valuable things we have. Like, I mean, I have a bunch of people in my server, like Heavy Blues, Kansaki Makoto, these people that deserve to be praised, like Shitsa. There's a bunch of these guys that are there every day. Ava Messer, they're giving us feedback, good and bad. I'm telling you, because they're not nice sometimes. They will tell you whenever they don't like something.
No, I'm very well aware.
Yeah, but you know, the good thing in our side is that I'm kind of have like that little bit like that military background. So whenever it starts crossing a line, it's like, okay, well, this is not productive. Like, tell me what you would like. Let's stick to what you would like, right? And then a lot of people quickly get it. Okay, like that's not the right way to give feedback. I don't care if you tell me that you hate something, there's nothing I can do for you. But if you tell me, I hate this as you're just using the word, I understand that you really mean, I don't particularly like this, so this is not for me. And then you explain me why, then I could go through the operations of making those things and saying, okay, now I can go talk to Ilya and say, Ilya, like there's a problem here that we didn't think about. How do we solve for that? Then we have a meeting about it. Then we come back to the community and tell them, hey, this is the new version of that thing. This was a fair problem, and here's the solution, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we have that. Like for example, we do stuff like this, like tutorials. Like, and we should have put this. I don't think we should have, but you get my point. Like we go tutorials, like how do you do a tutorial? And then people give you a ton of feedback. And someone then goes like, don't tell me the input in the game. Don't show me like some character is saying, we should just press X to attack. And they don't like that. They don't feel that that's immersive. I would have never thought that was a problem.
Yeah.
So little things like that bring up quality. It's not like you would never get it without talking to your community, but people really like giving feedback. It's just not all of it is transferable to an action. But a lot of it is a good blocker to bad decisions, is what I would say.
Yeah, I think my favorite moment of that in anything that I've worked on was I had a mini game where you had to pop these pods that were falling from the top of the screen. It was part of like a combat sequence. And this player is like, it lags. And I was like, dude, there's no way it lags. Like, that's something. And I was like, what do you mean it lags? They're like, oh, it lags. Like, I click it, it doesn't work. And I was like, okay, let me go look into this. And I was like, because they're wrong in that there's no way that it lags, but they're getting the perception of lag. So what the hell is going on here? And I had an animation that was making the finger for the cursor do this. And what had happened was the actual clicking reticle was at the end of the finger. But when the finger pulled back like this, they'd click here. And since this was actually the clicking location, because it wasn't animated at the time, it'd click off the pod. And they'd go, I have to click a second time. And they're like, it's lag. So I fixed the bug by just not animating the finger anymore. And they're like, yeah, the lag is gone. And I was like, so the player was wrong about what it was, but they were right that something was wrong there. So like that idea of listen to the feedback, even if the feedback is wrong, they might be revealing something. They just don't have the technical understanding to like talk to you about. And it's like super useful. It's like really, really always valuable to look at the feedback. Always.
It definitely does require, and I imagine you feel this way too, because I remember like a story from, I think it was one of your videos at some point years ago, where you said like somebody gave you like some review that they said like, oh, this game has no story.
Yeah.
And you're like,
that was
it's like, what are you talking about?
Whatever. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, no,
That's
this dude was like, this guy
one.
this guy sent me an email and he's like, your game has no story in it. I was like, well, did you not like the story? Was it just like, did it not resonate with you? And I talked to this dude for like 20 minutes and then he finally revealed that he skipped all the dialogue because he doesn't like reading. And I was like,
yeah, I mean,
all right, man.
The lesson there is good, but the lesson is good, but the cost maybe not so much, right? So the lesson of like, okay, people don't play games to read a book, but you're playing an RPG. So
you're playing a narrative RPG.
Yeah, narrative RPG. So
that's a book with extra steps, dude. Like
exactly. So what I like to do at that point is that I tell myself this is kind of part of the mantra, and one of my other pillars is leverage your humanity. So if you can get hungry, somebody else can be hungry. So understanding hunger is a valuable thing to making games. So whenever I think of somebody could be, if I could be passionate, somebody could be passionate, and they could be passionate about a completely different point than me. So whenever somebody tells me something like that, oh, this game has no story, and then I'm like, dude, what do you mean? Like you're in dialogue stuck the whole time, and you're not reading it or something like that. Then you skip it. It's like, okay, well, I can of course take that and figure out, okay, well, you messed up, and I get that, and I think that can be true. And there's also a piece of it that is how I like to internalize it at the same time and say, okay, well, maybe I need to. Are my tags on Steam? Well, let me go check my tags.
Yep.
And as dumb as that sounds, sometimes that is it. I go say, oh, this game is presented as a, immersive storytelling journey, and I'm here like smacking snacklets with an axe. So maybe their expectation of the game is like the story is not that important, and I can skip stuff. Like, and you're going to give me stories and cinematics. I don't know. I'm making it up. Of course, I am justifying something that shouldn't be justified, but that's not.
But you're trying to find a reason. You're trying to.
I'm trying to find the reason and get value out of
that?
my 20 minutes that I spend that the universe will never give me back.
It never will. You're never getting it back. It's over.
Yeah, but sometimes it's different.
The way I think the thing that it taught me out of all that was like sometimes people just have kind of wild ideas of the thing that you're making, and sometimes those don't fit with what you are building. Sometimes even they're given the information and they just bypass it. There's always going to be someone that misses something. Like I have people that come in every day that talk about like, oh, are you working in this? I was like, I released an update like 2 days ago. And they're like, I totally missed that. But I put it out on, we put it out on Discord, we put it out on Reddit, we put it out on Twitter, we put it out on the Steam page. And then I'm like, where were you looking? Right? Because like I want to know, how did this message miss you? Because there's always a thing like that, and you have to find out what that person's actual experience was that led them into that location to either think that way or miss that information or I don't know, think that the game was not going to have any dialogue in it, right? Like you never know. You have no idea where that's coming from, so you have to ask. So I get it. Yeah, 100%.
It's very difficult, and I think like it's good for a chat to hear that because sometimes people might think like, oh, but a game releases and people say, oh, you didn't test this, right? That's not the case. Sometimes it's like and I don't put it on players ever because I think it's on us. Like this is our privilege to do. This is our craft, right? They're not responsible for our craft. But if we didn't get feedback on something, it's very difficult to always catch everything, especially in a game that's very active because people play in different ways. Like I don't know that, if you rebind jump to the start button, it's going to be a problem because I would never rebind the jump to the start button, right? So, but can we implement controls and be smart about it? Yeah, you're trying something. I mean, there might be a reason why you do that, right? Maybe you have a controller that is damaged, or maybe some accessibility thing. There's many reasons. There doesn't have to be a wrong thing. It's just I didn't know. So getting to those people to talk to us is good. But I'll give an example of something that's a little difficult. I'll try to be nice about it because I don't particularly feel bad about it. Sure. But like we get one random message once in a while, and we get it like every 1,000 message. We'll get one message from somebody that would say something like, "Oh, why does it have to be the female character?" Like that happens.
Yeah, no, that happens a lot. Yep.
And the way I deal with it is, at the beginning, I'm the character is kind of modeled to the concept is I want to leave something behind for my niece. I only have one niece, and I really wanted, to make something. And then my sister gave me another one, but I wanted to leave something behind for her. So that's the reason why I'm making the game. I don't have to explain that to anybody. I already went to war and came back. I'm making a freaking game. I'm free to do it. I'm going to do whatever I want. But I do feel that it's okay for people to say, I would prefer if there was an option to have two characters, right? I don't see any evil there whenever it's not intended with that evil. But where I'm coming from is there are people that have said that to me, and I have not taken it well at the very beginning of it. And then later on, I started saying, you know what? Like, I have to stick to my own process and just talk to them. And I know that a lot of people are going to repudiate that. I said, like, well, why? Like, but that's not the point here. Because, but in one of the guys, what ended up happening? So it was just great. This guy actually speaks a different language. And he used an online thing to translate what he meant. And what he really meant, he wanted to see if there was going to be something like in Castlevania Symphony of the Night, where when you finish the game, it'll let you play another character, like by putting some code and play the game again with another character.
Yeah.
And what he meant was like, is there going to be, and then he said, is there going to be a way to play a different character? Maybe like, there's images of the guy like that. We have a guy that's like, the father of Zura, and that's what he meant. That's how he meant. Yeah. So, and of course, I could have instantly.
And it just comes across terribly because it's something lost in translation. Exactly. Yeah, we get that all the time because we have a really international community. Like I stream 13 hours, but like normally 12 hours a day, and it's you hit so many time zones with that. It's everywhere from like West Coast US all the way over to like Australia, right? So we get people all the time, people from like Brazil, people from like all over Europe, and like there are always things that are lost in translation, like always, and it's funny because you'll start to catch if you spend enough time, interacting with people online of that same culture and they're trying to translate over, especially with like Brazil. We have a ton of people from Brazil. Brazil rocks, by the way. We wouldn't exist without Brazil, by the way. You'll start to notice the mistranslations are a common thing from one language to another in exactly the same way. If that person made that mistranslation, it is likely that many other people will make the exact same mistranslation from that same culture because there is something with either the online tooling that is doing this or a common phrase between the two languages that causes it. And we see it all the time. So every once in a while, someone will come in and say the same thing. I was like, oh, you're from Brazil. And they're like, how did you know? And I was like, this happens all the time, like constantly all the time.
Yeah. So, I guess what I'm saying is that
you'd never learn that unless you ask,
For sure. And I'm not saying we should accommodate everything, right? There are some things that you should stand like and say like it's not acceptable thing. Yeah. But there's so many people that I'm telling you, this is and we got a lot of people in our Discord that I don't know what the right word is, but I could tell like there's some sort of like I use the word hurt, but there's some hurt that has to do with like they just are the only way. And this sort you might have information that I don't have. I would like to know if this is real, but a lot of people can only be heard whenever they do a review that's negative. And a lot of people bring that up to me in our conversation. They said, oh yeah, because I love this game and I wanted to give them feedback about something, but I just couldn't get them to listen to me. Like I would send them an email, I would put a Steam thing, I would do this. And the only way I could get them to listen, because they're passionate about the game, they don't always know the consequence, the horrible consequence that it has to put a bad review in a game. They don't particularly care about that. They care about the game changing or whatnot. So when they go and tell you, it just feels bad. So when I think about someone like this that's telling me like, oh, I would like to play, like I'm showing on screen this character, Eos is our father, is a little bit overpowered. I don't blame someone for saying like, I would like a game that I could play this dude. So I if I can put my ego aside for just 10 seconds and ask, if the person gives me a nugget that is valuable and is really powerful, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe you'd like a second character. You know how expensive it would be for make a second character? That's not their problem. I just put it in Kickstarter, right? And they just say, okay, I'll put it like at the very end of Kickstarter, and if we get there, then we'll do it, right? But the truth is, I can't design a game around something that I didn't even think about at some point. But if I don't listen to you, all you're going to do is go deeper into your hole, far away from sharing your opinion. And you should not be demonized because and I'll say this with a lot of love, right? In the last, 3 months, I don't know how many Ninja games we've gone. So there's there's a point where people might say, well, I would like to play a game that looks like this, that has a character that I can connect with. There's nothing wrong with that. But the way that it comes across sometimes is very dangerous, and we have to just be aware. We have to be aware enough to just say, what if you are not coming across as evil? What if you mean well? And what if, some of these people, I'm not going to say their name, but some of these people are in my community today, and they're some of our biggest supporters. Just because we took a moment to just listen and not make them feel like their only way to communicate is when they say, this freaking sucks and I would never play this game again, I'm going to return it. And then we go and type a message, oh, sorry this happened to you. We look like Target doing like a little review on the bottom of a Google review. Why don't we just do that with the good ones, with the ones that are giving us good feedback? But anyway, that's my TED Talk.
I do think that I agree with you on that, but I do think there is a limit. And I think that online discourse can very quickly go over that limit sometimes, for sure. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, there are some people that are just like, hey, I'm upset about this. And I go, okay, cool, let's talk about it. And like, if they want to talk about it, that's great. I think that's a really positive thing. I think you can talk out 99% of those issues if someone's being reasonable to have that. They want to have a conversation.
Yes.
If they just want to, be a dick, like there's not really anything you can do at that point, unfortunately. And that is sad when that happens, but it is, it's the internet. That's how the internet works. But
it's not that bad, at least for the most part. I think when people come and they find a community that's nurtured, and then the community, because I also don't let people like jump on anybody. We don't let that. Like if you show up, you're talking. I know this sounds arrogant, but someone from the community suggested this, and I actually really like it. When you're in a DAU, you're talking to me and my team. You're not like, if somebody gives, like, let's say Thor goes like, oh, I love the insect glaive. I would like for you to be able to like, stay in the air for like more than 4 seconds. That feels really good. If somebody goes and says, what a stupid idea, Thor, we instantly like, no,
stop.
You're talking to me.
Yeah.
Now you can definitely say, which I think is great, when people, and this is difficult because people are learning how to give good feedback. They're also learning how to interact with each other a lot better. So sometimes they tell each other, hey, I know I'm copying your message, right? But I'm actually talking to Kendall and saying, Kendall, I really don't want you to do this, and here's why. That's a healthy conversation for people to say, the idea that somebody else gave, I don't like it as much, and here's why. So I wish that more.
I think that's
happened.
Fantastic that you're teaching people how to give proper feedback with that kind of stuff. I think that's incredibly needed. Incredibly needed. And even if you're doing it in just like, no matter how many people you have in your community, if you're teaching people how to give proper feedback with that is phenomenal, dude. Like that's absolutely beneficial to not just to them, but to everyone that they interact with, every game that they ever play, all of that. That's awesome. Yeah.
We sometimes do tiny, like, well, we call them tiny, but they're pretty huge experiments where I've done it recently only once. When the trailer was coming, we just didn't have the time to do a lot of these DAUs because they take a lot of work from the team to put together. Yeah. But we do them at least twice a week. So what we did is we did one that was a design one, and we said we're gonna have you guys design a weapon that doesn't exist in the game, and I had to put a lot of caveats, like probably won't make it, but I want you to go through the ordeal of making a new weapon, and that's a good one to read, like how people think about, like how simple they think game dev can be. If we could only make it that simple, everyone would be a game dev. But it's part of also demystifying the simplicity, but also saying, but the upper limit of the difficulty is not what you think. So it's somewhere in the middle. But people are coming up with the coolest ideas. Like they want some stuff that does like a black hole and some other stuff that multi-cut. Like somebody wanted us to cut the screen 4 times instead of once, and then make square up.
And then how do you
really cool
that?
Ideas? Yeah, but I can only Ilya can only like drink so much coffee. There's like a point where you just can't.
Now do it for $50 in a week and balance it. Good luck.
Oh yeah. And we also, I think this is something that is fair to say. We definitely have a limit of what we could do in terms of cost, because we don't want people to have to pay like $60 for a game. So we have to stay humble in terms of what we can achieve. Therefore, we have to go lower and lower and lower, and try to keep it simple. So if we can stay between $20-$25 for a game that hopefully lasts 10 to 15 to 20 hours. I think that's fair, but if we could do better than that, we shouldn't do it by raising the cost. Now, what people want requires like some people want like adaptive lighting, like they want like stuff like in a pixel art game. Maybe it's not needed, but yeah. Anyway, I mean, I just wanted to show you. I think this is a beautiful experiment. I wish more devs give it a try because it's been foundationally spectacular to us. If you are in this chat and you're joining our Discord to hang out, feel free to necro any of these threads. Some of them in the past I had to like summarize them because we had a different setup. So I think like anything under 30, like you won't see like an entire it's like a summary that I wrote of everything. But feel free to like ping, and revive anything and give us any feedback. But yeah, I mean it's a very wonderful thing to see. So thank you so much for indulging me in sharing this.
Absolutely.
Sure.
So we are an hour over time. But I think this
Okay.
conversation was absolutely... Yeah, we did this for 4 hours, which is rad. My editor's going to be very mad, but that's fine with me.
I feel bad now. Sorry.
With that in mind, I guess I only have one last question for you, man, and that's how does it feel to be the owner of a Kickstarter with 1,050 followers?
It just feels insane. It's crazy. I mean, knowing that we still have months to go, knowing that we're there now, that we could at least, I mean, that also creates the interesting challenge that we now have to pick a date, which is great. But I think like, to me, it's, I mean, I don't think, a day ago, we had like 425. I mean, and you know this because I don't know if you've done one, but hey, you probably know this from your potion days. One person logging into having a Kickstarter account and then choosing your game is incredibly difficult.
It is, yeah.
I have one post in social media that has over 4-point-something million views. We made something that went really, really viral. That doesn't convert almost anything into this, because remember, when people don't know enough about Kickstarter, so when they think about Kickstarter, they think, oh, you're gonna make me like make an account to pay you, and you're gonna take my, like, people don't completely understand it, and that's pretty fair. So because of that, the I guess the effort or the barrier of entry is really, really high. So if you are making a Kickstarter or you're making a game, just consider that, because it takes a long time to get to 1,000 followers unless you participated in December. But if not, you are gonna take a while because conversion rates are very, very, very low. So yeah, I mean, I guess to answer your question is, it feels great. It's an emotional day for sure, because that puts us, further ahead than we thought we would be in terms of time.
Yeah.
And now we can focus on growing that and just making people, giving people the right rewards so that whenever it does happen, they feel like they're actually gaining something of value.
Yeah.
So means the world to us, for sure.
That's my entire purpose with Indecember, is to make sure that there's a ton of projects like you guys that just get some breathing room where you don't have to worry about the financial side of it at all.
Yeah.
Like that's the whole point of this, is to get these out to a bunch of different communities, show everything off. So like the idea of getting your Kickstarter to 1,000, that's exactly what this was started for, 100%. It's to show people that. And then also to educate people on what makes an indie game go viral. Like, you guys right now, go wishlist this. And I've been saying this for every single game that we cover. If you wishlist this, it teaches Steam, hey, I should show that to more people. The reason why is because Steam's going to make more money off of it. Literally, that's the whole thing. Anytime you think about something going viral, you think about a game getting more visibility on the internet, think about what makes Steam the most money. What makes Steam the most money is selling more copies. Wishlists show it's going to make more copies sold. That's it. That's the whole deal, man. So like, yes, wishlisting games pushes that game to more people, 100%. You've had it wishlisted since the OTK event? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I've had it wishlisted.
There is
I'm down.
To that, I know we're way over, but I think it's really valuable to get a little bit of this. In terms of wishlist, something that I think people should be really aware of. If you want to make a game and you're working on that, wishlist feel very defeated, because you're thinking, okay, if I make, let's say, you need like almost, and you guys probably have talked about this a million times, so I'll go quickly. I think you need like 7,000 wish lists in order to get into popular upcoming whenever your game comes out, which is really important. But then, so that's like 2 weeks out, something like that. Then when you release, you want to be in new and trending, which requires about 10,000 wish list, give or take. These are not sure numbers. Oh, we went into ads. But no, don't stop your ads.
Put it back on.
Okay. Well, anyway, I guess this is good for game devs because I didn't know. But I threw an ad, so it's okay.
We'll wait for it.
I love this though. This is such a cool.
He's so
combo, man.
powerful.
Look at him go. Oh man, I'm never gonna forget this thing. It's great.
It's super funny.
Oh, bases earned money back. That's such a good. That's a good.
Yeah, he did.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we actually I already put you up on the list for in December, so we've got an informational review that was put on this, and then that has added it to the list for all in December games. So if we do
that is so cool.
In
that is so cool.
December.
We are incredibly thankful. I can't even explain it. So thank you so much for you know. I know you have a production team too, and a lot of people that are behind it that are doing a lot of work too. So I appreciate it.
Bunch of nerds. We're all a bunch of nerds doing nerd stuff. Yeah, if you look at this, it is right there, and it will show up on a random location every single time. So each time you refresh, it'll be in a random spot. I didn't want anybody to be like, you got in first, so you were in first, so it randomizes every single time.
Yeah, there's a couple of events that are right now. We've had a couple of conversations with Steam because it's kind of difficult. A lot of these events are, you know, publishers that are making events, but then, you know, your game gets a tag at the very top of your Steam page, but then the organizer puts their games at the very top. So they're sourcing all of your people that go to your page to go to see their games, but then you don't get almost visibility because you're in some modal with 700 games. So I've reached out to Steam a couple of times, like, hey, you know, this is a little egregious. Can we set some ground rules? And they're excited to try, but I know that it's a big problem to crack. So I hope it does get solved. Yeah.
My hope is to just keep doing this each year, and then like doing the individual videos for each one of the games gives it that breathing room. Because like I'm just sick of ads, dude. As we leave the ads, I'm just sick of like just a trailer. Like I want to see more. I want to get to meet the devs and like learn a whole bunch of stuff, you know. And I think this format works really well. I think it's been awesome. So
that's super cool, and it's definitely helpful. I'm sure like next time you'll have a lot more people. So sorting through all of them will probably be very difficult to figure out. But I don't envy you picking enough of these games to show. So
honestly, we
have
the same kind of a experience going through the game jams. So like we're already doing this. Like we're on our 18th game jam now, dude. So like yeah, you know, it's the same deal. We're just sifting through a million games.
For sure.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited to keep going though.
I've kept you enough. So thank you so very much for the opportunity. I think like, you know, to kind of close it off, like it's there's a lot of people out there making games like just as spectacular or even more than what we're making. So, you know, we try our best in our social media to share some of them when we can. It's very difficult because, you know, algorithms and all they're just kind of crazy right now too. So any opportunity that you see some